ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdá dẹ ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́fúnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And here we go again. So apologies for that. Mike came in and shut down the session. He was running another session, which he thought it was shutting down. So that was a genuine mistake. But there it is. Hopefully whoever was gathered is still going to gather to this one. But happens like that sometimes. I did tell him to shut down Kaizo's session when they finished there. So I think he just came back and he saw whatever it is that was going live, and he just proceeded to shut it down. So there it is. That was what happened. But this is what is happening now. So hopefully people have sufficient enough to know that well, we've had to restart it. So we've had to restart it. But as I was saying before, I was rudely yanked offline by Mike. It's going to be a short session, and I was apologizing for the latest sort of start. It's going to be a short session, but within that session, hopefully we pack in sufficient enough to make it worth your while. So before we proceed with anything else, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in, subscribe if you haven't done that already, and if you want to come join us on screen, this hyperlink right there that says StreamYard. So that's your ticket to ride. So if you want to ride on the One Man Went to Mo Juggernaut train, then your ticket to ride is that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So let's just get straight into matters. We kick it off with this, and it looks as though solution is now at hand. This insecurity that seems to have subsumed the whole country. It looks as though solution may well now be at hand. A huge investment. United States confirm $1 billion Viper attack helicopter sale to Nigeria. So there it is right there. This looks like a game changer sort of a narrative. The United States Department of Defense, DOD, has confirmed the sale of 12 AHIZ Viper attack helicopters to Nigeria. A $7.7 million contract was also awarded to Northrop Grumman in December to provide 32 mission computers for the Bell helicopters. The contract is expected to be completed in June 2024. Following the contract award, the United States Department stated in January that Nigeria had paid the first installment, the Viper sale. The State Department approved Abuja's helicopter request in April 2022, including guidance, night vision imaging system, and training. It will better equip Nigeria to contribute to shared security objectives, promote regional stability, and build I cannot pronounce this word, forget that word, to build whatever it is with the United States and other Western partners, the United States Department of Security agency stated. This proposed sale will support the foreign policy goals and national security objectives of the United States by improving the security of a strategic partner in sub-Saharan Africa. List of aircraft. The multi-role aircraft is capable of reconnaissance, escort, and strike mission. It joins 54 manned and unmanned military aircraft Nigeria has sought to deal with multiple security challenges, including an Islamic insurgency and banditry. The platform approved for procurement includes, and then it goes on to give us the list of um, whatever it is that Nigeria is buying. M346 attack aircraft, and then T129 ATAK helicopters, Augusta 109 Trekker multi-role helicopters, and Chinese-made Wing Long 2 drones. So those drones especially is what I would suggest that the Nigerian space probably needs the most. Let me just see. Let's see. Let's just go to that drone very quickly. Nigeria to take delivery of Chinese drones to combat insurgency and banditry. So these are the drones now. So it looks as though now the fight against insurgency is now on. But then, of course, if these kits get into the hands of the Northerners, it will be misused. So if they come in during the Tinubu administration, maybe we might be able to get some use out of them. So maybe we might be able to get some use out of them. Let's go on to the next one. Let's go on to the next one. Right, citizens praised Peter Obi over visit to Cote d'Ivoire as support for Super Eagles. So now, this is not really about Obi bashing. So it's more really looking at the sort of politics that Peter Obi seems to be playing. So Peter Obi, he seems to already be on a campaign launch towards 2024. Towards 2027, rather, we're in 2024 now. So Peter Obi is clearly on a campaign launch towards 2027. But is this a master stroke move or a misguided move? So that's where the question is. There is no equivocation that is already campaigning towards 2027. But is this a master stroke move or an amateurish move? So we've seen him, of course, at Ibadan pretending to care. We've seen him at the that's our family of 7 in Kaduna State. We saw him there. Very quickly, he hops on the plane to Cote d'Ivoire to pretend like he cares about the Super Eagles. And when he gets back to Nigeria, you can bet your bottom dollar that we will see him in Ekiti to go and carry on the pretense. But is this the right sort of politics? This is the question. Let's go to it. As citizens praise Peter Obi over visits to Cote d'Ivoire, support for Super Eagles. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the February 25th election, Peter Obi, attended the quarter-final match between Nigeria and Angola at the 2023 African Cup of Nations in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire. Peter Obi was spotted wearing the traditional green and white jersey of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. He cheered and danced along with fans in the stadium and is now the talk of the town on social media, with many citizens praising him for being patriotic. So many citizens praising him for being patriotic, and this is one of the praises coming in. This is from Olade for you. Okay. This is from Olade for you. It says, you can't have a highly respected man like Peter Obi in Cote d'Ivoire and the Super Eagles would not perform. It probably would have been a different result if that man we didn't vote for was present. So there it is right there. So it's somewhat of a cheeky move, actually. Peter Obi trying to steal the glory now. Of course, the sitting president often instances gets the credit if the country wins a tournament. But Peter Obi, as ever, with his photo opportunity politics, is very quick to latch onto that space. So let's get a very short flavor of just how Peter Obi presented himself there. Oh, all right, so there it is. Peter Obi carrying on the pretense. Let's two clips. So let's watch the second one. So there it is right there. So that's Peter Obi already in full campaign mode towards 2027. So, I mean, what is the purpose of all of these things that he's doing, by the way? Is he running a parallel government? Is that what he imagines he's doing? Is he inviting people to contrast him against the sitting government to reflect on the choices made? And by the way, Peter Obi is an unemployed man, so he has all of the time in the world to hop from one disaster situation to another, looking for photo opportunities. But then, of course, a sitting president, you imagine, will be busy with work. So what exactly is in play there? So let's stay within that space still. Riga slams Peter Obi for traveling to Cote d'Ivoire to watch Super Eagles. So I don't know who Riga is, but we're about to find out. A controversial influencer, Daniel Riga, has taken to social media to criticize Peter Obi for attending the Super Eagles match in Cote d'Ivoire. Ruga questioned the necessity of Obi's trip, especially amidst ongoing crises in Nigeria, including in Obi's home state of Anambra. Ruga argued that politicians like Obi should prioritize addressing national issues rather than attending sporting events. He suggested that such events should be attended by entertainers and influencers, not politicians responsible for governance. Well, Peter Obi is not responsible for governance for reasons that you rejected him at the ballot in February, on February the 25th last year. He suggested that such events should be attended by entertainers and influencers, not politicians responsible for governance. Expressing his disapproval, Riga commented, Peter Obi is currently in Ivory Coast to do what exactly? Traveling all the way to watch the Super Eagles, whilst Nigeria is currently in crisis, including Anambra State. Public figures who should be at the stadium are entertainers and influencers, not politicians who should be fixing the nation. This is nothing but a PR move, misplaced priority. So yes, partly agree and partly disagree. It says public figures at sporting events should be entertainers, not politicians responsible for governance. This seems to be like a PR stunt than genuine leadership. This criticism comes shortly after photos of Obi enjoying the match in Ivory Coast surfaced online. showing him smiling and cheering enthusiastically. So, so I have to say that nothing obliges Peter Obi not to be at that march for reasons that Peter Obi has no formal position in governance. Peter Obi is not the elected president, is not the elected anything. It's a businessman who has handed over his business to some form of automation. So Peter Obi does not go to work every day anymore for reasons that he has automated whatever business enterprise that he has. So this is a man with a lot of time on his hands. So he can do with that time as he wills. And he has decided then to do with that time to campaign towards 2027. So this is Peter Obi essentially campaigning towards 2027. And the strategy being deployed, there is no equivocation. It's a the strategy being deployed, there is no equivocation, is largely a lot wrapped around ambulance chasing and certainly placing himself rather at marquee moments within the country in order to flash himself off, in order to flash himself up as a constant in the consciousness of the people. So, but can he sustain that momentum though for 4 solid years? And in the course of this campaigning that is embarked upon, will he get to that moment when the people will turn against him? Because necessarily he has adopted the strategy of continuously trying to undermine and criticize the government, which is legitimate. He can do that if that is the strategy that is deploying. But will he get to that point when that criticism of the government becomes a criticism of the country, and then there will be somewhat of a backlash? So I think he's headed in that direction. But then let's go on to Charlie Boy to see what he's making of Obi's newfound love for soccer. All right, let's go on to this one. He was there with fans, not inside the bulletproof cabin. Charlie Boy hails Obi for attending Eagles match. So this is a 4 year campaign. I don't think we are the end is nowhere in sight for this going on. Maverick singer Charles Oputa, popularly known as Charlie Boy, has commended the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP Peter Obi for being present at the fans stand during Nigeria's 1-0 victory over Angola at the ongoing African Nations Cup on Friday. Correspondents report that Obi was in Abidjan, the capital of Cote d'Ivoire, for the Super Eagles quarterfinal match against Angola. Reacting on Saturday, Charlie Boy hailed the former Anambra State governor for being in the fan stand and not inside a bulletproof cabin. Pardon me, I need to cough for a moment. Right. Reacting on Saturday, Charlie Boy hailed the former Anambra governor for being in the fan stand and not inside a bulletproof cabin. Sharing a clip of Obi at the fan stand during the match, Charlie Boy wrote, Nigeria versus Angola quarterfinals. He was there live with fans, not inside a bulletproof cabin. 1-0, we move. This is the politics now. I wonder because it's a hard slog, this sort of politics that the Labour Party space is start trying to politic now, to constantly be at every marquee event within the Nigerian state for photo opportunities. So we'll see how long this can be sustained, and we'll see. We're monitoring this space because we saw a lot of this during the campaign as well, the negative campaign of harmony, and it got to that point where people started to turn against that sort of a negativity that was coming out of that campaigning space. So this somewhat now a campaign of harmony, but with stealth. But how does this play out in the course of course, we will find out. So we will find out in the course of So we'll find out in the course of, let's go on from that to this. Insecurity, Pastor Adeboye rains fire on killers of traditional rulers. So, so we're back in that space. The General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, RCCG, Pastor Enoch Adeboye, has said the fire of God will consume those behind the abduction and murder of traditional rulers in the country. Pastor Adeboye said anyone who attempts to interfere with Nigeria's traditional rulers will not find peace. He spoke during the church's monthly Holy Ghost service program tagged From the Mountaintop 2. The fire of God will consume all those trying to mess around with our traditional rulers, because as far as God is concerned, traditional rulers are anointed, Adeboye said. Recall that Oni Mojo of Imojo Ekiti, Oba Olatunde Olushola, and the Elesun of Esun Ekiti, Oba David Ogunshola, were assassinated on Monday whilst returning from a meeting in Irele, Ekiti State. So that's Adeboye's response. But there was a guy that was actually part of that. Pardon me. There was a guy that was actually kidnapped alongside those people. He was released. I say a guy, an elderly man, I should say. We use that term guy too loosely. It's an elderly man. So there was an elderly man carted away alongside those people kidnapped. He was released and he comes out to narrate his story. Why killers of, not the Ekiti one, by the way, there's a concurrent incident that happened in Kwara State as well, just about a couple of days after the Ekiti State incident. Why killers of Kwara Monarch released me, 83-year-old victim. In a recent development following the tragic murder Olukoro of Koro in the Ekiti local government area of Kwara State, General Shegun Aremu, one of the kidnapped victims, 83-year-old Pa Adeyemi Simon Aremu, has been released by the kidnappers. The monarch was brutally gunned down during a violent invasion of his palace 2 days ago, sparking widespread talk and mourning across the country. Hold on. Oh, all right, back to it. The monarch was brutally gunned down during a violent invasion of his palace 2 days ago, sparking widespread shock and mourning across the community. Apa Aremu, who found himself amongst those abducted in the chaotic aftermath of the attack, shared his harrowing experience with journalists. According to him, after the assailants had killed the monarch, they forcibly took him along with the late king's wife, and two other individuals into the dense forest, where they were subjected to a terrifying journey under constant threats of violence. He said, the kidnappers moved us quickly into the forest, firing shots sporadically to scare off any potential rescuers. Despite his advanced age, the fear instilled by the ordeal, he was eventually released by the kidnappers who continued to hold the other hostages. Speaking on the issue, Pa Aremu, a retired pastor, said, I was having my dinner when suddenly 6 armed men entered my house and ordered me to follow them. It was whilst they were taking me away that they saw Olori under an orange tree where she hid alongside a girl called Feromi. They dragged the three of us inside the forest, shooting heavily in the process. It was terrible and frightening. When I lost the energy to run, they began dragging me on the floor until we got to a spot where they ordered all of us to lie down facing the ground. Then one of them told me to stand up and go back home. But I was afraid and my heart was literally in my mouth because I thought they would shoot me from behind whilst going. I think they saw I was weak and my health status may have caused them setback on the way. which made them release me. It was when I got home that I saw the crowd at the palace that they had killed the monarch, who was met in the pool of his blood. So that's the pardon me. So that's the narrative of a potential victim, but a victim no more. Let me give you this. This is now because people complaining about the Nigerian space. It's not at all politics. It is actually speaking to the heavy going son. Yes, thank you, Chema. It actually speaks to the heavy goings on within the Nigerian space. So when you see K1 coming out to criticize Tinubu, then you know that the country is feeling the weight of it. Nigerians are suffering, address economic pains. Musician K1 tells Tinubu. So Fuji maestro Wasiu Ayinde Marshal, popularly known by his stage name K1 the Ultimate, has told President Bola Tinubu that Nigerians are suffering and angry with his government due to the current poor state of the economy. K1 said this in a video recording that surfaced on Thursday during one of his recent stage performances. Before K1, his daughter, Dami Anyide, lent her voice on Wednesday to the current economic situation, which she said wasn't what the All Progressive Congress promised. On her Instagram stories, the young lawyer said the APC was not delivering on what it promised Nigerians because the people are suffering. Meanwhile, the Fuji legend, who is known to be a staunch supporter of President Tinubu, delivered his message in Yoruba language whilst begging the president to find solutions to the multitude of challenges confronting the masses. The country's economic hardship has skyrocketed after former President Muhammadu Buhari left office, ushering in the new administration on the 29th of May 2023. On the inauguration day, Tinubu declared that his administration would no longer subsidize fuel, hence calling for the end of the financing because it was benefiting neighboring countries. So, uh, pardon me. Speaking truth to power, K1 said Nigerians were crying and he pleaded with the president to find a quick fix to the problems before the opposition ride on that to criticize his administration. I plead with you to find a solution to the plight of the masses. The citizens are crying and wailing. We are suffering amidst a lack of adequate power supply. How did things get to this point? I implore you to fix these problems, K1 sang in the video. Listen to the complaints of the masses and treat such complaints with all seriousness. We know you are a philanthropist, but we Nigerians are angry. The people of Nigeria are angry. And you know, it's really the quarters that this is coming from is what makes it more pungent. Because, of course, if it was Aisha Yesufu or somebody else, you can quickly disregard it, but you don't get more staunch a supporter of Tinubu than K1. And if he is saying this, then this is really echoing what is going on the streets. Uh, Listen to the complaints of the masses and treat such complaints with all seriousness. We know you are a philanthropist, but we Nigerians are angry. The people of Nigeria are angry. The traders in this country are not happy. Look at what the dollar has become, K1 added. He also wondered why kidnapping incidents have been on the increase recently and called on the president to deal with the issue promptly. K1 also appealed to Nigerians to persevere and exercise more patience with Tinubu, assuring them that this government will resolve all the challenges facing the country. He, however, asked those who are profiting from the suffering of the masses to bury their heads in shame. K1 has in the past sung President Tinubu's praises in some of his records, and he was on his campaign trail in the build-up to the 2023 presidential election. So that is what gives it potency, actually, because of course this is a voice from within. So this is a voice from within. So let me take you on from there to this. Actually, let me take you to this next one. This one first. I'm only really bringing you this one because this now tests the temperature of where the Nigerian situation is. Right, for all of the criticisms that you can criticize an administration, the only real thing that tests the popularity of that administration is at the ballot. So there are by-elections coming. Agbadabi Amila, of course, he's giving up his seat. And then APC Laguda leads in Lagos by-election set to replace Gbadabi Amila. So this is the test. This is a snapshot, and the same thing is happening in Ondo State as well. Another by-election going to the way of APC. So this is a snapshot test of the temperature of the Nigerian masses to see if they are fed up with the Tinubu administration or not. And they are not, is what is showing here. APC candidate Laguda leads in Lagos by-election set to replace Gbadabe Amila. The candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Fuad Laguda, is leading in the Saturday's by-election in Surulere Federal Constituency, Lagos State. A result on the IREF portal of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) showed that Laguda won in the 6 wards that made up the Surulere Federal Constituency. As at 6 p.m. on Saturday, all results of the 258 polling units had been uploaded, showing that the APC candidate won by 98% of the votes cast in the election. So that tells you then, our core challengers, Adeola, Adebanjo, Labour, and Jerry Afemige, PDP, pose no threat to Laguda's aspiration. The seat was declared vacant following Femi Gbadabe-Amila's resignation to become the chief of staff to Tinubu. So there it is now. So that was the first opportunity to test the popularity of the that was the first opportunity to test the popularity of the Tinubu administration in terms of where people are assessing their performance, and from the resounding victory being recorded right there, that tells you then that enough is not yet enough is essentially what we're saying. Okay, yes, I found it. Okay, I wanted to play you a clip as well, so I'll bring that clip up in a moment. So yes, look at Oga mocking me. All right. So that's that by election. Let me bring you this, and then I'll play you a clip, and then the session will commence. I've got 2 people in the studio. If anybody else wants to join, please join. Yes. All right. So yes, CBN denies plan to convert $30 billion domiciliary deposit in naira. So is that domiciliary account space? And a lot of people then are just saying that as an emergency measure, the Nigerian state should just seize that money. The Central Bank of Nigeria has denied reports claiming it plans claiming it plans that's how it's badly written. So let me read it how we should read. The Central Bank of Nigeria has denied reports claiming it has plans of converting the $30 billion domiciliary deposits in Nigerian commercial banks to naira. Our correspondents had reported that the move was to help to stabilize the national currency. A presidential source was quoted as saying the problem of forex scarcity and the naira fall was an elite issue, adding that the federal government would not fold its arms and continue to watch some people hoarding foreign currencies at the expense of the naira. However, in a swift reaction, the CBN, via its social media handles, denies having such plans. So there it is right there. So that's the denial. Let me play you this clip. Let me play you this clip. I think this clip actually speaks to that space. So let's listen to Fireshade's brother.
Nigerians, we are so fake that we will know the truth but we'll be chasing shadows. You enter airport, some people collect salary every month to make sure the generator, everything is working. They will not take light at the airport. Instead of you to channel and abuse them, stop this thing, you are disgracing our country. You are busy blaming the government. Say, na Tinubu go on generator for airport. And in Soboyo, we are all the problem.
Oh, all right, that wasn't quite the one that I was looking to play to you. There was one that this guy, that is Ayo Fayoshe's brother, by the way, that's Isaac Fayoshe. There was one clip that this guy, Isaac Fayoshe, that he was suggesting that the country seizes people's dollars in their domiciliary account and auction it off. So apparently there's $30 billion in that space. So can the country leverage it in whatever form? That is really where the wider question is. If anybody has that clip, by the way, of Isaac Fayoshe speaking to that space, please send it in so we can play it for the benefit of our audience. So that's the presentation. We have somewhat of a panel. We have 3 people, although these are 3 big hitters anyway, but there's still more room in the studio. Anybody that wants to hop on, and you can hop on whilst I play you the K Guides.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido.
Reports that say there's
water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Can anyone still hear me? Can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. The music stopped suddenly. So okay, thank you. So the music stopped suddenly, but the conversation doesn't stop. So let me bring on the panelists. Already you heard the voice. That's Joel of Nashville joining us. So good to have you here, Joel. Ekene joins us as well. Good to have you, Ekene. Let's sort out a bit. Yes, Ekene joins us as well. Good to have you, Ekene. The majestic King Emeka is here. Good to have you, King Emeka. And War Peace. So already guaranteed a banging session. So already guaranteed a banging session. But let's kick it off with you then. Joel. But before we kick it off, let me actually play this clip because this headline, I think it actually comes off the back of this clip because this is where the suggestion came from.
One man.
Yeah.
One man.
Yes.
Please go to Emeka. Go to Emeka. Then I will.
All right. Okay.
I'll go after him.
All right. I'll go to Emeka. But this suggestion on the screen here comes off the back of this clip by this guy.
President Tinubu, you have to daju kala waika. My rearing. If you want dollar to come down, just come to Telly this week. Tell all of us we get domiciliary account. Say if you see more than $1,000 on private, you go seize them or you go auction them, replace them with naira. You go tell banks we store. Even Peter Obi will be your opponent. Peter Obi Bank stored over $1 trillion in dollar for their Fidelity Bank. And he go come out and say, oh, they are not running economy well. You are storing dollar in a country of naira, and you say economy go good. All of them, did you that you want? Even me, auction my money, my brother auction his own. Is all the former governors, all the anybody will keep dollar. Auction now, change them to naira for them, give them. Go they spend your naira, no store dollar here. If you want store dollar, go store them for America. If you want store pounds, store them for London. If you want store Euro, go store them for Europe. Get that.
So there it is, Emeka. What are you making of first Isaac Fayoshe's suggestion and then the pushback? Do you think the country should $30 billion apparently just sitting in docile accounts right across the country?
Well, I don't know. You see, I don't enjoy government stretching their arms into this communist pattern. I don't enjoy it. You understand? You can't tell people what to do with their funds. It's not okay. Before you know it, they begin to tell us how to marry and how many women we need to marry. So people can choose whatever currency they want to store their value in. What I would say is I think the one they spoke about the commercial banks, that is fair, but you don't tell individuals how to store those funds, where to store them, and in what currency. I think it's getting out of hand. They created the mess. They should try to get themselves out of it. You know, when.
But as an emergency measure, though, do you not think?
I don't support it. It's not the solution to
money, it's converting it to naira for them.
No, it's not the solution to the problem. You understand? I think it's wrong. A lot of people, if they go about doing that, people will be scared to bring their phones.
Emeka, do you have naira account in Canada? Can you open naira account in Canada?
But I have euro accounts.
Hold on.
I have pound sterling accounts.
Open naira account in Canada or pound account? Hold on.
Let me explain.
Hold on now. Can you open pounds account in Canada?
I have pounds account.
You have it in Canada?
Yes, I have dollar account, US dollar account.
Yeah. In Canada, what do you have it for?
They just open it. If you want it, they open it for you.
They open bank, dollar account in Canada for you. Just private for what?
Instantly. Personal use, euro, pounds, and US. Yes, and I have that. You open it. Though I don't use the euros, I don't use the pounds, but the US, yes, US and Canadian dollars, yes. I don't use, but they open it. If you want it, they open it for you. Exactly. The only people that are not allowed to operate US dollars account, that's the only set of wrestlers Iran, because of the sanctions that US have on them. But they will open. If you want, they will open instantly. You want to do you can transfer instantly. You just transfer your Canadian to your pounds account, and it converts immediately, and you store it there. So there's no stress. It doesn't come with any special requirement. Nothing. Just to do it. But to open naira account, no, naira is an exotic currency. It's not trading. It's not popular. is difficult. So for Nigerians to have domiciliary account, I think is okay. I have domiciliary account in GT Bank, though I don't operate it anymore. There's nothing absolutely wrong with it. The problem we are having is the supply of dollars. They need to go and fix that problem. All these things they are doing are not the solution. It won't fix it. If we have a huge inflow of dollars, this will solve the problem and people can trade and do whatever they want to do. So it's because of the scarcity of the dollars that is now making a lot of people to convert their naira and opt for using the dollars as a choice of value to store value. So if there's a free flow, like let's be very realistic, during the except Abacha's period, right? But during Abu Salami and Obasanjo, nobody was really looking at the dollars. Like we were in dollar craze. Even during Jonathan's period, we were into dollar craze. We started becoming dollar craze towards the end of Jonathan's period when they were not holding dollars, selling dollars. I think Emefiele started the nonsense. Then Buhari came in. When that dollar craze, people were traveling. Yeah, I was traveling. I would convert to get your dollars. Even when I traveled from Canada, I went to a bank. I went to a regular commercial bank and I gave them my naira. They gave me my dollar. It was Access Bank actually. They gave me dollars instantly, and that was what I used for my PTA that I spent traveling.
Emeka, this $30 billion, can it not be leveraged even if the government does not seize it? Can it not be leveraged in some form?
Leverage for what? That's what we need to ask. For what purpose? We just cleared off the backlog for the airlines. We've paid them off. What are we leveraging it for? What do we want to use it for? Now we're hearing that
to defend the naira now.
Emeka, as long as we have as long as we have our naira in and continue, as long as we have it, devaluing every day, what we continue to see is people going to be converting their naira.
The first thing, this is simple economy. The devaluation is as a result of the scarcity of the dollars. The dollars is scarce. A lot of people cannot access it.
Hold on, Emeka. People will continue to convert their naira to dollars. And as long as we continue to have that, our naira will continue to get weakened. And dollar will dominate, our banking system, the banking, how do I say it? The monetary system. The dollar will continue to dominate it, and naira can never. There's no way naira will be able to fight back. It will continue to devalue. So the best thing is to stop it. Put a stop where people can do this round tripping, and unstoppable conversion of naira to dollar, and having that account, this domiciliary account in naira, in dollar it should be converted. All these dollar in private account should be converted to naira, and those dollars should be taken to our central bank, and then we can use it for productive activities. We must put stop. No individual should be allowed to have dollar account in Nigeria. For what? What do you want to use it for? If you want anything to do with dollar, go to central bank. Go to commercial bank and go and do your whatever you want to do there. If you want to travel abroad, if you want to do anything, you want to run any business, go there. Your bank will facilitate that for you, and not for personal. I'm just giving dollar in my account. For what? What are you keeping in Nigeria? We shouldn't allow that. So one man has been saying this. This is what I've been saying. It looks like some of these people are listening to us. If we don't have our naira as the only currency that Nigerians that is the legal tender in Nigeria, if we don't have it, then there's no way we'll be able to get that value of that naira, because this dollar it look like it's so much in the circulation, even more than the naira as it is now. So let me leave it there, Emeka. Just
all right, back to Emeka.
Can I come in to support?
All right, you can come in, but you can come in, but after that, let Emeka have a bit of a flow. But come in and then Emeka let him flow a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I support what Ajali Koko just said. Is just a simple fact. But the only problem with that is that when we talk about people stealing dollars, you look at the politicians that the main culprit in this matter. So the issue is, are they going to carry out such action? I don't think so, because they're the one trading dollars. So it's not yeah, people have dollar accounts, people can save dollar, but not as much as politicians do it. So they're the main culprits in this. So are they going to carry such action? I doubt it, because they're in the business of dollars. Even the president himself, the senators, all of them. So who is going to carry out the action when they are the people stealing dollars? It's a good move. I support it. But the people that have to do it are the main culprits. So that's why I keep it one man. Thank you.
All right, back to Emeka.
Yeah, it might be
before Emeka goes, if you don't mind.
Yeah, come in, Prince.
Sure, yeah.
One man, please don't say that I've used 1 hour. You see the interjection. This is the fifth one.
There it is now.
Well,
Don't say I used 1 hour, because I will kick back. I've not used 1 hour. I've only spoken for 5 minutes. Not even 5 minutes, 2 minutes. And there's an interjection. So I will allow him interject.
Prince Daddy is a fan's favorite now.
No, I'm not. It's not against Prince Daddy. It's just the interjection.
I know. Carry on, Prince.
Yeah. Thanks, Emeka. Again, we should make Kajale Koko the finance minister. I think the man knows what is going on. He does not have a CP or accounting degree, but it seems to know how to run the economy, at least when it comes to this foreign exchange thing. I agree with what he said, and according to the video you played. Emeka said communism. See, this is the problem. When we have a big problem in our hands and we're not taking the real or the right drastic action to solve the problem, it's like a child's play. I don't know what to say. Even in the West that we copy, from Europe to America to Russia, we always think that they've always had things in nice and smooth and everything has always gone well for them. Of course, it's a lie. In times of that economic hardship, or every time they go through hard times in their country, you'll be surprised if you go to learn about the drastic, draconian actions that it takes to correct the system. You'll be like, really? Is this the West? I mean, you would think it's an African country they make such policies. They do that. I'm not sure where communism comes in trying to do what is necessary for the country. And by the way, I make it just like see the growth or the pile up of dollars in the banks is a form of trading. It's speculation. You know that. As long as you keep having pile up of dollar and in the banks and in correspondence with the velocity of how it goes, it drives the narrative to go up. It's a speculation. And I agree. The guy that in the video said also, including my dollars, it's not like we're taking their money away. Convert all the dollars. Maybe you can give it a minimum. I don't know, $1,000 or $5,000 minimum. But convert the rest into naira and take the dollars away. I don't see nothing wrong with that. It's just what you call it, a moratorium for a period of time. I mean, by the time we realize we were trading 5,000 naira for $1.
But Prince Daddy, how would that impact on foreign currency inflow into the country when the international space sees that the country is seizing money as they're coming in? So how would that affect inflow of our hard currency?
It's not say. So this is part of being able to communicate to the citizens and to international investors of people is really extremely important. Communication. In fact, I know some people go to school to study communication. I think that's the job. I think that's what they do. Okay. No, we can make a clear demarcation to the world and to everybody. Look, this is a personal account because of the problem that we have, and people would understand. It's like a child. Before you discipline a child, you let the child know what the child has done wrong. If you explain to the child, I think the child would take it in the right way, in the right manner. It's not a season. It's not a deterrent to foreign investors trying to invest in the country. That's not what we're trying to do. I think they have a better way to communicate what the goal of the administration is in that regards. Not something draconian. Do not let Arise or any other news outlet or the social media take the narrative into the wrong direction. No. Or Nigeria is now saving people's money. No. But you at the same time, you have to do a great job communicating. Prepare the ground before you roll it out. Don't be like a Mayfield and Buhari bungling everything up. But that $30 billion is a lot of money, and I think we can do a lot of things with it. And again, it's a big form of speculation. There's no way they keep piling up this dollar. Of course, you keep piling up this dollar in anticipation that the naira is going to continue to go weaker and weaker against the dollar, so you can make more money. This is what I was talking about when I said Cardoso and perhaps Tinubu don't have a grasp of what is going on. I don't know the guy in the video that spoke, but that sounds like a really good example, a good way to go about it. That and some other ones we don't know about. That's why we have these people. They are the thinkers. Let them come to the forefront and think. Sometimes is that what you pay this consultant or this analyst for? Because of the ability to think outside of the box and fix problems? Don't we have plenty of them in Nigeria? Anyway, thanks.
All right, but
One man.
yes. All right, you've lost connection. Back to Emeka.
Hello. Anyone hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, but we were looking to go back to Emeka, but all right,
say, right? Yeah. My issue is this.
Am I
Prince
speaking?
Daddy is making all this noise today.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, carry on, Emeka, carry on.
Yeah, I think the first thing the government needs to do is to address the scarcity in the first place, right? I think we've completely dollarized our economy, which is quite sad. The government must appreciate that and begin to see how we can improve our dollar income and our dollar inflow, such that our oil receipts. I think I like the idea where they want NNPC to pay into CBN account, though that is not good, but it is okay and understandable because NNPC now is just a company of its own. They can choose to do whatever they want to do. We have some other, or when we had the multinationals in this country, we can't tell them what currency they need to hold and which account they need to pay it into. But it's understandable. I think the NNPC is also a Nigerian entity that understands the plight of the government, and they are happy to want to do that since most of our operations will be conducted locally. But if you ask me, I don't think it's a wise choice. It's not going to resolve any problem. We still have deficits that we need to address. The government must begin to sit down to see how to expand our FX inflow. That's the only way we could get out of this. Else, whatever measures we are doing are just one-time measures, short-term measures, one-week measures, like the one the Bureau de Change guys decided to say they won't sell on Thursday. What value will it do?
What does
only
that
one
mean?
day.
What does
It's
that
just
mean?
one day impact. The next day when you open, people will rush into your door and it will shoot up again. You're only making it's just like you close your shop in a day, and people need to buy something and they can't purchase. They only wait for you to open. When you open, there will be a queue. So the demand for your product will only increase. And if the demand increases, you are at liberty to shoot the price up. So I don't know what these people are just doing. They are just playing hanky panky. What about the governors that are converting naira to dollars and to store? So whatever. I don't think it's right. The government just needs to sit down and say we are in a mess. We need to get out of this mess and try to address the mess. Other than that, we are just playing to the gallery, if you ask me. I don't think this is even one of the issues I wanted to discuss today because I looked at it, I laughed, and I moved on. And this is the one you are putting on the screen is what I want to discuss.
All right, let me build it up for you then. Do you think I'm being a bit excessive in my criticism
But
of
one man, Emeka, then I don't think it's good. It doesn't provide any solution to this problem.
The main solution is
out now.
And the NNPC has not been remitting payments that they sell for crude oil. They have not been doing it in the past. They have been. We just don't understand. In short, NNPC operation has been opaque. So we don't understand what NNPC has been doing. But now they say they are going to be remitting the funds into CBN account, and that is what they should have been doing in the past. Before that was what they were doing for daily sales. What are their daily sales? They sell crude oil for daily. How many barrels? They sell 1.3 or 1.7 barrel per day, million barrel per day. How much is those million barrels? If you calculate multiply it by $77 per barrel, you should know the amount that should be going into the account. Even if they are doing it for credit, how many days credit do you give to your suppliers? To your buyers? Those people will still remit. You put it into the account, but they are not seeing it. So when you multiply 77 times 1 point, let's say that should be 77 million. Let's just take 1 million barrel. That should be $77 million every day going into the account. So it means that we are now having inflow of dollars into the account. With that inflow of dollars being converted and the naira amount is given to CBN to run their operation.
Emeka, sorry. I think you are giving a wrong information to the public.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry. If you correct me.
NNPC business is not like selling pure water that is okay, you sell this amount and you make this amount of money.
Okay,
I know you know better. Yes, you should. So don't give a wrong information to the public.
Don't say I'm giving a wrong information. Correct the information.
Okay, if one, you know that there are some of these things I don't get money immediately, and some of them they trade it by barter. You understand what I'm saying?
No, NNPC, sorry, sir.
Just wait.
No,
just
sorry,
wait.
Sir. No. You interjected me.
Okay.
And said I gave a wrong. No, sir, you are wrong. NNPC has not been selling by barter, right? They don't sell by barter. When you say by barter, what kind of barter? When you know what trade by barter? If you are selling by barter, you are getting something in return. No.
Yes.
NNPC,
hold on, Emeka. I think was there not a period that they were doing crude for PMS? Crude for PMS.
So that's what I'm trying to explain. That NNPC's operation
you
has
are not explaining it. That's what I'm trying to.
We do not know what
draw your attention
to. We do not know what they have been doing for a very long time. And Sanusi, the former emir of Kano, has said for almost a long period of time, the NNPC has not been remitting any money into the account. NNPC has not explained what they have been doing. NSPC is not the
Emeka, just give me a minute. Just give me a minute.
They money now, according to the group.
There are so many wrong information that we run about with. Even this Ayofayoshe video. Isaac is a wrong information. How can you say that Peter Obi has $1 trillion? Where will he get it?
I think it means Fidelity Bank as an entity.
It is not possible. You know what $1 trillion means?
You know what $1 trillion?
I think it meant naira. The dollar equivalent.
He said dollar. He said $1 trillion.
No, that was a misspeak. Now I don't think even the United States has $1 trillion.
You see, Emeka, if you talk about oil, how much do we make? You cannot just multiply by market price. You know how much it costs to even produce a barrel of crude. So you can't just say, okay, they are selling $70, and then we are selling 1 million barrel, and then you multiply and say that is our revenue. That is not true. So that's what I want to just draw your attention. If you want to allow me to speak further, let me tell you, even we talk about the remittance from diaspora, how much of this remittance in dollars or in whatever hard currency gets to Nigeria? Most of this money doesn't get to Nigeria in dollars. Most of the people that are sending this money home, they use some platform that people just exchange this money in naira for them, and the dollar does not get to Nigeria. Well, most of us, what we are doing is inimical to our economy, and we don't support our government. The only thing you go on platform, and then we start ranting, talking useless economic measures that cannot work when we are even the ones sabotaging our economy. Why should you keep money? Even Nigerians that are making money in Nigeria now, they are not even storing their money in naira. They are storing their money in dollars, in pounds, in euro. And then will be the same people that would now be crying and saying naira is falling. Why won't naira be falling? When people that are even making naira in Nigeria, they are converting their naira to dollars.
But
So to me,
that's not an illegality, though. Is that illegal?
it's not, but it's not an illegality. But let me tell you, those are the measures that government has to make to stabilize this. Okay, how will you strengthen? It's not people that are actually doing business that are changing money to dollars. People keep dollars in Nigeria. The only thing they do is that whenever they need naira, they just go and exchange in piecemeal. It's not allowed. It's not good. Go to India. Most of the developing economy, they don't allow this kind of nonsense.
Sir, hold on.
But they don't have our kind of economic. They don't have our kind of economic problems. You wouldn't say what a country would do. Hold on, please. Emeka, let me just say something, okay? You cannot just go on.
No. One man, please. Let's end this conversation. Let others speak on their own turn. Let them speak at their own turn. No,
all right.
The interjection is out of there. No. When you get to your turn, speak at your own turn. Later they will say I've used 1 hour when I've not even spoken for 7 minutes. When you get to your turn, speak at your turn. You can correct me with your own time.
All right, Emeka, let me take you to where your interest really is. And I was building up to say that was I being a bit excessive in my criticism of Peter Obi starting his 2027 campaign too early? Because of course, I don't think anybody wants to push against the fact that he is campaigning. We all know that he's campaigning, but as he started this campaign too early, is this a method of hopping from one event to another? Is it too cynical? Because of course, as guaranteed as night follows day, as soon as it comes back from Abidjan, it's going to land in Ekiti to go and do some teary-eyed photo op thing. So this photo op campaigning towards 2027, has it started too early one? And is it the wrong or right strategy too?
Yeah, I will speak on the advantage and the disadvantage of what this man is doing. Let me speak on the disadvantage first. Obi is an attention seeker. He's a clout chaser. He's a cloutomaniac and a cloutophile. What he's doing, he lives for the camera and he lives for the attention. He can't do without it, right? In short, it's not like in short, he throws it on our faces now at this point in time, and he's engaging in what I call retail politics. So commercializing retail politics, going to spaces and trying to pretend like he's the best thing after sliced bread. But we know he's a masquerade, he's a fraud. He's an attention seeker, never proposes any solution, but just going around so that people can begin to see him that he's everywhere. But the advantage of it is that he's creating a base. He's creating a fan base and a strong fan base. Even though when he loses, a lot of people will still like him. A lot of people will wish he's the president. A lot of people would fantasize and romanticize the idea that Obi would have changed so many things in the country if he wins an election, which we know is not true. His 8 years of election, during when he was a governor, he never built one stadium in Anambra State, never participated in any sporting event. Of late, this is not the first time Nigeria has played AFCON. He has never been there. I know Fabio always go to Super Eagles matches, don't even qualify. And when he was a governor, he invited them to come play. And when I saw him there, it was not strange because I see him on most of the matches, of a few of them when he has the time to go. But Obi is not that kind of individual. He's only doing this for claps. He's only doing this for attention. He's only doing this to see if he can perpetrate a paradigm. And quite unfortunate, we all know that he's going to lose the 2027 election, whatever he's doing, but he's pushing a narrative, and that's because he's listening to idiots. You see,
sorry, Emeka. You say he's listening to idiots, but is this not the sort of politics that he should be playing in the off season? So this is the season now when governance is taking place for him to put in the heavy lifting. Going from one obscure locality to some far-flung space to go and shake hands, to go and press flesh, to go and sympathize and empathize. That it was in Kaduna, it was in Ibadan. Now it's in Abuja, it will be in Ekiti tomorrow. Is this not exactly the sort of build-up that he should have for 2027? Because 2027, of course, his last throw of the dice.
Yeah, he's campaigning when the campaigns are over. You understand? That is you putting the cart before the horse. You get, so he's already campaigning when campaign season is over, and when the campaign actually comes, then he now begins to do something else. So that's why I say he's listening to idiots. But again, he's doing written politics. He's going around and he's talking to people. I don't know if you saw there was one of the what do they call these guys that was mocking him at the event yesterday, the match yesterday. If I have the picture, I'll show you. So the man was mocking him. Well, you understand. So the point is, there was a VIP section. We all know he has the money. He can afford to be in the VIP section. The cameras will still get to him there. But he chose to go into the crowd. He chose to sit in the crowd to show that he belongs to the people and the people are for him. The man needs to stop I can't tell him what to do and what not to do. He can continue with the BS. And keep doing what
but he's selling himself as a man of the people politician. So this is exactly what he should be doing.
Well, that's why I said there's advantage, there's disadvantage. So now another clear disadvantage is we also the Surulere constituent election. What did LP get?
I'm going to take you to that next. But
what did LP get? With all the you see, that's what we keep telling people, and we keep telling the obedience that they need to come and enroll in the school of politics to understand how political power is being conducted. Politics is clearly different from governance. You can shout from here to tomorrow. As long as those people maintain their political structure, they will continue to be elected. You can shout and cry and hit your head in the wall, hawk transformers, swear at the gods, insert your hand into the annals, into your ancestor, and begin to curse everybody. But what if the politicians do still retain their political structure? They will continue to win elections. You saw the trashing they gave to LP. It shows that they are non-existent. It shows that LPC is still strong and still running smoothly in the country politically. So whether Obi goes from Jericho to Apapa, from Apapa to Babylon, he is not going to win an election in Nigeria. Let's call a spade a spade. So, but the good thing for him, he's building a fan base. He's building a fan base which is strong. He's building a fan base that would really like him. He's building a fan base that will continue to live in fantasy land, and he's building a fan base that will continue to be emotional and wish that he becomes president, even though we know he has nothing upstairs to give the country. We clearly know that, but people will think that he's somebody that may turn the country around, but that's not true. But it's the benefits are there, but at the same time, you see, What he needs to be doing is to sit down and be assessing his weaknesses and saying, okay, where do I not have enough political structure? Now, with all this thing going on, and we have the rumor being perpetrated or being filtered into the air of a merger coming in, how would an OB who has ridiculously gone to market himself as from door to door as a prostitute and expose himself everywhere will now want to settle for a vice president candidate to an article? It shows that, Oga, you never clearly believe in yourself. So what this really transfers is that let him continue in this rattlesnake behavior so that it becomes so difficult for him to now settle for less. And then we will now even have article OB, probably Kwankwaso will not be there. And the same result will replay itself again. Obi should be thinking about, okay, what is the next game for me? What's the next thing that I need to do? And clearly it has been identified that to win APC, to stand a chance, you need a merger. He should be discussing about that merger now. And how would the merger look like? Because like I said last month, that the clock is ticking, and every hour and every minute, every second really counts. The APC is solidifying strong, is strong in every ramification, and they are even getting stronger. They are trying to bring Kwankwaso into the fold. They are trying to bring NMPP into the fold in Kanu. Doing that alone only solidifies their base. They're trying to rally, and you can see the PDP governors still being weak.
Sorry, Emeka, is that a stronger politics than this optics politics that Peter Obi is playing? Because like you said, they are negotiating Kwakwanso back into the fold. If they get Kwakwanso to come back into the fold, Kwakwanso Gandude Shekarau, or this Shinkafi or whatever, that's like 1 point something.
But that's how practical politics is being played.
1 point something million votes guaranteed.
Yes, that's the real deal with politics. You discuss with those who have the political structure. You discuss with those whose followers will listen to you. Discuss with the political chieftains, the strong political power brokers. That is how politics, the real politics is being played. But Obi is playing a politics of clout. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Wait. You see, I've not even front-loaded my speech yet. You want to cut me?
I can allow him to front-load whatever nonsense he has. Allow him. Let him speak so that other people will speak.
Joel, okay, let me listen to Ekene.
Emeka, you sometimes amaze me so much. I don't know whether the way you hate Obi, is that the reason why you sound like this? Because you say Obi never visited Super Ego for once.
So sorry, Ekene, you still have that interjection, but let us leave the room for people to criticize Obi, Tinubu, anybody without claiming that they hate them. It doesn't hate him. Why would he hate him? It doesn't agree with his politics.
Okay, you don't like him. No, okay, no problem. I agree he doesn't hate him.
You see,
but why you don't hate?
Ekene, sorry, let me just say this, but then you can come in. What I will want an exciting 2027. What I'm seeing with what Obi is doing and with what Atiku is not doing is that the president will just come in. And the president does not even need to deliver on any governance issue, and he's going to win the election. I want 2027 to be very exciting. I want to see what Obi is doing. And I think Obi is really getting these people up their seat. Somebody in the comment section is saying, how am I jealous of Obi and his clatophy and his clatomaniac behavior, going around and taking pictures for who? Is he doing it for me? Is his career? He's a politician. He's doing it for his career. He's going to be defeated. If he does all this all the time, from now to 2027 and he gets defeated, who is he doing it for? Not me. It's only for us to look at it and say, oh God, we told you that they are going to defeat you. You are just going around masquerading yourself. Oh, then you can come in.
Sorry, Emeka. You said if he does this from now till 2027, but can he sustain this momentum for an additional 3.5 years? That's the thing.
I think he moved too early. I think he has started. So for him to slow down now, people would now say, "Oh God, what are you up to?" So he has created an expectation for himself. So which means he's now the president of condolences. He's the president of bad news. He's now the social media president, the president of clouds. a president of busybody, president of audience seeking and picture taking. So he has to continue. He can't stop. If he stops, we will yab him. So he must continue so that we don't yab him and insult him. We will continue. And if he continue, he's going to continue to 2027 and still get defeated. For sure. What will even make me laugh him the most is when the talk of the major now comes in and then he now goes for second place VP candidates. I will just look at it and like, okay, you're just a bunch of nuisance. So he must
because
continue.
there is no room for him in a merger outside of
VP. Exactly.
Yes.
Completely. So which means what he's going to do with all this effort and all this clout chasing that he's going around all the corners doing, exhibiting himself and taking pictures and forming like he's expressing sympathy and going from Kaduna to Babylon and Babylon to Israel, doing all those stuff. He has to maintain that I must be president candidate because I've built enough base. So what the strategy they are probably thinking that I don't know whoever, I will probably presume that it was Asha Yusufu that gave him this nonsense strategy, that he has to go around to show Nigerians that he's doing something better. Then Nigerians will now fall into that stupidity of coming to voting. They are both bunch of dreamers. Ekene, let me hear what you want to say.
Okay, my brother, I think first of all, Obi doesn't have brain. You supported a candidate that has brain. We see where the brain is leading us as a nation. So that's the first. During the campaign, people like you said, we don't need his body. It's his brain that we need. And the brain is braining Nigeria now. So that's number one thing. Your president that has the brain, and Obi doesn't have the brain. Another thing is, you said he never visited Super Ego camp before. You can Google it. In 2013, he was there when Stephen Keshi won the AFCON in 2013. He was present when they were handing them the cup. So you can check it.
Yeah, he was there.
I remember. Was that not in the build? Was that not in the build up? Yeah, was that?
No, it was in the final. He was there in the final.
And that he be now.
But was that not in the build up to 2015 election? Was that not when he was running VP?
When he was governor, he was governor then.
I think he was governor. So at that point in time, right? If Obi, we have not got it to the final. We don't even know if South Africa will beat us in semi-final, right? If it was in the final, then when everywhere is fever pitched, right? Not only would it be there will be so many dignitaries there. It shows, we Nigerians were there. A lot of us will want to be there. But this is a quarter-final. It's not the highlight.
Whether it's quarter-final or not, he chooses to go when he wants to go. But my point is this. Of course. My point is this. You said
he has chose. Wait, he chose to go. He has chose to do a lot of stupid things. So
whether stupid or not, whether this stupid thing that he's doing, if you have done it half of it, you would have been a billionaire like him. But you still roaming around Europe saying that somebody is stupid, and the person is already a billionaire at your age, and you call him stupid. If you choose to do these stupid things that he's doing, maybe you would have probably joined a club of billionaire like him at his age.
So
whether politics or not, when somebody is big, that person is big and is bigger than you. So if you call him stupid, maybe you should learn for his stupidity and be a billionaire like him.
You're getting childish. No, there's no point for him to land. He's getting childish. He's not getting very childish. If you want to compare me and Peter Obi, you can compare Peter Obi and yourself too. Peter Obi is a billionaire. He has done well for himself, remarkably well. If he's here, of course, we must appreciate what he has done. He's a good businessman. He has done really well for himself. Even though he's into retail sales, that's remarkable. Not everyone has, even whether it's billionaire in naira or billionaire in dollars. He has done well for himself. We must acknowledge that. But in politics, he's a failure. That we must also acknowledge. Two things can be right at the same time. In politics, he's a failure. In business, he has done excellently well for himself. And that is why he can afford to, because he has done well in business, he has gotten to the point, he has automated his operations that he doesn't need to be around. Things will be moving smoothly, which is very good. We pray to get to that point. We pray. Many of us may not, but we pray to get to that point. But that's why he can not jockeying around the world, which is fine, and doing things for clout. It's fine. But that's not politics. Let's be very realistic. That's not politics. That's not how politics is being played. That's not how to organize yourself. If you call that politics, then you need to examine your head. So you don't need to compare me and Obi in that sphere, right? And if you want to do that, put yourself into the equation. That's what I would say. But I think you're being childish. I am not the one running around the
Yes,
entire.
Peter Obi is a public figure, so I mean,
Exactly. I'm not the
is
one there.
a
He chose.
politician.
He
He's
chose.
the
He
one.
chose to do that.
Emeka is not begging anybody for votes. Peter
I
Obi
am
is
not.
begging people for
He's the
votes.
one
So
begging for vote. In politics, he has failed. This is the second time he has failed. In politics, he does as vying for the highest seat in the land. He has failed twice.
Can I say something?
Let me land this point. He's going to fail in 2027 again, Ekene, whether you like it or not, whether you're happy or not, whether you say
And
I
he
don't
will
like the
continue
man
to
or
be a
not.
billionaire. He continue to
Yeah,
enjoy
yeah,
his life, travel
of
where he
course.
wants to travel.
See, Ekene, what you need to understand is that politics is a game for the elite. It's not a small man's game, because you must have a lot of money or you have a lot of backers that will put money into you. Obi has a lot of money. Even though he doesn't spend some of it, he has a lot of money because the one he has collected, he has not given account to date. But he has a lot of money he can afford to go into politics. Yes, he will still remain a billionaire. That's good. That's fine. No, we are not disputing that. I do not wish him ill. I do not wish him that his business should fail. No, because once he does, a lot of people will lose their job. I don't wish him. I'm not like you guys. You guys are ridiculous. You go on the social media and see the nonsense you say. I don't wish Obi ill. Neither do I wish him bad treatment on his health or his wealth. I wish him to continue. I want him to put up a formidable fight against the president, but I'm not seeing it in him. He's a ridiculous man politically. He's doing something that is not okay.
You want him to kill
He's putting.
somebody so that you will see it.
all right, all right. Can I let
Let's
him
move to
carry
the
on?
no. It's not the interjection. It's what he's
Let me
saying.
interject you 1
Yeah,
minute.
Ajale Koko, man with sense, please speak something.
Sorry. Let me just address something that because I think Ajale Koko asked as well. Kolata is asking where Zita is. Zita is well. She's not left to the platform. She's not upset with anybody. She's just completely subsumed with schoolwork. I actually spoke to her. I spoke with her about 2 days ago. I even spoke with the husband as well. So she's doing well. She misses everybody. She'll be joining us soon. But she just does not. She's just overwhelmed. That's what's going on there. Ajale Koko.
Yes, 1 man. Another person that you need to check on is Jide. You remember the last time he was here, you said armed robber attacked him in his house. You remember? And they took away his laptop and some other important document. And since then, we have not heard from him. So if you have his way to contact him, yes, you can contact him because Brother Alessandra Gomez is worried about him. Because since last time he reported this armed robbery incident, we have not heard about him. So you can reach out to him. You want to know what's going on with him too. Is that okay, 1 man?
Yes, I'll try. I'm not sure if I have his number. I think I may have saved it somewhere, so I'll look for his number and reach out to him.
Okay, that's good. So, Emeka, look, Obi.
Okay, go ahead.
Obi is doing what he should be doing in order to continue the momentum that he enjoyed before the election, which got him that 6 million vote. He must continue to reach out to Nigerians at different quarters, using different means to reach out to them. So he is doing is playing the politics at the best. But one thing that I think it can do to back up what it's doing, it must create a base, and that base is, structure of people that can represent him across the country, committed people to what he's fighting for, people with the same, commitment. You understand? On a way forward for Nigeria. And that is what he's still failing to do. He's doing what a person, a leader, must do in reaching out to people. But I'm not seeing what he is doing in terms of organizing people at the grassroots level across the country, to represent him as a structure, so that by the time that it's getting ready for 2027, when the 2027 is around the corner, he have that base that can, launch that strong campaign that will effectively, give him that vote that could possibly take these people out of power. That is what I think. I've not seen him doing that, building that people at the, at the grassroots level. I've not seen him doing that. That is what I want to advise him to concentrate on. Because a lot of this, one thing that pisses me off when I hear some of these people supporting Obi said, I'm not registered with, what do they say?
Labour Party.
Labour Party. I just like Obi. What is wrong with you people? So, if Obi quit today, that means you quit. You are not going to be member of Labour Party. Or you don't want to be member of any party, but you want to support Obi. Obi cannot... Obi must have people that will work for him on the grassroots level as, members of party, members of political party, registered party member that are committed to the party. Obi is just a leader. The political party is the platform that will take people to power. Obi alone cannot do the job. If Obi wins the presidency and he doesn't have the control of the assembly, what is happening to Fubara in Rivers State is what will happen to him. And he won't be able to fulfill anything that he promised Nigeria. He will fail more than the people in the past, because the power of democracy lies with the legislators. So that is where I think, and it is when you have a political party on the ground, people's-based party, that can win election across the country, the people that will represent, legislators, assemblymen that will represent the people, that will support the president to fulfill his agenda. That is the only, but for only Obi to be doing the job, I think it's not, it need to do something in mobilizing, having a structure on the ground that can continue do that job for him. So what he's doing, Emeka, don't throw it away. Don't say
I am not true. You see what I did, Baba Jaliko. What I did was
Emeka, respond to that, wrap up that space, and then I'll move you on
Baba
to another
Jaliko.
topic.
What I did was list the benefits and as well list the drawbacks. Right. For now, the drawback seems more than the benefit. The benefit is that his base will still continue to stay strong. But what I can see from what the man is doing is not. I think the association between himself and the Labour Party is weakening every day as each day goes by. So he is pushing himself forward and not the party. So he's pushing himself as more of a brand and an identity to relate with people, right? So that people can easily see him and say, oh, he's the man of the people, and not, oh, Labour Party is the party for the people. Labour Party is doing a good stuff. So what is he trying to do? Which I think we've discussed about it. I think, was it 2 days ago? Yeah, I believe so. He's preparing himself. He's building that base. We cannot dispute that Obi is not loved. Obi is well loved by millions of Nigerians, right? We can put that figure to be 6 million as at now because that was the result he got. But he's loved. He's well loved by people who supported him and voted for him. He's truly, truly well loved. And at the same time, Obi is also hated, or I won't use hate, disliked by those who don't give a damn about him. He's a polarizing figure now, and with what he's doing, he's still a polarizing figure, and he's polarizing the space. Go to Twitter and see after yesterday. Go and see people who love him what they wrote. Brilliant, beautiful narration. Oh, wonderful, including his dancing queen and his proper soulmate. Then go to that same Twitter space. Go and see people who really don't like Obi and what they wrote. They wrote him off like a nuisance, wrote him off like a tout, wrote him off like a kleptomaniac chasing man. You know, they wrote him up, and it was just like you will laugh. You go to one space, you will say, wow, this man is really loved. You go to that, you say, wow, this man is really not really, really well loved by some group of people. So what he's doing would not help his cause. His cause is to win an election. What he's doing, we know it wouldn't help his cause. Why do it? But because he is building that brand and preparing himself that the possibility of a political party coming to merge with him may make him look better and stronger. But again, what would that structure look like? If it's an article coming in with his own strength, and Obi would not take over the candidacy of that party, he comes second fiddle, definitely. So then what is the essence of what you'll be doing? And like what woman has said, can he keep up the momentum? He has to, because if he doesn't, those who really don't like him will come for his head. What I also want for Obi, to wrap up so that we can move to another point, what for Obi is to play opposition party role properly, hold the government to task. The government is giving them enough room that they can use to rubbish the government. But they are not doing so. They are busy chasing clout and taking pictures. They are not doing so. Atiku has run back to Dubai. They are not doing their job properly. If they are doing their job properly, you raise the government to their collective sense of responsibility. You raise the government to say, oh, we need to watch our back. And at that point, with what you are writing, even we who doubt your ability will begin to say, Obi makes some sense. So I think the last time Atiku spoke about the NMPCL loan, we said Atiku did a very good job with that. That is when you know people are doing what they are supposed to do. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Emeka, I was going to take you to the by-election space, but because of time, let me take you to this headline instead. Nigerians are suffering, address economic pains. Musician K1 tells Tinubu. So now, it's not essentially breaking news, but it's really coming to the fore because of who is actually making this comment. So there's nothing that can be said that takes away from what these are Tinubu governance and policy positioning, what it is vesting on the Nigerian state. We all know that we have to go through difficult periods to come out on the other side, but are the difficulties too much for the people to bear? Somebody as loyal to the cause as K1, he's alarming, Emeka.
You see, Nigerians cannot continue to suffer on multiple frontiers, right? We cannot suffer insecurity and then suffer economic hardship, as well as suffer unstable power supply in the country, and then transport issues. These problems are enormous. And it goes to say that the government is not taking its responsibility seriously. Now, we cannot be addressing one challenge and another is creeping up from the other corner. So that is why I keep saying that the government must take charge of what they are doing. Are we battling economic issues or are we battling insecurity? Are we doing both? It appears as we are facing the economic situation in the country to see how to address it, more problems are coming out from the other angle. And those problems are not problems that are like, act of, like they just crept up or is an act of God. No, these are human beings creating these problems. These are evildoers creating these problems. And these are also the inability for security agency to address certain problems of people who are not working. And we are here. And we said it. We also scored. I don't know where's Kolata. Let Kolata come up again. Let's do another quarterly scorecard for these ministers. We scored them, and many of them are not doing their jobs. So how will they elevate the problems in Nigeria? How will they clean the problem in Nigeria? How will they stop the problem in Nigeria when so people are not even working? So the government needs to look at things and say we cannot continue. New problems should not come up. Let's face the problem that we currently have and solve those problems without creating any other issues again. Because Nigerians are truly suffering. And that's what I said in my last statement. The government is giving the opposition the ammunition to use to fight against the government, but the opposition is not even doing their job properly. So we still have selfish Nigerians still going about perpetrating selfish acts, while we still have major issues that is affecting so many millions of people in the country. The government must also look at ways to address their challenges and see how to address it. I think they don't have a clue at this point in time, if you ask me, because these challenges are not becoming something else. They are looking like a mountain mole that we cannot look at and say, let's collectively address them. And the way they are going about it, they're coming with some solutions that you look at and you just say, what is going on here? What is the government actually doing? Insecurity issues. We are hearing rumors of the Naval Chief of Staff being involved in oil bunkering. We are hearing rumors of the police being involved in doing some dirty, shady deals. We are hearing, we showed some news, I don't get it. So the president was, when he was giving Martin order, there was no timeline. Give them a timeline. If they don't meet the timeline, you sack those people. Then they'll know that this is business. This is new. This is different. This is not like previous presidents. If I don't do my job, I lose my job. So I have to do my job very well. And I know the military can do the job. But it's just that, they are, in my opinion, they are joking around with it. How can we allow kidnappers, bandits, or whatever name we want to give to them be running rampant around across the country and messing the country up? Then we now still have economic issues. It's not just the effects. In economic issues, we have low unemployment rate that is climbing. We have inflation that we are not even addressed. We have manufacturing sector that is not booming. So the economy is not just growing. It's not growing to the rate that we want it to grow. So things are not just working economically, and people are feeling the pain. People are feeling the heat of the poor economic situation in the country. I think the president needs to sit up with his team. If he has an economic team in the first place, sit up and begin to address these challenges. It's too much. Let's be realistic. It's too much.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So, Emeka, stay with us for as long as you can, because when I do the rounds, I want to come back and take your views on this particular headline.
Let me close with this. LP, share with us the election as it go, Abi, and I say as it go. That's how it go be. Make now
are you talking about the by-election?
The by-election, they see the flogging, the trashing now. They do this.
What happened? What's the outcome? Tell us.
Which
so
APC won now.
Yes, I think the two by-elections that happened, APC won. In the Surulere one, because what's his name has resigned, Bajabi Amila. The person
Yaguda, what is his name? Yaguda
yes, Laguda. So Laguda. He's the one. He scored 98% of the vote. So if you are saying that is a test sample, because a by-election is usually a temperature test of
It's
how.
a check,
Yeah,
temperature
yeah,
check.
yeah.
Even when people are still screaming that the economy is bad and that things are not going well, they are still voting for APC. So that's what you understand. When you're on social media,
And
people will
Emeka,
tell you,
it's
No,
not
no,
even
no,
that the guy.
Emeka.
Sorry, hold on, Ajale Koko.
Okay.
It's not even that the guy won. But we did not see a signal in the voting patterns, because if it scored 98% of the vote, then we are not even seeing a message being sent. Even if whether he wins or not, there's no message other than you expected a message in that by-election. Ajale
that's the
Koko.
message now. The message is that the LP should shut up.
Well, let me tell you, Baghdad, me and Mila, I think he represented the people well. There are a lot of projects that he carried out in that Surulere area, federal project. Some like this
100-bed hospital.
that one of them. Then this IT, this computer training for the youth, and there are a lot of things that they, he equips most of the school, or maybe most of the school. They are equipped them with what do you call it, Wi-Fi, and he had what do you call it, install what do you call
They
this?
lighted the whole street of Surulele.
Yeah,
The street light. Or the whole street.
yeah, there are a lot of things that he did. So people saw what he did, his work. They saw it, that make impact in the life of the people, particularly the youth. So what is this electricity stuff? That what do you call it? This what do you call
Transformer.
No, not transformer. This alternative energy.
Solar.
What do you?
Solar.
Yeah, install
Yeah, solar light.
all the schools, so that those public schools can have 24 hours electricity. And he installs a lot of things, and give them laptop, and there's a lot of things that he did there that parents really appreciated, and they will
Even the roads, even the roads, all the drainage.
Badamia is not the one on the ballot paper now. He's not the one
No, it
running.
doesn't have to be.
I
When he
know, but
campaign,
he's not the
they
one
saw
running.
him. This is his boy. This is his party. So they believe
I
the new
agree. I
guy.
Yes,
agree. What
but
I
they
am
didn't
saying
send
is
any message to APC though, Ajale Koko.
exactly.
Whether the guy won or not is immaterial. If he scored 98% of the vote, then they did not send any message to APC.
It's like things are going the way they want it to go because now he's the chief of staff, and as him being the chief of staff, things are not going well in the country. People are saying, "Oh, we are going to do so. We are going to send a message to APC. We are hungry. We are hungry. We are hungry. We are angry." Election come, APC clear ground.
Who is
What
that?
message?
Yeah,
People is talking about Tinubu, not Babaji Amela.
yeah.
People complain about Tinubu. They are not complaining
Badami
about
Amina is
Babaji.
part of government now.
No,
He's
whether
part of the
people are
government.
saying Tinubu, not Babaji Amela.
Bajabi Amila is not on the ballot.
It's not on the ballot. Get the
APC
point.
was on the ballot.
APC was on the
One man,
ballot.
what Ajali Koko just told you is just the fact. You cannot go to Sulele and ignore Babaji Amela. That guy did well.
Ekene, you are not getting the point. APC was on the
No,
ballot.
there is a way
No,
government work. There is a way government work.
What? No,
Let me tell you.
wait. Wait
Let me tell
now.
you. There is a way government work.
Emeka, don't
Whether
waste your time. They just want to deflect attention. Don't waste your time.
Okay,
They will not listen
thank
to
you.
you. Just want
It's
to
true.
deflect
It's true.
attention.
It's true. It's true.
Okay, one man. If it is like deflecting, and let me just go for please.
Hold on. Yes, let me round off. Let me go on to you then, just to manage the time. So you're up next, Joel.
All right, thank you, one man. Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville on One Man Show, and thank you, everyone. It's been a minute. One man on the issue. First and foremost, let me say this. You see, you know a character of a man by what he says. When you hate somebody to the point that you cannot even go through history, simple history. There's a picture I sent to you. on P2B with Mikel Obi in 2013. And when people come on this show and they talk, I wish sometimes they go back and listen to themselves up to the point where they get interjected and they are faced with facts. There is no apology. They just go ahead and just, make a fool of themselves. Why am I saying this? I am saying this is this. Peter Obi is only doing what he can do. He's a private citizen. It's a choice. Sometimes some people say Peter Obi cannot be the president of Nigeria. Like you are doing him. You're not doing him. You can have your say about a man's activities, but it cannot be bridled with hate. When it's bridled with hate, it means that you're a common fool. That a man went to support Super Eagles. It's not only Peter Obi that went there. Ababio was there. The deputy speaker was there. And a host of all other dignitaries were there.
Even Obi Kubana.
Even Obi Kubana was there.
Can I let Joel carry on here?
Right? And everybody came, did their thing. He went there on his own, did a yeoman's job. Thank God, even the Super Eagles won, because if they didn't win, they would say it was him that made them not to win.
Of course, we go rubbish away.
But God has a way of shutting people up.
God, the Super Eagles played very well, not God.
God has a way of shutting people up. And I don't know the fool that is talking. If you can just mind your age, just shut up.
Joel,
no, because one man, when I was talking, when I wanted to interject, the one man, when I wanted to interject when he was talking, he denounced me totally. And I just shut up until he said all his nonsense. Allow me to talk.
It had nothing to do with you. There were so many interjections, and I could not pass my.
One man, I said I wanted to talk, and he shut me out.
Hold on.
So allow me to just talk. I'm not here to make friends. Just keep your things to yourself.
You are being bitter because I stopped you. It had nothing to do with you.
Okay, let me mute both of you. I've muted both of you. Joel, if Emeka wants to interject, they can ask to interject. But if you don't want to yield to him, then just tell him you don't want to yield to him.
I don't want to yield to him so that he can just shut up.
Yeah, but no name calling, please.
No, okay. I'm not name calling anybody. He's just being bitter because I told him to shut up.
Can I just continue,
you are just
please?
Being bitter. Why are you being bitter?
One man, what do you call somebody that interjects, when they are not permitted?
All right.
Did I call them a heckler?
Let me ask you this.
Joel, I could make this very rough, and they will kick us out. I could make it rough.
Don't make it.
I will not respond to you. I don't respond to fools.
Joel, but you don't say I can make it very rough for you. You are not an epitome of name calling. I can make it very rough for you. You try your big nose. I can make it very rough for you.
Emeka, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you remember what Michelle Obama said when they go?
When they go low, we go lower to bring them out of the quota.
You go high. So go high. Go high.
One man, I am not responding to him.
One man. When they go low, I will go low and match Joel in the quota. I can make it work for him.
One man,
get out.
I will not respond. I do not respond, whether high or low, middle. I am not responding. I'm just here to make my speech, and I will keep it going.
Let me lead you back to the conversation with this. Do you think Peter Obi has started the 2027 campaigning too early?
I did not think that he is even campaigning.
You don't?
This is a man that went to watch football. Let's keep it at that. When it is politics, we discuss politics. He just went to watch soccer like he did in 2013. And there are other dignitaries that went there. Nobody said they were going there for any political reasons. Can we just, be matured enough, to allow people be? I saw this nonsense on Twitter, and people were just taking sides. And for what? He came to watch soccer. If he's not doing anything, people will say he's not doing anything. If he goes anywhere, if he coughs, everybody will start to sneeze. Come on now. I think we can do better. We can actually look at issues that is facing us as a nation and tackle it. We have so much distraction. P2B is a private citizen, and I don't want to discuss that.
What would you say if and when we see him in Ekiti in the course of this week? Taking photo opportunities with Oyebanji.
If he does go to Ekiti, he's a private citizen. You cannot block him from going to Ekiti. If he wants to go and commiserate,
if it does, then does it stand accused of ambulance chasing?
It's not ambulance chasing. The one that is there, the one that has the responsibility to do it. I am not talking about any person. I'm talking about any other person, government or any person. You here, one man, you can go and commiserate with Ekiti people. If that is the way the law lays him, allow him to be. I mean, if I was a billionaire at 25, I would have so many times to do some other things. I cannot just come on the platform like this, on a public platform, and I call someone that became a billionaire at 25. And probably I'm 60, and I'm calling him a fool. This is sometimes, one man, it's not like, sometimes we play politics, but sometimes, we get stupid with it. And I'm not just talking about referring to anybody on this platform. I'm referring to, the seemingly distraction I see even on social media. We are too distracted as a nation. And I think it's about time, we get refocused. Leave Peter Obi alone. He has done what he went to do. If that is part of politics for him, let it be. After all, prior to Tinubu becoming president, on this show, many of you here were like saying Tinubu has done his groundwork. People, something happened in Kaduna, I remember. Tinubu donated 500 million to those people. Has that insecurity stopped, or such situation has it stopped? How many has he donated to? Is anybody knocking him? Hypocrisy is a disease. And the moment you find out that you are part of that flock, you better take yourself into a rehab. Get treatment. There is nothing Obi did today that Tinubu did not do times 100. Nobody, and some people have never come on, or anybody I see, based on his followers, attacking Tinubu. Why Obi? Everywhere he goes, Obi. What is the problem? You guys say that he came third. The person that came second.
Is that because he's spreading himself around?
No, one man. Showore
is inviting commentaries about himself.
Hold on now.
By continuously hopping from one disaster situation to another.
Oh, hold on, one man. Showore has been using his Sahara reporters. He posts things on his page. People read them. If that was Obi's newspaper, people would say that is a bad newspaper. Showore was on Chinese television with Aisha Yusuf. And he said everything he said, nobody paid him attention. If Obi went there, all your ears will be on the TV. What did he say? Come on now. And it's not like anytime they ask him question, it is basically stating that he was in Côte d'Ivoire and he lost sports and he sees sports as a critical area that can create jobs and get the youth engaged. What is the bad thing in what he said? This thing I just told you now, what is the bad thing that he said? I am miffed. One man, I don't know how the UK is. In the US here, college football is bigger than the professional football. College football, like when you see their fan base, you will be miffed. And they sell all their franchises, all the Mirabelle and others. And the school gets money from it. So it goes beyond this match that we are looking at. That is my point. We are celebrating Super Eagles today. Yes, they are doing good. But I know that in the past we have called for, like we have said, that Nigeria can have like 10 national team players playing at a top level. There are many talents. One man, I don't know how or how long you stayed in Nigeria. If you go to all these streets, I mean, let me just talk about where I know in Lagos. You go to other places and you see talents in the street. These are people that universities here incorporate into their system, give them education, scholarship, and they will play for them. So one man, you see, I don't know. I don't know. I think we love our oppressors so much. And I think that's where I'm going to leave it at P2B.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the spot. This might well prove to be a game changer. United States confirmed $1 billion Viper attack helicopter sale to Nigeria. So there's 12 of these kits alongside a retinue of drones from China, and then the technology to have that surveillance. So these things are going to be delivered within the next couple of months. So when we take delivery of these things, should we launch them immediately and blow up the whole of our Sambisa forest and every Fulani in there?
One man, if anybody is telling you that you are waiting for a Viper helicopter and some drones from the Chinese to tackle insecurity in Nigeria, then they are lying. We have more than enough in Nigeria to take care of what is going on in Nigeria. The problem is that we have not taken care of the fundamentals. If you bring a helicopter, what is the helicopter going to do? They're going to give us some fake targets again and go blow up people? What are they going to do? What is the drone going to do? In fact, even our military are producing drone. One man, look, see, one man, I look, the inconsistency. I think this government is chasing shadows. I don't want to always come out to talk about the government like, I am always complaining. But these are the things that we see. These are the things that we feel. Insecurity in Nigeria. You are talking about insecurity. Who are those? Look, one man, we have Fulanis in our bushes. Do you need drone? Do you need a helicopter? You don't need a helicopter to send out Fulanis and their cattle from the forest. Who are those arming them? So a fundamental issue that we are refusing to address. These Fulanis that are in our bushes. One man, I would have sent you a video. There was one that happened in Imo State where people were found dead in the bushes. Behind, and I mean, one man, it was so gruesome. Some of them have died. They've died for like, say, looking at their bodies. Some of them have maybe like 4 months, 5 months. They kill them. They don't even give them a deep burial. They just bury them shallow. Look at what is happening in Bayelsa. Look at Delta State. It is everywhere. So the fundamental thing I think that Tinubu should have been doing was to first protect the South and the Middle Belt. Because the Middle Belt is the gateway into the South. But I don't see what the helicopter and drone is going to do towards that insecurity if the personnel does not have a change of mindset. If we do, we still have the likes of, what are their names, Bagudu and that other one as ministry. I don't get it. One would have thought that since we have a national security advisor, what's his name, Ribadu, and all these guys, they will tackle at least something in their own backyard. No, they won't do it because there are people that are more powerful. We have a list. We have a list of lists that were sent to us via Dubai, United Emirates, telling us that these are the people that are sponsoring terrorism. Has Tinubu not seen the list? Or probably he needs another 3 years. One man, a leader, thinks about the next generation. A politician thinks about the next election. And Tinubu's thinking about the next election is what is making all these things look like this. If Tinubu says it's going to stop, it's going to stop. But they don't want to roughen no shoulders. Remember, Alake came out and they were asking him, who are these powerful people? He could not mention their names. In a serious nation, we should have doubled up those people. So, one man, please let me go to the next one, if you have any.
All right, let me take you to this space, Joel. CBN denies plan to convert $30 billion domiciliary deposits into Naira. So this is a narrative that is coming up. Considerations now, people are asking essentially that because of the dire situation we find ourselves, the monies in the domiciliary dollar accounts of our people should be commandeered by the state, and they should be given the Naira equivalent. And Ajan Lekoko also came up with the argument that why should you even have a dollar account in a Naira-based economy anyway? So what are you then making then of this consideration being given to the government seizing our people's domiciliary account?
Okay, one man. It is an embarrassment. Okay, look, one man. This government still has a legitimacy issue. Let us be factual about it. Let us say it the way it is. And if we say that they have legitimacy issues, and we see the way they're managing the economy, there is no long-term solution to what we are seeing from this government. They're always having a knee-jerk reaction to issues. I'm sorry to say it. There is no policy that these guys have put on that we can say, okay, you took up subsidy. This is what we are gaining. None. So why would you punish people for your inadequacies? If people can store their money, is it because it's a dollar? They can store their money in gold. They can store their money in crypto. And let me tell you, one man, it is going to backfire. Trust me on this. Work on the real issue. Why do we still have, we were crying in Nigeria, that why do we still have a multiple or a buy exchange source in Nigeria? You have the bank and you have the bureau de change. Who is doing those round tripping? No, it's not hard to find, one man. It means that if it continues, it continued after Tinubu came into power, it means that people in government are enjoying it. So look, one man, this is a government that is about to spend 15 billion naira to renovate a VP's house. So are you taking that? You're taking those money to do what? If we were seeing what you were doing with the money, one man, you don't need to beg Nigerians. Nigerians are very kind-hearted. They will release the funds. But
all right.
One man, as you are right now, one man, you cannot release $1. If the government of Nigeria, in all sincerity, you cannot release £1 to the Nigerian government. Why would you punish people that are doing their own savings in whatever means? It's going to backfire.
No, because a lot of that money in domiciliary accounts, they are speculative monies that is sweeping up they're essentially buying up the dollar as it comes into the system. So there's legitimate grounds for the government to seize it.
One man, the reason you cannot seize their money is that these are monies people worked hard for.
Well, no, it's graduate money now. It's graduate money.
It's not graduate money. Your own money as you are right now. So the money you make is graduate.
No,
it is their money.
I'm not speculating on the naira.
No. The speculation you're talking about does not about it does not come from you and I that save our money in dollars. The speculation know where it's coming from. They should go deal with that. It is not the people. The people are changing their money for security reasons. How can you live in a country that within 8 months that your money had devalued by over 100%? And you are telling them not to do, people will always react. The best way to do it is stabilize your money. The moment you stabilize it, it does not matter one man, even at this point. If our money is going to be 1,600 one man, let it be 1,600. Let it be permanent. At least if it goes up by maybe 1 naira, 2 naira, or 10 naira. Then people will now know, okay, this is what we are working with. You will see those monies, right, will start coming out. But you cannot just say, I cannot. I mean, one man, you were talking, we are about to borrow $3 billion from, is it AfriBank, to stabilize the dollar. And we were talking about trade by barter. But that was what Atiku was talking about. That by the time because we're going to pay them in crude oil, by the time they calculate the amount of money, the barrels we're going to use in that conversion, it's going to cost us about $10 to $12 billion.
I think Atiku may have made a mistake there.
No. One man. When I listened to both parties, even the APT, they did not give any. But it was Ononuga. He did not give any robust response. He was just saying, "No, Atiku is out of touch. This be that." No, the amount we're seeing the figures. We can see the figures.
The $3.3 billion being borrowed from that bank, it comes with a 12% tariff. So as soon as the principal plus 12% tariff has been paid, then that loan is satisfied.
One man, but there was an agreement to do a trade by barter. They were going to pay them in crude oil.
Yes, they are going to pay them in crude oil. So that would depend on, of course, the going rate. And they are paying them, by the way, 90 barrels per day. So it depends on the going rate. But if the crude spikes up and then they're able to hit that threshold very quickly to pay off the principal plus the 12%, then they've satisfied that loan.
One man, I'm going to sign out on this, please. Let's leave people's monies alone. Right? Do whatever thing you're going to do. I don't know what you're doing in France. Come back from France. Talk to your CBN. Talk to the finance minister. They should put their head together and see how we are going to do it. Because what is going to happen now is this, one man. This money will stop coming into Nigeria. After the 30 billion, what is going to happen? You're going to suffer more than that. Because I promise you, even here that I am in the United States, we spend money, we have people that have cash in Nigeria. It's a win. We have people that have naira in Nigeria. All we just have to do is just exchange dollar from here. And they give us naira in Nigeria. So, one man, on that note, I'm going to leave this issue because it was a turning one. I said I was going to come in, have some things to do with class work. But I wish you guys the best. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent Joel. So thank you, Joel. Let's go on from you, Joel, to World Peace, who I think is ready for us. World Peace. Yeah, let me go to World Peace first because he was here a lot earlier. World Peace, are you ready, or are you ready, World Peace?
Let Kenneth speak, then I'll come after. Can just let him make his submission or interjection.
All right. So, Ekene, you're up next. Then, Ekene, come into the conversation wherever you like. I suspect you want to come in from Peter Obi.
One man, not really, because no matter how great you are, surely people must dislike you. I don't expect everybody in Nigeria to like you. and I've come to that conclusion. So he's a great man. So a great man must attract enemies, this and all that. But people like him love him not because necessarily want him to be president, but personally, I learn a lot of things and characters from him. So I wish I can be like him, or even more than him. So I don't envy him. I love him so much. So, and that is that. He's a great man, you know.
And you don't think he has started the 2027 campaign too early?
Whether how you want to put it or not, my point is that I've seen him visit Super Ego once as a governor, shared with them.
No, forget the Super Eagles for a moment. Do you acknowledge that Peter Obi is campaigning for 2027 now? Do you acknowledge that? Because
if Peter Obi is campaigning for 2027, it's not bad. Even if you dislike it.
No, it's not bad, but is it too early? Is the thing? Is it too early?
There is nothing. There is no time for anything. There is no time whether campaign or not or anything.
Is he able to hold this energy for 3.5 years?
Definitely, Obi doesn't have to do much again to impress people like me. So he has already given me what to hold on.
Yeah, but he's not looking to impress people like you now. He's looking for new converts.
Maybe new convert is necessary as a politician. Look for new convert. So whether he's doing it now, he cannot start in 2027. So maybe that is his own strategy. So I will not say that he's not campaigning, but I also believe and I know that this is not the first time he's visiting Super Ego. So whether you make it a campaign, because it is people that are in this camp that make it campaign. But for me, it's his lifestyle, and he has become somebody that whenever he appears, people want to see him in the news. And you just see it whenever you see Obi matter, you always bring it in your platform because you know that people like us will have the interest to come in. So
yes, it's not that I actually look for Obi matters. It's more that he never stays out of the news. But Ekene, if you see Obi in Ekiti doing fake sadness and taking photos and doing we cannot continue like this, would you concede that is too much? That is an excessive exploitation of tragic positions, because people are in fear now that as soon as it comes back from Côte d'Ivoire, it's straight to Ekiti to go and do fake tears. So would that be that step too far?
Well, it's not a step too far because even in Igbo land, this condolence visit of a thing is a great thing to us. When someone or a relative lost someone, it is expected of you as an Igbo man to pay him condolence visit. It's in our culture. So if he's taking that culture far beyond Igbo land to other part of the nation, so I think that is what we are. And he's showing it to the world. That's the character of an Igbo man. Show condolence to whoever that lost someone. But if it is politics to you, let it become politics to you. When I come here, the time I came here, I used to admire intelligent people here. I admire them. I love them so much. But as time goes on, I spend more time in this platform. I don't admire intelligent people here anymore. People that come here to appear so intelligent, like my brother and enigmatic, few people, Kulata, all those guys that used to appear very intelligent in this platform, very intelligent guys. I admire them so much when I appear here, but as I grow old in this platform, I don't admire them anymore. I admire kind people more in this platform. People like Ajali Koko.
Can I stick to the issues now? Leave
no, I'm
people
sticking
and
to the issue.
It's not the issue. We are not the news.
This is part of the issue.
We react to the news. We are not the news. Speak of the news.
This is part of the issue.
Is not fair. Ekene is not fair. If I come here and I say, the way some obedient members come here to begin to talk, just what you are Joel is always doing. they talk out of their noses. They come here and they
No,
think
I
that
speak
this
how I
is a
feel.
morality.
Sometimes I don't
No,
really, I speak what I feel.
react to
You
the
did not bring me
news.
here, Mecca. I came here for a purpose. And the purpose is that when I came, I saw intelligent men and women like you, like Kulata, like Enigma, even one man, very intelligent. They know history. They know they can search the whole internet and they tell you what is happening. But you know, your feelings begins to change when you spend more time with those people in that platform. You begin to change your base, change
Boy,
your
Kenneth, we
understanding on how
cannot
you see
always
things.
like what you
So
like. We are
no, I'm
humans.
not
We
saying that you
can't
should
like
like
what
it,
you
but
like.
I'm telling you, no, don't like it. I'm telling you what I feel. So as time goes on, I know the people I admire so much. People that is kind, people that is polite, people that don't necessarily need to
Oh
speak
my
much,
goodness.
but they feel for the society.
Can I
So
hold on? Can I hold on a moment? What is it about? Okay, let's take Kulata, who's just like a middle of the road sort of a guy who tries not to offend either way. So what has he said or done that's moved you away from, how you saw him previously?
who is Kulata?
Yes.
No, Kulata appear very intelligent. He's a very, very intelligent guy. I will not dispute that. But you know, sometimes I begin to see this intelligence as not useful to somebody like me, because if I see you more intelligent than me,
Kenneth, just go straight to the point and say it is me that is making you upset. Just say it is me. Don't use Kolata. Kolata has not done anything to you. Just say,
Kulata might not done.
Just call my name.
No,
I'm big enough
you know,
to take
Emeka, you
it.
are a very intelligent guy. Honestly speaking, when you come to economics, you know how to analyze it. Honestly speaking, I must tell you, you are my brother. Very intelligent guy. In terms of economy, you know how to analyze it. But you see, I don't admire that intelligence anymore, because that you use it to confuse a lot of Nigeria. Not people like me. I'm a strong mind. I'm just a strong-minded somebody. So you cannot confuse me. Use it to confuse people on the streets. Use those narratives to confuse people, not people like me. You understand? So what I need here is kind men like Ajali Koko, Jewel of Natchez, sometimes World Peace, that knows the happening in the country and speak to you directly, not minding the kind of analysis that like people like you and the Kulata gives. So I admire those men, and I make them my favorite. And when I want to listen to this platform, people like Izon, I don't see Izon most of the time, but that guy, very intelligent and kind, and no, the guy is beats everyone in this platform, because not only that he's intelligent, he's also kind.
Because we don't like
You
Obi.
understand? So that's how I
Because we
feel.
don't like Obi. It's because we
No,
don't
not
like
because you
Obi.
don't like Obi, but because you
Because we
see
don't
the
like
real
Obi.
problem. Let me say this, because you
What
see the real
problem have
problem in
we,
the society.
what problem has Kolata seen and has Kolata not talking about that this is a
Forget
problem?
about Kulata. Let Kulata come and defend himself. I will tell him face to face. I don't want to tell. I will not tell you.
What
Any day
problem have I seen?
Kulata decide to come to ask me what he has done that made me criticize him, he can
What
come and
have I
ask me.
done?
I will tell
What
him.
problem have I seen that is happening in Nigeria that I will look at it and say, no, this is not a problem? Tell me. Other than me saying Obi is a kleptomaniac. He's a klatofi. Obi likes clouds. Or criticizing Obi. Just be honest. Just be honest. Be honest.
I just
If I
told
begin
you.
to see
I just told you, Emeka, Obi is already a great
let me
guy.
tell you, Ekene, Obi is a great guy. Obi is a great guy.
So
Great
men, you don't necessarily need to like people. Don't necessarily need to like great men.
If Obi is not a
Great men
great man, we won't be talking about him. If Obi is not a great man, we won't talk about him. We don't talk about people who are not great. Tinubu is also a great man. That's why we're talking about him. He's the president. If Obi is not a great man, we won't talk about him. Obi is a great man. Obi has fans. Obi has strong supporters. But the way he's going about it is what we're criticizing here. What would have made more impact? Obi going to the media, to channels, to speak and criticize the government, or Obi going to becoming president of condolences? Which one would make more impact? Which one will make the government sit up properly?
Emeka, let me continue. Let me continue.
Yes.
You know, I don't have explanation for this your grammar. If I have explanation for this, for that, I would have given you, honestly speaking.
Ekene, hold on. Let me take you to this space. It's coming off the back of what you were saying. People speaking truth to power. Nigerians are suffering. Address economic pains. So we've seen these countless headlines about this. So that itself is not the news, but it is the person saying it, which is K1 speaking to Tinubu. He actually made a musical beat about it. So what are you then making then of one of the leading campaigners for Tinubu now holding his feet to the coal that this suffering level is just too much? What are you then making of K1's message to Tinubu?
Well, I love his message. You see, he supported Tinubu. It's not a bad idea. But coming out to tell Tinubu that this is what's going on in the country is what makes him different from people like Emeka and the people I speak about in this platform. Yeah, that's the truth. That's what he's supposed to do, to tell the president that this is the real thing that is happening in the nation. So you need to step up. You are beginning to lose love from the masses. And honestly, that is what is happening. Because you see, the reason I come here is because I'm on ground. Today or yesterday in the market, I have few of my Yoruba friends came around. We are discussing. We know what, even though one of them is an obedient, because I convinced that one he voted Obi, he now tell me, oh boy, you really saved me. Oh, thank God I voted Obi. Oh. This is what is out. So the other guy was like, no, we have to divide this country for this country to move on. The other one was saying, no, we have to stay together and all that and all that. So, but all that conversion was going on to show you their displeasure in the man they voted for. They know that things are not going well. So when they come to the market to buy, when you tell them price of things, they're not necessarily to argue. They just say, well, that's how we see it. But this man coming out to criticize the man he voted for.
Can I ask a question?
You can ask me if the question is valid.
In your heart of heart, being sincere, we are not saying the country is doing great. The country is not in a good shape. But would you have said Obi would have done anything better than what the current president is doing?
Your child is disturbing. I'm not getting you very well.
He doesn't want me to criticize Obi. Don't worry, go ahead.
Well, whatever you want to say, but my issue is this. I know that the narrative for Tinubu would have changed by now if he has gotten things right.
No. The question that Emeka was asking is valid. He's saying, do you objectively feel that the country would be any different, better or worse if Peter Obi had been the president? As of now.
Even if I don't have that feeling, I won't campaign for him. Honestly, I have that feeling before I started campaigning for him, that things would have gotten better if he was in the position to be the president of this country.
But
not necessarily.
Hold on. How things have gotten better, given the everybody knew that Buhari bankrupted the nation. Everybody knew that Buhari spiked up insecurity in the country. Everybody knew that the fuel subsidy was a scam, and everybody knew that the arbitrage in the exchange rate was a scam. So what would Obi have done differently? And everybody knew that the country had no money, not a single penny. So how would the country have been different if Obi had been the president?
Well, if you tell people like me that Nigeria don't have money, I laugh so much, because considering the amount of money that the president and the governors and all of them budget for themselves personally, the money they budget for themselves personally, you continue to imagine, is it the country that they say that this country don't have money, but they have all these huge budget for their own personnel? So how can you tell me that Nigeria don't have money? You can start from the one you budget from yourself and use it to save the nation. I wish I know that my principal would have done well in that area. So, but I'm not saying that Nigerians should vote him. You can continue not to vote him and vote your choice. You understand? But what I know is that will not make him to stop to be a billionaire that he is. You understand? So, but I know that at least for 8 months or close to getting 8 months now or 9 months, I've not seen
But
a clear.
Dangote is a billionaire too, and it doesn't go around constituting a nuisance to time and space.
Whether Dangote is a billionaire, he doesn't go around, but you see him on the news also. You criticize him in this platform also.
Yeah, but
so
not constituting a nuisance though. He doesn't go around constituting a nuisance everywhere.
For someone to go and share egos and you make it, you said it's constituting nuisance, then that's your opinion. If that's how you see it, because I see a lot of dignitaries there on that day. I see even Abadbio, Benjamin Carlo, many of them. Even this man, Ned carried his yellow papa wife there, Legina Daniel. They were dancing and also sharing the super ego. So those ones are not constituting nuisance. It's Obi that is constituting nuisance. So, well, that's it, one man. But I commend that man that criticized Tinubu, even though he's a Tinubu supporter. That is the kind of people I love. It doesn't necessarily matter who you voted for. But once it's affecting the nation, come out and tell the nation the truth, or tell the president the truth, so that he will know that you are not a sycophant for supporting him. But what I see is that I see sycophants, especially in the camp of APC. You bring them on television instead of them to say, yes, things are not all right. Tinubu should do something about it so that he will not lose the love of the country. You see them continue to bring all manner of analysis, saying the other countries are going around. The other day, Bayonanuga was saying that we are not, Nigeria is not experiencing the most kidnapping, this thing and all that. You describe other countries that have kidnapping history over us. And you continue to wonder, is these guys wants to govern? Do they want to govern? You are comparing kidnapping issue with your country and other countries. Very unsensible people that are not patriotic. So the economy is going bad. You come and say other nations are also experiencing economic downturn and all that. You begin to bring analysis with other countries that things are also going bad. Instead of you to think and know how to improve your own country, you are comparing your failure with other people's failure. That's the kind of government we have, APC, comparing failure with failure. Instead of comparing success and looking up to Chinese and other countries that are doing well and use it to know how to build our own nation, you see them comparing failures with failure. They will go and look for a country that has failed and that is failing and use it to compare Nigeria that is also failing. To tell you that Nigeria failing is not a problem after other countries are failing. So we should fail with them together. And you see intelligent men bring English and the analysis to back it up. Very unfortunate country. Very unfortunate country. And that is the problem we have. Comparing a failing nation with other failing nation. You compare yourself, you bring analysis why this country is failing. And that is why Nigeria is also failing. So therefore, we should continue to fail. That's the country we find ourselves. Even APC cabinet, they will appear on national TV. Hope Uzodinma, Bayo Ononoga, all of them, they will appear on national TV. They will tell you that Afghanistan is failing. So therefore, Nigeria failing is not out of place. Nigeria should also fail because Afghanistan or all these terrorized countries, they are failing in terms of kidnapping and terrorism. They are doing well in terrorism and the kidnapping. So Nigeria doing well in terrorism and kidnapping is not a problem. We should continue in that direction. Instead of them to say, no, we are not part of those countries. We are part of countries that are progressing like China and many other countries. Let's progress like them, do things like them, and progress like them. They don't think in that direction. And when you say, so that's why I lose love for educated men. I now love kind men in this platform. That is it, one man. So the complaining is there. If you say the hardship is not there, this dollar, I don't see it going down because they have already, the import duty now is at 1,350. They have already pegged it there. So how are they going to, how are they planning to?
Did they increase it recently by some?
Yes, now. About for something percent, 1,350 naira. 350 naira now to $1. So how are they planning to bring it down? It's already high. They have already pegged it there. So what are we talking? Reduce it. They don't have plan to change the narrative. They don't have any plan at all. So just think about it. To go into the market now to buy a Tokumbo car, you see, it's a very difficult task. When you clear a Tokumbo car with at the rate of 1,350, how much are you going to sell the car? A country. So how are they planning? This one is saying they convert all the 30 billion naira in the domicile account into naira. They don't have any plan for that. I say it because I've already, when you see the news, you know the direction they are going to. Import duty, they are now charging at 1,350 to a dollar. Are you going to tell them to bring it down and start charging at 900 or 800 or 700? So they will still increase it more to 1.4 or 1.5, and then dollar will be 2,000 or 2,500. It's not my prayer, but the problem is that I'm not seeing any direction. They are not. They don't have any plan to governance. Take me to that space of Adebayo. I just want to speak to it and go. Oh man.
All right. I'll take you to the space of Adebayo, Ekene. But before I do that, let me highlight Doopsy's show coming up at 4 p.m. UK time tomorrow. So she'll be speaking to this topic on the screen. Little girl challenge claim made by pastor that severed finger grew back. So is this excessive claims that is being made within that religious space and the gullibility of grown adults that fall for that? So that's going to be the lead topic with Doopsy. Other topics, of course, are padded out with that. Little girl challenge claim made by a pastor that a severed finger grew back. So I've sent the link to the comment section. Go and bookmark it. As you know, it's always an epic session with Doopsy. So an epic session with Doopsy. So let's go on them back. You said you wanted to speak to Pastor Adeboye, who is raining courses on the people doing the killings in Nigeria. Okay.
Yeah, he said he's raining fire on the killers of traditional rulers. That's how they know. That's what they know how to do. Because during the time of Goodluck Jonathan, he didn't rain fire. He was on the street. He came out on the street during the time of Jonathan. He didn't rain fire. He didn't pray. He didn't send fire burn them from heaven. But now he's sending fire to burn them, instead of him to also be on the street the way he was during the time of Jonathan. You see, these are the problems of the country. These are the problems of the country. I have to say it. These are the problems of the country. During the time of Jonathan, he did not rain fire. He didn't give any chance. The next day he was on the street. Today he's raining fire. Let him continue to rain fire until he learn how he did it during the time of Jonathan. Then things will change. He's raining fire on kidnappers. I want to see that fire burn them. But I know that during the time of Jonathan, he didn't rain fire. He was on the streets of Lagos protesting against Jonathan government because of the incident that happened in Abuja then.
Yes, but did you want him protesting against Tinubu? Because what if he sees signs of Tinubu trying to? Because there were no indications that Goodluck Jonathan could grapple with the situation. But what if he feels that, like we said, $1 billion on fighter jets? So is this signs of Tinubu wanting to take on the problem? So is that not a distinguishing factor?
What signs is? What sign? Anybody tell me the sign that this government will succeed? Because I'm here to see it. What sign are you telling me, one man? What sign? Is it in education? Where are the student loan? How many people have gotten it? They say January has passed. Nobody spoke about it until January finished. What plan did they put in place?
The funds are budgeted for. We read the budget here.
They budgeted it on how are they assessing it?
Yeah, no, they will have the criteria. You just have to go to the Ministry of Education, whatever, and then you
okay, no problem. Maybe maybe at the end of the year we'll know people that assess it, but I've not seen anybody talk about it or even assess it.
Yeah, but it was in the budget. It was in the budget.
Okay, let it be on the budget. I'm not talking about what is in the budget. So I don't know how we reason in this country. What is in the budget? What is in the paper? What is in the news? I'm talking about what is happening in our country. What have they done? Not what is in the budget, not what is written in paper.
They made funds available is what they have done. That's why it is in the budget.
We read too much. We read too much in this country. We don't act.
Sorry, are you saying they should not make funds available?
I'm not saying that they should not make funds available.
Yeah,
so I don't. You need sometimes. Well, I become tired of. I become tired of Nigerian news most of the time.
Yes, but
just take our paper. We have the most. We have the most headline in Nigeria. Budget everything.
Available. They've made funds available.
In other African country, we have the most headline. Everywhere headline. Tomorrow you see new headline. Every day new headline. Both news are both good and bad.
Hold on, Ekene, are you criticizing them for making funds available for education?
I'm not saying making fund available. I'm saying assessing the fund made available. That's my point. I want to see news assessing the fund made available. Don't tell me making fund available. Is that what I'm going to eat? Or is that what the students are going to use to? Is he making the fund available that the student is going to use to pay their school fees?
So the scheme kicked off in January. We're on the 4th of February now. So obviously there's an administrative process to it. So, but the funds was budgeted for. So actions have been taken. Actions were taken.
Well, let them continue. Let them continue make funds available until I see the direction they are going to. You understand? When I see things happening, when I see things happening, then I believe. I don't believe in reading all this news, making funds available, this and all that. I believe in action. I don't believe in addressing words, making using English to address words and all that.
Is making funds available not action?
Well, it's an action to you. For me, it's not an action.
It's not an action?
Yes, action is when people have accessed it. You understand?
What? Accessed what?
Access the fund.
Which funds?
Okay, you just make fund available. Just the fund will be sitting there.
But you say it's not an action now. So how are they able to access the funds if the government has not taken the action of making the funds available?
If people access the fund, I will not believe that what government said that they made the fund available is true.
It's in the budget, Ekene. It's in the budget.
So it's not as if they tell you they made the fund available. But when people access the fund, then I will not believe that what they said that they made the fund available is the truth. Not just making the fund available. So let's stop. They should start to act. That's my point. Like somebody saying that fire will kill traditional. Kidnappers of traditionalists in Ekiti State. And forget that during in 2012 or so that he took an action against the government. So now he's not taking any action. He's now raining fire. He's no longer taking actions now. So I expect him to take action the way he took action during the time of Goodluck Jonathan. Or what stopped him from taking action now? Is the government more powerful than him now? So he should take action, not raining fires. Let's make this country great. See, a lot of people like you, one man, like a maker that are very intelligent, are supposed to help build this nation, are supporting the ill action of this nation. And that is why this country continues to go down. And that's how I stop it, until we change our narrative. And they tell these people to their face, they are not getting things right in this country. Then we continue to get it right. But if they see people like you give analysis to their failure, they will be satisfied carrying out their evil acts against the innocent Nigerians. Thank you, one man.
You are not saying the truth. We are not saying the truth, Ekene. Whenever the government is doing something that is not right, we call them out. You are not saying the truth. The only problem you have is that we criticize people. Just agree in your heart. Then we know where we stand. You have told us that you don't love us anymore. If when we are criticizing the government for doing things that are wrong, please acknowledge that. And that is what we actually do. But also acknowledge the fact that we cannot love Obi equally. Obi sometimes do things that are not proper, and we will call it out. When those things are proper, we will also acknowledge him and, praise him for doing the proper thing.
You see yourself, you are criticizing a man that is not even in government and leave the one that is in government. You see yourself, you are taking your criticism to somebody that doesn't have the affairs of this election in his hand.
Nigeria belongs to each and every one of us. Obi is a big stakeholder.
Obi is not holding any political office, not even a finance minister.
Obi is an
you focus your criticism on him.
See, Ekene, you cannot excuse Obi. Obi is an opposition
I continue
leader.
to criticize him now.
If Obi
I'm not
is doing
stopping
his
you.
job properly, the government would take their job seriously too. Opposition leaders hold government to their to tax, go everywhere. Opposition leader will speak out and say, government, you are not doing the right thing. Without the opposition, government will have a free run. Obi is busy taking pictures, just like he was taking pictures.
One man, I saw something that Shoma wrote. He said, frustrated living in Nigeria. No, I'm not frustrated living in Nigeria. Nigeria is my base. I cannot be frustrated living here. You understand? No matter what is happening, we are still surviving. So I'm not frustrated living in Nigeria. So I still go to places I want to go, travel go to where I want to go, how I want to do things. I still maintain my 3 square meal a day. So how can I be frustrated? But I must say the truth. The country is not getting better. So for me, I'm not frustrated. We know how to. We must overcome it. In short, we're overcoming any situation. Emeka, you
want to blackmail him, Abi? You want to
blackmail
him?
No.
Emeka, am I fine? Kafamanka, Famanka also. Hey, what I go? If I am the PC, Kafamanka, Famanka also. Famanka also, Famaronka also. So, Faman go to I want one guy. So, put one even one. I had no frustrated.
Whatever, because I hope it will be a problem.
All right, Ekene, let me take you to this space. So you've, over the last 30 minutes or so, you've criticized how we gather here to speak grammar and defend government positions. So now the only people that matter the most are the voters. So there is nothing that tests a government's performance more than at the ballot. Because of course, if a government has been in situation for a period of time, when an election then comes up, that then presents an opportunity for the people to present a report card back to the government. So what are you then making then? And this is not just Surulere. This happened in Ondo State as well. Laguda leads in Lagos by-election, set to replace Gbadabe Amila. But not only does he lead, he's actually 96% of the vote. So what are you then making then of the people of Lagos' response to Tinubu's government? These are not talking heads on the internet, or these are real people.
One man. This is not about Tinubu. Even though I have doubt about Nigeria election, but coming to this by-election in Surulere, you see, I say it here without any doubt. I've been to Surulere several times. I marveled, honestly speaking. That place, they have good roads, street light. That all the street light you see there, you see this all those solar. You see it a project by Femi Babaji Amela. Almost all the street of Surulere. Honestly speaking, good drainage. In fact, the last time I was there, I'm very happy. So if that influence is there, if Babaji Amela should come out and tell them to vote for this candidate, I think they will not doubt it. Because if that legacy should remain in Surulere, Surulere would be a very big city.
So are you then saying that they've not taken the opportunity to
No,
respond to Tinubu's government?
no, it's not about Tinubu. People that vote Tinubu know where Tinubu is and know how to get him. So when that time comes, we know what people really thinks about Tinubu. You understand? But for Babaji Amila, going to his constituency in Sulele, and you come out and say that he will lose an election there, is a very big no. Babaji Amila cannot lose an election in Sulele. And the only thing that maybe stop him, that if this guy comes in now and begin to not to build on what he built there, then maybe that time we'll begin to say that he can lose election. But for now, Babaji Amila still hold that Sulele very well, because his work are speaking for him, honestly speaking. So I don't speak because it's an APC. If I see things, I say the way they are. So I don't expect Labour Party to go there making role. They don't have anything to campaign for. Somebody in there has already done a great job. Forget about the economy, because everybody knows that the economy or this insecurity is not about Babaji Amila. Everything lies on Tinubu to know how to tackle it. So what Babaji Amila has to do for Sulele people? He has already done that. And people, there are visible projects that you see. Now you see his signboard, project by Babaji Amila. It's almost in every street. His name is almost in every street in Sulele. You don't need to ask people, is this place Babaji Amila constituency? You don't need to ask.
All right,
and that's a part of Lagos that also have constant electricity.
All right, Ekene. So you are talking about Babaji Amila being a factor in what happened there. But that wasn't the only by-election. There was also a by-election in Ekiti State. Mr. Fashimiri, he was the APC candidate, said that the APC candidate polled 35,500 to defeat his closest rival, Olalekan Bada of the PDP, who scored 15,300. So even in Ondo State, the report card is 300% over the next rival. So is this not then the report sheet of the Tinubu administration so far?
Well, I don't know about Tinubu administration. Whatever happened in Ekiti State, I don't know. But I speak for what I know. So whatever that made them to vote APC in Ekiti State, is left for them. But for Lagos State and Isulele, that the report card is there. So this guy, I don't know how he win or what happened there.
You don't see a by-election. Hold on. We can't hear you, by the way. So I don't know what device you're using. But do you not see a by-election as a referendum on the government's performance so far?
No, I don't see it.
You don't see it. Well, that's how politics do.
No, it's not how. It's not it. Honestly,
you don't know about politics.
No, it's not it.
If you don't know that,
the only one I would say is when Tinubu will come out again in 2027 to make his promises to Nigerians.
Tinubu is not,
because he will come out with promises. Then I will see how Nigeria will respond. See all these things here. See, it doesn't matter. Party. If you are doing well as a politician, you are doing well as a politician. Whether you are an APC or an APDP or a Labour Party, doesn't matter. So if you build a strong legacy in your constituency and people love you for that, because it's just a small constituency.
Hold on, Ekene. If the people are dissatisfied with the style of governance of the sitting party, why would they not use a by-election to send a signal to that party? That is what obtains in politics globally. If the people are not pleased with the government, any first opportunity of voting, they send that signal. And the first opportunity of voting after the Supreme Court judgment are these by-elections now. And APC is scoring the 75, 90 something percent, which is signaling then how the people are responding. It's the scorecard of the administration.
No, one man. It's not. It's this thing you are saying. It's not how it is. Honestly speaking, it's just like when you come to Anambra State and you say you want to remove Apoga. There is a reason why Apoga is still ruling Anambra State today, and I know those reasons. You understand? So that's how it is in every election. But when it comes to presidential, do you see Anambra State voting Apoga? They don't vote Apoga in any election, in any national election. But when it comes to that governorship election, they know where that Apoga is. So if you are doing well, you are doing well. in your constituency. It's just like, because this one, I don't know his constituency, but I'm speaking to the one I know, which is Femi Babaji Amila. I know his constituency, and it's very difficult.
Is this election, this by-election, not showing you that how insignificant the Labour Party is?
No, it's not showing me anything. It's not showing me anything. I didn't even know that there was an election, Seth, because I don't even know how many people that voted in that election. But that's by the way. So, because people, I don't know that type of election, how it will be.
Look, Ganiyu, we can't hear a word that you're saying, so I'm not quite sure what. Maybe go out and come back in, but we can't hear a word. But yes, back to you, Kenny.
So for me, I know what I'm saying. If you are doing well in your constituency, there is no doubt people vote. There is no reason for people to vote you out. You know. So it's not a criteria to justify Tinubu performance. That's not how I see it. But what you have to do is to listen to the people in Nigeria, people on ground, the poor masses, and see how they feel about this government. So it doesn't matter. Tinubu can still win in 2027. It doesn't matter. That doesn't mean that he's doing well. Also, he can still win. We know how they win. So don't come and tell me all these things. Even if he can still win till 2031 if he wants to win. So what are you telling me? The Nigeria has found himself in a situation where all citizens' hands need to be on desk to rescue this nation from these powerful men. They are powerful. You cannot tell me that even if this economy goes down.
What sort of system, Gani? What's going on now? Euro system. Sorry about that, everybody. Sorry, carry on now, Kenny.
Even if this economy goes down to the drain.
No, that's too much. Sorry, carry on, Kenny.
Even if this economy goes down to the drain and the Tinubu still wants to win and rule Nigeria, he can still. We know that. It's an African election. So what are you telling me? It's only when the situation we find ourselves is every citizen, both Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, needs their hands on the deck to know how to rescue Nigeria from these powerful men. These are powerful men taking over our economy and our system, doing it the way they like. So that Tinubu wins election doesn't mean that he cannot win. One man, I don't buy to that. But for Femi, in that his constituency, I don't argue it if he wins. I cannot argue that. You need to come there and see it for yourself. I cannot argue that. So his party doesn't mean anything to that. But for Tinubu, he can still win an election if he desires to win. But if he really wants to perform, he needs to remove politics out of governance and do because you see all these things that is happening. It's all about politics. Maybe if I do this, I will offend this region. They will not vote me in 2027. That thought, he should bury it. Because if things continue to get better, those people that he thinks that cannot vote him, he will see massive vote from those environments because people will begin to feel in part of his governance positively. That's what Nigeria wants to see. Positive impact. You don't know what it costs for an average man to eat in Nigeria today, good soup. If you know what it costs and how many people are making that money. Are you talking about the minimum wage? What can the minimum wage afford for you in Nigeria today? What can it afford for you? Nothing. That's what we are talking about. Just check it.
That's not true, actually, Ekene, because we did a cost analysis just about 2-3 sessions ago when we went through actually what feeds an average Nigeria 2.1 children, mom and dad. They feed easily for about 3,000 naira a day. So I'm not quite sure where you're getting.
What are you telling me?
These are raw data, by the way, not your come to Alaba market is 50,000.
No, that might come to Alaba market. I be the data.
This is from the National Bureau of Statistics.
What National Bureau of Statistics are you talking about? I'm telling you, me that goes to market every day. Or you think I don't? Every day I buy fish, I buy meat. I buy in quantity. I know how much I spend in it. And then when I buy it, I consider people that are not making money. How are they going to afford it? Talk about fish. Before you can buy a good fish, a good ice fish in Nigeria, you must keep 3,000 naira. Only fish for soup. And you are telling me a bureau of statistics data. Who gave you that data? When you cannot, the fish of 3,000 naira, you cannot, one man, you staying abroad, when you come to Nigeria, come, buy fish, you see, you go to the market, look for a good fish that you will use to cook your soup. 3,000 naira, just at the range of 3,000 naira, you begin to budget it. If you are talking about 2,500 naira fish or 2,000 naira fish, just a small, something that will look like a one small snake. You're talking about meat and all that. You're telling me before you buy fish of 3,000 naira, what other stuff are you going to buy before you can cook a good soup? I beg, leave that statistic. I beg. After all, you people saying that data will be chopped. We know they chop the data again. So forget about it. So it tells you that a government worker, just, I don't know how their pot of soup will look like now when you are paying somebody 1,000 naira as minimum wage.
Can I please, one man, can I interject on this issue of Bureau of Statistics that you just spoke about?
Yeah, carry on. The floor is Ekene, but yeah, carry on.
Yeah, Ekene, my brother. You see, one man, those people that are giving you that statistic, they are very, very wicked soul. They are very, very, very wicked human being, to tell you that. Someone that told you that a family of 3 can feed on 3,000 in Nigeria today is a very wicked human being. I'm telling you, 3,000. You don't talk about, you talk feed. How did they come about that statistics? Okay, let's assume a family of 3 feed on 3,000. They multiply 3,000 by in a month. How much does it give to you? Is it not 90,000? What is the minimum wage? 30,000. Please, let's be
Let them
realistic.
continue to be deceiving them. You know, sometimes I don't even know. So one man, you see, that's what I say. You guys are not helping Nigerians, so. And if I say you are not helping Nigerians, honestly speaking.
One mudu of rice, local rice that is full of stone today in Nigeria, no matter the lungu in rural area that you will go, that you will go to, you have to pay 1,600 to buy just one mudu of rice. We are not talking about the clean ones. The neat one, probably the one they call foreign rice that is imported, is 2,000
A bag of rice now 75,000 though. Not even 62 we buy in December. We bought it in December, now it's 75.
Go on, Ekene.
So let them continue to be giving you those data. Even the 3,000 naira you're talking about, a month is about 90,000 naira. How many government worker is earning 90,000 naira in Nigeria today? Even if you are talking about 3,000 naira a day to feed, monthly of it is about 90,000 naira. So how many government worker is earning 90,000 naira in Nigeria today? And you are clapping for them.
And there's school fees to pay. No free education.
There's school fees to pay.
There's health. In case of medication, there's no health care. There's no free health care.
When is it? Is there any time there's health care in Nigeria?
When you can give your analysis the way you want to give it, but if I tell you what is happening, but for me, I must eat everything that I want to eat in Nigeria. I must eat it, whether Tinubu likes it or not. I've desired that.
When the time comes, you don't see anything to eat.
Anything that Tinubu wants, anywhere that he wants to take the economy.
That's the data.
If I want to eat anything that even today, everything that I want to eat this day being Sunday, I've bought it to my taste, the highest grade. So let him take it. But if you continue to study his analysis, I know how much I spent to buy those things that I want to eat. So that the Ecuadorians will not think that I'm talking because I'm not eating. I'm talking because I'm saying the truth. And I know how much I spent to get those things. So I feel for ordinary Nigerians.
All
People
right.
like Ganiyu. People like Ganiyu, so that he will not know that he will think I come here to complain because I'm not eating.
He will attack you back.
I eat whatever that anything that I have taste of, I eat it. I don't even look
You've
at
never
that.
seen anything good in Nigeria, you know that.
So whether you like it or not,
have you ever have you seen anything good about Nigeria before in your life?
Forget talk. We know they talk too much. One man go to another person.
When you are talking about Nigeria.
All right, Ganiyu. Leave it alone. Let's go on from Ganiyu to War Peace. So War Peace, you are up next. War Peace, do you want to come in on that space, because I know you are a military sort of a buff. Do you want to come in on that space then of Nigeria buying this $1 billion set of kits to fight insurgency?
Yeah. I saw the news. I was impressed, but I went to check the gadget. What I'm not understanding, are they spending $1 billion to buy the helicopter, or they're spending $1 billion to buy their equipment, the hardware, the total military hardware the Japanese to buy? Hello?
Yeah, sorry, repeat that.
I saw the news. I was impressed, but I went to check. The helicopter. What was the cost? So what the piece I'm not getting clear. Are they spending $1 billion to buy only the helicopter, or they are spending $1 billion to buy total military hardware they want to buy, including drones and other things that is not disclassified?
No, I think it's the total sum. The United States Department of Defense has confirmed the sale. Just mute yourself for one moment, Wapis. Yeah, the United States Department of Defense has confirmed the sale of 12 AHIZ Viper attack helicopters to Nigeria. A $7.7 million contract was also awarded to Northrop Grumman in December to provide 32 mission computers for the Bell helicopters. The contract is expected to be completed in June. Following the contract award, the U.S. State Department has stated in January that Nigeria had paid the first installment. The State Department approved Abuja's helicopter request in April 2022, including guidance, night vision imaging systems, and training. It will better equip Nigeria, etc., etc. List of the multiple role aircraft is capable of reconnaissance, escort, and strike action. It joins the 52 manned and unmanned military aircraft that Nigeria has sought to deal with. Yes, I think there are other accompanying kits that comes with that. What is?
Yeah, it's a good development. They are getting 12. It's good. I know they can upgrade the headquarter to. They have a upgrade session. They can upgrade it to the new version, which will cost more money. But I would prefer this helicopter than I prefer it to Kano jet. But again, buying this helicopter is not the problem. It's the capability. You have to take time to train our pilot to get used to the helicopter to make good use of it. Please hold on. Those are not. Okay, sorry. Yeah, go take your McDonald's. Sorry, that's my daughter. She's starting with her elder sister.
Huh? Did you take her biscuit again, Wapis?
No, she's starting with her elder sister. He said her elder sister didn't allow her to play with her friends. That's my sister's friend. They're playing at the park, so she cried off. Oh, anyway, so I prefer this helicopter to Kano jet, but this one is a good combatant helicopter. It's nice, the welcoming development, but as Joel Naji was saying, I will not totally agree with him, but they should first of all work with their security, their intelligence, their people. Terrorists have infiltrated the military structure. They first of all weed all those one out before you bring a helicopter. But I'm not saying helicopter is too late or or the game changer. Even if you bring the helicopter, we will see that the we can have a helicopter and we see we have no result. We can be dropping honors on rocks and bushes where there's nobody. If you don't take care of the eternal threat. So, but it's a good thing. It's a good development. I don't know how soon they're going to deliver it. If we can get it like tomorrow, I will appreciate it. Let me say, I give Tinubu administration kudos for this. I must say the truth, because this helicopter, I'll be looking out for this type of helicopter, like Apache, and this very one, this Cobra. Now I think they got Cobra, so it's a good thing, one man. I congratulate them. I hope they put in a good use. Thank you. Let's go to the.
All right, brilliant. So Obi's visit then to Cote d'Ivoire, what are you making of it? A lot of people critical of it. That's just a photo opportunity.
It's like if we are not talking about the Paris visit. You guys are not seen the Paris visit.
What Paris visit?
Oh, it was in the video concert with Tinubu now, Obi and all of them. They're toughing.
Oh, all right. I didn't see him in Paris. I saw Obi Kubana or somebody like that in Paris playing with Tinubu.
I was just joking. He was the Cote d'Ivoire thing is not a bad thing. He's starting his campaign. He's starting his campaign early. The obedience should understand that in as much he has started his campaign early, he will get early attacks too. That he's an opposition. In as much he's an opposition to somebody's opposition to him too. So the people that feel threatened with all this move will push back. So is they will push back, but it's not a bad thing, one man. It's just getting his fan base together. Early campaign is not a bad thing. Tinubu started early too now, when he was consulting and all that during the presidency run. So hold on.
All right. What piece?
Oh, yeah, I'm back. Okay. I'm back. So it's not a bad thing that he's starting early. I hope he learned from his mistake. Not just start early. He should start early to fix those mistakes or those errors or things he couldn't do. He should try and get more agent and should try and fix the party and all that. So not just campaigning.
Sorry, Wapis. Let's give you a moment to go and attend to matters. Let's go to Larry, and then we'll come back to you after Larry. Hopefully Larry's still there. Larry, are you still there?
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, one man. Can you hear me?
Sorry, I was responding to you, but I was muted. Yeah, I was saying good evening, Larry. Good to have you. And I was especially enjoying the Fuji music that I didn't have you down as a Fuji music listener.
Yeah, I do sometimes.
All right. So to the headline on the screen, a lot of people conflated both sides of the divide. People feel that it's a cynical exploitation of anywhere that presents a photo opportunity, but some argue that this is the heavy lifting in the down seasons of campaigning, of electioneering, that he has to necessarily do to give himself a fighting chance for 2027. So what are you then making then of Obi's new style of ambulance chasing politics?
Well, regarding this Cote d'Ivoire thing, right, I don't really see anything bad in it, because for me, Obi is a Nigerian, and going there to support the country, I think it's actually something good. It's only people that just think, for me, I just see it as normal. Yeah, a normal citizen going to support the country, and I don't really see it as some people actually say it. It's just a normal thing. So it's just a normal private citizen just going to support the country. So so that's how I just say it for myself. Though, yeah, it could actually, help him politically if that's his own strategy, because every politician has one or two strategies that they believe in. So if that is the strategy he believes in, yeah, it's good. He should definitely keep doing it. And if Obi has always have this demography that he focuses on, particularly the youth. So if he thinks that's the best way to still, retain that demography, so yeah, he should continue doing it. You know, it's normal. That's politics. Though, just like someone said, you should definitely expect some people to definitely be against him. And but for me, I think I just see it as a normal thing.
And this $1 billion fighting kit that's been purchased by the Tinubu administration, is it now just a matter of time before this insurgency is brought to a thing of the past?
Oh yeah, I think the president is trying his best as far as this is concerned. I know a lot of people are like, oh yeah, you know what people don't understand is the only thing they can do for the security agencies is to give them things that will help them and give them enabling environments. So, you know, this is what he can actually do for them. All he needs to do is to ask them, what are those things that you need that will definitely make you, you know, make you do better? And these are things that they definitely need. And he also has to trust them, which I think he actually did, that they'll be able to like do it. You know, a lot of people think, yeah, they should be able to like clear everything up. This is not like a convention. This is not, you know, this kind of thing they are facing is not like more of a conventional, you know, warfare or something. This is everything has to be, they have to be very careful. There are people and it's more of intelligence than attack. So, but for me, I think it's actually good. I welcome this. Hopefully, it will definitely help those guys to do their job better. And yeah, so it's good. It's good. More of it.
All right, brilliant. So, which kind democracy be this or a being para ilu? So, this seems to be now the new song that K1 is singing to Tinubu. Nigerians are suffering address economic pains. That in itself, not a headline, but coming from K1, it is now even the internal people for Tinubu, they are now saying you have to do something.
Well, I think it's good. It's good that K1 is speaking out. But and another thing is for people to really know that is, to me, I think he's trying his best. You know, he met a very bad situation, and the situation he never thought that it was that bad. So I think it was when he got there that he saw how bad it is, and he's trying to look for every way to kind of like do one or two things. But you know, it's normal, right? Because take for instance now, I know one of the things K1 was talking about is the exchange rates. And if we are being fair to ourselves, that I don't see anything that I can actually do to that exchange rate. It's how it is. You know, people are like, oh yeah, because most times I ask people, what do you expect him to do? Do you expect him to still keep borrowing money to keep defending the exchange rates? Right? And which is not what a sane government will keep doing, because it's more like you're postponing the doomsday. So, which I think, you know, is doing it. I just hope his ministers are also able to really do what they are supposed to do and face things, and let's see how things actually go. CBN is presently doing what they know how to do best, and hopefully the security agency, everybody is able to work around and ensure that everything works, and basically the governors too, because for things to be, you know, for people to really enjoy some of the things that the federal government is doing, it has to be supported by the governors. And in it's so unfortunate that most people don't really look into that direction, because these guys, you know, ever since subsidy has been removed, if you look at what they've been collecting from the federation account, you know, it's been increasing, and you see this silence from their side. Most of the governors, you see this silence from their side. Now the president can only do what he can do, you know, trying to like, you know, do what he can do to support the country. But in most cases, it's more of what can actually come from each of the states. Even if you look at security, you know, the present security architecture that we have is presently overstretched. So, and I like the fact that, you know, it's encouraged some of the governors to kind of like, you know, if you can actually spring up private, you know, your normal state security outfit to collaborate with the security agencies and help them with intelligence. So I think it's normal for K1 to say that, and it's good that he's actually saying it. Yeah.
And this idea, Larry, to commandeer the $30 billion in domiciliary accounts for national service, what are you then making then of the suggestion to nairanize the domiciliary space and seize the dollars in there?
You see, the problem is, the problem with our media. If Nigeria collapsed today, the media will be the reason why Nigeria actually collapsed. They don't do good job. Particularly this issue, it was Punch that started it. Sometimes they just think about things and they look at, okay, fine, what exactly is that thing that would, make people love our headlines? They just put it out. And after they did it, the government came out and denied it. That they never had that intention. And I was expecting Punch to come out to correct themselves. But unfortunately, they bring news that are not real. And when people try to correct them, they don't even come back to correct themselves, except probably someone is trying to, sue them. They did it during Buhari's period when they wrote some things against Oshibaju then too. When that one was trying to sue them, they had to come publicly to apologize. So the government, this is not what the government would want to do. You understand? Fine, they could incentivize, put some incentive for people to be able to bring some of this money out. But coming in to now say, yeah, I want to convert it to naira, nobody does that. Nobody does that. Even though in most places, right? These are things that are more of policy.
Even in a state of national emergency, which is the state we're in now.
See, one man, even in a state of national emergency, you don't take what doesn't belong to you. You don't take what doesn't belong to you. If there is a lacuna, or probably there is an issue with policies, then deal with the policies. The only thing they can do is probably, okay, fine. The ones that are there, there's nothing they can do to it. Right? They can build new policies to ensure that, okay, fine, every other money coming into the country has to be changed to naira. So probably, those ones will just be there. So I don't, you coming out and say, oh yeah, we want to turn it to naira. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that because.
Hey, Larry, can I interject if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think Nigeria is at war?
You see, Nigeria at war. I won't say Nigeria is at war, but the only thing I can say is just that there are a lot of issues. There are a lot of issues, but it's not really, we are not really at the state of war. There's a lot of issues that I think the government is trying to solve, but it's just so enormous. And another thing is patriotism. Nigerians are not that patriotic to be able to forget about 2023 and look for ways to support the government. That's the only thing I just see.
So which part of the area in the country amid all the challenges we're facing that you see any urgency any urgency from the government or things they have to do hurriedly to address the problem?
Yeah, so I think for me, it depends on how you look at it. For me, I think number one is the economy, because economy and security are kind of like related. So if they can address number one, food security, that's number one. If they can look for a way to ensure food security, things can be expensive, but when food becomes expensive, that's when people start complaining. Some people don't even need the luxury things. All they need is just the basic things. And once you don't have access to those basic things, it makes life difficult. Aside food, normal average medicine, right? Medication, those are basic things that people really want to get access to. And once those things are not within their, range to really get, when those things are expensive, you see people coming out to complain, and in most cases, when you look at some of those things, so for me, I think it's more of its economy than probably, as they are solving economy, you can't leave security. Security is another thing because the two work together for me.
Mr. Raleigh, I want to ask you something.
One last one quickly. So maybe one might also know, or anybody on the platform. So does Tinubu, does it have what you call a war room or situational room that it come pretty much every day to discuss serious issues and how to resolve the problem? I mean, does it have one? And so Larry, okay, of course I wasn't talking about conventional war, but at the same time maybe I am, because if you have to deal with terrorism or banditry, I think you need to go to war against those people kidnapping people and killing people or buying people. Okay, that's serious. That's serious stuff. I mean, to me, Nigeria should have declared war. We actually are at war in that regard, and that comes to the economy also. I said it before. The old definition of fascism, which is the strict regimentation of the economy for war. With the economy, what is going on right now, actually, this Naira debacle and the dollar, we are at war. There's war right there also. We have a big war in our hand. So if you don't recognize that, well, obviously, I guess maybe Tinubu and his administration.
Prince Daddy, are you saying there are justifiable reasons for the government to seize the dollars in the domiciliary account?
Well, my submission earlier, you said not the word seize. I think Angelico or somebody use a different terminology. Well, convert all those dollars into Naira, not take their money. Of course, there's a conversion rate for it, and in which they can do in a legal way. But we've talked about, and by the way, well, we talk about the official number that we know, $30 billion in the banks. Okay, those money there are for speculation. Okay, those are the things driving the Naira or making the Naira weaker against the dollar. It's a big problem. And again, I said it earlier. I disagree with Larry that nobody does that. Yeah, in fact, the only people that do that are the advanced nations. The advanced nations, because they know what to do better. And after all, the only country that's ever dropped such a horrible bomb on another nation is America. They did that to Japan. Okay, so you can say that nobody does that. Yeah, they actually do that. They do that a lot, and that's what we can just say. That's why they're smarter than we are. We stick to the textbook with our PhDs that we have, and we can't deviate from the norm to resolve a problem. That's when you have a group of smart people dealing with serious issues. We are at war. Okay, that's my position on that, and we're facing a really challenging times. That we need people that think outside of the box to resolve the problem.
You see why I said nobody does that. One thing is, if you have a law that allows you to just go into that place and kind of like probably the federal government will just make a law and just say, okay, fine, go and turn this thing into Naira, then it's easy. It's not as easy as you say it. But once you don't have a law that allows you to do it, then it becomes illegal. No matter how good it is, in as much as there is no law that allows you to do it, it becomes illegal. So it's
okay. Sorry. Quickly.
Yeah.
So in Nigeria, I mean, you or anybody can answer. We don't have any law that addresses emergency situations at all.
There is no law today in the CBN Act that allows you to forcefully convert people's money.
No. Sorry, Larry. It doesn't have to be CBN. It doesn't have to be any particular law dealing with an agency or ministry. A Nigerian law that, hey, our country is at a dire strait. It's an emergency. We have to do this and that. It doesn't matter if it's monetary or any other aspect. We don't have that.
at that time, right, then if there has to be something that is not just the federal government coming out to do it, it has to be an act of National Assembly that established that, then we can go ahead. So it's not just the president just waking up one day and just, sign an executive order that go and do this. No, it doesn't work like that. No matter how good something is, if there is no law to back it, it's as good as illegal.
Sorry, one minute. Sorry, quickly.
Carry on.
I was gonna say, okay. I think I don't know if that's what I was asking. Somebody knows. I don't know, but most countries do have an emergency situation law in the books. So, but I don't know that about Nigeria. I'm assuming they have something that allows the government to you can say overreach, if you can say that. And I know, for example, they have in the United States and many nations, for example, that for example, in the United States, they have what is called a martial law, right? In which the government, okay, can take over civilian properties, facilities, businesses, or industry for the regimentation of the country. They can command civilians. Like for example, during COVID, right, when Trump was in power, he had the right, although he did not exercise that right, the martial law, to tell auto manufacturers to convert their manufacturing plants or assembly plants into producing certain materials, in which they do voluntarily, like the ventilators. Um, so yeah, it may look draconian, but there are laws like that the government, when they are in a really really tough emergency situation, that they can pass, or just sometimes I'm not even sure if you need a law. You can come together and just issue a moratorium and suspend certain things to address an immediate situation.
Well, as far as I know, right, as far as Nigeria is concerned, I don't see any law. So probably tomorrow they can make that law, right? But for now, the law is not there, where the president has the power to just wake up and say, yes, I'm going to do this. No.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Did you want to come back? Who's that?
One more, please. Can I interject? Can I talk to Larry?
Only for a small moment, and then I'll move him on to another topic. Carry on.
Okay, Larry, there is such law in Nigeria, but most of our presidents are they don't want to take that law into action, because that law looks like is the last extent you can go in your executive power. So it's not like that law does not exist. It exists in Nigerian
So which
context.
law is that gives the president that power to use an executive order without the act of National Assembly?
Martial law, like
martial law, go and verify. There is, but there is a limit. You can't just there is a limit before you take that law into action. There have never been a president, a democratically elected president in Nigeria that has ever used it. So anyone that want to use it will kind of have this fear, so that he will not be the first person to invoke that law. It will have a stigma on that president.
And just like you said, if that law exists, what I know is that for that kind of law, right, I don't really think it's just something a president just wakes up and just said, I invoke this law.
Yes, I agree with you. And the situation of the naira has not reached to that level that which you will invoke that law. We know, but the law exists.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So let me take you to this last to this other space. Larry, APC candidate Laguda or Laguda leads in Lagos by election set to replace Gbajabia Miller. So the APC guy winning is not in itself the news, or although you might say it's somewhat of a news, given all of the willing and gnashing of the teeth that we've had on that Tinubu's administration, but it is the margin of victory So about 98%. So I can Peter Obi in the Southeast sort of result. So what are you then making of these results coming out of Surulere, set against the that backdrop of all of the outcries that we have been hearing in recent months? Why are they not sending a signal to the government?
You see, if they had to do this, 100 times, these guys will still win. And if you look at how election is done in Nigeria, right, people, particularly the demography of people, are people that the Labour Party, kind of like, that supports Labour Party. Most of them, I'm very sure, most of them won't even go out to vote in this election. And looking at what Gbajabiamila has done, Gbajabiamila is a big figure in Surulere. And I think the major thing is just that Surulere people need someone, because I was listening to some of the campaign and Gbajabiamila was more like, yeah, even in National Assembly, they are waiting for this guy. And I'm very sure probably this guy gets there, they look for one committee, that is strong. It's politics. But there's nothing in Surulere outside Baja. Baja has been able to really capture Surulere. So I think it's normal for Laguda to get it. So it's not all about, Tinubu, because the major people that vote, they still have those major people that vote. And which are these, those people, they still have them. They will still vote. You understand? But we just have to be fair with ourselves. So, people can actually say a lot of things. Oh, Tinubu got there, this and that. Because for me, every day I look at it, I'm always more like, yeah, what magic can he do? Which I know, obviously, there's no magic than what he's still doing.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. There is no magic looking like anywhere in the horizon. So people are struggling to see where to invest. Even if K1 is criticizing Tinubu, then that tells you then that people are not seeing a direction of travel with this administration.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier, right? People will always criticize because, in as much as people don't get access to those basic things. But for me, I think it's more of the governors now really coming out to look for ways to support the president. Even there are several things that doesn't even concern the federal government. But, we have this orientation in Nigeria. If there's anything, right, we believe it's actually the president that is supposed to resolve it, and which is not the case. And even if you look at this issue of dollar and everything, most of the thing, right, is caused by even these governors. If you look at, I was reading something where the CBN was more like, most times when you see the dollar rate going up is towards almost after they collect the money, right? Once they collect their allocation, that's when the dollar rate goes up, which invariably shows what we've always been saying, that those guys just, they collect allocation, put it into two, go buy dollars. And there's a lot of demand for dollars in that aspect. So yeah, I just believe if the governors can actually, support the president with all the money they've been collecting and look for ways to help people cushion some of the effect of some of these things, hopefully, things will get better for people. That's what I just say.
All right, brilliant. Is there any other topic that you'd like to speak on before I go on to? I was going on to Prince Daddy. Is there any other topic you'd like to speak on, Larry?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So that's the excellent Larry, of course, a fast emerging voice on the platform. So thank you, Larry. Always a delight in your company. Up next, Prince Daddy, and I'm not quite sure, Prince, that people are reading the right understanding into this by-election results coming through. If you say Bajabi Amila is a factor, it certainly doesn't tell you. It doesn't account for the 90-something% of the votes that these guys 91% even. It doesn't account for 98%. There it is right there. So it's got 98% of the vote. So even if you add Badabi Amila, it doesn't account for 98% of the vote because you want to see some sort of protestation against the sitting administration. So what are you then making of these fantastical figures coming out from Surulere, which is somewhat mirrored by the other by-election in Ondo State? Prince.
Yeah, thanks, woman. Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe, and love the show. Yeah, I put in a comment earlier. This Sulere's victory for the APC is not really indicative of approval for Tinubu and the APC. I don't think so. It's not a good barometer. Because of course that's a constituent that like the Miller and the APC have a strong hold over, and perhaps likewise can be said for the Ekiti local government or wherever that area that they want. So to me, it doesn't say much. But I was kind of leaning towards the Kennedy's analysis earlier that it may be in this kind of a by-election, it may be more local than the voters seeing it as a national kind of an election. I can't use this as an approval for Tinubu or the APC, not at all. Somewhat the voters may be blindsided by other things. If they were to consider the economy and other things, I don't think it would work. But just like Kenneth said, I think they see the handwriting of Bajabia Miller all across that area, and they approve of him for the projects and things he's done for them. Yeah, you're right. Last time I was in Surulere, there's a big sign of Bajabia Miller right there around Surulere area. So, yeah, I don't know what to make of that. To me, the numbers kind of look impressive, but at the same time, it's really I would say it's a misleading indicator of any approval for the APC or Tinubu at this point in time.
All right, brilliant. So you've had quite strong views on this next headline now. CBN denies plans to convert $30 billion domiciliary deposits into Naira. But you feel that rather than deny it, they should jolly well go ahead and do it.
Yeah, they should. They should. I mean, I was asking Larry earlier if we are at war, because I mean that's the way I see it, and I think this is part of the ways they can navigate this really harsh terrain to help resolve the problem that the country is facing. I mean, Tinubu coming into this debacle, and thinking just normal economic theories or models would work is not really smart, if I put it lightly. Um, and just like Angelica said earlier, I'm down for it. And the video that you played, the guy that spoke, is also is always willing to let go of his dollars on his bank accounts, because again, that's a lot of money just sitting there in his bank accounts, and the banks, they also, last time you read an article whereby the banks are trading long on dollars. I mean, this whole thing just convoluted. It sounds like they don't have a good grasp of all the variables of play in this narrow dollar uh, um, uh, debacle. They don't have a good grasp. There's so much variables, and many, of course, that I don't know myself. But there's so much variables at play that this guys Cardoso and his team should be able to bring all this to the forefront. Yeah, this uh, dollar denomination in this local bank account, it's one of them. The other day they talk about stopping the banks from trading long on the dollar. I mean, so many stuff at play, that that they should be serious about to use these tools to resolve the problem. I don't see anything wrong with it. I think they should critically think about it. Go think about converting these dollars into naira and help douse the speculation. I think Colata sent a message earlier that okay, maybe there should be minimum given. I don't know, $1,000 or $5,000 for each account, and everything else should be converted into naira. Again, this guys, they're dealing with the whole situation so far with kids' gloves. That's the way I see it. They don't see the urgency behind it. They don't see the urgency to like, hey, because really, the dollar appreciating so greatly against the naira would not be a big deal if our economy wasn't like really dollarized. I think Nigeria must be one of the very few countries in the world that dollarization is at the top. It has to be. I mean, in the Grassroot, they talk about, oh, the whole world economy is dollarized. Well, yeah, it is dollarized in terms of exchange of trade. But the Nigerian economy is the epitome of dollarization to the core. Because every time the dollar goes appreciates against the dollar, things just skyrocket. Things get expensive. Things just go to it's just like they are married, and you can't separate the two. And it's not like a slight 1 or 0.5% or 1/4% increase. It just increases. Everything just goes up in the same proportion, which is not good. It's not good at all. And not everybody has access to the dollar. So there goes the common person buying something for 1,000 naira today, and comes tomorrow they have to pay $1,500 just like that, 1,500 naira just like that. And to what Akena was saying, yeah, the Bureau of Statistics, they have their own stats, fine, but he's a real person that goes out in the market and buys stuff, so he knows how much things cost. So maybe that number works in the village, maybe so, maybe, and that's why it's always nice to delineate or parse data accordingly. Maybe that number is not far off in the rural areas, in the countryside, in the villages. Yeah, maybe 3,000 for a family of what? 3, it's okay, or 4 a day, but not in the city. Not in the city, even the suburbs. It can be. It cannot be that easy. And I know a lot of Nigerians live in the rural areas, in the villages. So there should be more breakdown of that data. It's not really helpful. At least I didn't read the data. So according to how you read it, it's not a helpful data at all. To sort of like a Canada that lives in Lagos or somewhere around there, that's not reality. It's far from reality. So it doesn't work. So yeah, Tinubu and his guys, they need to have that mentality that when you're at war, I guess your senses are more heightened to the point that everything that you do is about life and death. And I don't think these people have that sense of urgency. I don't think they do.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I feel like we're focusing on the different problem. Like the problem itself, we're not focusing on that. So from your own point of view, you're thinking that the hoarding of dollars is causing inflation and making every prices go up. So if there's more there's more naira in the market, or maybe there's dollar available for people that export, so there will be import, I mean. So that would mean that everything should be fine, right? The price will go down. But you have to remember this didn't start today. The only reason why it wasn't naira wasn't as high as it was when you convert it to dollar, wasn't as high last year or the year before, was because CBN was using money to they're actually borrowing money to make sure that they prevent dollar from actually going down just like it is now. So that's number one. Number two, don't you think the fact that we import almost every single thing, don't you think this is the time that, because it looks like we're blaming the government for everything, we're not even looking in ourselves? And I'll give you an example. I believe 98, 99 or 2000, there used to be like criminality when it comes to armed robbery. Like they will visit your house and all of that. Did you remember that those days people put the security in their hands? This was not done by the government. When it comes to like the vigilantes, the security, because I remember my grandparents then, like the street we live in, they have vigilant, they're being the homeowners in that community pay for security. Why can't we do things on our own? Like we governments are only made to do policy, but when it comes to making sure that things work in the government, when it comes to like ideas and making community grow, government always come late when it comes to policy, to put policy right in place. They will come late. They're not the right people to do all of these things. I feel like we're focusing on the wrong problem. And not to say that, and I didn't, the way you guys are saying the Tinubu thing, I don't see it like that. But my question to you is, don't you think this is the right time for people, us, to actually checkmate ourselves and start thinking thinking outside the box to do things, like not just waiting for this guy to do everything for us?
Please stop gaslighting us. Why do we have government? You are just trying to gaslight people here, please.
Government will not do everything for you. I don't agree with you. Government will not do everything. You are a human. In those days when there's armed robbery, before government even do anything, people put the thing in place for vigilantes in their community. It wasn't done by the government. They didn't wait for government to do it. We wait for government for every single thing. Even for you to get your wife pregnant these days, you blame the government that they didn't provide you condoms. They didn't provide you
Are
anything.
you aware? Please, are you aware that the bandits in Meduguri attacked a police headquarters, a police station in Meduguri, and killed about 4 policemen? So now, this kind of armed men that are with sophisticated weapon, do you think that those kind of vigilante group can do this job? Please, if you want to say something, be reasonable. We know, we know.
Wait.
Listen. We
You
know as
listen.
Nigeria, we have our own problem as citizens also, because it's out of the citizens that have these people that are in the government, but them that are there, they are still failing in their own aspects. So don't try to gaslight us and shield them, please.
Well, okay, listen. So it's not gaslighting. I'm saying that we can't just wait on the government for every single thing. Like, I use the vigilantes as an example. And the reason why I use that is because it's something that we actually knew that happened. My point is more towards like things that we can do on our own. So, for example, when it comes to cooking, because they brought up the idea. Prince, you will go. Please give me this few seconds. So they brought up the idea about the fact that $3,000 every single day is not good for it's not okay for a family of 3 or 5, whatever it is. That's too small. And okay, let's look at it. Every single thing that you're gonna buy that 3,000 with, they probably not manufactured or made in Nigeria. Like, none of them. Even the fish that we eat is being imported. Like the most of the fish, the what is it? The tomatoes or the onions and some of those, some of them are even being imported from our neighbors. So that's what I'm speaking to. I'm not talking about the security, but even the security, I still think that we as a people, we still have something that we can do. So that's what I'm speaking to. Prince Daddy, what do you think in that point? Because I feel like we are pointing finger to the wrong thing. Why we are not
No,
looking?
baby, please, can I
Yeah.
interject you on that, please? Praise Daddy, sorry, I want to come in. Do you
Right.
want people, imagine the basic need, which is for a human being, first thing you talk about is food. After food, shelter. That's the first basic thing. But do you know that these days, I will tell you, categorically tell you, I have friends, not by telling stories. This one, things that happen. Somebody went to his farm, about 100 hectares of farm, made the plantation, and somebody came there after harvest. Somebody came there and set it ablaze. There are farmers that when they go to their farm, people will come and ask them to pay. They have to pay money to go and harvest their goods, and anyone that fails to pay the money, they set those farms ablaze. There are places that they kill people in their farms. See, the insecurity is another thing that make people, even the Nigerians that want to go
Wait,
and look
please.
for what
You're
they will
just
eat,
giving
they can't do
excuses,
that.
man. All you're doing
It's
is
no,
giving
it's not an
excuses.
excuse. These things are real. Do you know why you are talking like this?
We know
Because you are
you're
not in
giving
Nigeria,
excuses.
or maybe
Listen,
the area you are is not that exposed to
see,
insecurity. That's why
okay,
you think it's excuse.
let me
I'm
tell you why
telling
you're
you,
let me
if you are
let
in
me
these areas where these things are happening,
let me
I'm
tell
telling
you
you, you will not
let
be
me tell
able
you
to speak
why
the way you are talking.
let me tell you why I think you're giving excuses. Every single those guys that were kidnapping and destroying people's farm, did you know who are taking care of them in Southwest? Do you know who is taking care of them? The people Amoteku is taking care of them. They're not even military or the police that's taking care of them. And you're telling me we can't do this on our home? We have to wait for the government to do it all for us?
I say
We
you
like
just came here to
excuses.
gas. You
We just
come
like
here to
excuses. That's what we do.
gaslight
And that's
people. It's
what
not
you're doing.
excuses. You come
You're
here to
doing.
gaslight people.
Stop giving us
Please,
excuses. We can do this
you
by
come here to
ourselves. We
gaslight
don't
people.
have
It's
to
not
wait.
excuse.
I'm not
Please,
gaslighting. What do you
you are
understand by
gaslighting.
gaslighting?
Honestly,
That's
be
not. I'm
honest.
not. How am I
Do you know
gaslighting?
the only thing
I'm
I will
sharing my
tell you
opinion,
now?
not gaslighting.
Listen,
Please,
the
what are
only
you
thing
talking about?
I will tell you, the final thing I will tell you is that those things that happen to those people, I pray it happen to you, so that you feel it.
Please,
You know how it
see.
will be.
The thing is, here we are sharing ideas, and what I'm saying to you, I just give you example of those people that they kidnapped in Ekiti State. Who are those people that actually apprehended them? They're not even police or the military. They are Motekun that was formed by the state governors. That's what I'm saying. We can do this. Lagos, for example, has a fund for security. How come we can't do all of this? We have so many things that we as people can do, but we refuse to. We wait for the government. See, if we're doing these things, the government will come by and assist us. It's not like, see, government is always slow everywhere. They don't always start ideas. People always do it. But I don't like the fact that we depend on them so much and we don't want to do anything on our own. Prince Daddy, you can
Yeah.
take your floor.
Yeah. Ariella, your position has always been clear when it comes to government intervention in the country, and I think we've agreed on that before. But there's a role for government to play in everything. See, and I think you know that. I always give credit to the Nigerian people because of their ingenuity. Trust me, if they were to say like hands off and let the government take care of them, Nigeria would have been literally over, would have crumbled. The reason why Nigeria it is the way it is now is because of the private sector. I always say that, and so like most economies, sure, but the Nigerian people, the industriousness is on a different level. They don't really the way if an outsider hears you, like a non-Nigerian, for example, would think that they would think that Nigerians are lazy. Not at all. Nigerians don't wait for the government. They don't because the government can't even take care of the Nigerians. We don't live in a welfare state in Nigeria like they do in the West. We don't. So the notion that we wait for the government for everything is not entirely true. And I think you know that. For example, you mentioned manufacturing. Well, the people would want to happen to manufacture if they have a strong encouragement from the government. They would manufacture because they would love to make a lot of product and send it overseas. They would love to do that. And in fact, right now would be a good time when we have such a very weak currency. Our product will sell so quickly overseas because
Prince, why
it was
we
much cheaper.
Prince, why are we sending stuff overseas? We in Nigeria, we're not even taking care of. Okay, for example, Gary, for example, everybody drink Gary or use it forever. Do we have enough? Do we have enough? Just that thing, just that alone. We claim we're
I agree
claiming
with you. I know
security
we don't
for
have enough for
everything.
local consumption. I know we don't have enough. That's part of the problem.
Yeah.
Listen,
Back in
listen.
98.
See,
Wait, let me
in that
land first. Let me land.
in the issue of Gary,
In
I'm going to
98,
give you the reason. Listen. Are you not seeing it in the news? The women that protested in Bayelsa State, that the Fulanis went to their farm, uproot their cassava, even those ones that have matured for harvesting, to go and process to Gary. Is that not the same insecurity issue? And the locals there, the Nigerian government has disarmed them. They didn't allow them to have arms. So how will they go and protect their farm? You are going against people that are with AK-47 with a bare hand and cutlass. Please stop. Let's
Yeah,
stop gaslighting. Look
see,
at it. Look at.
wait.
Oh,
Hold
come
on,
on.
but let me add quickly before we go on relax. And that's a great point. I was going to bring up the insecurity. I love the example that you gave about back in the days when citizens take care of their own security somewhat against banditry, which is beautiful. But in today's world, how do you expect uh, uh, some village people to go fight banditry or terrorists with like high grade weapons? Are they going to survive? And we see what happens all the time. They just go into these villages and just massacre these people. That's what they do. It's not the same way you're thinking about it. These people are literally disarmed, just like the guy, the last speaker just said. They can't do it. That example, our security is compromised in so many ways that people right now, we're not talking about a common criminal that steals and throws tire over his head and burn him. We're not talking about that. We're talking about people, bandits that have weapons, serious weapons that can actually defeat Nigerian police and army.
So how is Amotekun doing it? Because all I've heard when there's kidnapping or anything that has to do with those Fulanis in Southwest, the people that take care of them are the Amotekun, and they not even allow to take like the sophisticated weapons like you said, and they were still doing their jobs. They're performing. Like, see, we have more than just weapon, like those weapons that you're talking about. We have intelligence is also like when you're gathering of information to know when they're gonna be around. All of those things. I agree with you guys. They might be using sophisticated weapons, but that still doesn't stop us. We can't depend fully on these people that you think, and to that's what I'm saying. Like, we can still get things done. Like, not just like depending fully on them. I mean, how is Amateku doing it? They're doing it. I just think that they focus on.
And by the way, Amateku is as a result of government policy, be it state or local. So that's part of government policy.
Yeah, I know, but the action was forced by the people. Then the government take it from there. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that we're not just going to sit down and believing that those ideas, once we start bringing up our ideas and trying to start it ourselves, they will follow suit. Like, they will follow us. The vigilante now, like, it's under government now. But initially, it was never under them. They didn't even put it together. But now they have it under them. They're paying their salary. I'm just saying that there's things that we could do. I just feel like I spoke about the tomatoes, the onions, and all of majority of things that we eat today, even the fish, they being imported. Are you telling me that now that things are on the eyesight, we can work together to make sure that we can do things in-house. Irrespective, we can still do
Realize that,
things.
see, that's when the government comes in. For example, I'm saying, and allocate acres of land or acres of land, and subsidize the land or whatever, or manure, or fertilizer for the people. It don't make it. See, this is when government comes in to help the people. See, people in Lagos are not going to be growing no food. We know that, and the last speaker said also that, look, the people are growing cassava on their farms, but there comes I don't know, the herdsmen or the Fulani people destroy their farms, and they can't defend themselves. You see where the problem comes in? Everything is intertwined one way or another. Okay, and again, the Nigerians are the last people that sit down on the side of the fence or on the fence and do nothing. I have a friend also, as a result of this high insecurity, he has a security what do you call it, business. He has security business whereby he recruits people to guard people, whatever he does.
So two
As a
questions.
private citizen.
So two questions. Do you think that if they turn those domiciliary account, they turn them into naira, that will fix the problem? And do you think that the fact that you're telling me now that we don't sit, Nigerian citizens don't sit on the fence, they actually do something? Because to be honest with you, I don't think we do. When it comes to the problem, solving problems, I don't think we do anything that will progress the nation. Maybe if you're talking about importing, okay, maybe we're doing something in that aspect. But when anything homegrown, I don't think we're doing anything. You telling me they don't sit on the fence? I don't see that. And I'm blaming us all. I'm not pointing finger at the people
But
over there.
realize, if the government policy, for example, was so harsh on certain imports, don't you think the people would change their habits, for example, and if they're incentivized by the government to localize most of the things that they import? You see, the government and the people, they work together. See, if the government is blind to not see that, hey, the importation, which is much to them, if you import, someone else is taking care of all the factors of production. All they have to do is just buy one item or the item and make a profit on it. It's an easy way. It's an easy way for them to make money. And there's no way we're going to have a robust manufacturing base if the government does not step in and do what they have to do. We need the government to make policy, okay, and understand what is going on in the country. And back to the $30 billion you're talking about. Look, I'm not sure if that will solve the entire problem, but I see that as one of the multifaceted problems that we have that needs to be uncovered and dealt with, because again, many people use these funds, the dollar account, to speculate, and I tell you also that the bankers or the people that own banks, they are in it on it also. They're not making the situation, this naira dollar problem, easier. They're not. The bankers are not. They have inside information. They know what they are doing. They know what they have. Therefore, they're not really helping. So if they have to, convert dollar accounts into naira, that's maybe one of the problems. And sometimes, they have to, they have to permutate a lot of things to come up with the right solution. They have to. But it's an arbitrage that we all know that a lot of people, a lot of powerful people are gaining. And I think it was you, somebody said it earlier, that, the reason why, the naira dollar thing is out of whack right now is because the CBN used to do the arbitrage or take care of it. Well, before the CBN internalized this whole gamut, this whole sham of this dual or multiple naira dollar exchange. It was all a criminal enterprise that was internalized for a handful of people. Okay, and that's what they didn't mind. That's why it looked like the naira was stable to the dollar on the outside, because the people making the money, they're still making their money hands over fist anyway. They didn't care. But now they removed the whole arbitrage, so to speak, from the central bank, and everything is externalized right now. It's out on the street. You see how they're fighting it, and the government doesn't seem to have a strong hold of what you do. So that's the problem.
I actually think that a lot of
Praise
people.
Daddy.
I think that they have the 1 minute, please. I think that they have the domiciliary account. I'm not in people's mind, but I think a lot of people have that because they see like the free fall of naira and they want to be safe. Probably that's the reason why a lot of people have that for like a saving grace, just in case the naira keep falling. They don't have to lose money. I guess might be a reason why a lot of people did that. But the other thing that I also think is this is more like, to my own little knowledge when it comes to weak currency. It has to do with economy and it has to do with inflation. I don't think that going with what is it changing out the domiciliary to naira will fix any of those, because first there's no we import a lot, so that's one. And economy is not even well. Like, it's not like there's not a lot of job. A lot of people have to create job for themselves. So there's insecurity. There's so many things. So I don't think that will fix it. And they already put out a disclaimer. They put out a disclaimer anyways that they're not doing that. So that the guys
maybe
probably
because
know
they're
what they're
scared.
doing.
See, to your point, there's something called consequential effect. Sorry,
Praise
there's
Daddy.
something called consequential effect. See, even though those people they're trying to hedge. One second, even though they're trying to hedge their money by converting their naira into dollars or however they get their dollars, okay, that action is creating a consequential effect in the economy, whereby people are looking, oh, there's so much. See, your interpretation is different from somebody else's interpretation on how they see the problem. They're saying now people are seeing a bunch of dollars in Nigerian accounts. Well, it's not far fetched to think that people are trying to speculate and to hoard the dollar until the naira crashes, go all the way to 5,000 naira to $1, and they start buying. Well, no, that's a really feasible reason why people would think those money all this money in the accounts is not good for the country, and the fact they are denying it and not trying to do it shows that their weak need when it comes to a lot of this hard, serious policy to make to resolve the problem. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So don't you think, you see, this issue of turning dumb accounts to naira, for me, if you ask me, it's still more of all this textbook economics, because everybody is shouting we need to increase dollar supply. Probably that's going to fix and kind of like at least stabilize the whole forex. But in actual sense, it's just more like, it's going to look like you're pouring water in a basket, because the underlying issues are not addressed. And if you don't address the underlying issue, you still keep pumping dollar into that.
What is the underlying issue?
You see, one of the key things that is affecting that country, right, it's dollarized economy. And probably there needs to be some act of National Assembly that needs to criminalize, businesses.
Is that Larry speaking, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, so how do you then define a dollarized economy?
Yeah,
if you don't factor in the $30 billion dollars in the accounts, in Nigerian accounts,
but
that's just official. That's just official one. It probably has to probably up to 100.
Do you know that those are the ones you can actually track?
Exactly.
Right, and it's the ones you can even track is even good, because the problem is the ones you can't even track. That even
you remember the other day, Angelica, we were talking also about really going after this bureau de change businesses. If you have to eliminate them or suspend them for a while, that's one of the things we've talked about also.
Yeah. That's like, take for instance now, right? Some people making the legal tender they collect, right, in Nigeria being dollars. You go to some hotels in Nigeria, they collect dollars. Some schools in Nigeria collect dollars.
Yeah, even though I don't want to agree with you, I think that's a great point. Like, why are we spending naira?
So for me,
Why are we spending dollars in
so for me,
Nigeria?
what I think they
Nigeria is
need to do,
not United States. Why are we doing that?
for me, they need to work on those things, right? And another thing is, do you know that there are several ways that people get money into Nigeria without it going through the bank, and it's not even true?
Of course. See, of course. I mean, there's so. I mean, the $30 billion. See, we're talking about remittances. I check out some numbers like not too long ago. Is it 2021 or so? 2022. Nigeria sent about I don't know 29 or so billion dollars to the country officially. But by the time you add the unofficial transfer or remittances also, I think we earn more money, or we have more money in that country than the money we get from crude oil.
Wait. What's unofficial transfer? What is that? How does that work? Can you transfer money to another country without like the money people in charge of the monetary not knowing? Is that what you're saying?
Well, cash that you take in, cash that you smuggle in, yeah.
No. You have to declare it. If you have more
do you think everybody declares that? No, not everybody declares everything. You know that. Nobody declares.
Wait. I don't think so. Because if you have to, so let's say you're living the United States now, and you have a lot of money on you that's more than like $10,000, for example, they will have to check it. You have to give a reason for having that much money on you. Even in Nigeria, you're supposed to declare it. So
for example,
I understand that in Nigeria, you might not declare it.
Those pastors and those people with private jets, okay? Do you know how much money they carry around undocumented, undisclosed?
To a foreign country or within the Nigerian space?
They fly in from a different country to Nigeria, or from Nigeria outside the country.
Well, I don't know. I don't.
I know you don't believe that.
That's possible.
I guess you don't believe in illegal trade.
Do you remember Orisha Jaffor's case?
No.
What is that?
Or the one they seized this private jet during Jonathan's period in South Africa.
Yes, I remember when they were trying to took the back door to go and buy arms to fight Boko Haram. Yes.
So all of all those things, right? You see, it's just that. Take for instance now, do you know that most of the money we send through all these Remitly, all these lengthy, 90% of them don't go through the normal official way. They find their way through, through the other side.
No, come on, you know that. Come on, like if you send money through those what they go that you just call now, like they have to go to the bank, or you go to one of those what you call those vendors to collect your money.
This is what was coming from CBN. So this is not just what I said myself. This CBN actually said this, I think, like 2 weeks ago. It was in the dailies.
Okay, but I know that they.
So they said this is it. This is how CBN actually said it. They said most times we talk about remittance, but most of those remittance, 90% of it, find their way through the Bureau de Change guys.
How? This is crazy. Like,
that's just it.
Yeah, but whose fault
because in most cases, the official
is their fault though. It's their fault.
In most cases, take for instance now, presently, right, we have the I&E window, right, and we have the other guy's rates. Now, you, for instance, now, if you want to, what would always look for? Probably you look for Remitly, you look at lengthy, you look at this, you look at that. You want to get the highest rate. And the highest rate, those guys who give you the highest rate, obviously, where exactly are they really going to get that from? It's from the other guys that has the highest rates.
Okay, so, now let me tell you how I think that works. It's more like this: when you send money to Nigeria now, they will ask you, do you want to receive that specific dollar? Do you want to receive it in dollars, or you want to save in your bank account? So people might go to the bank account or to the bank and collect that dollar and go to the street vendors and change it. Maybe that's what they're speaking to.
That's not even that one is there, right? That's one. Another one is most cases now, right? Like someone like me, that was what I was doing then. But now I don't even do that again because I could just use Lenfi. Lenfi gives me almost something close to what those other guys quote. Right. So I don't even make people go into the bank and start waiting to collect dollars because it's not even safe for them. So, and in most cases, now, because I've always been looking at it, because the I&E window, what is actually the normal official thing through the I&E window, it's far, far lower than what those guys charge. So when CBN came out and said, this is what those guys do. So that's why, for me, I think it's more on the CBNs, and that's why CBN now, right, are now making it easier for the banks, right, to now, you don't need to hold long. You can actually bring that money in and ensure that you can, sell it at that rate. So they are trying to like put everything together and having that normal uniform rate. Those are the new policies that CBN just brought out. And that's why you see that if you look at customs, I think customs had to like increase what they are charging, I think, to 1,350 yesterday. And that's exactly, the lapses. So for me, I think what they need to do, CBN, it's not just CBN. The National Assembly also needs to be into this. EFCC needs to be into this. ICPC needs to be into this, and DSS. Because there's a whole lot of things that they need to do together. Even the banks, right? Take, for instance, now, in the US, any transaction above 10,000, it gets reported. But in Nigeria, most of all those, even the politicians themselves, they do all sort of transactions that are even, going to hundreds of dollars.
Yeah, well, that's why I think that the guy is doing a great job. So the CBN governor, I think, is doing a great job, because one of the policy that is putting in place now is the fact that all those people that can just remit money to Nigeria, all those little vendors, now he's saying that in order for you to register with them to be able to do those transfer, they increase their is it the service fee or whatever in order to get registered to like $1 million now.
Yeah.
I think that he's trying to call them to kind of like make them because a lot of them they're not doing the business the right way. But I want to question one of the things that you just said, the fact that they can send money to Nigeria and CBN would not know. How is that possible? Because that's what they should be looking into. Like any loopholes, there's always going to be a loophole, but they just need to reduce it, just to make it difficult for anyone to just think that they are above the law. Just like you guys mentioned, you mentioned that they can bring money from anywhere and bring it in, but at the same time, you guys were telling me that in South Africa they caught one of the people that was trying to buy a weapon. That means that you can really send money in, because they will still check your whoever it is. You have to declare whatever you have if you're going between two different countries. So I know he's doing stuff. That's why I didn't really want to agree to the fact that everybody's not crying, but complaining about economy. The economy is messed up, and it's going to take a long time to fix it. And these guys are doing job. They're not playing around. So we trying to like dumb it down and look at them like they're not doing work. These guys are working. Your country is messed up, so it's going to take a long time to fix it. It's not a ball in the park like they will just fix.
All right. Let me take Prince Daniel to a different talking point. Prince, the headline on the screen, Peter Obi praises citizens praise Peter Obi over visits to Cote d'Ivoire to support for Super Eagles. So what are you then making then of Peter Obi's early campaign for 2027?
Yeah, woman. I think you read the article earlier. I'm not. To me, this is a non-topic. I'm not sure why we're even talking about this. I guess we've always said it that Peter B has not stopped campaigning since he lost the election. He didn't really lose the election; he came third. So, to me, it's a non-story. I mean, it's Peter B. This is what he does, and just like Kenneth said, or somebody said earlier, he wants to remain relevant. He has a lot of social media capital. The other day, I think maybe it was what do you call it? Joel Nashville. Peter B went to one of these African countries, was this Liberia or something, and it became this first or second most Googled or searched person in their country because they knew him from the election. So, I mean, I don't blame Peter B. The man is popular. Is really popular on social media, and it shows the power of social media. He goes to a country and everybody knows who Peter B is. During the election, when foreigners, Africans talk about the election, they barely mention Tinubu. Always talk about Peter B, this and that. So, I mean, come on, we can't blame the guy. It should be at as many places as it can be to continue to push his momentum. But Peter B is not a good politician. I can agree with what Emeka said earlier. He's not a good politician. He doesn't know how to merge or use the resources that he has to do anything meaningful. I've always used this phrase that he's not a builder. If he was a builder and a really good person that can liaise with other people, he should have taken Labour Party by its horn and done something with it, appeasing people, negotiating and making deals. If he was such a person, it's there for him to be taken, that party, instead of being dismissive and using a criminal like a Buri to siphon people's money from donation. But he's not just that kind of a person. That's not his personality. He's just a guy that likes to hit and run, and that's his personality. And we've talked about it on this show. He's more likely to abscond, if I can say that, Labour Party and go to PDP and do something else. And let's see what Joel Nash is going to do. Maybe follow him to PDP, the same PDP they've criticized and dismantled somewhere with their words. So let Peter B enjoy. Let him go wherever he wants to go. After all, it said it is not the president. It doesn't is not holding any office right now. So it's just like any other citizen, and it's a very rich man. From what I understand, it's a very, very rich man. So he should be allowed to enjoy his money.
All right, brilliant. Very brief thought on this, Prince, and then we'll go on to Ajan Lekoko. What are you making of the results coming out of the by-election in Surulere? Not so much that the APC won, but the margins.
Yeah, I thought I talked about that earlier, actually. Was that not the first question they asked me?
All right. So sorry. So you did. So there it is. So that's Prince Daddy. Is there anything else that you'd like to touch on before I go on to Ajale Koko?
No, that's it. Thanks, man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you, Prince. Ajale Koko, you're up next.
Yeah, what's up, one man? Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button. Share and subscribe if you haven't done so. So what take me point by point and let me.
All right, kick it off with the one that I tried to double dip with Prince Daddy just now, the by-election in Surulere and Ondo State, by the way, and a lot of them still coming handsomely in favor of APC by really quite impressive margins. So what are you making of those results set against the backdrop of how Tinubu has been administering the country?
Well, I think I can only talk of that of Surulere. That of Ondo State, I cannot really say what is responsible
for their victory there. But that of Surulere is, like I said some few hours ago, that Gbajabiamila did very good for the people in his district. And they believe that the new person that is replacing him will do the same. You see, the personality and the party are connected. When party is the platform, personality can help the party to win. When a candidate performs well, it helps the chances of that party to win re-election. When the personality, for its time of office, fail to represent the people well, when it failed to deliver its promises to the people, people will respond in the time of election by not voting for that party. So the situation we had in this Surulere by-election was because Gbajabiamila delivered well to his people. He was able to train to have computer training program for a lot of youth. He was able to provide maybe, what do I say, this solar energy for all the schools. We were able to provide borehole in all the schools. It was able to street light and a lot of things that it was able to do in a district that are very noticeable. People saw it. People felt the impact. So, and in appreciation to what he did, people have to vote for the party. So I want us to look at it that Gbajabiamila helped APC. His performance as a one-time, during his time of office as the rep member representing that constituency, really help that party, energizes party people to come out and vote for the party over and over and over again. I think he was there for how many times in office? Maybe 4 or 3 times in office. So now this new guy, he was able to win because people are so much convinced that the party will not fail them, because Gbajabiamila did not fail them. He represented the party well, and he was able to market the party as the party that can deliver to the people. So I am not surprised that the people, with the problem we are going through in the country, if we would have expected the people to have voted the other way around, voted against APC. But no, in that district, they felt the impact of APC. And that's why they voted for APC. So I hope this new guy will, perform better than Wadabia Miller. I hope he will deliver his promises and continue to do the good job that Wadabia Miller did for the people that he represented. And that is the only thing that can still make APC win in another election in that district. So, Wadabia we should give the kudos to Wadabia. If not for Wadabia, if his personality has been that one that did not deliver, APC will have lost. They will have people will have massively voted against them. People will have massively, particularly this time that Nigerians are going to pray. So, Wadabia, the credit should go to Wadabia. So, that's the way I see it, Woman.
Oh, all right, Adale Koko, let me take you to this space then. You've been speaking on this now, so let's have the fullness of your thoughts. CBN looking to commandeer people's domicile account, a domiciliary account. You are saying it's a good idea?
Where I stand. It's a good idea. They should convert all those accounts.
Explain more, please, Mr. Jellicoe. Explain more, please. Explain more. I would like to hear from you. That's why I came online. Please.
Mr. Triumph, where you been, man?
Leo. Don't worry, because of I like the way I'm hearing you guys talking about converting people's money. I have money too there. I will not let them to. I will not let them to touch my money. But if for this country,
I have money too there. They should convert it to Naira account. We have to save that country.
Money pass money, or
yeah, they should convert
money
it.
pass money.
What your
understand?
Naira? What are you doing with your dollar money in Nigerian account? What are you doing? Is it a business account or personal account?
I'm keeping it there now.
For what?
Business.
Which business? Did you open the account?
Something.
Do you open the account in business?
It's for insurance. It's for insurance. It's for insurance. What I do. Like now, when you want to do something.
You are not answering the question. Did you open it
I'm listening.
Personal name or in your company name? Is this for business or your personal name?
In my company's name. It's for business. No, company's
Which business are you?
Not my name.
Which business are you doing in Nigeria? Which business do you own that you are running?
In public now. I cannot say this one out. I cannot say this one out. I cannot say it out now.
Any business that you cannot say out. Maybe we have to leave it for that for another day discussion. So, but let me tell you this. At this point, in the situation where we found that country now, we must all be ready to sacrifice to get that country economy back on track. If we are not ready to sacrifice, that country will be taken over by foreign power. The direction is going, the foreign power will take over that country. It is rapid.
Sorry, Galikoko.
Aye.
Larry said we're not at war. Do you think Nigeria is at war?
We're at serious war. From front, back, right, left, center, we're at serious war. The economic war is the worst of it all. You see, that of the insecurity is a different thing. We cannot, if we should lose that war on both sides, both on the security side and the physical this thing, then the country will be wiped out. And that is direction that we are going now, the economy war, we are failing in the economic war that is going on in the country. And our failure is what is responsible for the currency, our currency that is gradually, is sinking every day in and out, is becoming valueless. It's becoming valueless. One guy said the other day here, I don't know whether it's Mr. Q or what man, he was saying the value of your currency represents the value of you, the people. That's a very strong statement I've ever heard from anybody. And that's a fact. When you have a good currency, when you have a good currency, you have a good economy, anywhere you go, you are respected in any part of the world because you have what it takes to function as a human being. When it comes, not only a human being, as a nation, you have what it takes to function as an economy that can compete with other economies around the world. You have what it takes to be.
Question, Baba. Can I ask question?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do people need domiciliary account in Nigeria? That's number one. Number two, does domiciliary account, people having money in domiciliary account, lead to Nigerian money currency depreciating? So is Naira depreciating because of domiciliary account? And why do people open domiciliary account?
Well, why people are opening domiciliary account is over for several years now, we've been seeing the devaluation of Naira. So people can easily predict that it's like the future of Naira is not good. Over the years, we have seen the appreciation of dollar against Naira. So the ending is not in sight. And that for a safe even for people to have, a means by which if it should completely crash, they can still hold us to something. And that is the dollar. They can still hold on. They know that almighty dollar, yes, is the domineering currency in Nigeria. You can do whatever you like. It's the power. It's your financial power.
Yes, sir. Can I ask you one question?
Baba Jolly Coco. Wait. I would like to complete.
It's not.
Can I ask you one question, sir?
Yes.
Don't you think if, take for instance, let's say CBN just do this, don't you think they will be opening up to more problems? Because to me, right, I see this money.
If what happened?
Yeah,
because what
because
happened?
people will beginning to hoard and not really taking money through the system. This money you see is because it's in the system and they can track it. Last year alone, in 2023, World Bank said diaspora remittance into Nigeria, right, is $20 billion. And CBN came out and said out of that $20 billion, the only thing that came to Nigeria was just $2 billion, which means that 18 billion, right, left diaspora and it didn't even go through the normal system, find its way through the Bureau de Change guys. So for me, if you ask me, it shows that CBN is not even doing what they are supposed to do. Because if money can leave the US, for instance,
Sorry, Speaker, is British change not part of the CBN, the tracking system?
no,
No,
Really?
no, Prince Daddy, no, Prince Daddy,
no.
no.
Huh.
That's
But they
what
give them license. They give them license to operate, right?
no, those, you see, the ones they give license, let's say, okay, the total Brody change that have license in Nigeria is less than 6,000, right? But if you look at people in that business, I'm very sure if you can count them all around Nigeria, there will be nothing less than 1 million.
Even more than.
Okay, sorry. So do you consider those bureaus of change, or what do you call that? I just like the malams on the streets exchanging money. Is that what you counted?
Yeah, so the
Yes,
malam
you
on
can
the
say that.
street exchanging
Yes.
money, is he registered? No.
Oh, so that's well, okay. Now I guess I understand. That is, to me, is not bureau of change. That's just the guy on the
Yeah.
street doing his own business.
So,
Of
yeah.
course, there are plenty of those.
So there are plenty of those, right? And that's the problem. So for me, I think, you see, if you can have $20 billion coming into an economy and CBN can actually make that money, the whole value chain, go through the system, you don't even need to disturb yourself with $30 billion in one domiciliary account. So I think it should be more of CBN doing the right thing. Like because it's shocking, because for me, if you ask me today, right, I think for me, I won't even know that most of those money don't even go through the right source. But if you look at everywhere now, right, take for instance, now everybody has different apps where you just use those apps, you just, because they give nice rates, which is definitely
That's
not
true.
what high and yield window is giving, right? You just use those rates, send the money and all those things, and that money doesn't even go to the system. So those guys in most cases have an agent, right? They have an agent. So the agents kind of like do the transaction for them, because at the point I was having one issue with Remitly. I sent one money and it didn't drop, and I was having some back and forth. So they came out and told me, they said they are still waiting for their agent in Nigeria to do the transaction. So if CBN can focus on those ones, and that was why I said this thing sometimes
They can't, Mr. Larry. Sorry to interrupt you. You know that they can't do that because of we know the people that in charge of the bureau exchange in Nigeria. That one, nobody goes there to try it.
Even if they don't go through that one,
No,
you want to down
they
this in
can
Nigeria.
streamline. They can streamline. See,
how
back in
about
the
the
days
ones
of
we're
Western,
sending from the US that has a
no,
trail?
back in the days of Western Union,
Because if
that money is
I'm
well
using
tracked.
one app to send money, that means there is a trail, and CBN can actually, talk with the US government, not let that money leave, because one way or the other, right? Because
That's Mr. Larry.
crazy thing in
Sorry to
Nigeria.
interrupt. Do you know that it is the one they wired? We are aware of. Some people when they go to Nigeria, they put it less than $10,000 in their bag and go to. That's the one we know.
I'm not
The
even
ones we
talking
don't know
of
is
that
more than
one
the
now,
ones that we
right?
know.
Bros, I'm not even
Okay.
talking of that one, because if you look at that one is another huge thing. Now we are even talking about the ones that we send through some of these apps.
Larry, simple. Just ban all the apps for now. You can ban them.
Me and you know there is a lot of them,
No,
right?
don't bound
Yeah.
don't bound it to. Don't bound it.
Oh no, trust me. I use the app also,
because
like
it's very
SendWave.
easy.
Yeah, I use today.
I use the app also, but
I'm using
to get
SendWave.
hold of the
I'm
whole
using,
situation, they have to do something about
I'm
it.
using TapTap. There is a lot.
Tap
What
send.
I do in most cases is I look at all of them. Okay, fine. Which one has the highest rate? Okay, well, how much
No.
is SendWave? Okay, how much is
Larry, 1 second, please. Okay, so to be on the same page, so when I use SendWave, if you send the money, obviously it goes out of your checking account here in the States, and it goes to a bank, and they have a list of banks that you can go to remit or to collect the money. Zenith Bank, I think GTB Bank, and some other banks. So that money really is tracked. because you have to go to the bank and
Okay,
withdraw that money.
let me drop something in the chat so that you see what I'm saying. I'm going to drop something. Can you open this? I just dropped something in the chat. Please, can you open it?
Okay.
Otis Sumo.
One man?
Is one man still there? Maybe he's lying down. Yeah, relaxing.
Okay, let me
one thing that Baba Jelikuko, let me be honest with you. I will not like the government to touch my money.
No,
that's
they
one
have
thing.
to,
I worked for it.
Or they have to touch it.
They don't.
Have to touch it
Look at.
you have
to say what in France they touch it, in Nigeria they want to touch it again. No, don't say that. That means that they will run away now. We'll go to the moon. Don't say that, please. Don't say that. It will be bad now. Baba Jelikuko.
They must touch that money. To save Nigeria.
Oh no!
Probably one man comes back. I want one man to open that. Let me just read some of the things that those guys say.
Okay, read it. Let's
let me just read. Yeah, let me just read some of the things they said. I'm just gonna quote it directly. He said, okay, let me use this. Okay, he said, we estimate that more than 90% of that did not get to Nigeria. They are being externalized. We have spoken to loads of Nigeria almost everywhere in the US, in the UK. They told us that they send remittance. They use apps, and we have tried some of those apps. They use parallel market rate. So you take 1,000 in New York and tap on your phone that you're sending 1,000 to someone, a fintech. They pay the naira equivalent in Nigeria without bringing the dollars, unless the cost of the source of the money is illicit. So most of those guys, I don't know how CBN can actually allow some of those things. You see a lot of fintech, all of them are doing.
Say Nigeria is not the only country in the world. Nigeria is not the only country in the world that businesses are trying to game. Say this. What is this? This is telling on the government's lack of ability to track what goes on in its space. Look, Sendwave, for example, they do it legally. There's nothing Sendwave is doing that's not legal. It's tracked 100%. 100%. Now, Remitly never used it before, so I'm not sure how they do it. But nonetheless, it should be the policy that any app transfer into Nigeria should go through a normal channel of banking.
Exactly.
Stephanie, no big deal. Everything will be 100% tracked. So I didn't know that Remitly, and it used to be actually, and it's Nigerian policy. It used to be when you send money through Sendwave, they give it an option to collect the money in naira, okay, or in dollars.
Yeah.
Then they later change it. They later change it based on Nigerian. They change it based on the Nigerian government policy. That now,
Prince Daddy, I was formerly using Sendwave too. Most cases, what I do in most cases is send dollars, right? My people go on and pick it. Now, it got to that point, right? These other guys came in, Lemfi, Tap, and all of them. Now, they started giving Aboki rates. Everybody left Sendwave. Severally Sendwave started sending, they started sending emails and everything. Even now, I think at the point Sendwave was trying to move with those guys, use the same tactics, but I think Sendwave is not able to meet up. So most cases, when I just look at Sendwave, because Sendwave cannot do it, Sendwave has to pause it a little bit. Why everybody moved? Those guys, right? Aside that, they'll tell you, even if you referral, average referral, they give you extra $20. This and that.
Listen, I think we've uncovered one other facet of the problem. The central bank or the Nigerian government needs to ban every app that doesn't allow transfer to go through the normal banking system channel. That's the problem also, because they are helping.
They will still have another way around, Mr. Prince Daddy. They will still
Prince
have another
Daddy,
way around. Though.
I'm
It is
telling
digital.
you that those guys they have an agent. They have an agent in Nigeria. So all they do is to collect your dollars. Their agents through the banks do the transfer. So that's why in most cases, until recently, right, that it's in most cases you send money is still hanging, and they tell you our agent is still, trying to, our agent is still trying to process the transaction, right? So I think that for me, right, I think it's just CBN that is slacking on all those things. And what
exactly to the point is the CBN. They don't have a clue what is
they're
going on.
just
This is part
slacking
of the
on some
problem.
of these things because why are the people
They
giving some of
can't.
these guys
Now,
license?
Prince Daddy, they can't. Mr. Larry, let me just drop this bomb down. Do you know the people behind it? Let me ask you the people this question. I've said it earlier in the background. They are still the one in charge. They've gone digital. They've gone digital, giving you the same rate now. Everything. Let me tell you, the world is advancing every day, and these guys they are not going to be behind. It is just a platform that has connectivity with all those banks' accounts. At one time they send that money, indirectly it looks like they are transferring money from another money. That is it. And those bank executives, they know them.
The Nigerian government can
How?
issue
You want to
a
touch
law
so
right
do
now
you know that if you want
to
Nigeria
the
to
app
separate
stores
today,
to
you touch their money.
ban all these apps. They can ban all these apps.
Yeah, I think
they
Nigerian
can't,
government can
Mr.
do that.
President. They can't.
The apps that don't
They
comply
can't
can be
now.
banned. It's not that difficult.
And
They
even
can find
Nigerian
other ways,
government,
but we can go after that way also.
Nigerian government through the
Nigeria
CBN can write to banks in America not to release money to some of those people. And you see that some of those people, and that's why, some of them are so smart. That's why in most cases they ask for your debit card. So they ask for your debit card. They don't do, bank, direct, right, to the bank. It's more of your debit card. So it's just more of, they are trying to be smart by half. But I think government can still,
President, I will call you later in the day to explain some things to you.
You see, Larry.
No.
Okay.
You see, the report you just brought now that 20 billion remittance by diaspora. Only 2. That's
2 billion.
2 billion. That 18 billion is still in circulation in the hand of financial terrorists in Nigeria. We allow such practice to continue. We will never get the exchange rate right. Our value, the value of our naira can never get better. There's no way it can appreciate against dollar. It will continue to depreciate. So the government need to take drastic measure that will stop such practice. Just like you are suggesting now, they can write to the United States that, look, these and that apps should not be allowed to operate. They are killing Nigerian economy. It should be declared illegal. So that is
it creates jobs also for Nigeria, Mr. Jalikoko. Before you start giving them ideas later.
And secondly, bros, how are you so sure? How are you not sure that those are not the guys funding terrorism in Nigeria?
That's right. So it's not hold on, Prince Daddy. Hold on,
Mr. Triumph.
Hold on. Look, that is illegality. A country must not allow illegality, must not legalize illegality. what is being practiced in Nigeria concerning money transfer and the rest is nothing but complete illegality.
Olowo, continue. I won't say
It's
anything.
a complete illegality. So what I'm saying, what I'm suggesting here, in addition to what Larry or Prince Dati said, that they can write to US and inform them of those apps and, make sure that they don't operate anymore. That is number one. Number two, and I have said it here.
Can't be done. No. It can't be done. No. Those people that smuggled money out of the country, why can't they write them to bring those money back? You people should be realistic.
Hold on now.
I'm beginning to suspect you.
Yeah, he said he has some money.
I'm serious. I'm beginning to suspect you.
That they should convert it to Naira account. If the guy is not happy, he won't like Tinubu again for this one. He's been preaching for Tinubu, be campaigning for Tinubu. Maybe this one, he will turn his back against Tinubu. So what I'm saying here, look, I have been saying it here. Nigeria must declare black market illegal. If you don't declare it illegal, if you don't go after those people and slam them in jail, go after the kingpin, or how do you call them? The babasale of that street money exchange market. If they don't go after them, if Nigeria does not declare it illegal and make sure people are arrested, slammed in jail, properties confiscated, we will not get our Naira back on track.
Baba Jelikuko.
Yes.
We worked for that money. We worked for that money now.
You don't
it
work
is just a business idea.
So
we putting our money there because of
why can't you keep
we trust our country now.
Why can't you keep your money in France? Keep open Naira account in Nigeria. Why don't you want to open Naira account? Why?
It's for private reason, man. It's for private
reason.
Everything I declared it to. Everything is declared to.
You are creating
my source of money. They declared to.
But why? Okay, now let me ask you: why do you trust Nigerian banks than the banks in France? Why didn't you keep that money in France?
It doesn't want to.
Just the interest. No interest rate. Interest rate is so high here now. Like now, I know their system here now. You have to go something that's more safer.
Interest rate
and there are many things also.
Interest rate in Nigeria is higher.
It's higher than
it's higher. So it's not a justification because in Nigeria nobody even checks.
Because why did you open bank in Naira? Why did you open it in Naira in Nigeria? It's because he has seen it for several years that Naira value is not stable. So money is safe. He will not lose anything, but rather he will gain more, because the more the Naira loses value, is dollar, is better for him. So that is what you are doing. That is what every one of us, that is what we are all doing. That is why we are opening a domiciliary account. We don't need domiciliary account in Nigeria. The only businesses businesses that transact some kind of business between Nigeria and outside Nigeria should be only entity that we can own what do you call a domiciliary account, and by doing so the bank can monitor it. They can track whatever they are doing between Nigeria and outside business with their foreign counterpart. That is the only thing. But for individual, no, it should be no and no. So everybody should spend 9 Naira and we must appreciate it. We must keep it well and stabilize it. Look, the only thing we need to do now is just to stabilize the naira, and we can't stabilize it if we have, too much of dollar. The dollar, amount we have in Nigerian economy is greater than that of naira. So how do you want to compete with dollar when a foreign currency you have it in larger quantity, particularly in value? You have it in greater value than your own economy. So who is controlling who? So the dollar is controlling.
That's a great point there.
Yes.
Yeah.
The dollar
I
is
disagree
controlling.
with you, Mr. Jelly Coco. No,
You see, this guy is very selfish. This guy, man.
I'm not selfish. I'm not selfish. I'm not
No.
selfish.
You know the thing is, why a lot
Can
of
I say
people...
something? Can I say something?
Okay, sir.
Can I say something?
Say.
Okay, please. You see that. You see, let me tell you something. The moment they touch people's money in the country, it will fall the economy. I bet it with you within 24 hours. Within 24 hours, that money in that account is that something saving my country today. Saving my country today. I love Nigeria
How?
more than what
Tell
you
us.
think.
How? Tell us.
It's just as an insurance now. It's insurance now. Understand?
Insurance
before you do a
for
business,
insurance for what?
we use it as an insurance. You know that before you do a business.
Insurance? Tell us the kind of insurance that it represents.
Like now, if you want to do a business now, and you use it as a business term for you, Mr. Jelly-Coco, the bank can ask you to bring like 30 to 40% of what you want to collect from them. So that's it. So that they know nobody gives the poor person money, even the poor business money. So you have to understand.
So if you have, if you have naira in Nigeria, naira account, you can't transact business. Or what kind of business you are talking? Are you talking business? Hold on. Are you talking of business between Nigeria and outside Nigeria, or business within Nigeria?
Yes, now. Yes, no. We didn't know outside Nigeria now. Outside Nigeria, because when they want to collect their money, everything is declared there. Everything is declared. Why do you think that many of your businesses want to leave the country? Because there is one thing with
transacting business. If you are transacting business between France and any other country, how do you make payment?
It's not only France. I do, like now. Let me tell you something. Anything within Euro, because I have an account also in UK. I won't call it specifically in UK. You understand? When I'm presenting my business here, when I give them their goods, because I sell goods, understand, and I render services too. So when I give them, instead of me paying them from France to the other side, the bank in the UK pays it bigs more or lesser. Now, when I'm giving goods in Nigeria for them to transact it for me with my collaborator, with some people there that I trust, the bank in there, they tell that they don't want it in naira. Sometimes they will pay in euro or in dollars. So pay it too. So when it's just an easy payment for me in my own, in the way I do things. That's why you say that they should convert our money. Don't say that to Baba Jelly-Coco. Don't say that.
No, there is no easy payment.
What of if CBN come out tomorrow and peg the maximum that you can keep in a domiciliary account to be $10,000?
No, that 10,000 is too much.
There is private.
Daddy, 10,000.
There is private. There is private. It's too small. 10,000 is too small.
It should not be more than
10,000 is too small now. Baba Jelly-Coco, 10,000 is too small.
Even $10,000, because if CBN wants this thing to work, 10,000 maximum, probably like $5,000.
It's too much. It shouldn't be more than even $1,000.
Keep every other thing in Nigeria.
Baba Jelly-Coco, what are you saying?
Or you keep your money in France.
The difference between private and business. So you people should understand. You guys should understand.
No,
And
You
the
have a private
business.
account in Nigeria. But
See,
no, for what? Mr. Larry, don't say that now.
no, wait now. Wait now.
You want us to fall the country upside down?
Wait now.
Don't
Even
say
the
that.
business that you are the business, you took the money to Nigeria. I think if CBN really wants to do this thing very well, the business that want to keep their money
It is
in
declared
dollars,
then.
after declaring it, now what exactly are
Yes.
you using that money to do? Probably you have a business domicile in Nigeria that you are buying machinery from abroad. Then CBN should track it and see that you are actually using it for that. Because this is just pure money laundering. You can't keep it. You won't be able to keep that your
It's
$1
no money
million
laundering.
You take that your $1 million and keep it somewhere safe in Nigeria because you have bankers in Nigeria that don't even check anything. Bankers in Nigeria that, you
Who
can do
told you that
whatsoever.
they check
US,
now?
for instance, bros.
Like I'm hearing you. So, I'm a young man. No? I'm a young man.
Yes,
No?
yeah.
But I
Okay.
talk with
US, for
experience,
instance.
with what I've seen. No? Anything I say, open my mouth and say, I'm talking with experience. So
I know
I don't know, I don't say it out to.
Bros, I know because you know why you prefer to keep your money in Nigeria. Because in Nigeria, nobody traces your money. Your money is there, is
Who
sure
told you
for
that?
you. Unlike in the US,
I
yes,
declare
unlike, take for
everything
instance, now
every
in the
year.
US,
We declare
most of
everything
those
year.
transactions, wait now, bros. In the US, for instance, transactions above $10,000 has to be reported. Right? And aside that, even banks and FBI work hand in hand. But in Nigeria, it's easier for you to take that money. Another way they launder money in Nigeria is through this real estate. Now you see most of the real estate companies now quoting dollars. Oh, this is okay. You can buy this house just $150 and all those things. Until Nigeria gets to that point where every transaction is tracked. If they don't track every transaction, then people cannot easily launder money. People can easily, money that that you can't move anywhere in the world. You can easily come in and dump like $10 million in
Do
one
you know
bank.
we have it already in Nigeria? We have it already in Nigeria. Are you aware of it? What about in Nigeria now? This electronic naira. We have it already. It's just that the people there doesn't want to implement it. Yeah. Since on the 1st of October last year, 2023, Europe too have started them. But as from now to 2025, they are trying to remove every all their notes, all their paper notes. Understand? First question. So that's what they want to do. Nigeria we are even ahead of them here in Europe. Understand? So don't just say that. Let me tell you something. No matter what you guys do, they used to always have another way around. Mr. Larry, let me ask you a question. The money you worked for over 15 years, you kept it. Then they brought a policy and wipe it off. What will you do?
Me, I'm not even
That's
saying
419.
Maybe you already have your money there.
That's 419.
You already have your money there. They should keep your money there, right? Henceforth, I think that's the best. If they really want to solve this issue, right? You have that one there. Your money is there, right? But that one you have there is a limit to which you can even move it. That's another thing. Those are things they need to bring in, right? There's a limit. Take for instance now, probably in a month, you can't move more than $10,000 out of that account in a month.
It's for private
That you can
people.
see somebody
In
just go to
private,
the bank.
you do it less now. Like now here in France, I cannot bring out a note to come and pay in the bank. I have to bring proof on. They call it facture, that's a receipt. What I did and all those invoice papers to prove everything. So I do my business legally. Baba Jaliko, don't worry. I don't do anything wrong.
But
Everything
in Nigeria,
is even my money
a lot of
outside.
things
Even in
goes.
Nigeria too, it is declared. No, don't say that. Don't say that.
Bros,
Let me tell you,
in Nigeria, a lot of things goes. And that's why a lot of people are always
you don't know
comfortable
Nigeria.
their money in Nigeria. Keep their domiciliary account and put their millions.
If everything goes, why that those people that steals money in Nigeria takes their money out of the country? Let me ask you this question. Why that many churches and many politicians take their money out of the country? Because we have faith in Nigeria. I mean, I have faith in Nigeria, but I still have faith. I still support my man. Understand? So that's just, I know one thing that we should reason differently. Something that will benefit people. Like now, before I take any law in my own line of business for my workers, I put myself in their shoe. If I do this, will it be okay for them, good or bad? We are learning. I'm still learning every day. I'm still learning. So one thing that when I hear people say that they should, is only those people that are complaining. Those are the ones that have not invested something on. Understand? When you put in something in something, A, X in Y, you will make sure that everything you do in life is all about profits. Understand? It's all about profits. So nobody wants to fail now. Even now, I tell you that now in the next 6 years, in the next 6 years, I'm planning to relocate. You understand? So you understand now. Everything is just planning. You plan ahead, and then I cannot be here in the Western world and I'm talking good or bad of my country. I want to be there to help them, to contribute. Not all about talking. At least very soon, I'll tell one man to put something on air.
Let me ask you something. As you like Nigeria, right? But what of if they try to like incentivize it and kind of like say, okay, fine. They want to borrow that your money and they kind of like said, okay, fine, at probably 2-3% interest rates. Will you be able to give it out?
I'm not borrowing, no. It's for business. I'm not borrowing. Why?
Because the thing is not even, Nigeria is not even benefiting from that money. You are just using them as a save. Because as the way you said it, right? You want to keep that money in that place. Nigeria is not even benefiting from it. So what's the essence of them allowing you to come keep those money that the economy is not even benefiting from it?
It's a wayo money now. The money that just is a wayo.
Which wayo money? Oh, I know you're making fun of me on air. I know backstage you will tell me something reasonable. No. I know you now. I know you very well. I know you very well.
Do you know the thing now? Even now, gone are those days. I hardly see people go to parties spending dollars. But now that's the normal thing now in parties in Nigeria. They don't even spend naira again. Now, those days, Babajale Koko, if you go to Wasiu's party, those days it's just normal. You don't spend bundles now.
Mm-hmm.
You spend it 1-1.
Yes.
But now, if you are not spending dollars, that means you are spending bundles.
And what is it? Kilo day now.
So now, and even at that,
you just your mind, Mr. Larry. Let me tell you one little secret in life. One little secret in life. I was once like you a few years ago. I dislike people that are rich, people that are wealthy.
I don't dislike people
them. But the moment I started accepting them, loving them, my doors, my heaven open.
Let me correct that. I don't dislike people that are rich, right? Because the way I am now, presently, I'm not rich, but a lot of people, I'm still, at least I'm still within the top 5% in the US. So, but some things are not right. And when things are not right,
if now
you need to call
American economy falls, now you will run back to Nigeria.
Bros, I don't think I can run back to Nigeria.
Who told you say American economy goes?
I don't think I can run back to Nigeria.
You know what kind of what do you think will become of that of Nigerian economy when American economy to fall? What is going to become of Nigeria?
Nigeria has two economy. They're using the Asia and the Western world.
Even if the American economy for that means
even China money very soon
collapse. The world.
No. There's another. It is SWIFT now. It's not SWIFT. It's not SWIFT. Like China and Russia and other countries are not creating another source of income. Even the Middle East are not doing it. They've started it already. I give you from now, 10 years from now, in Africa, they'll be spending Chinese currency. 10 years from now.
Maybe you
Mark
said 10
this
years
what
from
I'm
now.
telling you.
And what does that mean to you? If they are spending Chinese currency in Africa, what does that mean? That means China, you having how do I describe that China currency? Yuan. So you are
Yes.
changing from dollarized economy to yuan economy. So what
I don't want to talk too much. If I say something now, you say,
that
he has started
worse.
again.
That will be worse off because those Chinese, they are just like bees, where they just penetrate and dismantle the whole economy for you, and they will take over the whole place.
They are bringing competitive in the market space now. I do business with them now. They're being competitive with the market. Like now, I bought a market, a product in Germany. They were selling it for €100 to supply it to me. But when I went to China was doing it for me for €5. Everything is about business. So
will they carry the same
then
quality?
I bought from China.
Will it be the same quality?
It's still the same quality, just the way you tell them what they do and they do it for you. That's I like the way of China.
Bros,
Tell them what they do, they will do it.
No be so.
No, everything we have to do is just all about consuming, nothing for life.
No.
Control, quality control.
It's all about consumption.
No.
Quality
Which
control.
quality control? Even your iPhone is made with €5.
The quality control
is €5
by China. Don't say anything that China makes very cheap.
Everything. Why do you think today that China is fighting for Taiwan? America is fighting for Taiwan. When I saw something there that because of the chips, over 60% of the chips of the world is made from Taiwan. So you understand one thing is that
chips now. America is making abundance of chips now. So
they can't. It will take like 20 years, my brother. Do you think that constructing
America is already
to build takes time?
America is already
like now.
They look that America already have a very big plant and like manufacturing plant of chips.
America is the one manufacturing some of those chips now.
That's what I'm saying. I said
they delegate now.
No.
They delegate to other countries to do it now.
America stopped selling chips to those guys.
To China, they don't sell it to China
bros,
anymore.
go and Google all these things now.
They duplicate it too. Before you construct something,
this is a free thing for you to Google.
You delegate and you duplicate now.
No, America.
Check it too. I will tell you. Even last week, they were still talking about it. Yeah. What America is afraid. They are afraid. I'm telling you. This year is the year of the dragon. This year is the year of the dragon. Look at it.
America is the one that is not even exporting chips to China again.
Of course, now America is the one that is not even exporting chips to China. What are you saying now,
exporting to China again? America have that.
They have to bring. There is a order that stop them from even exporting chips to China. Bros, Google some of these things now.
No.
Triumph.
Okay. Now they should allow.
No. Two of us, me and Larry.
I'm telling you something.
Go and
Mr. Jelly Coco.
Let me. I will
give you. No. I will give you proof. I will give you the links. You see what I'm saying.
No, this is not even link. This is something that you can
quickly
Google now. See, this is what they call chips for America. This is the commerce, the www.commerce.gov in America. These are normal things that you could always see on the internet.
All Europeans, why is that everything they are still protecting Taiwan? Don't say it, my brother, Mr. Larry. Don't say it. Even the cars, even the products, everything we use today, there is chips. Everything we are using today, there is chips. The computer, the watches, the televisions, everything that is cheap. And you want to tell me that even in America, they cannot even pay workers. They're looking for cheap labor.
Manufacturer in the world now.
The highest. What are you saying, bros? Now
the best, the quality, the most quality. America have everything.
Yeah, let me, if you can open
Do you
this,
know,
right?
Mr. Larry, Mr. Larry, Mr. Larry,
America stopped
for me to be
its
proud of you,
exportation
for me to
to
agree,
China. What
okay,
are you
okay,
saying
okay,
now?
Mr. Larry, Mr. Larry, like now, I know what I'm doing here in Europe. I'm begging, negotiating them. I'm not even in the government. I'm trying to bring them to Nigeria anyway. Nigeria. That's why I say that the moment there is peace, if they can just solve the security problem in Nigeria, the security problem, I believe that Nigeria will be great. I'm trying to convince them to come Nigeria, to come and create, you understand, to come and fabricate their goods, to come and build their plants. I thought that even the lands, people will give them lands for free when they come down to the country. One thing is that because of one thing that if you look at today, you know that the law said that every 500 years, according to secular, things change in the world. You understand? Now the Westerners are fighting to keep power. Everything is now moving to the east now, and to Africa now. So what is this that very soon everywhere will be boiling now? Everywhere will be boiling in the world. We know what is going on. So one thing you have to start preparing in advance. In advance. One thing that I used to tell people that when there is war, anything crisis, it's only the poor people and the people that suffers. That suffer because of what? Lack of awareness. The difference between the rich and the poor today is just awareness. I will tell this one. I will tell you, even sometimes when I speak to some people are looking at me like, don't G. They say, what is he talking? They don't understand my language. I just keep quiet. I don't like arguing. You people can be there in your country or anywhere you are, but if you cannot bring something back home, this is what the Chinese did now. They convinced them to come there. I tell them that when they come to Nigeria, they're cheaper labor. Not, I promise them that even here, do you know that they took me to court last 2 years, my workers. I say in Nigeria, they don't do that. They won't take you to court for anything. You just negotiate, you take care of them the way you do. So that's it. And we are not lazy. At least we are not lazy. Nigerians are not lazy. We work, they work. I still do that one person here, you use it to employ 10 people. And they're happy. Wanted them just to bring them back home, my brother. So you see, even though you just wanted that for them to come, they want assurance now. They want assurance. They used to tell me that they want to tell me problem going on in my country now. I'm even shocked. That's why when I get to find out about the woman's platform, I stick to it. I'm learning at the same time. Say I learn from your solution. So that's it.
Those Chinese, they are not even, as far as me I'm even concerned, they are not even, most of the problems in Nigeria, they are part of it. Particularly mining in Nigeria. If you know what those Chinese are actually doing to mining in Nigeria, they cause most of the problem. Even this your France, they use mining.
I'm an European and an African at the same time. You understand? I have two continents. You understand? I'm an European at the same time. I'm African. But I have one thing that you guys are driving them out. When I was listening about earlier, when you guys were talking a few hours ago, that when people are talking about import, they say you cannot produce something in the country as for now. Sometimes you need, because I remember when you bring competition in the market, the prices drops. Understand? So even here in France, I remember those days that you only call free during the weekends, or free from 6 in the evening to 9 in the evening, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. But now when there is competition everywhere, we can call free 24 hours. You only just pay your 10 to 15 euro for the whole month. Internet free, call free. Anyway, you understand? So what it is that we need. That's the way we do something. Those people crying, those local people crying, they are just being selfish. I like competition. My wife knows me well. I like competition. I will tell you, I like competition. If you want to talk about my dollar now, talk. I'm listening.
So bros, you said, yeah, no. You said we can't produce things now, right? And competition is all about open your border, import everything, right? That's your own philosophy, right?
Okay, continue.
Yeah, because you said, because people that are shouting, right, they are shouting because they don't like competition. So importation, which country develops without them producing anything and they are just importing everything? Haba.
Okay, let me give you an example. Look at Brexit today,
Okay.
my guy, Mr. Larry. Brexit today.
Hmm?
Do you know how they are? Do you know that a few days ago I wanted to give somebody? I bought a designer hat
Mhm.
to send to somebody. So when I found out how much of sending it, understand? Sending it, it was even more than the price I bought it. What I did, I just sent that money to them to buy it, to do what you want to do. Once you did that, they have to make it the way different for people. You understand? If you want quality, this is what you pay. If you want something,
I don't agree with
you
your
have to,
own.
like, now we need food to eat. Anything like now a poor man's table today.
No.
Do you know what the politician? You
See,
just,
part of
if you
the
can put food
problem
in
we have,
anybody's table.
part of the problem we have is this total dependence on all those imports. At this point,
Okay, let me give you an example now. Thank you for
Mhm.
this topic you brought now. Like now, I'm working in a project today to start importing petroleum products to Nigeria. Importing petroleum. That I'm working on it now. So you want to tell me now? Yeah, people are complaining. I remember when Angelico was saying, Dangote. I said, forget that one. I can even produce even more cheaper than what he's producing. Even more cheaper. The price is using me even more cheaper because I have to make benefits. So you want to tell me that you want them to monopolize everything as they do in sugar, flour,
It's
other
not about
things.
monopolizing
Like I remember when I first of all
So
started
now
my
let me
first
ask
company.
you. Let me ask you,
Okay.
because you said so. If everything we import, right, is in China,
Okay.
so invariably, and somebody is
Not
building
only in
that
China,
system
everywhere,
no
not
matter where
China.
you call it,
Okay.
right? So whose economy are we
Okay.
really helping? So if averagely, like Dangote now have that refinery in that place, so economically, the people that will be working in that refinery, don't you know that whatever they get from there, it multiplies to their family. So we can't, there is no country, even the US here. I remember during those Trump period, Trump has to call China, there has to be reciprocal. How much are you selling to me? I have to look at what you're selling to me outside. That's when there has to be balance of trade. But if everything is import, then there will be trade deficit, because at that point, I'm not even giving you anything.
No. Even look at now. Let me give you an example.
Bros,
France gives European Union 20 billion euro every year, but
it will pay you. You
it's not
will
gonna
like
work. They send you.
you like them because
No,
you have to make money from it. But at the end of the day, it's going to kill that economy finally. Government should.
Who
There are
told
some
you that? Do you know how many people are feeding? People that works for me, they have each of them. I give them free houses.
Bros, that
and
one
I also
is,
give
you
them
decide
free
to
car.
do that one on your own.
Everybody each.
That one is not even
What are you saying?
anything. You decide to do that one on your own.
Don't. No,
Government,
it
there
just.
are
I
some
like giving
things.
my people. Even here in France, I pay half of their money for their house
There
rent
are some things
every
that
time.
government.
I'm telling you what I do. I tell you what I
not
do.
even. Wow, okay. Take for instance now,
To
a
make
company
Nigeria
selling
great, it's
tomato
not
in
the
Nigeria.
government. You people are getting it wrong. It's not the
Wait
government
now.
to save Nigeria.
Wait now. No,
It
that's
is
not
the
how to save
entrepreneurs.
Nigeria. That is to kill Nigeria economy finally. Every good company, every good country supports indigenous company to grow, so that they will be able to grow. You subsidize them, you give them things so that they will be able to grow to withstand any price you are bringing from anywhere. That is how it works. You don't kill indigenous company
We call it
because
innovation. No, we call it innovation. You guys,
that's not innovation. Dependence on importation is not innovation.
matters.
But killing your economy because you are intentionally killing indigenous
Nobody
companies
kills the economy
so
now.
that someone else whose country is helping that
Do you know that
country,
I have to
with
bring
economic of
two
scale, they're able
foreigners,
to produce much.
from Europe to come and work for me in Nigeria? Let me tell you what I did. It's just like some of our people back home. Sorry to say, I don't want
let me
to.
ask
I
you
don't want to
something.
be negative.
If they can produce that thing, how about them taking that company to Nigeria and producing the same thing in Nigeria? Is there a crime in that?
That's what I'm working on now. That's what I'm working on now. That's what I'm working
You are
on.
not working on that one because if they can do that, yes, that's
Are
going
you
to be
benefit?
in that. But if you are saying we should
Last year,
buy
do you know how many companies I met?
What they have in China is cheap, so we should import everything. So, in short, bros.
Like now, there is something that Nigeria are doing, which is going to be great. The state company. The moment the state company start working, we can talk. We can talk. You guys should understand. Don't put the blame on foreigners. No, Mr. Larry, don't put the blame on foreigners. Understand?
Nobody is putting the blame on foreigners. We are putting the blame on government. These are things that government
back home. The people back home are the one. A thief cannot come to your house and steal and having the formations like that. It is people back home telling them what to. That's why I said I put something in the private link that those people doing those things.
If government does not allow some of those things to enter,
to put policy, just policy. Business is business.
Enabling environment and anything that we can protect. For instance, now tin tomato. That this guy, what's this guy's name that does tin tomato in Nigeria? If that guy can do tin tomato and that tin tomato, right,
can go have a very good capacity. We are over 230 million in Nigeria.
What do you say?
Okay, let me tell you. We are over 200 million people in Nigeria. Do you know that sometimes you will need external help? Understand? And again, you guys have to understand that. As I said earlier, there was a day I was talking to some people in the background that problem those politicians they have in Nigeria is just awareness. They say why, and I explained it that. Do you think that where I used to eat, have money, you come and change that policy? It will not work. It's not about my private gain.
It will not work because
it's not about my private.
You said it will not work because the government allowed it. That is just it. In an ideal.
And who are the government? The government are in an ideal. Let us be realistic.
In an ideal
you are just talking theory. This theory you are talking.
In an ideal country, right? If government say today this thing will not enter, it will not enter. Forget all those things you are saying. If government wants to help indigenous companies, if you know those companies, it's good. Take those companies if they can produce. Yeah, why not take is there? Okay, what exactly are they doing in China? Labor is cheaper in Nigeria. There is nothing they want that is not in Nigeria.
That's what I said. But they said one thing. They said one thing. Which was spoken about. It's just insecurity. Just the insecure.
Bros, it's not everywhere.
Even me myself.
Genuine companies will go to Nigeria. Will support Nigeria. All those ones, right, that you're saying, they are not things that are going to support that country. Those are people killing that country. They take advantage of that country. Look at it, for instance, now.
Nobody takes advantage.
Those Chinese guys are the ones causing problem. Chinese guys are the ones causing problem in Oyo. They are the ones causing problem in.
No, you are wrong. It is the indigenous people of Oyo are the ones causing that problem, not the Chinese guys.
No,
don't think. Let me tell you
Chinese guys are the problem. Take for instance, Dele Alake was saying which day. Say those guys are owing even the Nigerian government almost 2 trillion. What exactly do they do? They fund what's the essence of what's the cost of all this terrorism in Nigeria? Are they not the ones funding terrorism so that they can actually have access to money?
No, it is your thugs. It is your chief title. One thing is that I don't want to say something to implicate one man's platform. I have to be careful. Understand? If it's in the background, I can open up some things for you.
There's nothing those guys can offer anything until Nigeria decide to take the bull by the horn and solve Nigerian problem in Nigerian way. If we have resources,
Nigeria is advancing now. We have everything already now. The systems are there, Mr. Larry. The systems are there, Mr. Larry. It's just the individuals. Like now, that was something that I remember a few years ago. Not now that I have connections with. A few years ago. I remember when I sent somebody to go and talk to do a deal for me. So the person went for good 2 months. For good 2 months was going. There's something is there. I thought that I saw it on the net. What I did, I have to call Abuja. Abuja have to call Lagos. Then Lagos, then they told the person to climb upstairs to the last floor. The person was surprised. I said, don't worry. Everything has been settled. Even people, they genuine. I never knew them. It's just on the internet. I spoke with them on my phone. They did the job. They are not the problem. Those people, those middle class, the poor ones are the one causing problem. I will tell you what I know now, my brother.
Bros, no
Because
no
you know
anything is
they were asking they were asking for almost 10 million naira. What to do the job is so not even 250,000 naira. I was just laughing. The guy just said, we are sorry. Then they dealt with them. I was in the airport in Nigeria airport, 2017.
bros. Everything I still
They,
say
they, they told me,
everybody
I'll tell you
in
something. The guy there took, and the driver of the Chinese guy took the Chinese guy from them. I said, why are you people doing that? I said, you guys should. I told the Chinese guy, go back, or you know who will bring problem. Everybody should follow the line. The Chinese guy went back and stayed the line. Then the guy, the Nigerian people are talking. Oh, my brother Larry, money get power.
Okay.
No talk
Well,
with you, no, I beg.
the essence is everybody abroad. Our prayer is that Nigeria should be better, right? And
It
the only
is
thing we
better
can
already. Just the systems are there. We have
the
negative
only thing we
people
can
there
only
that
do
the
is to
ones
try
using
our
it
own
for
best.
selfish gain.
That's the only thing we can only
It's just
do. Try our
negative
own
gain.
best. Do what you can do. You know, if you have business in Nigeria, pay the right tax so as to support that country.
We
Even though
pay
we know
now, we
that
even pay
people,
money.
even though we know that people will not, there are people that will always tell you, oh, don't worry, we'll help you. Like, take for instance, for me, I have a company in Nigeria, and my partner in Nigeria is always,
That's
when
good.
it's time to pay tax, we can actually have one or two ways to kind of I tell him, let's pay the right tax. Whatever they want, give it to them. Because if you make money, then you should definitely pay tax. But
Gentlemen, it looks as though our sleep is going to take over, so I'm going to shut it down from the streaming, but the conversation can still carry on.
I need to run too.
Yeah, you can stay there. I'll shut it
I
down.
just got here.
No, you can still carry on talking, but I need to hit my bed. Or do you want to take it over to Nigeria?
I can handle it for a few hours or an hour.
All right, drop me in the private chat and then I'll set you up.
All right then.
Okay, carry on, whoever that was.
Okay, let me talk, Larry and the others. Look, Nigeria.
Baba Jelly Kuku.
Yeah, Nigeria must take a drastic action, tough action, economic measure that can really take Nigerian economy back under the control of our naira. And if we can achieve that, I want to tell you, we will start seeing a positive economic result. But if we want to continue to allow this money exchange, illegal money exchange market to operate in Nigeria, what you are going to achieve, number one, your currency will continue to go down and you will never achieve any productive means will never strive in that country, because without good currency, without stable currency, without currency that it can be predicted, or without a currency that is without stable currency. Let me just put it: without stable currency, then you cannot attain productivity. You cannot attain productivity. And why we cannot attain productivity? One of it is this round-tripping money, illegal money exchange market that we have in Nigeria. The parallel market, the bureau de change, they are the killer of the economy. the no economic policy will work in Nigeria as you allow if we allow these people to continue to operate, because they will always, push back.
Baba Jalen Koko, just a quick question, and you can add it to what
all
you're
right.
saying.
Sorry, Remy. Before you ask that quick question, let me use this window to bail out. Hand over to Tunaja. I thank everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Super Chatters, Chioma Kulata, and then there was one other person, Oscar Blackstone. Or Blackbone. So thank you to those.
One man before you leave, are you under the weather or something? Or
yes, somewhat. You can hear the flow in my voice, can't you?
Did you take your shot at it? Every year I have to we talk about it. Well, anyway, I don't know. Good night. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. I know what you're about to say. No, I didn't take the shot. But to Niger, please don't let anyone else on apart from the people on the screen. We've been having somebody coming to spam the session, so just keep it to the people on the screen, and then when that's done, that's done. So to Niger, over to you.
Thank you. All right
Okay,
then.
Baba Jalen Koko, my question is this: would you like Nigeria to peg our currency and not to float it to the demand, to the intricacies of demand and supply? That is the question I want to take on, and everyone can also take up that question. Pegging the naira at a particular fixed rate and not floating it according to the intricacies of demand and supply. Thank you.
Well, pegging it is not the solution to the problem. Floating it can only work if we don't have this illegal money exchange market in Nigeria. If the government declare this illegal market, if you declare them illegal, and we have a system or a situation where all this money outside the banking system can go into the banking system, Nigeria, we have abundance of dollars within the banking system, and we will have so much that to satisfy demand. We will have enough to satisfy demand for dollar, But as we have it today,
Babajele Koko, what you are trying to say is that they should script black market. Any black market, they should just script them. Stop them and rule the state. Totally script.
Totally script.
Okay.
Yes. We must not allow them to operate. They are illegal. It's illegality. They must be scraped completely. Not only that, every domiciliary account in Nigeria must be converted to Let me land. All those money should be taken to central bank. Central bank must take this money in exchange for naira. We will have so much money at hand, so much dollar at hand, that we can easily use to satisfy the demand for productivity in dollar. We must start to produce for Nigeria whatever we must start to invest in
productive activities in Nigeria. Now, that is the only way out. And central bank can monitor the activities of the bank very well. And bank should be a commercial bank rather. And commercial bank should be the only bank that can issue dollar or give dollar to whoever that is requesting for it for productive means. This issue of me sending money to Nigeria for people to cash it in dollar and then take it to black market must stop. Every money sent to Nigeria must be automatically converted to Naira. You cannot take dollar. That is when we will start. That will give us so much money in so much dollar in our banking system that we can use for productive means or productive, that we can use to invest on productive activities in Nigeria. So, and Larry was suggesting that there are some apps now that, even when you send money through them, that money will not go into the central bank. They have a way of, diverting that money into a kind of a different account, and it will not go into central bank or into our banking system in Nigeria. I don't know the way that.
So I want Larry to correct something. I know some of this have, when you send money to them, they deposit directly Naira to that beneficiary account, and you pay euro or dollar to them, and they pay you Naira in that Nigerian bank account. So can you clarify where the euro go to, or how do they do their clearance with the CBN or maybe International Monetary Exchange position? So if Larry is still here, maybe he can put more light, because I don't totally understand what he's trying to say.
I think what he was saying is that they will hold on to that dollar. They have Naira account in Nigeria to pay into that your beneficiary. So they're using that dollar for different
So
needs.
if they are doing that, that means it's in connivance with the bankers in Nigeria, and also some CBN staff knows about it.
No,
because
they don't know. They don't know anything.
No, the money cannot just go like that from here directly to a personal bank account like that.
Remy.
Yeah, Remy, you make sense. That's what I was asking too. It doesn't make sense what he was saying.
Thank you. Thank that what I was saying.
It doesn't make sense what he was saying, but I didn't want to argue with
very much
because every country there's something called SWIFT. So they work with SWIFT, and the SWIFT will work with the CBN of every country.
No, that's not true. They don't know.
What's not true? What's not true?
Not working.
What part is not true? Because when you send money, it has to go through SWIFT before it goes to any country.
Let me tell you this. These SWIFTs you are talking about, it is only when the bank, let's say you go to US Bank in the United States, or any bank in the United States, and through that bank, you want to send money to another account in Nigeria, that is when SWIFT work.
But and apart from that, they have an international body that controls this. You cannot just set up a company like that.
Yes, SWIFT is SWIFT is the international body. What Baba is saying, but what Baba is saying is this. You're telling me that when remittance company send money, you still have to go through that
Yes,
monetary international, which is SWIFT. You still have to go through it.
it goes
And
through it.
you have to remember that in Nigeria, if I send money, I can't collect the money. They would ask you, do you want to send it to a your bank account in that country, or a bank account in that country, or you want to collect the money at the vendor, meaning at the bank. Like they will send you that money and you go to any bank and receive that money, whatever bank you put down. So there's no way a transaction will happen, and the edge of monitoring um bank in a country would not know that that transaction is occurring. So what he was saying confuses me, because I don't think that's how monetary works. And that's the same process that Bitcoin is using. But Bitcoin is more like you um all that gain approval would not happen. It would just be like they're using they're using, there's a name for that thing, to track where the money is going, so you can track it back. So
I,
that's the
I,
only
I
difference. So I
think
don't
Larry was
understand how money will go to Nigeria and CBN would not know.
Larry is very
Even
But
from the country, Mr. Jalikoko, let me say this thing, please. Let me say something, because I remember last 2 years I gave somebody money in Nigeria, a very rich soul. I used the Western Union, Western money, Western Union. I forgot it. Western, something Western. Then I sent the money. Understand? I don't use apps. That was that. I was not aware of it. That's what they say. Awareness is everything. So they blocked the money for good 3 months. They told me that everything I've sent for the year is too much. I should wait for the following year. It was the last quarter of the year. So I laughed. I said, why is this thing happening? Then I went to Western Union. They gave me my money back cash. Understand? Cash, and they transferred the rest into my account. Understand? So I was just laughing. I said, why? They told me that they're monitoring everything. So you will not tell me that somebody A to send money B in Africa, they will not do it, because I did it with my private name. When I do something with my business name, everything goes easily. They don't ask anything, because it has been charged already. I pay their percentage, they collect their own, I get my money, finished, and you can still keep your money in any account. That's what I say. Because before you put your money in your domiciliary account, actually they have dollar account, they have euro account, you understand, and they have the local currency. So I don't use local currency, because if I want to pay my investors, I pay them all in foreign currency. What they collect, Mr. Jaliko, you have to understand. Oh no, you want to put somebody in problem. You said the government to take Baba Jaliko. Sometimes I don't want to say too much. Okay, thank you.
Can I just add something to this? I feel like the way I wouldn't say I feel, it's more like rational actually, because I think some of the money that is being sent from, let's say, from the UK now, when you transfer it to, from the UK, the actual company does have cash in Nigeria, and they can easily pay the money into your own
Thank you.
account
Yes.
in Nigeria. And when they pay into Nigeria, what is happening is that the profit is not making it to Nigeria. The foreign currency is not necessarily making it to Nigeria in real time. And because Nigeria's currency is depreciating, they have an incentive to keep it in the West. As you see, so if they keep that money in the West, the value of what you are transferring, they are making more and more profit from it versus Nigeria. And from that point of view, it's a kind of speculation that is not even healthy for the Nigerian economy. And that part of it, in short, everything the Nigerian government does, if they are being there, because one of the reasons why I came in was because the way some of you were sounding quite nationalistic. You were saying that some of these things that the government is doing, they need to start discouraging the use of this thing, dollars. And I've been calling for this for a long time. The problem with Nigerian elites, they are not nationalistic by instinct. They have to see disaster happening, then and people complaining before they even try to even move that way.
Don't tie it to just elite though. Don't tie it's everyone. People that pay tuition, people that pay salary. It's not just the elite that is getting their salary in dollars. It's not just the elite that is sending their kids to schools that only collect dollars. So we can't just blame
but you have to admit now that the basically the middle class don't tend to have a lot of encounter with dollars. The ones that have those access are the ones that have access to be using dollars overseas and stuff. Most Nigerians don't have access to that. Vast majority of Nigerians don't, and that's why you have to put it on the doorstep of the elites, because they too have a culture that bleeds down. You know, the people that are poorer look up to the people that have a lot more. So, and when you have that culture, it bleeds down. And that is the thing that the elites don't seem to understand in Nigeria. They have a culture of their first instinct is not to be nationalistic. And this is why you have to convince your governments to buy Nigerian-made goods. That is crazy in the first place.
Where is the Nigerian-made goods?
We make cars. We make even armored vehicles.
We don't make cars. Please.
See, however you want to call it, things that are manufactured in Nigeria, assembled in Nigeria, however you want to put it, you should patronize it more, because what that does is, if your people start using it, Cameroonians will start using it, Benin Republic will start using it, and before you know it, most African countries will start using it. And who is going to benefit? Nigeria. But if these people are not nationalistic, we lose out.
Does the average Nigerian love to patronize local produce?
Yeah, but if they had the chance, comes from?
It's not the elite now, that it's just a cultural thing for everyone. The bigger point that even the average individual that you're trying to defend here is also a corporate. It doesn't value local.
See, they are corporates, but you have to understand where that mindset comes from. The mindset comes from the elites, and I agree.
No, it's not even value though. Okay, let's break this down. Your tomatoes, how many is being made in Nigeria, grow in Nigeria? Your gari, how many is being available in Nigeria? Even from Togo, you're still shipping your gari from there. That's
sorry to cut you. Let me clarify something. Maybe you don't know what I'm talking about. Do you guys remember pig milk? Do you remember pig milk?
Yes.
That they have the Holland version and the Nigerian version.
Yes. Yeah, I know.
It's the same freaking thing. But because it's Holland, they will price it more and people will pay more for the Holland version. The same freaking thing.
Where do you think that mindset comes from? You have to ask yourself, where does this mindset come from? Because I know South Korea in 1960, the leader came in and said, you have to buy this in locally manufactured goods, and the people stuck to it. And when they do it for a specific reason.
Okay, I don't think so. Of course, they manufacture milk in Holland and Nigeria, but did you look at the ingredient? You have to realize that.
Thank you, Mr. Oriola.
They are manufactured by the same company, but the quality is not the same.
Are not the same.
Exactly. Your Fanta is
Thank you, Mr. Oriola. God bless you.
Hold on. Let's see. You have to understand. You cannot cut your coat like the coat of that of a rich man, like a Netherlands.
Right.
You start from somewhere. By now, if you patronize the Nigerian one, it will become more excellent.
No, you can actually, what you said, I don't agree with this, because you can cut your coat if a lot of those things are manufactured in Nigeria. So, for example, where does milk come from? Do we have cows that actually give us milk?
Of course we have
cows. Where are the cows?
What kind of talk is that? Our cows don't know how to produce milk anymore.
The cow is in Aso Rock.
What kind of language is that? See, the point is that if you
do we do that? We don't milk our milk. It's not even from our cow that we breed in Nigeria.
Come on.
Yes,
come on, man. That's not fair. See,
is that true?
No.
If what I said true.
We produce milk.
We produce milk in Nigeria.
No, we don't produce it because we are not supporting our own locally manufactured.
Forefathers. Remember when Buhari signed the deal with Trump?
What if we say Waraton? What if we move?
Do you remember Buhari in the White House when he signed that deal with Trump for them to be importing American milk to Nigeria?
Oh my God!
Do you remember
that? I don't remember the deal, but they did. That was
when he called him lifeless. He called him lifeless, if you remember.
You're right, Babati. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that.
Wow.
He signed the deal that America should bring more milk to Nigeria.
Even though they were having issues with the mad cow, whatever, and the whatever at the time, you still go and sign deal with them. I don't know why you would do that.
You are speaking to what I'm trying to highlight. There is something inherently wrong with our elite class, that because they are the ones that have the power to make this change.
Wait, what are you talking? Why are we blaming people?
Because I agree. I'm one of them. I used to be one of them.
See, let me say something. If me, I go to Nigeria, what's wrong with me saying, I buy cows and create a farm where I can produce milk? Why are we pushing it on someone else?
It's not someone else. It's the elites, the ones that have the resources to do it, like you. You are not doing it, and when your leaders go and sign deals that are completely useless to your people, that's why you become poorer and poorer.
To Nigeria. Sorry to cut you. Do you know that last year there was a Nigeria that went to Netherlands? That was in the 10 seconds. There was a Nigerian I'm aware of. He went to Netherlands to talk about it, to bring their cows to produce milk to Nigeria. Did they accept it? How much did they sell a cow there? Yeah, those dairy cows, not to 700 euro. You understand? Not up to 700 euro. So you can see, but the cost to send it there was too much. So he decided to leave the business. So what do you want to say? Just the environment is the policy. If they make that policy wise for them, I believe they are going to do it. So that's
okay. Can we be honest? No. Father, can we be honest? How many Nigerians, if you put a milk gallon of milk from America or the one made in our Nigerian farm at the same price, how many Nigerians will buy the Nigerian one? Let's be honest. Let's be honest.
You are speaking to the issue that I have, because Nigerians don't understand the consequences of.
So it's not pricing. It's not pricing, because that's why I used the Holland thing earlier. It wasn't the code game. You have a fundamental flaw. Maybe low self-esteem or something is going on there. It's deeper than that that's going on.
It's leadership. It's leadership. The leadership is not telling their people the reason why. They don't tell them the reason why it's good to buy locally.
It is the mindset, Mr. Tunanja.
Let me finish my point now. Let me finish my point. Hold on. How many times have you had Tinubu say, buy locally manufactured goods? You know what? The problem with the dollar is that we don't even need a dollar. If we really want to be strict, we can say, okay, screw the dollar, go away. The only time we need a dollar is when we want to buy anything overseas. And you know what will happen when you do that? It will force the locally manufactured market, that's the manufacturing sector, to start manufacturing goods that Nigerians can consume. When you keep bringing dollars in, and so that people can use that dollars to buy goods from overseas, it will destroy the locally manufactured manufacturing sector. Thereby, you need more dollars now to buy even more goods from overseas and impoverish your people even further. This is a vicious cycle that our elite class don't seem to want to wake up to. This is something that other nations have done. How can you not know that when you keep buying stuff from overseas, you're impoverishing your nation? You are supposed to manufacture locally.
Can I give you? Give me 1 second. Let me give you an example. My late cousin in Songota, God bless his soul, was a shoemaker in Nigeria, right? So he will make amazing shoes, and people didn't want to pay top naira for the shoe. So we had this uncle that worked for EcoBank as a manager, and he asked him and said, "You don't want to pay? We are making all these shoes." Do you know what he told him? He says, "Start slapping made in Italy on those shoes, brother." The same shoe, just because it changed made where it was made, people were paying more just by changing the logo of made in whatever, and they were paying more for the same shoe. So it's the same thing.
I believe that. I believe the reason why he's selling more is the fact that everybody knows that anything Italian when it comes to leather is quality.
But my point is that the same thing was made in Nigeria there. Now it was still made in Nigeria.
I don't buy that. Nigerian shoes are just as good.
That's good too. But I'm saying that to the consumer, what is it about made in Nigeria that you don't? Something about what we make ourselves that we don't like.
Explain why I think so. Okay, so let me use. What can we not use an example? Let's use so that I want to use milk. That milk that you said. Every quality, people go for quality. It doesn't matter. So it's more like in US, for example, a lot of people don't like American made cars because they don't think they're good enough, but they go for Toyota. So it's the same thing. People will always. So if Nigeria, and it will be less pricey too. Let's say we make our own milk. The money that we have to use for importation and have to go through custom and everything, our price will not be that high. That's number one. And if we're locally making it and we preserve it, go through the right process, we will have same quality, because the reason why the quality is being reduced is the fact that we have to import almost every single thing that will make that Nigerian milk. But if we're making every single thing in Nigeria, that quality will be there because it's not as expensive. We are buying it in our
That's
own
true.
naira. We are doing it in our own nairas. So just like,
But to
okay,
start
let
with,
me give you one example before
the
I go.
first
Let me give you.
stuff, it's not going to be that good of a quality, or if it does have the quality, the price will
It
be
will
higher.
still be
You
good.
have
It
to
will still be
understand the
quality.
transition process. When you
There
start,
is no
it's
quality
either
there,
not going to be as
Mr.
good,
It will
or
still
it's
be
going to be more
quality.
expensive.
It will still be quality because the
Because of
only reason
a
why it's
drunk
not
you
as
got in
quality
Nigeria, it's
now.
just like Ogi Baba. It was Ogi Baba. They told me it was you got. What I was drinking was Ogi Baba. I know the difference between you got and Ogi Baba when I tested it last time in Nigeria.
Yeah, but you know that milk. You know
You
that
understand?
milk that comes from cow. All they do is preserve that milk, dry it, and turn it
That's it.
into
Like cheese too.
Yeah, exactly. So
Which one is
you know,
Ogi
like
Baba
if we're
again?
doing it, oh, corn, that's corn. You know, like
Okay.
if we're doing it in Nigeria, we wouldn't have to spend all that levy. The money that comes into buying stuff foreign would not be there, and it would be more like quality, because a lot of people want to sell those milk. Like right now, they want to sell those milk, and they know that if it's the same quality as the one they produce in Holland, it will be too much expensive for people to buy.
Thank you
At
very
this
much for saying
stage,
that. You know,
it's not expensive
Papa,
at this
can you
stage.
give me a second? I didn't want
Yeah.
to go there before, but I'm going to go there now. People might not like what I'm about to say. If that same milk that was made in Holland was made by Oriade and is in Nigeria and in Holland, people will still ignore it.
No.
No.
Change.
No. If they find out that the person that made that stuff in that same Europe of yours is a Nigerian or is a black person, the demand for it will be down in Nigeria. If it's not a white person, I'm telling you what it. Let's be honest.
See, okay, that is you are lending.
I'm telling you.
I don't agree with you on that point.
You are lending some credence. That's to what my complaint, that our mindset is that our own thing is not as good. And
no, I don't agree with you guys on that one. Okay, so
if the person that makes something, no, guys, hold on. If the person that made that thing looks like you or acts like you, that this thing from Nigeria that you tell next to, even if they have the top quality, you will still have this kind of pushback. I'm not sure yet.
Okay,
it's there.
Can I give
Let's
an
be
example
honest.
why I think?
Okay.
Let me give you an example.
Something.
Wait,
Mr. Rela, I just want him. He's in UK because I used to go to UK every time. Why I would like him to go to Nigeria African shop there to buy their Fanta and the Fanta in UK and do the taste difference. I come back tomorrow and come and tell us. I would like him to do it.
What does that
Understand?
matter? That's
I know what I'm
besides the
saying.
point I am making, though.
It matters a lot. It matters a lot.
No, see, your problem is that you are looking at is that the quality has to match from the beginning. It shouldn't have to. The Chinese, when they started selling products,
why am I?
Are you there? No, what did they like now? I brought a sandwich. I did this, you understand? And I when I landed in Nigeria, the person carrying my bag. Say I gave him money to go and buy food. He said, no, I want to eat what you are eating. I say, why? Why? He told me, no. After eating it, he was looking at me strange. He said, this is what you guys eat over here. I say, why? You understand? It's just that Nigerians value anything overseas.
No,
overseas,
I don't subscribe to the point you're making, and I will tell you why. So
Okay,
How
explain.
come we don't like foreign Gary to the Gary that we make? How come we don't like
No, I don't eat
foreign
Gary. I don't eat
tomatoes?
Gary. I don't eat Gary.
Okay,
So what
okay,
I don't know, I don't eat. I don't eat Gary.
But Nigerian people will not go to market and be requesting for Togo or China Gary. They will request for your own Gary because they know it's top quality.
It's
They
quality
would
now.
not
Everybody wants quality. That's what you're saying.
exactly. So the point that you guys were making, I don't subscribe to it. So it's more like yam now. People will get. I don't know where they make yam in Nigeria, but I know like in Nigeria we make yam. Oh, they grow yams. They won't say, okay, we don't want Nigerian yam. Oh, we want South African yam or London yam. They don't even have yams. So because they know this, we grow them top quality. See, but all what you're saying that even if it's the same quality, they won't buy it. I don't buy that because I think that maybe initially it might seem that way, but once people see that it's the same top quality, everything is the same, and maybe it's even better, we will stick to ours. We will stick to
Are
it.
you sure of it?
I'm
Like now, I
sure,
gave
man.
somebody a robot. They say a blender, a blender. They have blenders in, you understand, all over the world. You know that they in France here they do quality control. Understand? Most of those blenders they sell in the UK cannot be sold here in France because they will grant it. They will
Yeah,
destroy
they
everything.
all have
So,
different quality.
so
Yeah, I know. Nigeria,
yeah,
Nigeria
understand
have that, but they don't
because
do it.
so what I did because my mom's friend normally buys and every three months it got spoiled. You understand? She was complaining, but I said that can you pay quality? She said no. When I gave her, I said if there's something spoiled under 6 months, don't give me my money. She's using it for the past 2 years. You understand? 2 years. She bought is expensive, but she's using it for the past 2 years. You understand?
Yeah,
So
but
that's just quality control.
You don't even have to say that. Like I know that if I buy any electronics today, there's usually a year or 2 years warranty on it. So if something breaks, I'll just go right back and return it, and they will give me my money or replace it for me. That's some of the stuff that we need.
Okay.
I'm sure
Are they
Nigeria has
are
it.
they
They
are
just
they
don't do
are
it.
they are they
Yes.
let me see what the reason I brought that issue up about quality or not pursuing. I've forgotten the phrase in the Jewish culture where even if what you're selling is below quality, your people are obliged to still buy from you. So what they will do is they will buy from you just to keep your company afloat. They will go learn from other people and teach you how to improve your own. Your own community will do
Exactly.
that for you just to keep that money in their own community. Like they will sacrifice that convenience of top quality just to keep you afloat. Meanwhile, showing you ways of how to improve your own quality to meet up with the market standards. They will
Exactly.
sacrifice their own convenience for you, but Nigerians don't have that love for you to say, "I want to no." So when
And
keep saying quality, 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 I'm like, people, you
Baba
must believe
T,
from from
Baba
from
T,
from from, from stage A to
Baba
you
T,
must grow.
let me
Go
highlight
ahead.
something. You see, the truth is that they don't sacrifice quality; they just sacrifice quality temporarily. They know quality is coming in the future. We don't see that. Our problem, we think now, now, now. We want it now, as if we don't think about the future at all. If we factor the future in, we would have known that if we're supporting our locally manufactured good 2 decades ago, that by now we would have excellence on our hands.
Can
Do
I
you, do
say
We
you
don't
know
think
do
something?
like
you
that.
do
Can
you
I
know
wait?
do you
Can
know
I?
that word? Do you know that Jewish? I've forgotten that Jewish word. They will even invest their money in your company just to improve you. They will do
Right.
that for you as a community.
But can I
We
say
don't do
something to
that.
you guys? But
Yeah.
can I say something to you guys? Here's the problem. Every country has a quality they have a quality check. Like this is the standard for any quality, they have it. So meaning even if I'm in Nigeria and I'm manufacturing anything, Nigeria has a quality standard, and I think we go by the ISO, which is the international standard, is what we go by. Meaning anything that I produce has to meet that standard. So the moment that whatever I'm producing meets that standard, it's a top notch. It's a top notch. Like we don't have to everybody that you're talking about now. Anything they produce has to meet a standard. Either the country has it, because I know America
Only has to
has
meet that
one.
standard if you are exporting. But you have
No,
to
no,
get
no,
it
no,
up
no,
to
no, no, no.
standard.
Even in your country, it has to. No, that's not how it works.
No,
Even in
it
your
shouldn't be like
country,
that because the
it
Chinese didn't
should
do
be
that.
like that.
Hold on, calm down. You see, you have to understand how what you are saying. You are saying, in other words, the locally manufactured goods should never have a chance. The Chinese did it.
No, what are you talking
Hold on,
about,
let me finish
man?
my
That's
point
not
now.
how
The
things
Chinese
work
did the
when it comes
same
to
thing.
manufacturing. Wait, look up ISO or
I
with
know
your
about that.
control.
I know
Or
about that. But what
if
I'm
you know
saying is that
about that, that means whatever you're producing has to meet that standard.
see, hold on. It's when you are exporting. If you are
No,
manufacturing
no,
for
no,
your
no.
hold
What
on, hold on, hold
when
on.
I say no, you don't understand what I'm saying. When I say international standard, that international standard means that different countries subscribe to that standard. Some countries they stick with their own standard, while some countries work together to create that standard that our country, this is the standard our country will be using.
What are you
It
see?
doesn't have to
Okay, you
be
see, just to show you clearly what I'm saying is so you
But
understand
that
is that the mama buka you have on the
that is
street.
not applicable to all
Apati, let, let,
to,
let me try to address this point is making. The mama buka you have on the street, the way the mechanic works in Nigeria, everything that are manufactured in Nigeria, Nigerians consume, most of it is not even close to international standards. So that's how straightforward the point I'm making is. You don't have to reach international standard except you are exporting overseas.
Ah man,
That is
you're
where
missing
that's
it.
why they call it
No,
international
no, no,
standard.
no, 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 no. The idea you are having, that's wrong. No,
Okay,
what
give me what I was
international
saying.
standard mean? Okay, so for example, United States have their own standard, like they have their own standard for every single thing. They don't really follow ISO on everything. Meaning that every single thing that you manufacture in this country or you want to bring into this country has to meet the standard
You just
for
said it
every
yourself.
sector.
Everything you bring from
Now, wait,
overseas. I just made the same point.
no, let me land. I'm saying that each country has one. Now, some countries work together where Nigeria is part of. Meaning, whatever you manufacture in Nigeria even you selling it locally has to meet that standard. So you can't just
No,
tell me that
it
because we're
doesn't have to.
locally,
See,
then we
hold
have
on.
to kill our people
See,
just because
hold
we're
on.
manufacturing
You
it
are not
locally.
you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you want to import something from overseas, you have to meet the standard of the local, that's the government in that country, the standard that they set. But it doesn't mean whatever they manufacture within the country itself has to meet the standard, which is
No,
evident
that's how it
already.
works.
Hold
See,
on now, hold on. You are arguing over
okay,
against reality here. It's evident that most of it is manufactured in
no,
Nigeria.
look
It
it.
can you
I
doesn't
two
think
meet
you
the
should
international
just look
standard.
it up.
can you two okay guys, I think okay, so apart from the global standard that Ade is talking about, what is the Nigerian standard? Do we have our own peculiar way of measuring that
Yes.
that might not be applicable to what is internationally acceptable, but locally it deviates from what you speak of? Do we have that?
Yeah,
Because like
yeah.
America,
So
America still they meet up with global standard, but they have their own peculiar, unique standard for cell phone security, cars, and stuff like that. Like, yeah,
right.
but for
That
Nigeria, do we have
Industry by
our
no, no,
own
no, no,
unique
no.
one?
it's
Yeah,
based on
yeah.
industry.
So Nigeria has for some sector where some sectors they just follow whatever the ISO have. And I'll give an example. So for example, now let's say you I'm not I don't even think in Nigeria. I want to use this one. You would understand this a little bit. The fact that you work in the medical world. You know that something is called interoperability, meaning that if I have like a patient monitor, you can be in your office and see what's going on, like whatever patient you have and stuff.
Right.
There's a standard they call it HLS 7 that actually it actually interprets that information for you to be able to see it. That's the standard. That standard is created here. You know what? International standard, they now everybody now adopts it.
I think your
They
problem is that
all
you worry too much about all the rules rules and everything that they put in place, not looking at what is actually happening within the country. And when they use the term international standard, it's because when you went locally, you can do as you please.
No, man.
No, you can do as you please locally.
That's
You
not
see.
true,
don't say that.
man.
Oh, you're not listening. You're not listening. Hold on now. You're not listening. You are not listening. See, there are countries sometimes where you export goods from your local market, and because your, let's say, the beef in the UK has they have the issue with mad cow disease, then the international the other country will be like, no, I'm not going to allow it, even if it meets international standard. It doesn't matter. So what you don't understand is that international standard is meant to set a standard for being able to exchange goods internationally. That is why they call international
that's
standard.
Not what it is.
Hold on now. Let me finish my point.
What you're saying is not true.
Your own point. You just finish explaining your own point. When they do those, they are not saying they will force any nation inside the nation itself to manufacture something to that standard.
I never said that.
Are you saying? Are you telling me now that whatever you manufacture in the UK, that international standard, they will force them to manufacture it to that standard?
That's not what I didn't even say. I didn't even mention anything force. I was saying that.
Please. I think basically the point is that law standard is not applicable to all sectors. In some sectors, you might not follow, but if you mention the local standard, so that the problem is how many sectors follow those standards, and what is the Nigerian law that deviates from that international standard? So we can make comparison.
Nigeria doesn't follow anything. Like, we have the law, but they don't mandate it. They don't use it. And I'll give you a reason. So look at iPhone, for example. Do you realize that the iPhone made for US is not the same thing as the one made for Chinese or Asian country? And the same one.
That's what I was saying earlier about the peculiarities of each country. Like even Kia, I remember Kia, the one that used to come to America in their earlier days, had the what they call the air thing when you have an accident, the air bus, whatever.
I know what you're talking about.
But for African countries,
I don't know why we are discussing
there was none. They didn't have any.
At the core of the problem,
airbags.
It's not because of the standards. It's because our people don't think through time. They always see immediate need, gratification. They want immediate gratification. They don't want to say, okay, let's support our own so that in 10, 20 years' time, other African countries will be relying on us. And
I hate to say this, Nightman. I forget you. What's your name again? One night. See, you're part of the problem we have.
I'm not. I think I used to be. I hate to say that. I removed myself from being part of that problem. I'm not.
And I would say the reason why I said you're one of the problem, the part of the problem we have, is the fact that it looks like the understanding of how the word works in other places, and we would like that to be the same in our own country, but because sometimes where we're stationed, where we live, we don't really understand how they do things in depth. And when we just want to replicate the same thing, but it will not work because we don't understand the background, like the basic foundation of how those things work.
But that is what I've been saying here. The basic foundation is that you have to support your own locally manufactured goods. Don't rely on foreign manufactured goods.
How can you support something that is not quality? People will not buy it. Oh my God,
this guy, can't you understand? Equality doesn't come overnight.
Man. You have standards. You have manufacturing standards.
There are two things.
You have manufacturing standards.
Nigeria, hold on. I think what Ade is saying that for you to even improve the quality, you must have a standard in the first place. That is the benchmark. No. But that meets international standard. That should be a benchmark. So if you want to improve quality in anything,
you shouldn't have standards. That is not the thrust of the argument. He's going to minutia. That is not the thrust of the thrust of the argument is you have to start doing support locally manufactured goods. You have to have policy environment.
Yeah, but in you supporting them is for them to know that there's a standard that they have to meet. So the need for them to improve will be there when they have a benchmark that they have to meet.
That's true. I don't have any problem.
That's I think what is. Yeah.
That is a side issue. But If you want to argue against a point, you say, okay, yes, I agree with you. We need to locally manufactured goods, but we have to start setting standards for it. Because in the
we
end,
have standards though. We do have standards.
hold on, let me finish my point. See, when you manufacture it, there are two options you have. You either go for meet the right international standard, and the goods is going to be more expensive. So your local, the locals have to buy it at a more expensive rate, or you have it at a slightly less, this is lower quality, and the price will be competitive. So you can't have it both ways. And what most nations do is they manufacture it at slightly lower quality so that the people can have access to it and get better over time. When they make profit, they build on it. That is how China did it. That's how all Taiwan, all of them. That's how they did. There was a time when we didn't need to buy Taiwan goods. Don't you remember?
Yeah, we used to call it
exactly.
Or you say original and China.
Can I say something? Can I say the example you gave is not true? Because they Chinese, they have companies that actually manufacture for US companies, and when they manufacture, they have to make sure that whatever they manufacture for United States meet their standard, their quality standards.
Thank you, Mr.
So basically,
hold on. I need to deal with this. Oriala, I think I don't know how you reason. I don't think you are reasoning for today. You are not reasoning for what happened.
No, you are the problem. Just like I said,
hold on. Let me deal with
what you're saying.
He's making
you don't know much about what you're saying.
Hold on. I need to tackle what you are saying here. 20 years ago, was Chinese products that they are manufacturing today, was it the same? Was everybody buying it because it was good quality 20 years ago? Answer me, Oriolade.
That's the problem. Like the way you're thinking,
you're not answering it.
Because what you're saying is wrong.
He's arguing falsely.
Wait,
you know the truth, and you are deliberately maligning the statement that I'm making.
You're asking me a question. Can you listen? Listen. What you're saying.
Answer it.
If
don't waffle around.
Listen.
I'm not going to let you waffle around.
Wait. China does not just manufacture. They just don't manufacture anything and just sell it. Country that asks them to manufacture something for them, they have to meet that country's standard.
Yes,
that is it.
But I'm talking about
their own products.
Hold on,
everything that they sell to you guys in Nigeria, because you don't have standards. That's why you get something cheap.
I'm talking about the Chinese products, not the one that international people ask them to make.
What Chinese product? Name one. What Chinese
they were making electronic boards. They were copying like this in a microcontroller board, like an Arduino board. All those sort of boards that they make in the West. They copy it and make other ones. Even Babati.
You say Arduino.
Hold on, let me finish my point. Arduino. Yeah, resistors and transistors. Name it. All those sort of things. They used to make it. They will copy it and make fake this lower quality ones. And even today, some of the Chinese product that they have is not as good as the one that are manufactured for the West. The point is that even Babati attested to this, that there was a time when we wanted to buy Taiwan products, we regard Taiwanese products as lower quality. You should understand this is history has suggested the truth already, and you are still making this argument. I don't understand.
What you're saying is not true.
Guys, wait. You know, there was a time in Nigeria that locally produced Nigerian wire so if you work in construction, if you want to wire a building, the Nigerian one was better than the one made in China at the time in Nigeria.
That was then.
No. I'm saying that they have improved
exactly
their quality over time.
How did that happen? Because they supported their locally manufactured goods.
It takes time. You must take time to improve your quality. You cannot just pick on top.
The quality should have been good from the beginning.
Wait.
That's how Oriolade thinks.
No. Let me. I think you're missing. You're missing something. You're missing the point. You see that copper? Wait. Let me land this real quick. You see that copper? Wait, you see that copper?
Your name is now Mr. International Standards, Oriolade. You know, I will leave it there.
No. One thing just that.
No, because the thing is, you don't understand how things work, and you just talk.
Of course, I don't understand how things work. That's how I know what you need to do for your nation. You're here talking about international standards when you should be worrying about your people.
Okay. Tunaja, please 30 seconds. There was somebody I spoke with on this platform here. He said something that baffles me. He told me that he sells products. That anytime he goes to the Western any country in Asia to produce goods, he tells them the way he wants it to produce, to be done. So they produce for him low quality goods, then he brings it to Nigeria to sell, to make money. He said the high quality doesn't sell quickly. I was shocked. So the problem is not, you understand, the locally made things. It is we Nigerians that are the problem. So you have to understand, Mr. Tunaja. We can see what you
Yeah, he doesn't understand that. Can you teach
Mr.
him that?
International Standard. Can you
He doesn't
ISO,
understand that.
Mr.
Wait,
ISO? Can you
let
hold
me
on, Mr.
see.
ISO?
You just say
Eh?
something about copper. Wait, you just say something about copper now. Do you realize that the copper made in Nigeria, if they want to sell that same copper to, let's say, United States or United Kingdom, for example, they have to make sure that the quality standard of the copper they made in Nigeria that they want to sell to
Oh my God, man.
either United States or UK has to meet
No,
the
I agree with you,
standard.
Ade. I agree with you, but but my point was that
Nightmare or whatever
they
his name, he
they
doesn't
they they
understand these
they
things.
they I get you that for to move to their country you must. So earlier on, he said import if you're importing into a different country, it is more regulated that they put more eye on what you are bringing into their country. So they will focus on what they have their own standard for import. That was the point he was making. But if it's locally made, you have more latitude, more wiggle room to play around that line. It's a very fine line of
No, you
quality.
don't.
Exactly. And this is all making
Babati,
Locally,
Mr.
locally.
no,
ISO.
wait,
Listen to me.
Babati, wait,
Eh?
Babati, things that
More
are
like
made
ISO now, you will become a leader in Nigeria and you will be catering to international standards. Instead of you to worry about these people
wait,
starting manufacturing.
let me say something real quick.
No. Listen to me. Listen to
No,
me. What I'm telling you.
what
I
you
grew
just
up.
said is not even
No,
correct now.
hold on now. Hold on. Let me finish. I grew up in a manufacturing town, Songwater, and I'm telling you, when you have so many new companies starting up, even your regulatory bodies will give them wiggle room to play around before they meet whatever you're talking about. They have if that thing is going to
Exactly.
stay in Nigeria, or if it's not leaving the country, they still play. They still allow them to play. But once they want to ship to Benin Republic or to Togo, I remember then you start getting that you must meet A, B, C, and D because those countries will demand that you meet some quality standards for them to export. Once that using the
Exactly.
word export,
So you
then
mean that
they have
it's
harder for
you
you
can poison
to
my
play around
people
with
back
that
home
edges.
with a low
That's the
Yeah,
quality
thank
difference.
you,
goods.
Triumph.
You see, Oriolade, you
So you
see
mean
what you did
that
just
we are
now.
good for low quality goods in my country?
Yeah.
This
No,
does
you
see.
see,
I
why
am
this
not
always
saying it's right now. No,
hold on.
it's my point.
Oh, this stuff is
Nobody is
frustrating
saying.
me.
Hold on. Nobody is saying that it is good to be producing TikTok. Nobody is saying that. I'm saying that the reality is that export. Once you want to export, you must meet the quality. Locally, you still have to meet, but it is not as strict as compared to you wanting to start exporting that same product.
No,
That's different.
Babati, but let me give
It's
you an example. You know,
okay.
there's medication that you give or any medical device that you use on
Right.
your patient, for example.
Right.
Do you know the regulatory board for this is the FDA, meaning that anything that even American company wants to put on market, because I know this is either he passed 510K or it goes to PMA. They have
Right.
to meet that standard,
That
even
is
if locally
that
produced.
is why I said it
So
depends on the sector.
you
No, it
can't
depends
say
on the sector.
it doesn't matter. All
No.
sectors have their standard,
No.
even the manufacturing. That's what you call the
No, I'm
GMP.
saying
Oh my
no.
God, man. I can't
I'm
believe
saying
some
to
of the things
you,
he's saying
stay
now.
with
It's
me.
just
I'm
unbelievable.
saying that it depends on this. If you look at medicine, for instance, they're gonna put more eye when it comes to medicine because it's ingested directly. So of course you're gonna have. So you can't compare all sectors in terms of the way
It's the same
the
thing.
quality.
Why did they do
Okay.
crash tests for cars? Why did they do consumer report for any products before they
Okay.
they all have to
Thank
go
you,
through.
What is the
thank
no
you.
no 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 hold on. Let me ask you. What's the bottom line of everything that they do? Safety, right? That is the first
No,
thing. Isn't
not
that
just
safety
safety.
declarations?
No, safety is just one. They
I'm
have to
saying no
go
no
through
no.
a regulatory
I'm
standard.
saying
That's what I'm
no no
saying.
no no.
I don't
The
understand
core no
why
no.
we're making
Hold
this a
on
big
now.
deal.
Are they not, please. The core is what? Safety. That's doesn't mean that you don't have other aspect of your quality control. But the foundation is safety, right? Whoever wants to use your product has to be safe using your product.
It's not
I'm
just
saying to
safety. It's not just safety, though.
I'm
We
agreeing
get
with
in
you.
trouble with this, man.
I am agreeing with don't stay with me now. I said safety is at the core. Doesn't mean you don't have different things to look at in terms of quality control. But I'm
I
saying
don't see.
safety is at the
I don't
root
know
of
why
it.
he's arguing about
I'm not
this.
arguing. What I'm
Hold on.
saying to you,
Let me talk to now. Let me talk to your mama Buka that is making food in Nigeria. It's not locally. It's an international standard, Mr. ISO. Your mechanic is not doing things, Mr. International Standard to international standard. I don't know where you got the idea that everything has to meet international standard locally. I tell you, I repeat it to you that it's when you
But
are exporting.
hygienic matters,
Hold on now, Triumph,
hygienic
Mr.
Wait,
matters
Triumph,
now.
hold on
Niger does
now.
not
Let
listen.
me
It
finish my
doesn't.
point.
See, wait.
I
You
will listen
talk.
to you. I'm not
Wait,
finished
you
talking
talk,
now.
but you're not comprehending everything
Oh,
you said. Now, I
you don't
didn't
let
say
me
that.
finish talking. How are you
I
supposed to
didn't
understand
say
what I'm
that.
saying?
What you said, I didn't
But you
say
said
that.
it when. So hold on. Let me repeat what I said. I said it's when you want to send these goods overseas. That's when you have to meet international standard. Like if that lady now, that Mama Buka wants to sell that food now to the America, it's not going to be acceptable with the local standard anymore. It has to change.
That's not
It has
true.
to meet that
That's
standard.
not.
Oh, okay. So okay, tell me where I lied there.
Okay, so now
Oh,
let
I
me
made a
explain to
mistake.
you. Let me explain to you. Every countries have their standard for anything manufacturing, quality
But
controls.
that's not the
They
point I made.
no. Let me land. Well, listen and comprehend. What I'm saying is every country has their quality standards for every product. Every country has it. Now, some country will now decide that if they will decide that they will work together to have the same quality control, meaning that's what is called the ISO, International Standard Organization, meaning they decide that they want to adopt it, but it doesn't really mean that they have to. They don't have to unless they decide to. Now, Nigeria has their own standard. They don't adopt every single ISO. Some they decide to go with what we describe as what we set as our own standards. Meaning we set our own standards, and anything you have to manufacture in Nigeria has to meet our standards. That's why we have
Okay,
this
but that was not where
medication
you
thing.
started
I
from. You
forget
kept
the name.
insisting that international standard has to be applied. My
You're
point
not
is that
listening.
okay, fine. If that's what you are saying, we are saying the same thing. We are saying that you can start locally with your own standard. Support your locally manufactured goods until you can now be able to start selling it to neighboring countries. Before you know it, you can start exporting it to even Western destinations. That
Right,
is
but the
how other
problem
people
is,
do it.
yeah, but the
Okay,
problem is
Tunaja,
this: even those
Let me come in
manufacturing
now. Let me give
locally
you
in
an example.
Nigeria.
You got
No.
in
Wait,
Nigeria. You got
try and please
when I ate you got, I
Try
thought
and
I was
please
drinking
wait.
Odibama.
Let me land this. Even the manufacturing in Nigeria, they don't even meet the state standard that Nigeria has. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
That Nigeria has a
if that is
standard.
correct, then
So that's the
that's what
problem.
the government need to help them to get to. That's how because if you really want to your locally manufactured good to start developing, you want to develop the manufacturing sector, you have to support the industry. If one is not doing well, you remove them from the food from the chain and you put some other person there to replace them, because
Wait,
sooner or
wait.
later you have to don't worry too much about the problems. This is what other nations, they always have problems in the teaching stages. You have to keep building on building
No,
and
that's
support your locally manufactured
don't
goods
look at it
until
like that.
it gets competitive internationally. That's how it works.
Right. Don't look at it like that. This has nothing to do with competition with other countries. No. As long as you produce something in Nigeria and it meets our own standards, it's good, because most of the time, I percentage of the time, our standard is very close to other countries' standard. Meaning, if we meet that standard, it's good. It can compete with anything. But the problem is there's law for every manufacturing things in Nigeria, but it's not enforced appropriately. So let's say one
Thank you,
country
Mr. Yola. Thank you. God bless you.
yeah,
God
so
bless you.
let's say we have someone manufacturing shoe, just like Babati said about the guy manufacturing shoes. Does that guy make sure that he followed the manufacturing quality control to make sure his shoes meet that standard? And do we have the government in place? We do have them. Do they enforce the law to actually make sure that all the product is selling meets that standards? So that's the problem.
I think there's nothing wrong with what you are saying, that the government should enforce the standards that they have locally. But this conversation started from the point of view that we, as a people, instinctively don't support our locally manufactured goods. And it comes from this idea that we expect our locally manufactured goods to be up to Western standards immediately. And our people balk at the idea that you need to start supporting locally. They don't understand that you are investing for your children in the future. What these our people don't understand, they always think momentarily. They want to enjoy instant gratification. They don't think that if you invest locally, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, the entire African country will be buying from us, and foreigners will be buying from us, and we'll be richer for it.
Wait,
And
what do you mean about international or Western standard? If you live in US, it's their local standard. If you live in UK, that's the local standard. It doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of American cars that they produce that foreigners don't buy it. Even people in America, they won't buy it because it's not very good
see, they
enough.
have the luxury. America, remember, they won the First and Second World War. They reshaped the world. They have the luxury. They don't even have debt. They print out all the debt money. So you don't compare yourself to them from that point of view. Even with all that, they still manufacture a lot of goods that they export overseas. They literally have to be buying petrol, this is crude oil from this is Saudi Arabia, when they don't even have to. They have crude oil locally in America, but they still have to buy from Saudi Arabia because they just want to use it as leverage.
Yeah, that's
so that tells you that sometimes nations can have leeway for what they want to do. But the essential is that if you want your country to prosper, you have to start making stuff. And our leaders, the way they are behaving, they are not in the right mindset at all. Was it not Tinubu that the other day was talking about all those Jackpot people that are Jackpotting, they should Jackpot, and they will train more. And then if they need more supplies, they will supply more people to them.
Okay.
That is the language. Hold on, let me finish my point. That is the language of a slave trader. He doesn't care about his people. No. He was not joking, because the person that is standing next to him, they were cheering him. What are you talking about that he was joking? He wasn't joking.
What do you mean that we don't manufacture enough? What do you mean? Do we manufacture?
Hold on.
Do
I
we
think
grow
you're
enough Gary?
Do
we grow enough tomatoes?
What conversation is Uriolade hearing? We are talking about Tinubu's statement. See, the Imo State governor that was there with him was the one that said he was going to send his people overseas to go and work for foreigners. when Tinubu was saying that thing, that's why I said our elite class, something is wrong with them. How can you happily watch your best mind go overseas to go and work for people? You don't have any plans to bring them back. You don't have any plans. This man has been in charge of. I've been president for less than 1 year. ECOWAS has lost half of is landmass.
You know, Obasanjo said the same thing. Because you're blaming Tinubu or whatever governor. You know, Obasanjo said the same thing too. That if people that are living in Nigeria, that if they don't leave, who's going to give them jobs?
Where we are today. It's a stupid thing. See, and what bothers me about Tinubu's statement is that Tinubu should know the namesake that he has, that is called Tinubu. There is a lady that they call Madam Tinubu that used to sell slaves. When Oyibo people outlawed slavery, she was still selling slaves. She made a famous statement that instead of her to take a discount on her slaves, she would drown them. These are the same human beings. And when I tell you that these same people are the people that Oyibo people handed power to, they didn't purge them. They didn't fight against
Oyibo. But who trained them? See, don't say half history. Who trained that lady, Madam Tinubu? Who trained him to become a slave trader? Because a lot of things that we're doing.
Exactly. That's my point. I'm telling you that our elite class is polluted. The way they think is wrong. They don't think for the people.
I agree, but our mind is already contaminated, anyways. Like from slavery to colonization. Imagine we have to go through all those nonsense. So our mind is already like corrupt. So
Yeah,
I
but it
understand
can
where
be
you're coming.
changed. We need
But
to
if I
change it.
ask you, one Nigerian, would you? Let's go back to Nigeria. Are you ready to go? Let's all
I'm
of us
already in
go back
Nigeria. I'm
and
doing what
Are
I
you
do
suffer.
ready to
every
go?
day.
Thank you, Tinaja. We
Yes,
support
let's
you. Are
all
you
of
ready
us
to
go
go?
back and suffer and make that country great.
See,
Are
let
you
me say,
ready?
you see, you know what he said? I'm in Nigeria myself every day. I'm dealing in Nigeria every day. The idea is that, hold on, let me finish my point now. Let me finish the point I'm making. If you want to be rational, see, even what they call it, Lenin, before this revolution in Russia, was mostly diaspora, and that's is coming to the point I want to make, that the diasporans, they don't think that they have a stake in what is going on in Nigeria. Actually, diasporans have a big stake, because they are the ones that can change the country. The people in Nigeria don't have that much power to do it. They don't have the security to do it. Lenin and his people, the Bolsheviks and everything, and the Mensheviks, they all formed their organization. Most of them were from overseas. They were not in the country. They suffered in the country,
Are
they
you
left,
ready to
then
go
they came
back
back
to Nigeria?
after 15
Are
years.
you ready to
So
go back?
my point is that I'm in Nigeria already. So I'm already doing my bits in Nigeria. My point is that if we don't realize our
Where in
place in this
Nigeria, so I can
situation,
come and greet you today?
see, I'm in Abuja.
Where in Nigeria, come and greet you today?
I'm in Abuja now. I'm just telling you I'm in Abuja. See, if you have
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Wait,
see,
I'm not saying for you to go
Mr.
on
Triumph, why did I
vacation.
even
No.
tell you where I
I'm
am?
not
Where you are
asking.
working for foreign this thing agencies. This guy
Well,
literally works for foreigners, and
I'm
he's
not
telling me that I
saying,
should tell him
you
where I am.
see,
But
to Nigeria, I'm not
the
asking you to
business,
go
I'm a
there for
businessman.
vacation.
Mr.
I'm
King, I'm a
asking you,
businessman.
let's move back there and live there. That's what I'm asking you.
So,
Let's
okay,
live
are you
there
going to tell all
100%.
you Igbo people that are in Nigeria, that are there making money in Nigeria, to leave Nigeria and come and make money in the UK?
Wait,
See,
why do you wait? See, why do we need to tell them to leave when we
because
become competitive?
you don't understand. You don't disadvantage yourself
Ah,
strategically,
man,
economically, just because
see,
you want to do something. Because
wait,
that's not
stop
just because you
talking
want to make a
about
gesture.
Nigeria again.
It's
Stop
just a
talking about
gesture.
Nigeria.
Hold on,
See,
hold on,
you
hold
don't
on,
want to
hold
go
on.
back.
You are not letting me talk. See, because you know the point I'm making is valid. If
No, it's not.
Oyibo man can leave UK to come to Nigeria and take mosquito bites and everything to make money, then why do you think I should do the reverse? And yet you want to copy and grow like Oyibo people. If you want to grow, you have to expand your tentacles and use it for your own strategic interest. See, let me explain my point.
Colonization
Our
mentality.
people that
That's
have
what you're telling me.
hold on, you're not listening now.
Because what you're telling me is wrong.
Our people
Colonization
that have
mentality.
jackpot, if they use this strategically, it
They
will
did what
benefit
we call
us.
copycat, copy and paste, copy and they do copycat.
That's what we do.
How they
You're
do
right.
and they survive.
That's what we do.
Same thing.
Who did copycat again?
This is what I'm doing in my business today. I copy and I make more.
You see that if you copy, you make more, and it benefits Nigeria, the Nigerian economy. That's a good thing, isn't it? That's what the Chinese did. The Chinese copied like crazy. They copied steel, whatever they need to do. They do whatever they need to do to develop their people. That is how we are supposed to be thinking. Because if we don't think like that, you are setting a very our children are going to have to make a bigger sacrifice.
They steal a lot of stuff. But let's look
have
at
you
it.
Tested
Where's
Nigeria?
their
Have you tested
innovation?
the Nigeria?
Do they invent
I would like you to test
anything
it and come
apart
and tell
from
me.
what they've been copying?
If it's the same thing.
Have they invent anything apart from what they've been copying?
Oh yeah! Oh my God! The Chinese have
Like
invented
what?
a lot.
Give us what they have invented. Give
Oh my
us
goodness!
something.
The hypersonic missiles that they are using.
That they stole information. They stole information to make that. No, they stole.
They're not listening. Theirs is more sophisticated, more advanced than
No,
America.
who says that? Stop it.
See, this is internationally known. I
Stop
don't know why
it.
you didn't know
It's
this.
not internationally known. That's
America has
true.
not even tested their own hypersonic missiles properly. It's not even successfully been
Says
tested.
That's
It
not
says the
true.
truth of the world. I don't know why you don't know this. The Chinese one is the most sophisticated in the world. The
It's
Chinese
not
have
the most.
this thing.
It's not.
See, come on. They've invented most of the products you use today is made by the Chinese. In
No,
your house. Yes,
name one.
they've invented their own microchip, their own iPhone.
They don't
kind
have
of iPhone.
microchip. Stop
Oh
it.
my God!
They don't have.
You are really behind the curve.
Unless
You don't know what's happening.
unless you're talking about Taiwan, and Taiwan
No.
never
The
claimed them.
Chinese have done
They
their
don't
own. Oh my
have.
God!
They
Oh my
they
God!
like
Chinese,
10 years. They like 10 years behind. That's the
So
thing.
you didn't know that Chinese manufactured a kind of iPhone that has even a
It's
faster
not a
processor.
kind of iPhone. You're
Chinese.
talking about Huawei. You're talking about
No,
Huawei.
no,
Huawei.
Chinese
See,
manufacturer.
that's the thing. You don't even know what you're talking about. The chips that they
Oh my God! I can't believe
invented.
you don't know
It's
this.
like
Oh God!
5-10 years behind.
Oh
What are
my
you
God!
talking about? This guy doesn't know what he's
I
talking
can't
about.
believe
He
you
just
don't know
listens to
this.
things and thinks that's the truth.
Wait now. He said that he's in Nigeria. At least he's talking about to promote our local, understand? Understand now? Local production.
It's better for him to stick to that, because when it comes to foreign stuff, he has no idea.
Hold on. I will give you evidence
tomatoes
now.
and shit.
Why the new Chinese cell phone? Okay, this is I think is the Samsung presented it. I think it's maybe tied to Huawei. Why the new Chinese cell phone is freaking everybody out? That is the headline. The reason why that they are
It's
freaking them
not
out.
freaking anybody out.
Oh
What's
yeah,
this guy
yeah.
talking
This
about?
guy, man.
Can I sorry, Adi, for cutting you. For no. He made some good points, but to the earlier point that we were making, the earlier point I was making. So, based on what Ade has been saying about the ISO standard, if you compare that standard to what the American standard is, it makes the ISO look like a basic entry, because in most cases, what America demands the standard is way above what the international standard is in most cases for like cell phones and cars. So they are way above that. So, but my point to you is that
reasons.
Yes, but I'm saying that. So back to the Nigerian consumer that I was complaining about, which is everybody. My point is, even if you as a Nigerian make a product that is up to the so-called ISO standard, it's still not enough to satisfy the average Nigerian consumer, because it stays for luxury goods, not just basic entry points.
And
so
is that not a cultural problem that we need to change?
That's the point I was making too. I did that. It's not about not even meeting basic standards. It's that the Nigerian taste for luxury items in things. I have friends in Nigeria that will actually send me money to buy them American iPhone versions or cars of the same. They want that one. Doesn't mean that the one that they have in Nigeria doesn't meet your so-called ISO, right?
It's a psychological problem because we have been deprived of so much.
But for that, the one that they bring to Nigeria, that is iPhone, it still meets the ISO, right? But they don't want that one. So when Ade keeps making the point for ISO, that's the reason why I was like arguing against the so-called ISO thing. Like, forget ISO, they want that top notch, way above everything. So if you don't, if you're not that, they won't buy from you.
Why do they feel that they have a right to that even? When they've not even done anything in this world? What gives them is such a misalignment of expectations. And that is what is killing us. It's like a child from a poor parent wanting to live like the child from a rich parent. It's crazy.
So
why not?
Can
Why not to Nigeria?
I say Huawei.
Pardon?
Where is Ade? Have you chased Ade away or something?
No.
He's back. He's back.
Nothing is going to stop Mr. ISO.
But Ade, I hope you got my point. I was making about the Nigerian consumer.
I get your point, but here's what I think. Here's what I think you need to know. When we're talking about the rich people in Nigeria, I think they're probably like, let's say 5% of our population. But wait though, I think it's too much. Let's say 1%, because 1% would be about 30 million. Do we even think we have 30 million people that are rich in Nigeria? So let's just keep it to 30 million. That means that the rest, the 270 million people, if they can buy local products and care less about buying American products, won't a local company survive?
Yes, the company will do well. Eventually, they will start growing. But
So
my problem is that we are not supporting our locally manufactured goods. Our government is not doing it. They are encouraging people to use dollars in the country. They are not even. If you tell them to buy innocent cars, they don't want to buy. If you tell them to buy Pro-Force cars and vehicles, they don't want to buy it. What kind of human beings?
But those cars are not made in Nigeria.
Is it a crime to use quality in Nigeria, Mr.
You
Tunaya?
have to support them from where they
want to use
are.
quality.
Can I just chip in here? To Nigeria, you are economical with the truth. I remember very well the Nigerian army and the Nigerian police. They bought a lot of like a kind of truck from Innocent. A lot of them. Innocent also came on board to say that that his vehicle is not up to standard like Toyota and the rest. They are buying from him also. They are buying.
Not enough. They are not passing.
Listen,
Hold on, you're not listening. You're not listening. Okay, let me finish.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. It is not only government that should promote or buy from Innocent. What about the ordinary people? I made mention before that Innocent too is not targeting the lower income or middle income earner of Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr.
I always use the example of China, for example. QQ, they came on board, target lower income, a car that was at that time not even up to $4,000, and they also give them chance to
that's
buy it
4 million naira.
No, I mean about that not now. I mean that time, that was more than 10 years ago, what I'm talking about. And they also give those lower income earners opportunity to finance it, zero financing. So what I'm trying to say is that as an innocent, they should also be creative, find a way to Nigeria have a big market. When the import duty on Tokumboka is now, they are increasing it. This is your opportunity. They are protecting you in that. If you look at it, why don't you come up with a vehicle
like
that
Morocco
is under 4 or 5 million and then spread the money for 5 or 10 years?
To do that, the Chinese government, what they do, or American government, they subsidize their companies heavily. In other words, they allow.
No.
I'm lying. I've not even said anything for 15 seconds. You're already interrupting. See, they subsidize their companies heavily. This is the fact. And when they do that, they do it deliberately because they know eventually when that company starts making money, it's going to bring money back to them. And also, they encourage people to buy locally manufactured goods. They one of the ways they also do it, hold on, let me finish my point now. Jesus Christ, let me finish my point. One of the ways they do it is that, hold on now, laugh. I don't have anything. Just let me talk. One of the ways they do it is that they pass rules, like in terms of import rules, to discourage import of foreign goods. Like the Indians, they literally say, if you want to import vehicles in India, you will literally pay more than double, so that it's almost useless for you to import it. And when you do, they will allow their locally manufactured these vehicles to be more competitive. That's why you see foreign cars in India is a lot less than it should. I even spoke to an Indian. He said, we blocked foreign goods from coming to the country. Then I said, but why are you not manufacturing like China then? He said, that was our mistake. We didn't manufacture. Even if we blocked goods from coming to their country. Today, they are still blocking goods from coming to their country, but they are not manufacturing enough. What we need to do is block goods from coming to our country and manufacture enough. And we have the market already in Africa.
Okay, thank you. Let me quickly say something.
We don't.
Let me quickly chip in.
1 minute.
Okay,
please.
Right.
60 seconds. Okay. I was talking to my counterparts of Morocco friends, understand? We was talking. So they were telling me something that, because I was negotiating to bring in goods to their country, they told me that it is more cheaper to bring something new to their country than bringing anything fairly used, because then in their country they produce cars now that is almost the same price. You understand? The same price of the second-hand of the second-hand cars. So they encourage people back home to use their produced cars. Even France too are now producing cars in their country. Many other countries are doing the same thing. What do you think that once you do that, you can see the way they do things? Before they were importing everything there. Then later they bring people from the diaspora, go back home and start creating manufacturing. But as for now, Nigeria have to start from the little things first now. The little things. That's what I was saying, that rank. Yes.
Let me ask a question to Ade and both you guys, because when Buhari came to America to sign that deal with Trump, I was shocked because he's a northerner. He allegedly deals in cow business, right, since he left office in the 80s. So I was surprised that the man that is in that sector in his own region will literally sacrifice billions of dollars and just go sign a deal with America to bring in milk into Nigeria when your own people can actually easily make that from what you do. So that shocked me.
We have
Sorry,
chicken
Makati.
brain,
Let me
man.
just answer
We
this.
have chicken
Can
brain.
I come in now?
All of those.
Akintunde, I need to let Akintunde know. I think he's asking for a link. One man says we should not let people in. I don't know whether if you're on the panel before, I could send you a link, but I don't think you're on the panel before, so I can't send you a link. Akintunde, sorry about that. Akinola. All right, please go ahead.
Okay, I want to say something, please.
I think
I'm sorry.
I think you can send him. I think he's is it can do?
Oh, that's can do.
No, it's not can do. It's not can do. It's not can do. I know can do very well.
Akintunde Akinola wants the link.
It's not can do.
Okay,
yeah.
what I want to say is very simple. In China, what they do is that they have a large pool of people, and
I like to go after you.
Okay, they have a huge population, and what they did was that they create an environment where Toyota, Ford, all of them can come in and have a plant in China. If they don't have a plant, they join with the local automobile manufacturing company like Chery, like Beijing, Dragon, so many of them. So an FAW, so that they can use their plant to produce their Toyota, Volkswagen, and the rest. So they have a joint corporation. I think that is what people like Innocent, except maybe their plant is not up to that standard that they can help Toyota and the rest to couple their vehicles in their plant. So most of these people, and an average Chinese, always buy European car, American car more than Chinese. We have the same mindset. They have the same mindset.
No, I think it's slightly different.
Let me finish, please. They have the same mindset like Nigeria. If you go to big city like their Lagos, like their Kaduna, or like their Abuja, I'm talking about Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and also like Chongqing, like Shenzhen, like Suzhou, Hangzhou.
You are just waffling now. Get on.
No, let me finish. Just give me a minute. let me finish. This is not sarcastic or something like that. Most of them, I can tell you, if you stay in the street of Shanghai for 10 minutes, you can count how many Buick, how many Ferrari, how many Jaguar, how many, all these American and European brands. You see more of them. For small town, like in Nigeria, like Oyo town, or some small town, then you can see a lot of made in Chinese car. But recently, China have been able to develop electric vehicle in terms of buses and some passenger cars. And because their concept is very good, they are beautifully designed. Most of our elite, or let's say high income earner in China, they now started patronizing them, because government also give incentive that if you buy this car, you don't pay tax. So people are buying more electric driven cars there. But to be frank with you, an average Chinese still prefer European brand or American brand than the Chinese brand. But because it's a rich population, the local manufacturing plant, they also have market for their product, and they're also developing on what they have started producing. So that is why you can now see made in China vehicle in Nigeria, like Venlo, VV, and so many of them are coming to Nigeria. They have a showroom in Nigeria and they are selling their vehicles there. So what Nigeria should do, or
can I say something? You are going on a bit long now.
Yeah, but I said I was going to go after them.
No, ISO. You are basically a carbon copy of ISO. Can I say something, because who needs a repetition of what you just said? So the point you made there is about scale, isn't it? The Chinese, they didn't manufacture very good cars, but they manufactured a lot of other things that go into cars before then. So it's not every area, even America dominates. The point is that you have to have a wide enough manufacturing sector to be able to manufacture whatever you choose to want to manufacture. Like the Chinese now that went on to manufacture electric these vehicles, it's because they've already manufactured. They have battery manufacturing technology and manufacturing in their country. They have this motor, all kinds of technology that goes into the electric vehicle. That's why they were able to do that. If you don't have an expanded manufacturing sector, you're going to have a problem. This is exactly the point I'm making. You don't have to dominate everything, but our Nigerian government is not encouraging people to no, tell me how many products that Nigerian government is encouraging people to support in Nigeria. Even the rice that they say they should support, they themselves are not even supporting it. So this is the problem. We have to change our mindset if we want to prosper in this world, though. Except we want to become a slave race of 1 point something billion people on the face of the earth. We have to start thinking like they do. And it's not even rocket science, it's common sense. If you are in a house, you don't have a lot of money in your pocket. You don't go and start saying, I want to go and be buying something from rich people all the time. You want to start making something so that you can go and sell. That's why people in Nigeria, when they are poor, they will say, okay, let me start from selling food on the side of the road. Let me start repairing cars on the side of the road. You build from there. You have to start from where you are. We have to use our tongue to count the number of teeth in our mouth. We are not them. And they've made the sacrifices 60 years ago. Like in South Korea, I told you, when the guy came into office in 1960 or so, he instituted that they have to start supporting locally manufactured goods. Look at where they are now. One of the most advanced countries in the world. And there was a period when people used to rubbish South Korean products too. Taiwanese products. There was a period. There was always that in-between period. But the government stick to it. That is what our elites need to start thinking instead of this short-term thinking all the time. Go ahead.
So I think I said this initially. I think that you're looking at things from the top. Like the foundation, you're missing that. The only reason why Nigerian car mates, they're not successful. First, they're not even manufactured from Nigeria. Like it's a carbon copy of another car companies from outside Nigeria. So now let's say, for example, let's use the Innocent that you're saying. First, majority of the parts, especially the chassis, which is the body, are not from Nigeria. And that's the problem. Because Nigeria has iron ore, meaning we should be able to mine iron. And when we mine it, we should be able to turn it into a metal. But we don't have the processing plants. We don't have miners to be able to do those things. So if you're importing those things, of course, you're not going to sell it cheap because it costs a lot for you to import those things in. So that's the problem. Like a lot of things that goes into car, let's say half of it is actually manufactured in Nigeria. Like we have the processing plant, we are able to do those things. For sure, new cars that they will be selling will actually be less expensive than the Tokumbo cars that they use cars that they're shipping in. But the fact that they had to import majority of it, I even heard that the houses that they sell in Nigeria, they import all the material, which is nonsense. Like, don't we have? So that's the problem that I see. That if a lot of things that we are manufacturing is from outside, of course it's going to be expensive. And that's what we actually need to pay more attention. I don't even know why we're paying attention to cars and all these luxury things. Let's focus on the food, like our food. A lot of basic things that we eat, they're not even locally manufactured.
Yeah, that is true. You see, I agree with you. There are very low-hanging fruits that we can start doing away with foreign imports. Especially food. We can do that. That is relatively, we have manpower to do all these things. There are so many things we can do, but you don't see my problem is that our elite class don't see it.
I don't agree with you. Why us? What about us? What about people that don't?
We see it now. They had to convince you from your ISO horse a moment ago. If you had gone into office now,
no, it's because you can't comprehend. You can't comprehend. That's what it looks like it's too much for you. That's why.
So I can't comprehend your ISO talk. You're talking about, he has to be up to international standard locally. I kept telling you that Mama Buka, he doesn't meet international standard, but yet she's operating. That is what you need in Nigeria. You have to start making products, support them, so they get better over time, and you start marketing to African countries that you can market to. Then before you know it,
Don't worry, forget about that. Go to what we are
come on.
talking about. So go to food, how we can manufacture food in Nigeria.
Let's allow Kando to come in. I think he probably came in to say something. Kando, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I don't know whether you were around before, whether I just broke the rules. I don't know where you got the link from. No, I didn't share the link.
I have been listening, then I fell asleep, and then I just woke up. I'm like, man, these people are still here.
Yeah, we just started talking about. I heard them sounding a little bit patriotic, and only for me to join. And Mr. ISO decided that no, patriotism is not the point. So please go ahead.
Yeah, I think Mr. ISO missed the point you guys were making earlier, which was 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, the Chinese quality was just not where it was supposed to be. Over the years, they've improved their quality. And as of the last decade or what have you, it's gotten to a point where they are now able to make things to quality standards based on requirements from different countries. But before, there was no requirement for different countries. They were just not advanced enough. So they're kind of right, but what you and Baba T alluded to at that time was 1,000% correct.
Yeah, thank you. This is about trying to get our views on these things to align, and because so we know what we can be looking out for. Because if you hear your leader now saying certain things like let our people keep jackpotting and they will train more for people to come and take and this is that, he's going to supply them more. You know how afraid you should be for that. See, Mr. Triumph, you can't defend that at all. You can't defend that.
No, true Nigeria. Just like I initially said, you don't comprehend stuff easily. That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is this. Because
what he said there. Okay, let me
say this real quick.
I'll play the game.
So when you look at a lot of customer support around the world, I think in UK is the same thing. Because here, if I call customer support, people in India or Filipinos will be the one pick up. That's what he's saying. Like our people can do those type of job as well. Get them ready.
Are they to even answer your point? Cuba makes about $2.1 billion a year supplying medical providers to the world. So you can train in surplus and send it to the world and make money off of it. You can work and treat them at the same time.
Cuba is under sanction. Actually, Cuba's they are actually doing better than us in terms of their life outcomes, education, everything else. They are more secure than we are.
Nigeria, hold on. We speak better English than the Indians and Filipinos. We can take over those jobs now.
We can speak English, and that's the good thing. That
and now, customer service
thank God we can speak foreign language. We are the only country in the world, at least that I can find, that have not made an indigenous language in an official language in that country. We still remain with foreign colonized language as our only in the the official language. Now let me play this.
So which
and it tells you the mindset of our people.
Which language should we make the official language?
Can see. I mean,
Yoruba, right? Let's make Yoruba the official language.
See, let me say, South Africa has more than 10. Zimbabwe has more than 10 official languages. Many countries have more than 10. So there's no reason why we can't pick 10 languages in Nigeria, even 20 if we like, make official language. But we are not doing anything. We left it the way we make it. Even the judges, our judges, still wear the hat.
There's no 10 languages
on their head.
There's no 10 languages in Nigeria.
Okay, yeah, you see that. There's no 10 languages. We have how many? More than 50.
No. Wait. That's the thing. Like I said, when it comes to comprehension, it's very hard for you. There's difference between tribal and ethnicity. Tribal is what you're looking at as ethnicity, because when you look at all Yorubas, they have like 10 tribes or whatever, but they only speak the same common language, which is Yoruba. Same with Igbo, same with Kanuri, same with Hausa. They have different tribes. The point is we don't have 10 languages in Nigeria. We only have few languages in Nigeria. When you look at the ethnicity,
so that should make it easier for us to make an
if they
language
want to.
official.
Yeah.
then then why you see the thrust of my argument, you completely ignore it and make a minutiae point. But then again, let's move on. So if you look at this video now, let's play it and let's see whether what he's saying is implying anything else.
Don't worry about what you are hearing about the Japa syndrome. We will train more people. And then we can supply themselves.
So you can see, the mindset.
It's a joke. It's a joke, Papa.
That is a joke. The man standing next to him was not joking. The man standing next to him was not joking when he said he was going to send Nigerians overseas to go and get jobs overseas.
That's why I'm being careful when I say things.
Why would you say he's joking? Okay, let me show you Madam Tinubu's history. Let me show you Madam Tinubu's history. So why you think this is a joke? I don't understand you, because I don't, Madam Tinubu. He's a slave trader. He knows about this woman.
Why are you bringing up Madam Tinubu?
Because what is the difference between him selling human beings that could be inventing things here?
Was he the only one?
Invent for people. Hold on now.
Was he the only one?
Do you know that we are leaving Nigeria at a faster rate than during the slave period? And no nation, no leader.
There was no Nigeria during slave period. There was no Nigeria.
See, there were, okay, whatever you want to call it, the location.
There was Oyo Kingdom, and there was other. The Hausa has their own kingdom. So that's what it is. And they already corrupt our people. They were using us against one another.
No, they didn't corrupt our people. Our people had that mindset already.
No, come on. I mean, that's what they wrote in their books. Children. That's what you know what? The only problem that we made is the fact that before 12th century, we never have anything written down. Everything that we know of today was things that was written after 12th century, because they came to us in 13. They came to our corner in 1300 something. That's when they discovered us. So assuming during 11th century we wrote something down, we won't have these problems. Like they're manipulating us.
I don't think you can call something that happened barely in. Some people may have even been alive when Madam Tinubu was around in Nigeria today.
In 18 so, in the 17th century.
I think
in 17th century.
No, I think they are not alive. Yeah, they are not alive. So my point is that no, not 17th century actually. I think she was around in. I think let me see when she.
It's 17th century because it's 18.
She died 1884.
Yes, 1884. That's 19th century.
When we had independence, there were probably people alive when she was alive too. So my point, the point I'm making is that it shows you that
there's nobody around during independence.
No. Because when they already when the Oyibo took over Lagos, she was still around. She was very much alive. When they took over Lagos, she even was part of the process of the king making.
Wait. When they came to this, when they decided to start colonizing us.
Yes.
Because that's not when they first came. They've been.
Yes, I know. I'm aware of that. We're all aware of that.
So
but my point is that she was there at that critical time. And one of the excuses that they used was that they wanted to end slavery. And she was a slave trader that refused to end it. And she was also a kingmaker.
She didn't refuse. They still buying because America refused to see 16th century European country.
Are you trying to defend a slave trader here or what?
No,
are you listening to the thrust of the argument? You always like to make a minutiae point. The thrust of the argument is that
your slave master told you something and you don't critique it. You don't critique it.
I'm looking at
it now.
I'm looking at
what they told us.
I'm looking at what our own head of states just said. Not about
how does that relate to that? How does that relate to that?
Oh, that's what I'm trying to say.
Obasanjo did the same thing. Obasanjo said the same thing.
Oh, you wonder why he never succeeded?
He succeeded though. Obasanjo succeeded. He said, "Are you going to feed them if they don't travel out?"
You really have a serious issue with expectations, and if you have been trained to expect nothing, don't be surprised you don't get anything.
No.
If you think Obasanjo succeeded,
he succeeded. He
If
even
you
said,
call
he
that
even
success,
said it that, oh, do you think, are you going to feed them if
that
they
is what
don't
you
leave
call
Nigeria?
success. That is what Obasanjo's regime is. Nigeria has never had a good government ever.
Say that. I agree with that.
So if you look at
But
what
don't put
his
all
point
the
is,
blame on Tinubu for what he said.
no, my point is that no, that's why I said the elite class. I'm talking about, because it's not only him now. See, he holds that view. This lady that was clapping for him holds that
Everybody,
view.
all of us have,
This
all of
man,
us volunteer
the
to
only
leave
person
this
that seems to show any sense of
country.
shame
Even you,
is the one
Nigeria, you
standing next
volunteer
to
to
him.
leave the country now. You
Hold on
volunteer to
now.
leave Nigeria now.
Hold on. Can I see? I
Everybody
left the
volunteer to
country.
leave
See,
Nigeria.
like the way
What
Oyibo
is
man left. Hold on, Mr. Triumph. I left the country the way Oyibo man left his own
Wait,
country.
I didn't volunteer to leave the
Hold on,
country. They
hold on.
brought me here.
Explain to us.
My parents
Hold
did.
on.
But I
I
didn't
think.
volunteer
Hold
to.
on. Let me say my piece first. See, you said I left the country like the way everybody else left the country. I left the country because technically
Yes,
I was.
voluntary.
Can I finish talking? I was technically as brainwashed as everyone else when I left. But when I realized where I am now, it doesn't mean you don't change your strategy. Like now, if I had the power now to take all the technology, all the know-how and everything to my country, I would do it instantly. That is different from the mindset I had when I left. So that should tell you the direction we should be heading. My point is that Oyibo man is in Nigeria for a reason. It's for a strategic reason, because they want to make money from Nigeria and send it back home.
What do you mean? They're stealing our stuff. To Nigeria, let's go back to Nigeria.
They are stealing our stuff. Either way, it's the same thing. So the point I'm making is that let me finish the point I'm making.
Let's go. Let's go fight for
Mr.
our people.
ISO.
Let's go.
Mr. ISO, can you calm down?
Let's go.
Let me make my point now. See,
I want us to go back. Let's go back together.
He's just defending Tinubu now. He's trying to make me not to I like to watch Tinubu. See, the point I'm making at Tinubu, as the error he's made is that he doesn't understand that he's making exactly the same errors our forefathers made. We were busy selling human beings that we can use to develop our country, our best minds. We're selling them overseas.
How
and
to Nigeria?
Because he's saying, see, the Chinese, when they send people overseas, they have a strategy to bring them back home. The Taiwanese, when they send people overseas, they have a strategy for bringing them back home. But our people, when they send people overseas, go and die there. Go and serve. You are a slave. It's okay. That's how it's supposed to be.
Now
as long
it
as you
is a
send us,
matter of
then they meet us
choice.
back.
It is choice. They brought some. Let me take
Choice. They
some of my
put a
guys
pressure in your country so that your country is
come
underdeveloped,
and
so
learn
that
a
you feel
trade
the
and
pressure
go
to leave.
back and go back and go back. They all ran away. Now they all ran away to another country.
When he got into office,
politics.
See, when he got into office,
what are you going to say about it? When
last
they came,
year,
they ran away. Nobody wants to come back home.
See, do you know how many Nigerians left Nigeria last year to the UK? 141,000, the highest ever. They put the pressure on Nigerians to leave the country, and then he's happy that he's going to spend the little resources that we have in Nigeria to train more, not to serve Nigeria. That is sacrilegious statement to make. The land that your own ancestors are from, everything that you represent comes from that land, and you do everything to decimate the land and desecrate it to serve other people, other men that built their own countries too. Why are you not saying you will do everything that you can to, even if they go overseas, support them so that they can transfer intellectual property rights, buy companies and send them to Nigeria, or gain expertise and return back to Nigeria to work for us? No, that's not their mindset, but that is the mindset the Chinese, in short, all the Asians have. Like, I was in a company in the UK.
Are you sure?
A few days ago. Hold on. I was in a company in the UK a few days ago. And hold on, let me just finish. It's 30 seconds, and you can. I will let you talk.
2 days ago. That means you're not in Nigeria.
15 seconds. 15 seconds. Oh no, I'm not in Nigeria right now. If I was in the UK, the company I was working out from is a tech company, and there was not one Oyibo man there. All of them were Indians. And watch, India has already landed on the other side of the moon, and they will progress even further and further, because everything we do is to serve other people. We don't do anything to serve ourselves. If you check the top tech CEOs in the world, you will not see one black man there. Not one black man. 50, top 50. You not see, but you see Indian, you see Chinese, you see white, you see every other group. Not one black man there. And we think we are doing. These people are sending us as slaves. They're not sending us to go and actually progress. So please go ahead if you want to say what you want to say.
The CEO that you saw, did they create any of those companies? They're working for who?
Many of them actually founded the company. People that discovered.
No, that's not true. Oh yeah, give me the one that discovered. Give me.
Many of them found companies. Western companies are founded
many
by.
like who? Let's give example now.
Okay, let me pull the companies up. Let me pull the companies up so you can watch them. Go ahead, Triumph, please.
No, one thing there's the Tunanja. I love the way you talk. I love the way you are. Understand? But there's one thing I used to tell people that I like proof. So without proof, I cannot judge. Me, I'm talking with in the point of experience. Understand? But as for now, what we in Nigeria have to do is to copy. Is to copy to progress. Then later we can start talking about manufacturing. We don't even have the skills to do it, the capability, even the environment, the policy back home cannot. But we are working towards it. Even though today can you build a company and leave it with somebody in Nigeria to run it for you? I can bet my money with you. You cannot do that. But you will not try.
We don't have this still. What the natural
it's all about trust
that we have. What do you mean we don't have it? Or we just don't?
This guy is one of the founders of ChatGPT, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was. Oh no, this one is Reddit. I think is he a Reddit guy or a ChatGPT guy? No, he might be the ChatGPT guy. He was one of the founders too, and
the
he's not.
ChatGPT guy is not. They don't have any of their founders is not. And
Zuckerberg is Jewish,
any of
and
their founders is not.
He's the founder. Many of these CEOs are actually founders too.
They're not
Not
founders.
all of them are not.
I told you they're not founders, man.
What I'm saying, many of them are founders. Jeff
Give
Bezos
me
is
names.
Bezos is not a founder. What are you talking about? Bezos is a founder.
Who?
Bezos, Jeff Bezos is a founder.
And
what are you talking about?
Wait, Jeff Bezos is he Indian?
No, he's not Indian.
Exactly.
Oh, you are saying? Okay, are you saying that you want Indians that actually founded their company?
Yeah. Oh man,
Sundai.
Right.
Hold on now. Can you stop? You asked the question. You are already acting as if there's no answer. This guy was part of the foundation of this company.
Which guy?
Him. Look at him. Are you not seeing?
He's an Indian born. No, he did not came from India. He's an Indian born American.
Does this guy look like Irish guy to you? Does he look like Irish to you?
Seriously? He's an Indian born American. Like now today, now they can say my children now.
Let's go to his
my children now. Instead of they
so this guy is Irish to you, Indian born. That's what you're calling him now.
Oh wait, but that's not this guy is the CEO for Google. He's not the founder. He's not founder.
So Google,
hold on
he's
now.
Not the
Let's
see
now what he
represents.
The
founder of Google.
CEO or founder. Yeah. He's not the founder of Google. Hold on now. Just hold on. You're asking me to find the founder. I'm trying to find the founder.
I can't believe you don't know these things. Why are you taking?
See, hold on. Your assertion, you always like to go to minutia. If your assertion is you are trying to find out whether they are the founders of the company. That is a different standard you just set. The standard I set was all the top 10 tech CEOs. No black man is showing up there.
And I told you,
okay, now you changed the goalpost and you said, okay, how many of them are founders?
Wait. What did I respond with? I said they all work for who? And you said the majority of them are founders. And I said,
no, my point is that our people have not even made it up to even get into this level. And you are missing that point.
No,
you always miss
don't
the trust of the argument.
And
you hold on. He misses the trust of the argument and creates another standard. Now he's talking about whether we should find like an Indian that is also a founder.
I don't think this guy.
And if we go there, if we go in that direction, we'll find the answer.
I don't think you understand how the world works.
See, let's not do
that's
this.
The problem.
Let's try to educate ourselves so that we can try to form.
Yeah, but you're not listening.
That's actually going to benefit us. No, you are worried about winning an argument. You're not worried about making a point. The point I made was that all the people we are sending overseas, none of them have even made it to becoming a top tech CEO of the world. Instead of you to acknowledge it as a solid truth, you made another point. You set another standard saying, "Oh, how many of them are founding the companies?" But why are you not even present there? Why is not one black person there? Do you know how many black people are in the world? About 1.3 to 4 billion.
Nigeria is right. I think
right. How
there's a proof that he just show you an example. There's none of our people at the top of any affair in all these tech companies. I think if there are any, they are in the
Why
lower
do
bottom.
you want to be a fear instead of you found it? I understand
Let
the
me
point
let
you're
me tell you
making, but I
something.
just don't think it's
Hold on,
valid
sir.
in
The
this world.
opportunity that comes with this position is that
What opportunity comes with
hold
it
on,
when
hold
you
on, hold on,
when
hold on.
they
Hold on.
that's where I'm
Hold
going
on, let
with
me
this.
land first. Some of these people are in charge of top secret of these companies. So some of them
They're
are from
not.
other
That's
countries.
not
Hold
true.
on, hold
That's
on.
not true. What you said is not true.
Of
You
what
kept
are
saying
we?
you're done. What you said is not true.
How? Some of these
Mr.
people are,
Mr.
hold
Mr.
on, these
And he's not
people,
making
Mr.
any point.
Mr. Oriola, are you
these,
going to argue that having people in top management of a company, logistics, research and development has no relevance?
No.
I'm tired. I don't know what he's talking about.
No. Wait. He said two things. The question you are asking is, are they relevant? Of course they are relevant. The secret that you're saying now, that when it comes to secret, meaning the foundation of the company, like, can they take the technical know-how of being able to have information if they want to create a similar or something of sort? They don't have that.
No,
So
Mr. Oriola, that's not the point everyone is trying to make to you.
Let me
And
just make
hold
this
on.
point
What
to him.
China and
This
other
one is a
countries did
co-founder, by the
30
way.
years ago was they sent their people to the West. Those people grew, they grew within companies. They were able to take that knowledge back to their countries, and that's why they are where they are today. The
no,
point
China didn't
forefather,
send their people to
hold on. The point forefathers is making is if we have 10% of this leadership board that is showing, those people will be able to take those technology, those skill sets back to Africa and start the process. You got to start from somewhere. That's the point.
I understand.
And
See, let
Adiola,
me
you
let
can
me
see that
respond.
this Aliora, to answer your question, this one is a CEO, and you can see he's not exactly Irish. So he's also a CEO and a co-founder too.
I know. See,
So I'm just trying to make the
let me
point.
say
I'm trying
this.
to answer your question.
Yeah, okay, right. Let me say this. They are founders of every, like, the Indians, Chinese, even Africans. They're founders. I'm not saying there's no founders, but you talk about the top, like the what they call it, what might I call it, the top companies, like 100 of them. There's this standard they use, I can't remember now. You're asking that, oh, all of these CEOs, and I'm saying majority of those companies, they're not the one who they're not the one that came up with them. That's the point I'm making. And
Mr.
now,
Oriola, I don't think
But
anyone is
you can
arguing
see that
that point with you. Nobody's
they
arguing
are
that
also
with
founding
you.
many of them too.
wait, let me land. You mean the top 100?
Yeah. I'm talking about tech companies. I'm not talking about top 100 company.
Yeah, but
Specific.
that's where I'm trying to land. So let me now say something. When a country, when those top companies, let's use Google for example, when they use someone just like the guy from this current CEO, they made him a CEO, for example. The people that own that company, the founders, they have a reason for doing that, because the only way you can say Indians they're like successful and all of that is to say if they can make another Google. But what they're doing is they want to make use of their talent, which would take away from them actually creating something close to that. That's the angle I want you guys to see. That when
Mr. Oriola,
they're
we are
sourcing
very
talents.
clear about that. We understand that, but the issue is this: if you look at some of the top tech companies in India, look at some of the top 10 companies in China, look at their CV companies. The top companies in those countries were people that came to America or were in Europe for years, understood the technology, they were able to take those back to their countries, and they are where they are today. So no
That's
one is
correct.
saying that
I
all these
agree with
people are
you.
the people that started companies or not. But when
Yeah,
you are in that upper chamber, you're able to have access to information, even if you have
right.
to steal it, which is
I
what
agree.
Mr. Triumph is advocating.
Right. I
You
agree
see
with
that
you,
as a
but it's
founder
just
of
that the
IBM heading
ratio.
this thing. So many of these people are
I
also
agree with you,
founders
Mr. Kando. I
themselves.
agree with you. If you watch it, let me tell you something. If you watch, all of them are written American, born-based Taiwan, born-based India, born-based Nigeria, because they were there. The environment made them to be what they are today. You have to
Yeah.
understand that.
Yes.
No. Some of them are actually born in their
Their father
country
did not go
too.
back to their country.
No,
No,
they
some of
were
them were
born.
actually born in their country.
Yeah, but they grew up or live
You
here
see, now
or
you've
school
changed it
here.
again. No, they are not born in America anymore. They
I'm
are
not
also born in
changing
foreign
it.
countries. Stop making excuses.
I'm not changing it.
Jesus
Man,
Christ.
this guy.
You guys just make excuses all the
You have
time.
hard time like comprehending.
Mr.
Comprehension is
ISO,
very difficult for you, man.
Mr. ISO, you really just say stuff. You don't care about the original point. It's not about winning argument. It's about, because the reason why I joined this conversation is because I heard you people sounding like you guys really wanted things to change for the country and you wanted to find ways to get to that point. And when they start giving you the answers, you're like, oh no, it's too much. Don't do
Wait,
this.
you know the problem with you is more like you don't listen. You
I
hear
listen
people,
to you.
but no, you don't. You don't listen to people.
I can tell you all
just
the
hear.
points you've made this evening.
And you, I just
You
ask
want
you,
me to
let's go
reel
to
out all the
Nigeria.
points you've made this evening?
I
I can
just
really
ask
call
you,
out.
I ask you, let's go to Nigeria. You said no, you don't want to go because you're already
Mr.
there.
Riola, not all of us can go. Not all of us can move and just go back to Nigeria. What Forefathers is saying is he has projects that he's doing on the ground in Nigeria, and he interacts with those people on a day, virtually at least on a weekly basis. I mean, we cannot all ship back to Nigeria. You have to start from somewhere. Do the best that you can. Some people have wives, children. Look at what's his name from Sahara reporter that shipped himself back to Nigeria. When has he been leave?
Well, I disagree with the point you're making. I disagree with the point you're making. If we want to make Nigeria better, it's better for us to go there and get it done. If we think we have the talent, instead of us staying in a foreign country and all we're doing is just yelling. Like, let's go back and fix this. The thing is,
Riola,
even if you
all your
cooperate,
questions have been
those are very
answered.
good. Those are very good and wonderful talking points. People have established lives where they've been for the last decade, 2 decades, 3 decades. They're not going to just ship and go to Nigeria. I'm not one of the. When I left Nigeria, Nigeria wasn't spoiled, so I didn't help you spoil it. I'm not going to live my life to come and be your Jesus.
But that's
So
the thing.
what is the thing? Let me help them spoil them. Why I go come destroy my own life? The people where you want go,
your
the people where
life.
you want go fix, they're not even trying to fix anything.
See, I think you can decide not to do it, but the idea of fixing your country is if you feel that your people deserve better.
The country that you even
It
live
doesn't matter
in,
what they've
you're
given
now
you.
100%
You have to do what
welcome.
you need to do.
The country you live in, you're now 100% welcome. So I don't understand all this. Like, I don't want to go up. And the thing is, even your family, your kids or your grandkids or the thing is, they lose touch. Like most of them, they don't know where they're from. They believe that they're all Americans now. It's like we're losing what belongs to us. And over there, we have foreigners taking over. Our people are working like slaves. And we were sitting here saying that we don't want to go over there.
Isn't that what I'm arguing against? Oh, now you are making my point, and I told you about Tinubu too.
I didn't say we don't want to go back. All I said is not all of us can go back. I do projects in Nigeria. I'm helping people in Nigeria. I can't just uproot myself and just move to Nigeria. So I can do the best that I can. Where I'm at, I've been in this country for a gazillion years. Nobody, Chinese, white, Mexican, has ever oppressed me. They're never going to oppress me. I conduct myself the way that I do. People are going to, for the most part, people are going to treat you how you conduct yourself. For the most part, double underline.
Do you believe there's a systemic you know where I'm going with that? Do you think
kind of racism to discriminate against
I'm not.
our people? Of
I
course.
would not say there isn't. I'm just telling you. In the many decades that I've been in the United States of America,
I've been here for
I have
decades
never.
too, so I don't think
if you discriminate against me in your heart, that is your own problem. But if you by any chance give me any an iota of that, I will let you know who you're dealing with right there. I don't care if you're Chinese. I don't care. I don't care if you're black. I don't. I don't deal. I don't deal in race. I deal with
Right.
individuals.
I know how we do, which is okay, which is good. I'm just saying that we have to do stuff for our country. And the thing is, other countries, they're able to stand up for their people. The older people are ready to lay their life for the younger people. I don't understand why black people, us, we can't do the same. Me, I'm ready. I'm
Mr.
ready.
Riola,
As
Mr.
long as
Riola,
my kids
You are
Mr.
clearly
Riola,
live a
not ready
better
because
life,
you were
Mr.
going there
Riola,
to go and set international
Mr.
standard for
Riola,
us.
Mr. Riola,
this
I
guy,
agree with your
you
assertion.
stop acting like
Mr. Riola, Mr.
You are
Riola,
clearly
I
not
agree
ready.
with
You
your
need to be properly prepared.
Mr. Riola, there are some things called low-hanging fruits. You see, when you see a government in Nigeria or any other country say, even though there are people that manufacture trash can in Nigeria, they would rather go and spend 1 point something billion to buy trash can from Europe. When you see people, I don't care how bad innocent cars are, that say we're not going to buy locally produce cars, there should be no reason why any local government, state government, or federal government in Nigeria should be spending money to buy cars out of Nigeria. The Chinese, the Japanese, they didn't start yesterday. That's how you show me that you people on the ground are ready. Until then, don't come and tell me to continue to suffer while you
yeah.
fly all over the world and enjoying yourself and you think you have a fool somewhere. My
Yeah,
mama no raise fool.
but those cars that was being that are being sold right now in Nigeria, they not like, well, we didn't came up with the design. This is a carbon copy. They just
You have to
license,
start,
they license, they
Mr. Triumph
license it to
tells you
them.
every day, you have to start from somewhere.
I
Start
understand,
from the
but it's
carbon
too
copy.
expensive though. It's too expensive
You got to
because
start from somewhere.
yeah, but I understand the point you're making, but let's look at at it like this. Let It's okay, we can license what they're doing, but what if we mine the raw material, which we do have, like steel, iron, oil, we have those things. Let's have the processing plants. So instead of us actually importing those chassis, the body, we locally source them. That will make the car cheaper. That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of materials.
Okay, again,
We have rubbers. Let's
we
have the
all agree with
plants.
your assertion, but in order to do that, do you have the technological know-how? Ajaokuta has been there for how many decades? What improvements have been done to that? Yeah, we
Oh,
should
okay.
do these things.
Why do we go to
Don't have
school? Why
power.
do we go to
Don't
school?
have power. If you
Why
want
do
to
we go to
manufacture,
school?
you
Why do we
don't
go to
have
school?
power.
Why do we
What
go
do
to
you
school?
mean why? I wasn't there. Ask
No, no.
them.
Right. Don't worry about the fact that you're not there. Like a lot of us are not there. I don't know a lot of this. I have to read about them. But the point I'm making is this: we went to school. Which the when it comes to like the schematic, the patents, they're out there. We can use it and create ours. We learn these things. We can create it instead of
That's what
depending on
Mr. Trayam
white
keep
people to
telling
do
you
it for
every
us.
week over here. Copy while you're
No,
learning.
I say
Copy
we
and
no, no, no,
copy
paste
no, no,
you.
no.
while
That's
That's
what
you're
I
learning.
different. No,
do.
that's
I
different.
copy
That's
you.
different. What he's
No,
saying is different
Mr.
from the
Riola,
point I'm
in the
making.
past 24 years, the Senate and the House in Nigeria, every 4 years, these people went to school in America, they went to school all over Europe, but these same people, every 4 years, they replace their cars. Didn't all of those people over those 24 years have enough common sense to say that we shouldn't be doing this? If they had started at some point, each one of those people, whoever had been in the Senate, where is their brain? When they sit down,
Well,
you see, hold on, when I have conversations with people, I understand that Nigeria is a population of about 200 million people. Based on projections, you are going to be 400 million people by 2050. Who are the people planning for the future of these people? Where are they going to work? What type of businesses are they going to be working in? Well, how is the trash going to be removed? How is water going to be produced? That's what I think about.
Okay.
And I see these people
okay,
Do
hold
here,
you
on,
know
hold on,
that
hold on,
Agbada
people
hold
all
that
on,
over
hold
live?
on,
Abuja, and
hold
I
on,
wonder, what
hold
do
on.
these people think about?
See, one thing we fail to realize is that all over the world, politicians are incompetent. The reason why there is development in Western world is that their private sector, they are fully in control of the politicians to
Thank you.
develop
The
the countries.
people. It's the
The people,
people.
they
I've been
control
saying
the
that all throughout
politicians.
today. It's the people. It has nothing to do with politicians. They don't know anything.
They
All they
don't know
do is
any.
just
Thank
policy.
you. They don't know anything. It's just the people, the private sector who are in control of the
It's
businesses, the
us.
company. They are the one
But but but
controlling the
but but
politicians.
but,
All
but
politicians
Nigeria
care about is
30
money.
seconds. You said the people, but you have to differentiate the people now. You call them the entrepreneurs. That's what Mr. Kando is trying to say.
Yeah, that's
Anybody
what
Because
I'm
can
saying.
you
become
That's
cannot give
entrepreneurs.
another man to come
Stop.
and run a business.
Anybody can become an entrepreneur. Don't stop
No,
saying
not
No, no, no,
not
not
everybody can
everybody.
become
Mr.
that.
Leonard, not
Not
everybody.
everybody can
anybody. I
become
didn't
an
say
Somebody.
entrepreneur.
everybody. I say
I said
Not everybody
somebody.
anybody.
can
If
become an
you have to bring
entrepreneur.
somebody
It's a
from the
skill
Western
set.
world.
It's a skill, and you see me. I don't
Can I
care
tell
about
you
which.
the reason why I say anybody? If you want to hear. So
Go
here's
ahead,
the
sir.
thing. If you're
Go
at
ahead.
school, let's say you did your, especially when you do your masters and your PhDs, all you do there is basically you do a project, meaning a project that will fix a real life problem. And a lot of companies today, they came out of that. A great example is Google. Google is a DAPA project, and it was the project that PhD students were doing. And those two Google guys, they decided that that project they would turn it into a big thing that became Google today. So that's the reason
Okay,
why I
what
say
about you, Mr.
anybody.
Oriola?
So if we're
Abi,
doing
what about you?
wait,
What
let
about
me
you?
land,
You did
let
a
me
project.
land. So if our PhD guys, our masters guys are doing real life problem that will solve Nigerian problem, of course, they will create problem or they will create company out of it. But the problem that we have is all the paper those guys are creating is how to do with stuff they never see in their life with countries, foreign countries. That's the problem that I think we have when it comes to us actually innovating because a lot of problems are already solved. Like it's not peculiar to us. Like a lot of problems, all we have to do is just tweak it
In
to.
Nigeria, no, 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 not all the problems are solved there, Mr. Oriola. In Nigeria, no, no, no. Because I have four of my lecturers working for me. You can see people working for me. Understand in Nigeria there. So there's a way they do things. Because I remember those days when they were making fun of me in the classes. I remember those days they were making fun of me. But today, all of them they kept quiet. One thing that I learned things differently. We learn things. The environment made it. The politician cannot do anything. Even the people cannot do anything. It is those people that have those creative minded people. Because I remember when I was working here in Europe for the government, they gave us what they call IQ test to know where they will fix you to. In Nigeria, we don't practice that. In Nigeria, we don't practice that, and that's
Okay,
very disadvantageous
Mr.
for us.
Triumph,
So you
let
see,
me tell you
that's
the
why
reason
that's
why.
why I say that
Mr. Triumph,
before we start making things, we will first of all we copy. We copy,
Mr.
we
Triumph,
copy. So that is it.
Mr. Triumph,
So that's it.
the reason why we are not being able to
Yes,
solve
Mr.
our problems is that many of our leaders or the people who are saddled with the responsibility of running the affair of the state, federal government, anywhere, they are too far away from the people. Their reality and the reality of the people they were supposed to serve are different.
They are there for the
See, if you
money
pay
now. They are
attention,
there for self.
when
Absolutely.
hold on, for
Absolutely.
instance, when a Western journalist want to find out what's going on about things, they might go into a place, they will embedded themselves into that environment to find really what's going on there. It might take them 2 years, 3 years, or more to finally come out with what's going on there. But at least they will first of all embedded themselves within that environment to know what's going on. In Nigeria, the politicians are doing another thing and the people are doing another thing. It is different. That's why whenever they want to do anything, it doesn't work. Even if they want to pass, let me say, palliative or anything, it doesn't work because they have the distance between them and the people are too wide and far away.
Yeah. Yeah. It's you see our orientation is really peculiar. The average, even when I was growing up back in Nigeria, See, the things that we should cherish, knowledge, that we used to cherish, professors, you know, is no longer what is available in that country. People cherish just people that comes up with money. Money has become a god to the average person. You know, wealth without enterprise. People just doing stuff just to have money. And I just wonder, what are you going to do with this money? You can't eat it. You can't take it with you when you go to heaven or hell, whichever one they send you to. So what is the point? Unfortunately, that is where we are. You can use me personally, my philosophy in life is whatever I want to achieve, if I have to go over you, through you, under you, I don't care. Nothing is going to stop me from my objective. So whether you were colonized or your governors is because they were colonized, it doesn't matter to me. Vietnam, look at where Vietnam was in 1970. Look at what they are doing today. America was not even helping them over this many decades. But they got with the Chinese, they got with the Taiwanese, they buckled up. They went through how many years of that war against the United States? So those who are going to do something, I'm not saying don't acknowledge what the fact has been. Acknowledge it, but what are you going to do? But you to sit there and say it's because they colonize us, it's because this, I just don't, I don't accept
Nigerians
that
don't
in
have
life.
patience. We don't have patience. We don't
And
have
you have to
patience.
have
Nigerians
you
don't
have
have
to have
patience. And
leaders that have.
you know when
You see, I call it the Moses principle. You have to have people. You see, when I talk about leaders, I talk about people like Mahatma Gandhi. That's a leader. The man left a very good job, enterprise in South Africa, went back to his country. He was tying wrapper all over the place. He could afford any type of clothes, any type of car. But this man understood the mission. They sat down, put a plan in place that we want to have people to be good in the healthcare sector. They put human capital resources, and that is why some of the best doctors in the world today are Indians. It's not by happenstance, but those people understood that I may not get there with you, but I'm going to do the things that are going to be needed, not just for my own children that I gave birth to, but for the future of the Nigerian child. And like I always told people in Nigeria, those of us that came from certain economic background, I used to tell them, see, my father can send me to the best school in America. Your father can send you to the best school in Europe. But all these other kids in the neighborhood, if they don't get an education, if they don't have a foundation, when you or your children come back to Nigeria, they will have those children and their children will come and rob your children because you haven't provided a future for them. And that is not a curse. That is a guarantee.
It's crazy because our way of thinking seems to be decades behind other people. It's sad to say because the way we think is it kind of correlates with the development you see in the country. We use terms like tribes to describe ourselves,
Absolutely, it does.
and it's something that other people don't even do. And you look at we're talking about encouraging locally manufactured goods. This is something that other nations. I'm even surprised how far back it's like this is South Korea one went. The South Korea one goes back to 1960 or even the 50s where they started doing it. So how it's like something that other people understood a long time ago. Our leadership never got out. It's crazy. They started saying, oh, you have to start doing exports. The government went out of their way to support Samsung that we know today. These people were deliberate in what they were doing. And look at the foundation they've laid for their country today. One of the most tech-savvy companies in these countries in the world. And because our people don't think in a direction that they should be, they are still held back. Look at the video I just played about Tinubu now. This is why I think that it's not only Tinubu, it's the elite class. There's something corrosive about what was left by the British because they ruled for 60 years. They had time to groom 3 generations. and then they handed over power. And those people they handed power over to, their mindset have not moved. I think it was the British left it in such a way that our consciousness and our psyche will not change for quite a while. And
Yeah.
that is why in
Forefathers,
2022,
you are so right. You see, if it's just Tinubu or the other governor that said he was going to train people and send them as well, the one that was standing next to him, you know, he said the same thing some few months ago, about a couple of months ago. If it was just those people, it would be bad enough. It's all the people that surround these people that are clapping, thinking that this is a great idea. You want to because of how do Yoruba people even say it? Said you want to take because of one little thing. You want to mortgage your future. I mean, where are these people from?
Yeah.
What type of people are this? You see, you at 60, 70 years old, you should not even be thinking about yourself. You should be thinking about what type of, not just for your own children, but what type of legacy am I going to leave for my country, for my people? Well, if you don't have leaders that can think like that about a future that they will not participate in, these people only think about only the things they will participate in. You have to think about creating that promised land that you know that even you are not going to be a part of.
Exactly.
I headed towards it. Tunanja, let me say something you just said. According to that video, let me put something straight clear. Understand? You know that all politicians are liars. When the other guy was campaigning, he said things. They can even tell you that they will put AC outside. We know, we in the diaspora, we know it cannot be done. It's just political attempt just to make them happy. It's to win vote and to buy vote. You know that too, Mr. Tunanja. That's the way you. There's some sense that sometimes when some people talk something, you just look at it. Want to tell them that you don't have a friend, one of all your couples of friends. When that person talk, you just put it aside. You will not take it serious. There's some statements the guy made. I agree. There's some statement he did. It's just for political terms. You have to understand.
Okay, let me just
say
say,
let me just say
this. Hold on, let me make my point now. Let me make my point. If the statement was a one-off and it doesn't represent what reality is one thing. And to make a statement as a way of saying this is the ideal situation, that statement has to be has to be judged based on what you are saying. It's like saying, it's such a good idea that bank robbers, are robbing banks, and people are clapping. Even if it's a political statement, is that acceptable?
You see that we people know that he was in France, is trying to invite the Europeans to come and invest in Nigeria. Are you guys aware of it? Not everything will
you didn't even address the point that I made. I addressed the point you made, and you just sidestepped the point that I made.
Mr. Triumph, please don't make excuses here. That statement is
just
wrong.
makes excuses.
I don't care if Biden said it. I don't care if Biden said it. I don't care if Macron said it. That is wrong. And again, you can say that, yeah, these people are doing stuff, this, that, and the other. Just like he just said right now, if we're talking about a one-off, but look at their behavior, look at their policies they've been coming up with in the last 7 or 8 months. So it's not just a statement. You see, if these people came in when they came in and said, you know what, I thought Buhari was doing well, but he left this country in a bad shape. And what we have decided that in leadership, those of us in Senate that are gazillionaires, we're not even going to take salary anymore because we already have enough money. We're not going to increase our salary. And we're going to hunker down. I don't care how bad Innocent's car is. They buy these new cars every 4 years anyway. So what difference does it make that the Innocent's car is not going to last?
Do you know that the Innocent cars are
one? No, listen, the point is, I understand you. I know where you're coming from, that things are changing, but there are not enough changes being effected in order to have an effect.
Yeah, and it's not a strategic change. So, and when things don't change strategically, it's not a change. The dial has not moved. You still remain in the same position. If anything, you are probably becoming weaker because the others are actually getting stronger. That is what we don't think in this large scale.
Let me ask you this question for him to answer. Tunaja, you have a baby now. You just gotten a baby. You want to tell me if your baby you got born today in 8 months starts running marathon, won't you run away from that baby?
The only problem
Everything
is that
takes
this baby is
steps.
67 years old or
Leave
60,
him. Let,
whatever
let,
the
let him
number
keep
of
saying
years
that.
is.
Let me just show him everything. Look at what he's calling a baby. Let me just show him something that so that he can see. This is a nation in the DC. It says obviously for a small resource poor economy like South Korea, the choice of trade strategies is bound to affect the evolution of its
It's just
industrial development. Hold on now. Historically, South Korea started with modest industrial. Hold on now. I'm talking. So you see how far back they started. The fact that we are still arguing this point now tells you how far back we are. This is 1953.
Okay.
By late 50s, look at it now.
Tinaja.
By late 1950s, the initial domestic demand for sustainable goods had been satisfied. Can you imagine that? And the look at what he said again. And the heavily protected local manufacturing became too inefficient to compete in the world market. Insufficient foreign exchange, which was needed to buy foreign
They're all
technologies.
debt. They're all debt.
Hold on now.
Please,
My point is
I
that
would like you
they
to
dealt with the
bring
problem
up. I
a
would like
long
you to
time
bring
ago.
up.
Go ahead. What do you don't
um,
want me to bring up?
Okay, Tunaja, I would like you to bring up the depths of all the old nations, all those Western nations, Eastern nations. Yeah, and put it beside Nigeria. You see the very big difference there.
The
You
debt,
understand
you
Nothing
me?
mean
wrong
debt?
with
Of
debt.
course, our
Every
debt
There's
is not
nothing.
as much now.
Every Western
every
country owes money. There's nothing wrong with debt. It's what you owe money on.
they borrow
Exactly. What
money
you
to
use it
pay
for.
people here in France. Here now. They borrow every Monday money.
They
But
can
do they have
afford
the
to do that. You are not a
manufacturing
strong
They
base?
borrow
nation. That's
money.
Do
our
they have the
problem.
manufacturing base?
the government of private companies who borrows to pay salary. Mr. Triumph, who
The
borrows money in
government
France
borrows money
to pay
every Monday morning.
from.
That's why they are
Oh,
restricting foreigners to come in now. They
well,
borrow
yeah,
money every Monday morning.
they
That's what
can
my
borrow
friend
they
says.
can borrow internally, but let me tell you guys. So to Niger, you made an assertion earlier, not entirely true. In fact, many African nations, from especially in Nigeria,
If Nigeria has all this money in their
in Western Nigeria, the Awolowo, spearheading that region was on the right trajectory for greatness. Actually, it was. But a good example of that also would be in Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana. They had a plan. They had a strategy. They had a solid plan for progression of that country, or that two different countries, right?
So what was the assertion I made?
I'm sorry.
What was the assertion that I made that was wrong?
No, it was saying something about like we didn't have a strategy or a plan for after the British left Africa. No, we had plans, but
that didn't succeed. That is my point.
Well, it didn't succeed. Okay, well, that's not a.
And it's not even part of the discourse now, and that makes it even worse.
No. Maybe you forgot what you said.
Please,
but
I get what you are saying.
Here,
I get what you are saying. Please go ahead. I get technically you are correct. I didn't put it at that. Okay, some people tried and failed. I didn't qualify that, but that's fine. You are correct on that.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Is by trying and failing countries get advanced now.
So we have see. It's good to do. I mean, it's like I'm pointing out. It's good to do a fine analysis to the granular level when it comes to maybe South Korea and Nigeria or any other African country, right? If you can uncover the reason why, and I think maybe a big part of our problem is our tribe or ethnic coloration is a big problem. But the Asian countries, look at Vietnam right now. It's still not an advanced nation, of course, but these different countries, man, when they put a plan in place, I think we said it here before. I've said it here before. They tend to get a lot of buy-in from the citizens. They get a lot of buy-in that people jump on the program and they actually work towards the goal to achieve it, which is a big plus. But in a country like Nigeria, it's a big problem to have all the different regions buy, because of course ethnic differences or tribal differences, to buy into a grand plan to move the country forward. It's always been a big problem. And you'd be surprised also that many countries that we talk about, for example, the Chinese and some others, many of these other countries, they have various ethnic groups also. They're not a monolith. They're not. They're not. Okay.
True. Prince Daddy. I mean, I think most of us will agree with what you're saying, and I just said it. Whether it is Jonathan's government, whether it's this Buhari's government, whether it's Tinubu's government, if you see the Vietnamese that you're talking about, I mean, we all know how long they fought America. We all know how impoverished that country was for over a decade. But you see, if their leaders came in and said, you know what, you people should sacrifice, but they're going around buying 140 million naira or whatever their currency is, cars. You think the people would have been willing to follow along? I believe in leadership by example.
Well, absolutely. A lot of people try to discount leadership. That all we can do about it. I said, no, no, no. Sometimes you need somebody at the top that has a vision for the organization of the country and lead that nation or the people forward.
Thank
And we
you,
need
Prince
leadership.
Daddy. Thank you.
But,
Thank you.
but
Continue.
yeah, and I would like to say also, see, I crack up sometimes. See, the notion that we cannot, as a nation, be able to be a leader in agriculture, for example, baffles me. It baffles me because if anything, we have maybe competitive advantage a lot of the nations is agriculture. And
Look at
as simple
Israel.
as it sounds, like
Look at
no,
Israel.
yeah.
Even in the desert that they are. Look at what they are doing in
Well,
agriculture.
see, even Israel is practicing what I would call technical agriculture because they have so many limitations. It's so daunting, that limitation in the desert that they are. But guess what? They were able to design, create so many advances in agriculture, even selling the technology to the Western world.
I think this
And,
goes back to my original point. We have an elite class, including us, because like somebody once mentioned, we too are part of the elite class, that don't seem to understand that these things are meant to be this way, that you are supposed to grow your own economy, grow your own agriculture, grow your own manufacturing, everything within the country should be inward looking. But our people, we subscribe to foreign things.
And overcome whatever challenges to get
exactly.
there.
There are going to be challenges to overcome it
guys,
all.
it's not what you know. It's not what you know. As somebody said earlier, I think it was Ken do that. Most of these leaders, they themselves, they went to school overseas. They went to the best schools, Harvard, whatever, Oxford. They are exposed. They know the left from right. They know a lot of things. They're not like villagers.
Yeah, but the
Stuck
problem
somewhere.
is that they don't have the mindset of these people. Other people, you see,
Hold on.
that's at the
Hold
core of
on.
it. Even if you are exposed, you don't absorb what
They
you
don't
need to
have the
absorb. You're
hold
not
on.
going to do the
Hold
right
on.
thing for your people.
Oh my, they don't have a right the mindset. Why?
If you don't absorb what
Why?
you need to absorb.
Why?
Because
People, hold on. Before you answer the question, people so exposed, they're smart. Whatever you want to say about it, they're corrupt. Forget about that. Yeah, sure, they're corrupt. They're smart, they're exposed, but how come they don't have that mindset?
Because they have already been compromised from the very young age when they were growing up, and even when they grow up and they realize it, sometimes there's an element of blackmail, an element of control that the Western people have, and the process to become leader in Nigeria corrupts you too. So that process is a way of recruiting people that conform to the norm that we have now.
I don't accept excuses of any kind. I don't care who corrupted you.
I'm just trying to explain what is happening.
I hear you, just like P Daddy just said right now. These people have been exposed. You cannot send me to Nigeria to go and be a local government chairman and me come and steal the people's money because of whatever thing. It's not going to happen because money doesn't rule me. So I don't care what your excuses are. I don't care who corrupted you. This it's like looking at your children. It's like you have 3 kids already. They have Kwanchoko. You don't have a job, but you keep making more babies and saying it's because somebody corrupted you. I don't
To be
care.
fair,
Be
the baby part is not my problem. As a matter of fact, I believe human beings, any child you have is a good thing
No,
for Africa.
it's just an analogy. I'm
Yeah, I
not
know
talking
what
about
you mean.
babies. All I'm saying is that these people, they've been exposed. A lot of them have gone abroad. They've seen, even if they didn't. I mean, if you say, well, it's because they were not exposed. So, at what point do you understand that buying that new car or spending 8 point something billion to fix whatever your year place for a vice president, while you're spending only 5 billion on education? Where does your priority lie?
This is what exposure does. And this is a very good case of it. So you understand that being exposed is not enough. You also have to be internally focused. You have to be patriotic to your people, patriotic to your heritage. And we don't tend to have that. Let me just play this. How many seconds again?
Mr. Tunanja, you know that I was happy. Oh no.
We will train more people. And then we can supply themselves.
So he's talking about human beings as if we are
Did you
cattle
saw his
to be
body
supplied to
language?
foreigners.
Did you saw his body
Naija,
language?
listen to him. There's a context to
Did you
that
see his body language?
speech, but you didn't see that part.
What is the
Say we will
context?
train more people, then he now laugh that we will supply them more. So you just talk, not
What do
sometimes
you
we
mean it's
just take
just talk?
everything.
Hold
We
on.
just take everything as
Just talk
serious.
about what?
What do you
No.
mean is just talk? There are
Just
certain,
talk about what?
how can you see, that is the problem with our people. They catch some things, other
For
things they don't
this,
catch.
hold on. What he said,
Would
he
you
was
say
talking
something like
about.
that?
Hold on. He was talking about empowering the people. Then, if you look before I said that word, he laughed like joke about it before he said.
What are you talking about, joke? The person he's standing next to promised to take thousands of his people overseas too.
Understand when somebody talks.
How is that a joke?
Hold on. But he was
just
campaigning
know
for
now.
the governor of Imo
Please
State.
stop making. Please,
You
can
see
you
the kind of
please stop
nonsense.
making
This is
for
Madam
foolish people?
Tinubu's.
Hold
This is
on.
Madam
What I'm
Tinubu's.
saying is
Stop
that
making
I'm not trying
excuses
to
for
How
make
can you
foolish
be
excuse.
making
What
people.
I'm saying
excuse for
right now
this?
is that you shouldn't listen.
Something that is damaging the nation, you are making an excuse for his behavior.
See,
No,
this is the
see,
reason
no, no,
why.
no.
If he
Two
says
Naija, hold
human
on.
sacrifice is a good thing, would you say
Hold on.
the same thing you are saying that is just talk?
Two Naija. One thing you judge politicians based on their action, not their words.
Yeah,
Their
his
words
action
mean
is
nothing.
terrible too. What is wrong with you?
It
That's
is
what I
their
just said.
action.
His
That's why I
action,
always say
I don't
people
judge
that
him
hold
only based on
on.
what I said.
Hold on. Two
As
Naija.
long as
See,
you
this
keep
is what gets to
justifying
me.
what these people are doing, Nigeria is
Exactly.
not going to get better.
Even the ones you think their eyes have opened, they still justify this type of statement. They don't even understand how deep it runs.
Okay, let me come in on that point. Hold on, let me drop in. On that point,
as we speak right now, they have not even empowered anybody
30 seconds,
or
just
try to train anybody. So what he's saying,
How can you even justify that? If he said
Two
now,
Naija, calm
hold on,
down,
let me
calm
say this
down,
now. Let me
calm
say
down.
this. Hold on now. I'm asking you a straight question. It's 15 seconds. If he says human sacrifice is okay, would you just say it's just making
You saw
statement?
something earlier. Okay, Tunaja, you posted something on the, you understand? You were showing us a page about the people that host debt. Nigeria is the 90, let's say 95, let me say $100 billion. $100 billion. If now we have the same debt with the Americans, where do you think Nigeria will be today? Because the world is run by debt.
Why do you think we don't
If you
have
have
that
the same
when
debt,
he's happy to sell his people?
all these criminals will steal all the money.
And besides,
If we
even
have that
if they
same
had a
amount
debt,
of debt in Nigeria,
they won't even give it to us because we are not worthy. Why
Where
would
will
they
you
give
see
you
it
the
from
money
now?
when you are not
Look at
worthy?
it, 32
Look at
trillion.
Netherlands. Look at Netherlands that is a tiny country. Look at the amount of debt that they owe. Trillions. Tiny country. Even Singapore owes far more than Nigeria does. And Singapore is a country of about 6 to 7 million people or so, if I'm not mistaken. And they owe far more money than Nigeria does. The way we behave, the mentality is this mentality. That's what is killing us.
They cannot even
Our
pay
people
their
don't
debt.
understand the value
They
of their
can't pay
own
their debt.
human beings. And how can you be from a culture that has enslaved? Hold on now, Mr. Triumph, let me get one word out before. Okay, you want to say something? Please go ahead. Then I will say my own bit. Please go ahead, Mr. Triumph.
Actually, before, go ahead, Mr. Triumph,
Okay,
so I can
thank you.
make my comment.
Thank Okay, thank you. If you see the amount of debts that all these foreign nations have, we cannot be using ourselves as a what equality. You know that there's a book I read that said that it's only fools that does comparison. I'm sorry to say, it's only fools that does comparisons. So the way Nigeria is today, I said it just took power. It just took power. You people are judging. We, as you said that we don't have that patience. To Nigeria, you said that a country now, if we want to rebuild Nigeria, we have to start from the scratch. You said it with your own mouth. Yeah. If you want to bring it back, you said it with your own mouth. So what is it that today we are operating in a what microwave mentality. Microwave mentality. That was what we were talking. I was talking with Babajale Koko that somebody should just take his money and start doing it. You understand? So that is just it. So you have to understand, Mr. Tunan, that even in the Western world they have problems, even more than we. That's why they have all this money. What they don't know how many people sleep on the streets. Do you know that I even filmed them and showed them? I said, look at it. You guys are. You cannot even see mad people like that now. People has family too now. They will take their people back home now. Nobody like that. Come and see them on the streets. Understand? Even there in UK, you see people lying down on the street. You see them.
I think that you are making false
So
equivalence
what it is
again.
that and for now,
And your original statement that you made.
Nigeria should start.
Go ahead.
It's not only you are bringing in the Bible. You are bringing the Bible.
No. I just typed the statement you made because I know that Nigerians, you people, I don't know where you people come out from. You make one statement that is completely unfounded. You just said there's somebody that says only fools that make comparison. No, that is not accurate. I don't know where you got that from. And because that statement is clearly a total fallacy that doesn't make sense at all.
To Nigeria, as a man, you should be looking at people's actions, not dwelling on what they say in their mouth. People can say whatever they want.
Did you just hear? Okay.
Actions matter. If they don't,
see, hold on. I just said that earlier on. You were not listening to me.
What you say is equally important. Words do carry. Words do carry power.
They matter.
It's important
when
what
it comes
you say.
to politicians, their words
I don't care.
nothing.
You see, I don't make excuses with. I don't care if you're a physicist.
See, can do. Earlier on, I said it here. Can do. You were here when I said it earlier on that if this action wasn't tied to other things, it wouldn't matter, would it?
Yes.
Because it's tied to everything else that they've been doing.
Yes.
And
It does
this is
matter.
Nigeria first. It's not only about the statement, it's about everything else they've been doing.
Everything
This man, hold on. Let me finish my point. Let me tie it to everything else that they are doing. This man hasn't encouraged Nigerians to stop using the dollar. This man hasn't encouraged buying Nigerian manufactured goods. This man hasn't encouraged cohesion within West Africa to build our own this thing. This man goes to Western countries regularly. This man supports Western interests to the point whereby he wanted to invade next door neighbors. Everything he's done, he floated in Nigerian currency to favor foreign currencies and foreign currency speculation. Everything he's done is to favor foreign people. Then he comes around.
Hold on.
Yes. Hold on. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. I want to let you know why I said this statement is bad. Hold on now. I need to finish. Hold on. I'm not finished my point. You are not going to let me talk. I will let you talk. Let me talk. You can't just shut me up. Enough. My point is that after he's done all these things, then you take his own name, Tinubu itself, because when people have a name, they do check their name up, especially when the name is tied to somebody famous. You know of Madam Tinubu that is a slave trader. We have a history of selling human beings that are still alive right now in America, in all over the world where we sold them to. And this man comes around and makes such a statement about saying that we will train our people more to go and work for Igbo people, and use a term, we will even supply them more, like people supplying slaves. And the same is true of Madam Tinubu. They said in one occasion during her final sojourn in Abeokuta, she was alleged to have sold a young boy into slavery and was accused of it. When arraigned before Ogundikpe Alice Tise over the matter, she reportedly exclaimed, "I have a large household and I must feed them well. I need money to do that. That's why." This is the same woman here in this page where they said she would rather drown her slaves than to sell them in discount for discount. This is the Tinubu name, and she's also a kingmaker too. She's the kind of person
Okay,
that
Tunaja,
replaces
let me.
enthroned.
Okay, Tunaja,
And that's what
Tunaja,
this
let me come in.
hold on, let me finish
Call
my
me.
point.
Hold on,
That's what
Tunaja.
this Tinubu represents. I will finish my word. Let me
Tunaja,
finish what
we
I'm
may
saying,
blame.
please.
Yes,
That's what this
Tunaja.
Tinubu
Go
represents.
ahead.
Then he goes
Blame
on to make such a statement. That is what really boggles my mind. That
Blame
he's able to
Tinubu
make
all
such a
you
statement
want.
openly.
The reason why the country is where it is right now is because of our failure, because of me and you, our failure. That's the reason why the country is
Oh,
where it is
shocker.
today.
You're stating the
Yes,
obvious.
it is because of our incompetence,
What a
me
profound
and
statement.
you. Because if you look at any country all over the world, it is the citizens that build the country, not the politician. But in Nigeria, we depend
What is
on
wrong
the
with you?
politician
He
to
is
do
also a
everything.
citizen.
Our failure is the reason why the country is where it is.
I asked you a
So
moment
calm down.
ago. If he said human sacrifice was okay, would you just say it's just a word? Answer me.
He's not going to say it. No sensible human being
you're
is
saying
going to say that.
your problem is you choose what you accept and what is not accept.
No sensible human being
your
who is
problem
well
is that
educated will say that. Okay,
what he said
so I'm
is
not
just
going
as
to.
bad.
I'm not going to use that.
Given our history, what he said is just as bad. He's telling you that he doesn't value human life. He doesn't value his own people's human life.
See, you are not a politician. If you are be following
my God, this guy, my God, man.
And pay
I
attention
don't know
to
what
their
politicians
actions.
are like. I know what politicians are like.
Tunaja. For instance, in America, Obama deport more immigrants than Trump. But everyone hates more? Everyone hates Trump because Trump normally just say things. He doesn't go
switching
them.
the goalpost. He says
No,
something
just telling you about
abhorrent. Instead of you to condemn it, you are trying to make
politicians
excuses for it. And then when I told you, hold on, and then when I told you that if he says human sacrifice is okay, you say he will not say
he's
it.
not
But
going
if he
to
said
say
it,
that.
it will be
Any
somebody.
reasonable
Hold on.
human being is not
If
going
he
to say
said
that.
it, somebody like you will come here and say, hold on, let me finish my statement. If he said it, someone like you will come here and say, just like you said just now.
No. I won't do that.
Let me
Because
finish
I'm
my
not
point. You will come here and say,
I won't do that because I'm not stupid.
Hold on. You see, your problem is that you don't know yourself. Your problem is that you come here and say, if that's what he's doing in real life, you can condemn him for it. He's not doing it in real life. He's just a statement. He's a politician. That's exactly what you would say. Because you just said it just now. No matter how outrageous what he said, he's just a politician. It's our fault that everything is bad.
Nigerian politicians have said they are going to build this, they are going to do that. We will start manufacturing planes and all those things. Have they done it?
They've not done it. But you see,
Good.
when they
at least
if somebody says the right thing, you don't condemn them for saying the right thing. But if somebody says the wrong thing, you have to condemn them for saying the wrong thing.
Have they done all these things?
No, they haven't done it. But the point still remains: if somebody says the right thing, you have to acknowledge them for saying the right thing. And if they say the wrong thing, you have to acknowledge them for saying the wrong thing. Don't say it's just politicians.
This is selective discrimination you are doing now. Selective discrimination.
All we did was complain about
the
president want to Islamize the country. The president want to Islamize the country. The president want to Islamize the country. Where's the Islamization now?
Who said anything about Islamization?
We like to dwell on things that doesn't make sense.
Your problem is that you always.
Where is it now?
See, Nigerian first. Some of the things you pick some things and you miss others. It doesn't mean there's no Islamization agenda, does it?
Calm down.
Under any illusion that there is not an Islamization agenda all over the world?
Many of you said that the president want to do it. Where's the Islamization now?
I didn't say it. I'm not interested in that.
You didn't say it now.
I'm not interested in that. What I'm interested in is that even if you want to do Muslim and Christian and all the rest,
I don't join this mass hysteria mentality.
Your problem is that you pretend as if you care about stuff. But when you come down to it,
because I know it is a fact.
Bad behavior. You are defending bad behavior.
Okay, Nigeria, we have been
if you are saying stuff, you are defending bad behavior.
We have been arguing on this issue for how many minutes now? Okay, fine. I give it to you. Fine. Okay, what he said is bad. Okay, let's move on.
Exactly.
On that topic.
That's exactly what you should have just said.
On, let me add my 2 cents. I've been wanting to comment. So I think to Nigeria on that video you played, I think you've been too sensitive about his comments. I don't.
I should be.
Well,
because you're the
I
president
don't really
something.
see the way you see, because you have this connotation or this background to the man or his family or the Tinubu family. That's why you made it that you made that statement.
No, no, I
But
was
the reality is
outraged
that,
by when Uzodinma made the statement. I was also outraged by it
well,
because of what it
Opus Zodima
represents.
was just maybe was just simply
Our
lying.
people,
But,
we don't know the sin that we have seen. We don't even realize it, and our forefathers seen this
but
sin, and the people are right over the ocean
actually,
because
my
you've not
point
spoken
here
to
is
them.
that look, there's nothing wrong because human beings, believe it or not, as we say, they're human capitals. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong in having access or training your workforce. Somebody said it earlier, maybe it was can do, like in the case of Cuba, right? Having trained, workforce to work in other country to earn foreign exchange or whatever. There's nothing wrong with it.
No
So what
nation
about
does
if
that. No
what about if
nation does that.
Nigeria become, oh no, Nigeria becomes so great at training, I don't know, carpenters, or I mean we do a fairly good job training doctors and other professions for that matter, and we have excess of them, and we let them. I mean, of course, we're not in
No
slave
nation
trade.
exports their best away. No nation. Only black people do that. What are we
No,
talking
no.
about
See,
here? This is what I'm arguing. I'm arguing
what do
that
you call your
this man is
best?
happy
I
to
mean,
send his best
Nigeria
away.
in
hold on.
sport,
What do you call your
investment,
best? There's
in
nothing.
they
See,
do it. They go for the money. They follow the money, Mr. Tinaka.
yeah,
Why
it's the
do why
reality.
those footballers still
No, they don't
stay
follow
in
the
their own
money.
country?
They follow lack of vision. They
They
completely
follow
lost
the
vision.
money.
And
Everybody
what
does it.
some of the stuff we are doing here today
Everybody does
just
it.
shows you how deep it runs. Because some people that think their eyes have opened to the reality, they don't know that some part of them are also compromised. Because if you look at how other people behave, you don't see this instinct in them at all. We treat human beings as if their lives don't matter at all. These are our own people. We treat them as if their lives are just livestock to be used anyhow.
See, okay.
Other people don't do that.
So
Other people don't do
Nigeria,
that. It's only us that do that.
if you ever been to Cuba before, Cuba is not advanced at all. In fact, the entire country of Cuba looks like a place in Africa, quite frankly. But they have some nice places for resorts for for foreigners, right? Whatever. But that country, just like somebody said earlier, that they export a lot of our nurses or medical professionals around the world, and that's just a fact. That but in reality, but if we were to condemn Cuba, like, hey, dude, you guys can't be doing that. Look at your country; it's just in a shambles for the most part. A lot of people are poor in your country. You don't make enough money. Look at your cars. I mean, they're backward in a lot of ways. If we were to use that same yardstick or that standard, Cuba should not have any business exporting its workers anywhere in the world. They should concentrate on their country. So again, people. I mean, we are. I mean, people like right now. Nigeria subsidizes. Hold on, subsidizes a lot of the medical doctors training, according to Simbad and some people in Nigeria. But guess what? At the end of the day, they have the free will, for whatever reason, for opportunity, for lack of employment locally, to jackpot and go work elsewhere if they can. It happens.
Okay, now
It
let me
happens.
explain this. Let me explain this.
But the connotation, you try to interwoven everything into slave
No,
trade,
no,
into other
no,
things.
no. You are
That's
not
what you're doing.
understanding. It's very, very simple. Let me simplify it for you. You don't export your best to foreigners. That is madness. That is
No,
recipe
no, no, no.
for the
They're not.
destruction of your
They
people.
just they're just skilled workers. Skilled workers.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. Let's not mix it. You asked me to simplify it. I simplified it for you. Am I correct or am I wrong? You don't export your best to foreigners because that means you are killing your own people slowly and steadily.
But
Because
say no, hold on, say now what she's doing right there is like, I don't know if it's catch-22 or what. See, I can agree that you don't export your, what do you mean your best? I don't know what that means. I mean, just
your
we're
best
talking about,
minds to
they're not
foreigners.
they're not they just no. If he's saying, well, hold on, if he's saying like the Germans did after the Second World War, or the collapse of the Soviet Union, whereby their best, okay, the people that built nuclear programs and weapons and stuff like that, they were the best. They left their countries and went to America and other parts of the world. But training
and
people
it
to be
costs them.
doctors and nurses are not necessarily the best.
But
They're
you are
just
making
skilled
my
workers.
point. You are making my
They're just
point,
no,
and it
no.
costs
They're
them.
just skilled workers. They're skilled workers. They're just skilled workers. They're not the best. No,
Oh my
I don't
God!
want to use that
See,
word, the best. They're just
my
skilled
point is
workers.
that, see, the skilled workers, they belong to a class of people. If you export your best within that area, it's not a good thing. Like, even if carpentry, you export your best
But hold
carpenter
on.
overseas,
See
it's not a
the
good thing.
challenge to Nigeria is that okay, which is an indictment on on Nigeria that we don't have good facilities for them to work in to help to help the Nigerians in healthcare and other parts of different sectors. That's our problem. We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have a lot of things to
You wonder
organize these
why we
people.
don't?
But even if we did,
You
even if we
wonder
did,
why?
I know I can agree with you whatever reason you provide, but even if it did, they can choose to leave to go to America or London or England for a better pay, or for whatever
See,
reason they
I
choose
can
to
give,
go.
like, I've shown you the data for Cuban, this in the for life expectancy, education, almost every standard. A country that is heavily under sanction is outperforming Nigeria like crazy.
Which
So
country? Cuba?
Cuba, yes, is outperforming Nigeria. They may not be driving fancy cars, but all their lives, everything that they have is better than us.
Outperforming Nigeria? How? Where?
Security, life expectancy, literacy rate, healthcare, name it, food. They have better access to it than we do. And they are under
Uh,
heavy sanctions from
what
America.
is the population of Cuba?
Oh, so now
200
it's
people?
population you want to go. Your argument was that they are exporting people. My argument is that they are not exporting their best of their best. No nation does that. Even there was a Chinese, a German, a Ghanaian official that said, no nation will give you their best. It's common sense. But only we, when they say no nation, he forget that we are doing it. We do it regularly. And you see, what I found was that when I researched the idea, the fact that the Benin Empire actually were making guns, because I found out that not African countries were manufacturing guns. They were trying to manufacture guns anyway. Let's put it that way. And the question arose that why is it that even when they were manufacturing guns, they didn't advance in the manufacturing of guns enough to compete with the West in terms of being able to be defeated easily by the West? It turns out that the reason why was because they didn't have a large enough spread of the people that know how to manufacture guns. It didn't have a large enough industrialization, let's put it that way. Because why? They were busy selling the human beings. They sell the blacksmiths. They sell some of the best people to foreigners because those
Hold
foreigners
on
look
to
for
Nigeria. Hold
those
on.
foreigners look for
I'm
those
hearing
skilled
something new here.
ones.
Hold on. Are you
Okay.
saying the Benin Empire, they had the technology to manufacture guns
Oh, you didn't
back
know?
then?
Yeah, they were manufacturing guns.
Where
Oh, you
did they
didn't
get the
know?
technology from?
From Oyibo Ipo now. Where do you think they got it from? They were
Oh,
making it.
okay. Okay. And they were manufacturing guns. Okay. That's
They
good.
didn't make enough. See, my point is that, and what I realized then was that I could picture it in my mind, watching the potential manufacturers being sold, watching the potential inventors of better weapons being sold. They were busy selling human beings because they didn't value human life, while other people that don't even have resources, just based on that same human life, conquer the world. That tells you how we get everything upside down. And it's a big sin. You sell your own blood, you sell your own people to another group of people, and you expect to prosper in this world. That is a big sin that we've seen. And I don't think we've learned hard enough. And this is why when I hear that kind of statement from Tinubu, it hits me hard. That we still haven't learned anything from enslavement and colonization. We still haven't learned anything from it. We have to value our own human beings.
Well,
For every
see,
strand of hair on their head.
there's a quote. There's a quote. You may have heard it before. It says, "They have wisdom to do evil, but to do good, they have no knowledge." Have you heard it before?
I've never heard it, but it sounds very true. It
Yeah,
sounds
it's
that's very
actually
apt.
yeah. I love that quote also when I heard it, and it's so if you break it down to in different parts, it's so um encapsulating. It's so rich in trying to describe our problem in Africa, especially with our leaders. And that quote came from Jeremiah 4:22 in the Bible, of course.
You
Um,
see?
yeah, see, it tells you one thing, that wisdom has two sides. And actually, in the book of Job, it actually says that wisdom has two sides. So our leaders, they're exposed, they're smart, they're brilliant, and they have wisdom, but the wisdom they have seems to be wisdom to do evil. They can do good. They can't do good.
Repeat that quote again, please. Let me try to digest that a bit.
They have wisdom to do evil, but to do good they have no knowledge. It's like this. That quote is like talking to African leaders, because they have the wisdom, but when they go to the West, they drive nice cars, they fly their jets, and they go to the best schools and best for everything. I mean, but the knowledge to do the
but
same
don't
good.
you think is the opposite for our leaders? They have the knowledge, but they don't have the wisdom to apply it to benefit their people, because wisdom seems to imply having an insight into the greater good. You see what I mean?
They do have wisdom. I'm telling you. See, that the thing is that
You mean
knowledge.
They have the idea of the greater good? They understand the greater good? Because
exactly.
wisdom implies greater good. Because technically, you can argue that they went to the West, they learned the knowledge, they have the knowledge, but they don't have the wisdom part of it. For me, that statement is almost reversed in our leadership.
I understand what you're saying, and I can agree with you, but I'm saying that there's wisdom for evil. See, they trust me, these people, they know to do good. They know that. Listen, they went to school overseas, and they have all those nice amenities or whatever. They know to Nigeria to take their son to go to Oxford or Harvard. They know that. They have that knowledge. They have that wisdom. But to be able to bring back that same high level of education and infrastructure back home, so other people, other common Nigerians can enjoy it. No, they can't make that connection, and that's what evil does for you. The evil kind of blinds you, okay, to stick to one side. You know, this is another nice, great Bible verse that says, you know, if the evil ones is talking about, if their children ask them for bread, they don't turn around and give them stone. If the children ask them for fish, they don't turn around and give them scorpion. They can distinguish.
I think from what you are saying, you are correct in terms of they have the wisdom to send their children to schools, and because that is wisdom of realizing that over time, because that's what wisdom tends to be. It tends to involve judgment over time. That over time that is going to benefit their children. But I don't think that aspect of wisdom is what they truly need for their nation. But their wisdom doesn't even expand enough to see it from the point of view of a nation. But in terms of knowledge, if you look at the definition of wisdom,
I like the way you analyze things, Mr. Tunanja. Sorry to come in now. I like the way you come in. You said wisdom. Wisdom is just applied knowledge now. If you don't apply anything, that means that you're not doing it now. Many people in Nigeria, they say things. I like them. I call them spectators, supporters. They say things, but they are not there doing the test work. You understand?
Because if you look at knowledge now, it just says what you learned, and I am sure these our leaders have the knowledge. Everything they've learned in the West, they know it. But in terms of applying it from the point of view of judgment,
anything that is not applied is not okay. You might say
that's where they lack.
It's just applications. They don't apply things they learned now. Like anything I learn, I use I as we normally say, use myself as an example. The experience I know, because I remember somebody in my family has a very big debt. So this person was hiding every day, going to church. I was laughing. Because the person lacks awareness. The problem in Nigeria is just awareness. So what I did, I called the person. I say, okay, I want to do a meeting between you and your debtor. The person accepted. The creditor too accepted now. So I said that, can you borrow that person the same money? He's going to pay you back. He said, Lila, I don't think so. I said, do what I asked you to do. So the person did. I gave the person has double debt. Is it nothing? Then I told her that the person that use your debt now to pay the something. Within 6 months, he wrote off the debt. 6 months, Mr. Tunanja. Just 6 months, very easy. It's just that we lack awareness of things. Why people just sometimes I say privilege. I was talking the other day with my friend. I said that since I knew today, If I have known them, I would have not come to Europe. But somebody corrected me. It is when you came here, you are aware of these things. I say that is true too. The difference between truth and true. You understand? Truth and true. You can say your truth cannot be the truth. So that's it. So that's why I understand differently. I see my things differently, and I do my research differently. I love research. Research a lot of
It's very interesting, the statement this Nkando made, because that's why sometimes it's good to dissect things a little bit deeply, because what he showed to me was that our leaders, the depth of their wisdom is not even deep enough. Even if they have wisdom to love their child, take care of their child, send them to school and all the rest, they don't have it for the entire people. So that tells you that there is another layer of knowledge or awareness or consciousness that our people are lacking. And that's why I don't put it only on Tinubu. It's the elite class themselves. And sometimes maybe it bleeds down to us. And it took a lot of me getting aware of all these things and trying to push back. And I'm not sure I'm even I still have a lot of those hang-ups. Look at myself and Nigeria first. We agree on so many things. But look at on him. He's making an excuse for Tinubu for that statement. But I'm not. Because there are some areas that I feel very strongly that if you have this type of bias, you will still have there are situations that will arise. You compromise your people because you still have this bias. You don't value your people's lives that strongly enough. Most people that go on to do great things for their nations, most of them, viscerally, instinctively, they have to be on the side of their people, no matter how bad things are. They always have to be on the side of their people and say, yes, even if I'm making a mistake, so be it. We will all face the consequence of the mistake I'm making. But I'm deferring to the side of our people on this one. But you don't see our leaders even doing that. They always act as if the whole world is part of our family. Like, why would you think that way? You don't have a child and think everybody is your family. But somehow, when you come to your nation, the whole world is your family. No, it's not true. You have to take care of your own family first, which is Nigeria. Then you can worry about the larger family. That is how the world is arranged. You have your own immediate family, you have your extended family, and you have your larger family. And the way our leaders behave, they don't put our people first. Hence, that type of statement that they make tells you that they've not learned anything from the mistakes we made in the past. They've not changed. The elite class have not changed. Are you surprised? They never got purged. They were groomed by Igbo people after the colonization wars, and they handed power over to them, and their mentality has not changed. Even if Awo did some things right, even if some leaders tried to do some things right, but you can see that the depth of what they tried to do right wasn't even close to what was required. This is why you see countries that actually did a lot of visceral stuff. They fought against Europeans strongly. They tend to express their independence more because they realize that, you know what, nobody's going to care for us better than our own. No. Nobody. And if we think anybody will care for us better than our own, nobody needs to tell you. Look at the result already. The result is out there. There's no mystery about it. We are some of the poorest people. If you look at the list of those debtor nations, you'll be shocked how even Netherlands owes $3.79 trillion. Who gave them that money? Who is approving the loans? They are giving them money. And Nigeria is struggling to even get any money. And even the little money we get, you see how our people act crazy. They act as if, oh my God, all this money, what are we going to do with it? Who is going to pay for it? Who's going to? Why are you worried about who's going to pay for it? The people that you are worried that we are going to owe, they already own the country. You might as well take the money.
To Nigeria, let me tell you something. The problem most of Nigeria diaspora, one thing I observe about most of you is that your reality is different from the reality of the people on ground here in Nigeria. That's why sometimes people will say APC is not going to win this, APC is not going to win it, but you are not in Nigeria. The mentality of Nigerians on ground here is different from yours in the diaspora. During that last election, I came on this platform, I told many people that divided opposition is not going to defeat APC, but everybody challenged me and said I was wrong, that opposition is going to win the election. But what happened? I was right, and I hate to be right. Because
I don't know whether you said that divided opposition
don't look APC, don't add the Nigeria reality to whatever you are discussing.
Hold on,
Nigeria
hold on.
is kind of a unique place.
About your assertion that
Okay.
you said divided opposition can defeat APC.
I says cannot defeat APC.
Personally, if you do the analysis, it makes sense. I even asked the question once that does it not make sense that if you have two major political parties in the country and one of them technically split in two, that if you go and have an election, the one that didn't split has the advantage to win. And that is by default. If you stated that, I don't think if you put it like that, I don't think anybody would disagree with you. I think maybe you were saying that, oh, there's no chance for this other party to win, or there's no chance for the other party to win.
No.
When in reality, they all split the states into 3 sections. Everybody has about 12 states, if I'm not mistaken. So you can see that the argument was actually accurate that we're having against you.
No, it was not. Because, listen, last election, the goal of the opposition was not to remove APC. They were all fighting for their own position. If you follow Nigeria election, if you look at 2015, the way APC removed PDP, their goal was to remove PDP. That was their goal of the opposition. They don't care. So this election, that was not the goal. You have Peter Obi, you have Atiku. They were divided. If you keep your emotions somewhere and think and do the analysis, you see that it was impossible for them to win that election.
I think you have to ask yourself, what is the purpose of just removing APC when the replacement is the same or maybe worse? I think that is the reasoning people have. People have different layers of thinking about these things. And I think if you are correct to say, if your opposition is divided, you are more likely to lose to the party that is not divided. As a matter of fact, APC was not just not divided. APC actually took on a lot of other governors from other parties, so they got stronger over this in Buhari's time in office. So, but even then, even with all that advantage they had, they limped to victory. They literally limped to victory with 33% or 36% of the vote. So you can see why people had a different opinion from you, because it was relatively close.
See, it was close. That's what I'm saying. See, you guys had the opportunity to win this election, this past election. It was open for everyone. But you see, there was too much emotion in the air, and that is bad for politics.
Mr. Nigeria First. You see, this is one of the things I think people are not cognizant of is there is no way Obi will have stayed in PDP and take the same stance. If he stayed in PDP, he would not have gotten the outside support of the youths that he did. So it's a totally, I don't care. People say, hey, well, he used to be PDP before. No one is saying that he wasn't PDP before. Whether he came to, whether he met Jesus by the side of the bush or whatever, whether it was deception, I don't care. The issue was, this is where we are. We've been doing this for 60 something years. At some point, we got to start moving. So this issue of production, not consumption, is not, it's nothing new. This is what Vietnam had to do. This is what other countries have to do. I mean, look at Rwanda. They got help from all over the world and what have you. The point is, you got to start moving in the right direction. Nobody was saying that Obi was going to come and turn Nigeria into Dubai. That was not the issue. But you need a leader that can say, just like he did in Anambra State, that why are you people killing cow every other day? Who are you killing the cow for? It's only me. I'm the only one that's governor. And most of the time, I'm not here. So it's leadership by example. That was not that Obi was going to. Obi is not the savior of anybody. But when you have leaders, human beings, that when you have a leader that can go on TV and they ask him, why did you guys buy a car for 140 million naira? And his response is, well, the roads are bad. Where do you go with that? Mm-hmm. Where can you go with that? Instead of fixing the road that is bad, you go and buy a car.
That's bad.
is the mindset of the people, and you see it
That's bad.
everywhere. They don't understand that it's their job to fix everything themselves. They should be making the demands of these things. And what Nigeria first said is technically accurate, that the people in the diaspora have different mindsets. And the idea that people in Nigeria will be responsible for making all the changes, I think it's not going to be possible. They don't have the capacity to necessarily dislodge the leadership. The leadership in Nigeria, the people that are going to help dislodge them or change their mind, they have to come from the diaspora. And that is because the diaspora has exposure. They understand, they see the bigger picture. You know, just like when human beings went to space the first time, that's when they created the Earth organizations and started passing all the laws for global this thing. Basically, globalization took on a new face during that time because they got a new awareness, and that's what the diaspora in Nigeria represents. And if anything, I would even argue that the greater diaspora, the ones that were slow into slavery, should also be contributing because they have the more visceral experience of the differences between different groups of people. They understand the fault lines between the different races. We understand fault lines between tribes. Why they understand fault lines between different races and continents. And we need all that voice within our discourse.
I don't think it's
Can I
just.
say something, Tunaja? Can I say something,
I don't
Tunaja?
think. Hold on. I don't think it's just
Okay.
about exposure. When I was a young guy in Nigeria, 14, 15, I could see the handwriting on the wall that Nigeria was getting to a point where we were beginning to import food. At that time, all I wanted in this world to become a farmer so that I can farm and produce food for people and make money doing it. When I was in Nigeria, people used to say, "Oh, this one now Okoro made." And at about 15 years old, I had the consciousness to be like, wait a minute, which one is Yoruba made? Which one is Hausa made? At least Okoro, whoever Okoro are trying something. But that's a consciousness. I didn't have to come to America to understand that.
Maybe you're a genius now, that's why.
No, it's not that. It's just common sense. It's just common sense. At that age, I understood that, yeah, my father could send me to the best schools, but if Mukaila that lives next door doesn't go to school, when I come back from America or Europe, he's going to have to come and steal from me because he has not been enabled and empowered. You got to have vision.
I don't think I understand. I understood international stuff when I left Nigeria.
People have said this many times. Saudi Arabia with 10 million, 11 million barrels of oil a day for 30-something million people, they have spent about 50 billion on solar so that they will be supplying electricity to Europe. Those are people that have vision. This oil, all of them are sitting behind. It's going to be selling for $30 a barrel or less in the next 12 years. How are you going to feed 400 million people depending on the same
lack
food?
of vision, because they think we are going to do it for us, because our men think that Oyibo man is the one that is going to work for them. That is the mumu we wear trouser I'm talking about. We don't, Saudi Arabia, like you said, they are preparing for the future. We think too temporary. That's immediately. Everything we want is now. We don't plan.
Now. They don't think about the future. Like I said, every time I'm in Lagos and I see this ocean of children, my head thinks, where will these people live? Where will they be working?
Imagine.
What type of business are they going? I mean, this is what leaders sit down and discuss. You plan for the future.
Some serious meeting. You don't see them having serious discussions about this. I don't see it in Nigeria, where people really are serious about fixing the country. You don't see them.
Nigeria, where is the Nigeria think tank? We don't have think tank in Nigeria. What are they doing? Because they should be the one shaping and coming up with policy that will at least leave the country into a good. Because the politicians cannot; they are just useless. You understand?
I gather that they have think tanks in Nigeria. I gather that they do actually. And they even have experts, like even from university, writing reports and everything that the government commissioned them to do. They said there is an excess of reports and conclusions that have been reached by these institutions and even research institutions and think tanks that the government ignores. They don't do anything. They know they report to them and they don't do anything about it.
to Nigeria. If you want to work, I think the think tanks need to work with the Nigeria private sector because the Nigeria private sector have deep pocket. They can at least, you know what I mean, use money to.
But they too are just as compromised. That's the problem. It's not because thinking has done exist. As sometimes you see them, they show up on TV now and again. They'll tell you that this person is a think tank of like there was one regarding tunneling and underground structures. These people came out and said Nigeria doesn't build on underground structures, even if it's very valuable to a nation because it has multiple uses. But do Nigerian government listen to them? No, they don't listen to anybody. And it's because this kind of mentality, that's why I played that video to you. That mentality that they think people are going to do everything for them.
To Nigeria. You know why? See, Nigeria government, Nigeria leaders respect power. If you are just there, see, that's why I said the think tank in Nigeria need to work with the private sector, the people who are in a position of power also, so they can work together and help the politicians to, sponsor some of these bills and some of these.
Yeah, you saw this one. This one was just late last year that they had this meeting. I saw it. These people were saying when they described the advantage of tunneling, I didn't even know that tunnel. I always think defensively about, but they talked about how you can even change the use of tunnels to, like, you can make it for roads, for normal cars. You can change it to for trains. You can change it for anything. It has so many uses, but the Nigerian government never bothers to dig underground.
To Nigeria, I think I've heard you say this on different this house and other houses. You see, you have to have people that have a love of a nation. I think that's one of the things we lack. My generator better pass your own mentality. The average Nigerian, money is their God. It's not about how do I ensure that my children and the children of other people around me. I'm not saying you should be Father Christmas and be taking care of everybody's child. But you have people that don't have vision. I mean, I told you guys here about a couple of hours ago. These people sat down in Abuja, allocated 1 point something billion to go and buy trash can from Europe. Who does that?
Wow.
Who does?
No, Kando is to meet up with the ISO standard. That's why of trash can. That's why they
what is ISO?
Where is Mr. Mr. ISO is not here. Mr. ISO is not here. AKA Oriola Ade is not here.
They have to buy. Kando. They have to meet up the trash standard of the ISO. That's why they have to buy it.
What type of a human being does that? Who does that?
Look at all these officials now. These people are brilliant people that came. They've been pushing for all these things, and look at them. They will attend Oba and Chief, and they will attend, but they will just go home and do absolutely nothing. These same people, kind of people, went to Russia about 4 or 5 years ago for Russian summit, and they came back and said they are going to start a nuclear power plant in Nigeria. They've not done one thing at all, while Egypt has already started construction. There is something seriously wrong with us, and I dare to tell you, this mentality is the problem. They don't have any sense that when you want to do something, you actually get it done for your people. Why would you not do anything like that? We have more money than Egypt, but Egypt is constructing it already.
If you are paying attention, this mentality is domiciled in West Africa. West Africa is in a total chaos. We are backward in
not
everything.
Only West Africa. I think other West African countries have the same problem. Because
no, I think Southern Africa and North Africa, they are doing well. I think
Southern Africa is better. If you want to check it for like South Africa, Zimbabwe, those two definitely are, in terms of the Black African countries, they seem to be more conscious of themselves than any of the Black African countries.
Botswana, Namibia, and the rest.
Botswana is quite good too. Yeah, Botswana, but it's a very tiny country. Barely how many million.
We all gather here in similar places most days of the week, and we hammer out all these problems, and some of us try to prefer solutions. I know a few people on this panel and other panels that are actually doing something on the ground. You know, we can do, I think, on an individual basis, those that can do will continue to do. Nigeria will be better one day. We cannot wait on the quote unquote leadership. I don't consider this non-entity leaders. These people cannot lead my dogs, not to talk less of lead me, because they lack vision. I don't deal
Yeah.
with people like that, not on a personal level. I mean, you can do whatever you want to do in your life, but to me, whether you're a leader of a Boy Scout selling cookies, or you're the leader of your local government chair, what council in Nigeria. My local government chairman lives right next to my dad. Every time I go to Nigeria, the year man will park his Lexus Jeep and his whatever SUV Mercedes Benz in front of the house where he lives. He'll be greeting me, Ekarosa, Ekarosa. And I just look at this year man. There's a school less than a half a mile. The roof is leaking. You have a Lexus and a Mercedes Benz parked in front of your house.
Sad,
Why don't
isn't
you
it?
go and sell one of them and fix that school?
Comfort
Comfort of
that
what?
is killing us,
Comfort of
and
what?
you
Sell
see,
one and go fix the school.
I
Okay,
don't know what anybody have had on Nietzsche.
Naija,
Go
hold
ahead,
on.
go ahead.
The guy that is speaking, this local government chairman, how many times have you guys hold a meeting with him to engage with him on what to do? Because sometimes you can't just abandon the role for the guy only. Everyone needs to involve people in the area and
Why does he lack common sense? Why does he lack common sense?
Hold on. When did that local government chairman organize a meeting to even meet the people? I'm asking the last speaker. When did they even organize? Did they even have town hall meetings for the people?
No, I
And
said
he's telling you
no.
that
What I'm
if
saying is that
Mohammed will
people
not go
should
to the
engage
mountain should come to Mohammed. That's what he's telling you, BT.
Okay. Nigeria Mohammed will kill the mountain now. That's the difference. They don't care enough about the mountain to even go there. They don't. If you go to them, they will deal with you for even the end to even.
And
Did
Mr.
never
Niger,
meet even come.
Mr. Niger. So what I do is I put some resources together and start fixing the part of the school that I can on my own, because I can't wait for any year person. So that's all I can do. I mean, I've spoken to this man a couple of times, and it's like, well, when we go to Alausa, I will try and discuss it with them. You need to go to Alausa to go and discuss it.
I think I was wondering the other day that is it that we in the world exist in different realities, because it's like when you are a university graduate or a master's degree holder compared to a secondary school dropout, your realities in this world are different. And the reason why I am beginning to wonder, maybe that's why we are quite behind, because the more I look into the Enlightenment period of Europeans and some of their thoughts, their school of thoughts, the way they approach things, it sets them very, very distinctively apart from the way we reason. And like in the case of Europe, some of the stuff they come up with, which in a way, if you look at it, that's what they are following now. They understood right from the beginning that from the statement that life is for you can't embrace comfort too much in life, that it makes you weak as a people, that you have to always take the rough with the smooth. And as a matter of fact, one of them even advocated, a philosopher advocated that you have to embrace difficulty, that he railed against Christianity, that Christianity is one of the worst things that happened to their people, because their people made it look like suffering, you should only suffer here but hope to enjoy in heaven, that you should have both here. You have to have the suffering and everything here. You have to embrace it all. So in other words, you are not going to be afraid of difficulty. You're not going to be afraid of threats. The way he described it, it almost represents the way people behave. They don't have any fear of difficulty or death or anything. They approach life from the point of view that things are going to be difficult, death is going to come, but If I want something, I go for it. And they will bend their rules however they like to achieve it. And this school of thought started happening during the, I think, 500 years ago, and it's still very dominant. And if you look at the thought,
This is the first time you say something that I agree with you, Tunanja. When you want something, you go for it. That's good. I like it. Continue.
because their ideology is that if you look at how they approach things, they don't have rules. They feel like even Christianity, religion, and everything is handicapping the people. That there is no real rule in this world. So all you have to follow is the rule that suits yourself and your people. They didn't even argue from that point. Some of them are even more extreme. That there are no rules. That you have to just do what suits you. Period. And some people believe that that is the ideology that Hitler took. And the very dangerous leaders went on to follow some of the ideology that these people took. And till today, most of the ideology that most of them are following is through all these people. The same period when Machiavelli, all of them came along, Nietzsche, this in Kant, all of them. You need to study the way these people are the scientists of the mind. They are the ones that shape the world that you are seeing right now. The science of the actual empirical doing physical sciences are different from these philosophers. They shape the way their people think. And this is why they are not Christians. The Europeans, if you think they are Christian, they are not. They are thinking very differently from Christian faith, because their philosophers believe that Christianity was a dangerous thing to them. And if you look at just about 500 years ago, they started departing from Christianity. Go ahead.
Okay, this is to Kando's point about wanting to do something for the people. You see, that is beautiful. But the kind of leader that we have, they don't want to help the people. And if you try to help the people, they'll frustrate your life. They don't want to, they don't have anything to offer. Clearly, we know that. But even for those of us that are striving or trying to even help the average Nigerian, they frustrate you. So the
That's
love
why it
of
has to come
country,
from the diaspora. It has to come. The diaspora can forestall them, because remember, the diaspora is in many countries. They can't exactly come to your house and harass you. Maybe they can do it in America, do it in UK, but they can't do it in China. The diaspora is also in
no,
China.
no,
The
no,
diaspora is in
uh,
Russia,
no,
everywhere.
no. I'm saying in terms of implementation of all those things by the diasporans, when we decide to go home to implement those things, like in healthcare and education, then they start telling you about regulations that was never there in the first place. I have to pay some people off. So one has to navigate that through that space to even do right. To even provide, imagine you want to provide the beds and pumps for the local hospitals, and they're asking you to pay. I want to help you, but I also have to pay to help you. It sounds ridiculous. Just like I have the services here, and kind of let me know what you're into.
Yeah. I'm not.
But
I think he's
Yeah,
asking what I'm offering
absolutely.
nihilism. I'm not offering nihilism. I'm just saying that this is their thought process in Europe, and they are various school of thought, but not nihilism that is the one that won over. If you ask me, I would say the Nietzsche and Kant school of thought, and in terms of politics, is the Machiavellian school of thought that has won the argument. These
Yeah,
people.
but forefathers, I don't think it's just about people in Europe. And again, I like to use the Vietnams of the world. Yeah, people can say, well, the Middle East, because of all the money of the oil, and per capital income is way higher than Nigeria or even most of the African countries. I think whether you believe in a God, you don't believe in a God, is about the consciousness of man. What type of a man are you? What do you believe in? Like I tell people, me and money, we're not quarreling. Money likes me. So it's not like I'm against people being rich or capitalism. But what is your core belief? Is it about you leaving $1 billion to your children? Or is it about, okay, God has granted me the opportunity to have however many children I have. I have taught and continue to train them to be good human beings. Okay, now what else do I do for my community, for my society? And unfortunately, from what I see, where I see it, the mentality of even people. I mean, I saw a video of somebody praying, God, give me $100 million to do what with? You have a heart attack if God gives you that 100 million.
Like kind of like a smart man will always say, he said, God does not give chairs, he gives trees.
Yeah,
God will give you the
yeah,
trees. You go make the chair from the tree.
exactly. So unfortunately, some of our people, it's all about money. Money is the end goal. Money is just a tool for you to be able to do things. It's not a goal. It's not about you packing $50 million in your bedroom. What is that money doing? Your money is an employee. It should be out there working,
But
not
no, no,
sitting somewhere.
kind of we don't have visionary businessmen. Like, let me give you an example of what I mean. Look at Microsoft. Look at Bill Gates, for instance. He's worked for 30, 40 plus years. He's made his billions. But look at what he's doing towards the end of this year, whatever he has left. He's empowering people. He's helping small businesses. He's encouraging industries in agriculture. Now, contrast that with the average Nigerian billionaire. What is he doing with his wealth? It's just there. Who
Exactly.
is he empowering? Oh, Dangote has this, Otedala has this. They they bought this. Who are they really helping? Who have they raised? Have they raised the next Bill Gates? As Dangote
Exactly.
raised the next Dangote? How many?
Exactly.
Look at who Bill Gates is raising. He's trying to raise the next people up, the next version of
Exactly.
himself.
And to
Your
me,
job is to duplicate,
that's what
replicate yourself.
leadership that's what leadership is. It's not how good you are, but how many other people can you make to be good. That's effective leadership. It's not, I don't want everybody to be coming to me. Let me teach you, let me teach you, let me teach you. So that we have a whole group of people that knows that can teach other people. That's what is for me. You can be here for 120 years. It's nothing compared to the history and the future of the world. So whatever anybody can do, they should do. Look at can do, talking about can do. you know. So to me, that's what it's about. So I think it's our orientation for the most part, where we come from. If somebody, I mean, I remember back in the days, University of Ibadan, the professors were considered like gods because
Yeah,
these were the people that train and nourish the next generation.
you
But
see,
now it is who has whatever money, regardless
mm,
of where they got it from.
at that time, things were heading in the right direction. It's just that it seemed like, anyway, let's put it that way, it seemed like it was heading in the right direction because things were, we became independent, things were moving. But the problem is that the underlying and the foundational structure that was required to keep it going, we never did that work to do it, to keep it going. And the question you asked, it reminded me of this video that I saw about research, and we barely invent things. Even when we invent, the environment is so stifling that the people that invent those things don't get the benefit from it, either because
No,
Mm.
uh, sorry to cut you short.
of
Even the things that we have at our disposal, we don't even understand the value of what we have. Even as basic as dismissive of the way we view even herbal medicine. That same herbal medicine, let the Americans get a hold of it. They will make
Yep,
billions of it. The same thing.
yep, yep.
Let me give you an example. Do you know Afeni candle? Do you know Afeni, right? You know Afeni.
Yes, yes, yes.
Do you know Afeni can cure most forms of STDs? Did you know that?
No, no,
But it's just
no.
lying there.
Yeah, yeah,
Let an Igbo man, let CVS or all these fighters get a hold of it. They will make money off it. They start complaining that they stole it from us. But we have it right there. We have it that we have untapped right there.
yeah. And I think, I
Ijebu,
mean, those of you guys in the, medical sector, those, I mean, I think maybe those are some of the things some people in those sectors can embark on because you get the patents on those things, and I mean, it costs money. Research and development is no joke. It
So
costs
have any of you seen this video? I just wanted to share it briefly so you see the scale of the challenge we have on our hands. Let me just play quickly so you can see it.
Some countries will shrink, others will expand. Let's take a look. There it is. America's sitting fat and happy there. That's America. Yeah, we do science. Okay, look what happens. The great tragedy of this map. Take a look at Africa. near zero map area. The only area it has is at the bottom there, that's South Africa, where there are actually observatories and physicists doing work. You've got Argentina there, you've got Brazil in South America. Wait a minute, what's this big purple zone in the upper right? What was that? Wait a minute, what's that purple? It's Japan. Whoa. And take a look at Europe. They're split up with Eastern and Western Europe. So the sort of pinkish countries are Western Europe. Look how large they become. What's interesting is the research in science correlates with wealth. The poorest continent is Africa. The least science goes on there. South America is not that far behind. Japan has a burgeoning economy. China is kind of on its way. But actually, this is not the map we should be looking at. No. We should look at the difference in science that's being published. Take, say, over a 10-year period, the theme of this workshop. So not the total science, the difference in science. So I keep looking at you guys and not like the front row. I should make more eye contact with you guys. I'm sorry. Did you feel left out? A little bit? She felt a little bit left out here. Because I'm just kind of looking over your head. So hi guys, front row. You got here early. Good, yeah. So let's look at the difference in science. That's the trend line. That's the writing on the wall. The difference in science between 2000 and 2010, the difference. United States shrinks badly. We are still shrinking. South America is getting bigger. These are trend lines. Europe is huger. China is huger. Japan is still large. You want to see the world map of the future? That's the world map of the future. That's the last 10 years trend line of who's investing in science and technology. That's the world of tomorrow.
But that's a very interesting.
That is what gives me sleepless nights. You see
Isn't
why?
isn't that
These are
Tyson?
human beings.
Wait, isn't that Tyson?
Yeah, deGrasse Tyson, yes.
Okay, I thought so.
This is kind of stuff that gives me sleepless nights.
Yeah.
Africa is nowhere to be seen.
But unlike other African countries, Nigeria actually we are in a better position to also take a bite, a large pie, slice of this pie, or whatever you were showing earlier, because you have the people that are willing to learn. You have the youth, you have the population that are willing to go into research projects if given the opportunity.
Yeah, but
So
this man is saying they won't sell them overseas. That is my concern with such statements, because they don't seem to realize how dangerous what they are doing is. We don't invent. We don't.
Yeah. You see, the problem that people that think there is nothing wrong is just a politician. You see, the people that we're talking about, we're not talking about people that just became nurses yesterday and became doctors yesterday. These are people with 15, 20, 25 years experience. You're exporting human capital. And that I cannot justify that. Whatever money, whatever little $200 or $500 they're going to send back to people in Nigeria, I cannot justify that. I mean, people want to use the Cuba example. We're not Cuba. We need people on the ground to be provided. I mean, I've heard Van Babati and Mr. Simba talk about this. How many doctors per 1,000 people do we have in Nigeria? The number is atrocious.
how many competent?
Thank you, Gary. Competent. Thank you. So that's the problem. It's not you train people and like you rightly said, this is not about Tinubu. You made the same assertions when Uzodimma said the same thing a couple of months ago. So this is not about being against APC or being against Tinubu. It's about, can these people wake up from this slumber? Please wake up. Wake up.
They are killing our people because of this. They are totally asleep or compromised. They don't understand that these things have consequences. And you heard the Grassroot say it. It correlates with wealth. It correlates with your future. As a matter of fact, one other proposition he made, he actually said the people that are going to control the future are the people that are doing these things, and we are nowhere to be seen. And our leaders are so happy to sell our best to go and serve those same countries. Some of those people doing those research are our people in those countries.
Yes.
And do you know what breaks my heart each time? Maybe just me. When I see a Nigerian that studied in Nigeria, went to university in Nigeria, and some way somehow we now celebrate them for some groundbreaking research in London, Nigerians, we are breaking ground in London. I'm like, don't you see what is happening?
I know.
It should be happening in your own country, on your own soil.
Abike lady, I think she made a book about
it.
I was like, you know what you are doing.
And yet we'll be here jubilating about some groundbreaking without seeing what is really going on. It's brain drain. I'm not happy to be here too. Honestly, if I had the chance and I had the money, I would have a cardiovascular stuff in Nigeria if I had the resources.
Imagine.
I would do that. Because I will make more money in Nigeria because of medical tourism. The demand will be there to come to Nigeria.
And we have a potentially gigantic market all around us. And these leaders refuse to use it. That is what is so lamentable. It's not like the kind of struggle we have is even as hard as that what the Chinese went through or the Japanese. Our own, it should be easy. We have the opportunity to do it, and they refuse because they are so compromised. They are so like houseboy like for Igbo people that they are scared that when they step out of line, Igbo people are going to just come and destroy us. No, they can't. Not today.
And the sad thing is, all of these governors and former governors, they have access. They pay. The states pay.
They even study there. So they study in America. They study in London. They study in the UK. They know what's going on.
What I'm saying is the former governors, they all get their health care to be paid for by the state, to go anywhere in the world to see a doctor after becoming a governor. And some of the times, the doctors that they see in these overseas are Nigerian doctors.
Okay, tonight, based on our conversation here, like, it's a unanimous decision that we all agree that politicians are bad. Good. So what are we doing with the people to correct some of these mistakes? Because we are the ones to do it, not the politician, because we already know their position already. So what are we doing?
Can you answer that question first, your own self?
I don't know, because I don't know. That's why I'm asking, what are we going to do?
I do have an idea. Personally, like I said, I've always said it. We have to start from securing the country, stop people from getting kidnapped and losing $50 billion in GDP activity every year. That $50 billion, if you compound it over years, we are losing trillions. We are losing trillions.
But for fathers, but why is it that when we're talking about security, the very critical part of it is not discussed that much on this platform, which is the intelligence gathering. That is the vital. That is the nerve.
It's not the most critical part of it, actually. The most critical part of it in terms of security is your
for the interior inside the country. If you don't have people that can gather intel for you, you can have 1 million police officers all you want, but if you don't have effective CID operations, it's not going to work.
In terms of security, you need all of them. All the sectors need a lot more money.
But but we should have CID before that. What happened to CID? Isn't that what happened?
If you increase only CID, you still have a few people to act upon it. If anything, the evidence suggests that they have intelligence. They have a lot of intelligence in Nigeria. It's application. Sometimes they actually know something is going to happen there, but they can't get there. Hence why it's the manpower. They don't have the spread of people that they need.
Actionable.
You have to be there now to be action. Are you going to teleport there?
No, I'm talking about those that are there. Look, to Nigeria, I don't know how many Nigerians are out of Nigeria. The vast majority of them are not going to move to Nigeria. You can hope that, wish that all you want. If you
going to
secure the
happen.
country, if only 1% return back, you're going to have about 10% return back now if you secure
Yeah,
the
but
country.
all I'm saying is, whatever the percentage is, we have to work in conjunction with those on the ground. We're not going to wait for the federal government or the state government. I mean, from where I sit, those who want to do will continue to strive and do and implement on the ground, even without being there. I mean, granted, it will be more palatable if you're on the ground yourself. But I can
I
be
agree
on the
with you
ground
on that.
myself.
I agree with you on that. You have to work
Yeah.
with
So
people on
so
the ground.
Kando, how can we then help to that part? Because that is very important. How can we help when in terms of security? Because that is the most important right now. Since our federal government they've been playing games with this Amotekun thing for a while, they can't even empower their own forest guards with this.
Yeah, can I chime in, Baba T, real quick? Right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, brief comment on the video that Tinaja played. I don't think the video captures everything in regards to Africa, at least Nigeria specifically, right? Because
What's the UN?
huh?
So what's the UN?
No, 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 no. It's actually better. Better in the sense that we in terms of the government investing in science and technology R&D is probably zero, maybe next to nothing. But Nigerians, the people themselves, they have personalized this science we're talking about, and also, yeah, they personalized it. What I mean is that is the Nigerians. Somebody said it earlier. When these politicians fly out of the country, they go to meet Nigerian doctors. So we have a lot of trained Nigerians in the sciences. We do. Not because the government did anything about it or did a good job about it. We do have plenty. See, so in the future, if you can get a leadership whereby they create an environment to bring people like yourself, Babati, back, just like you said, having a cardio facility or hospital in Nigeria would be great. You see, we have that advantage. We actually externalized the the cost and the training to other countries inadvertently. I would say we didn't do it on purpose, but in so doing, though, the reality is that if today we get our acts together and say, "Hey, we're gonna do this and that," and attract, because a lot of people would like to come back. I've heard about, even Mike talk about it. Professors that have taught for many years in foreign countries, they would love to bring back that tacit knowledge back home and train the new generations. So we just need to create that environment to help bring us back.
I think
And
you
by
are
the
right.
way, quickly, that will put us in a much better trajectory than many other countries, as mentioned by the video. Really, Nigeria is in a much better position,
See,
I would say.
let me explain what part of the reason so that we have a better idea. I don't even know all the barriers that are affecting the way our country is moving forward in terms of why we are where we are. Apart from our security weakness, and there is also, and then our own mindset too. That too is another one. But there is also this other aspect, like you were talking about. We have these people. We just need to create the environment for them. So you also have to remember, notice that, I don't know whether you noticed anyway. The idea is that there is this TRIP protocol in the WTO that they have for intellectual property rights. It's what the international body protocol that they use to control intellectual properties. So what tends to happen is that if somebody, like, in Africa, a nation in Africa invents something and you want to use it to make money internationally, you're going to run into troubles. Because when you try to use it, some other person may say they've invented it. Whether they've invented it or not, it doesn't even matter. They will argue with you. And if you want to compete with America for that, good luck taking them
Sorry,
to
can I ask
international
you?
criminal court.
Sorry, can I ask you a question in regards to that? What you just said right now? There was a
Mm.
Nigerian that I saw a video that I was impressed with what he created, but I was also worried for his safety. he created a power generating plant using radio waves.
Yeah.
But when he was showing the thing to the media in Nigeria, it was surrounded by all white people. I'm like, this guy go missing very soon, no, because you know what I mean. Next thing you know, he'll leave the country.
He will be already gone. You see,
you see, there are people
please,
doing things. There are people doing things on the ground. There was a video I saw on YouTube of a guy in Maiduguri making this 18 passenger buses himself and making them solar powered.
But kind of, my point is that they're not going to stay in Nigeria. They're going to be gone very soon. They're going to pick them up and going to go do somewhere else.
You see somebody like that, an innocent or whoever else is putting together cars in Nigeria, whether they're coupling it together and whatever, those type of people need to go and grab somebody like that and incorporate them into their system so that he doesn't end up having to go to Japan or go to China or whatever.
But that's the point I'm making. If you don't have a strong, can I just add something to it, please? See, if you don't have a strong country
of nurture that we don't have,
you see the problem I keep going back to is that if I was Europe or I was Asian country that have more resources at my disposal, like I'm showing right now, the amount of resources these people have at their disposal, you can't compete with them. When you invent something in your country and you want to sell it overseas, even when you want to sell it internationally in Africa, they might prevent you. They will say they have intellectual property right. How dare you go and do that? Then they will take you to court in the WTO, that protocol.
Okay, if you look at that, what is the solution? What do you think? What is the
that's
solution?
What I'm saying now. That's what I'm trying to get to. So
well, you repeat that.
The nature
Okay.
of the problem, because I have looked into some of all these things. Because whenever I hear a problem, I start looking at why that is a serious problem for us and how to circumvent it, and whether it's even possible to circumvent it.
Okay, so tonight, so should we stop trying to invent because they're gonna harm wrestling from us and
No.
You have to
I'm saying, okay. Can I come in just one second?
Yeah.
My point is that government has a role to play. Like I've seen countries, third world countries, that will say we have this genius in our area, like the radio wave guide now, for instance. A country will say, listen, if you're a GE, for instance, or Siemens, and you want to partner with this young guy that has done this radio wave power generation plant, come to Nigeria to set up this research thing for him. We will pay for the land. We will tax free. You will give them the reason to keep him there in Nigeria, but they will still invest there.
Okay, Babati, then we waiting for you. We are waiting for you because who thinks like that in Nigeria?
But that's what's supposed to be. That's what it's supposed to be, to keep those talents in your country.
I
agree 100%.
I mean, personally, I'm actually probably going to be in Nigeria in another 6 weeks or so. And like that guy in Maiduguri, I want to find that guy. I really want to. I don't know what I can do, but those are the type of people I want to empower. If I can buy in 1% of his business and infuse some capital on how this can be expanded. This is solar. There's a lot of sun. He's doing it. I mean, these buses are beautiful. You know, I mean, I've seen other people. There was a lady, I don't know if she's in Ibadan or whatever, doing tire manufacturing. I mean, doing tire.
If you have a video, post a link rather. I'd like to see it.
Okay, I'll find it and email it to you guys.
All right, cool.
I mean, this lady, she is from the video, she's employing about 120, 150 people, and all these tires, you know, all over the place, just like here in America.
I would like to see that actually.
Yeah,
because
she
that's quite
recycles them. Not only does she recycle them, she takes the wires out. Those are recycled. She uses the recycled tire that grounded into particles, and she's making bags, school bags. She's making towels for playgrounds.
Hold on. Are you saying, because I thought she was making tires? Are you saying she takes tires?
Yeah, use tires.
And use the tires to make something else.
Oh yeah, she's making school bags. She's making these plastic towels
Who
for
is checking the
playground.
chemicals that are in those tires as, you know, whether it's actually healthy to be using
Well,
it for?
she sounds very knowledgeable in what she's doing. I mean, I don't
Okay.
think this is just a backyard
I
thing.
guess so. I'm just a little bit curious
So
about. If she was making
those are the
tires,
type of
I would
no,
definitely have
not
been
making
interested.
tires. No, I mean
Mm.
those are the type of people. Even here, even I myself, there's so many places in Arizona, in California, that they are untold tens of millions of used tires just sitting there. I'm even
Mm.
thinking maybe I need to talk to my small business administration. If I can figure it out, I'll do it here.
Why are
People like that
Nigerians
on
not
the
making
ground.
tires? I'm maybe surprised that Innocent hasn't taken up tire manufacturing to an extent in Nigeria, because these technologies are very valuable to. They have
That was done in
spillover.
Nigeria in the 90s now. That was
Yeah,
it
but
done
they
in the
stopped
90s.
doing it now.
Well,
They stopped doing it. They should
Teenager
carry on
doesn't
doing
know
it.
that. That's what I was telling in the
No,
time
I'm
of
aware that
Awolowo.
we used to do that before now, but they stopped doing
No,
it. We need to carry
all
on.
I'm just saying is, I mean, I cannot save Nigeria, but if I see individuals that are doing something that is meaningful, and if I can be a part of it, I am more than willing to be a part of it. I can only do what I can do. I can't save everybody. I can't even save my own
See,
self, but I'm willing to
we have to give
empower
to
those
the
that I see.
yeah, we have to give to the Westerners, the Americans and the Europeans. They have this great ability to recognize talent. They do.
Right.
Sometimes they see somebody doing something, and they can think that, look, that knowledge or that skill that person has can be transferable into doing something else.
I think
They,
it's easy to give them credit for that when they have the $2 trillion debt, when they are spending so much money. Do you know how much wastage they have? They do hit
And,
bottlenecks
and,
too.
no,
But
to
if
Nigeria,
we if we
what
have
what
32
Nigeria,
trillion,
I'm talking
Nigeria,
from the
let me just finish
beginning.
my
No,
point now.
before
You
all
all
this.
just finish talking. Hold on, let me finish my point, because I was making a point before I was listening regarding the trade protocol. If you want to combat that type of protocol, you have to first be strong enough to combat it. Why? Because that's what the Chinese did. The Chinese had similar problems with Americans. Americans kept taking them to WTO. They accused them of stealing the technology, or they accused them of currency manipulation. You all have definitely heard about currency manipulation, but technology too. America has taken this in China to court several times, but the Chinese always come out winning because they can defend the invention. But the problem with Africa is that if you go and challenge them, you will lose, because they will make you pay in so many other ways, because we are relying on them for so many things. Hence, if you want to deal with them on this, you have to have your own independent security this system. You have to have your own independent manufacturing capability. You shouldn't rely on them. If you are relying on them, then you are susceptible to them for
And
anything.
you're missing one thing as well. You have to fix the banking system in Nigeria to be able to finance. You have to be strong enough to finance any stretch projects.
But Baba T and
I
to
If you
think
don't
the,
Nigeria,
I
have a
think
good
I think
okay,
the
banking,
okay,
finance is not the problem.
Baba T and to Nigeria. I think the
yeah,
question P Daddy is saying is, okay, so we have all these problems. There's so many, you know. So do we now fold our hands and say until we fix this and until we fix that?
no, can't do,
You got to
can't do.
work from where you are.
You know, in business, if you're a businessman, problems are actually good because
Yes,
that creates opportunities.
opportunities.
Yeah. So
To
to
me,
me,
the
I see.
easiest one to fix is security. That's the easiest one to fix, because we have the people on the ground. And if you fix security, a lot of us will start returning back to the country because they feel
But
safe.
to Nigeria, the problem is the people you need to fix the security. I don't see the handwriting on the wall of them doing it. So do
That
we
is the
now
thing. That's
wait?
what we need to push them to
But
do.
okay, if they don't, okay, we need to. If they don't do it in court, what do we do?
Okay, now you see, now that's a very good question. My approach is that, like, that's why I said the diaspora has a lot of leeway to do some of all these things. You have to start forming relationships with your security forces. You have to start. You are talking about supporting somebody in Kaduna that invented a car, which is all very, very good. You can also support your security forces. You can also go and start establishing links with them, and so that they too, because they too want to do their job. But you can't expect one soldier to defend 1,000 people. That is impossible. So you tell them all this number, because some of them, they are just educated to a certain level. They are not necessarily as advanced as we are here. So you let them know that you are fighting a losing battle. If these people don't give you enough people to fight this war, you're going to lose. So they too will realize where they need to be, because our top officials are saying it too. The problem is that nobody's pressuring them to actually do the recruitment, even if they are saying
but the only way you can pressure them that will be effective from the diaspora if you focus on community policing, because it's your community, it's your people. So when you speak as a very strong influence that community, they will listen to you. If I speak on behalf of my people in the byline now, I can better communicate my needs to them, or what I think it will be better for them, and they'll be more receptive to what I have to offer.
You can argue that to an extent that is already
So
happening.
community will be the bedrock of the security architecture.
Let me explain why I think that to an extent that is happening and is very inefficient, because every community these days, they always have local vigilantes that are out there, and they have security guards in estates.
They can't carry weapons now.
No, yeah,
they can't carry weapons.
They can't carry weapons, but it's not all police officers that carry weapons too. My point is that you have people monitoring this. As a matter of fact, some of them actually do carry weapons, I must say. Even in the local areas, like security guards, they do carry, some of them carry weapons. So my point is that if you don't have it done in an organized way where the entire system is functional and made more efficient, because that's how other countries do it. For me, it's not even rocket science, and we don't have enough manpower. In terms of manpower involved in security, national security, we have them because you have police people and local vigilante and security guards everywhere, but it's not efficient. That's why it doesn't yield results.
You miss my point. When you say manpower, I agree. But who determines the manpower? The community. You might need 10. I might need 10 in my area. You might need 40. But how would you know? So every area will require different amounts of security.
When you need 100, what do? You're going to train them overnight?
No. I'm saying that even to determine that correct figure for each community has to be determined by the community's input. Then determining what they need.
Babati, the reason why it's done nationally is because so that it is easy to be more efficient. You can now respond based on security challenges in certain regions. And because like I gave you an example now, if that locality needed 10 yesterday, then today something happened, are you going to recruit 100 the next day? You're not. But if it's in a nation that has enough manpower, they will send people there immediately to go and quell the problem. Then you go somewhere else. That is an efficient way of running your security. This is why any developed country, just like developed countries that have advanced technology, they do these things. They have more manpower to respond to security challenges.
I am not for centralization of security. We should just move it to the regions or state or the local government council.
I think where Nigeria is right. Maybe Nigeria has matured to a point whereby they can have local security. I don't know that. But my point is that we need organized security architecture. If you want to make police local, you have to have them linked this internationality, so that when they are acting, if they need assistance, you can have other police forces move in and quell the insecurity there. Because if you look at Western countries now, if you call police, on average 10 minutes, they show up for a major emergency. But in Nigeria, if you call, you're lucky if they show up, especially if you're in a remote area, you're lucky if they show up at all. And because of that, by the time the incidents has occurred, it's over. The people are gone and the security forces show up. So you have to have a national grade of people so that wherever you are, 10 minutes, security forces will be there.
You want the police to show up without giving them money for petrol, Abi?
See, let's not go there. See.
No. Let's go there. Let's go there now.
I get what you're saying. No, I get what you're saying there. But my point is that if you don't see the ones we are not giving petrol money now, they are the ones keeping us safe so far, as safe as we can be right now. So the least you can do is increase the number, so we don't lose all this money, we don't lose our expertise, and we ourselves can be able to go home and help with development. Because even if I'm doing this stuff here, when I go to Nigeria now, I'll be thinking twice. I used to feel safe in Abuja, but I'm not feeling that safe right now because of the incident that just occurred in the last 1 month.
To Nigeria, the reason I brought up community policing is, let me give you an instance. I'm an Igba man. I was born in Abeokuta. I was raised in Abeokuta. I know Abeokuta. Right?
You know, Egba people are the smartest people in Nigeria. You know that,
We
right?
know it's a fact. It's a fact. But my point is this: if I'm in charge of the CID or I'm deep in that area, I know the people, I know the terrain, I know the culture. It will be easier for me to secure my people compared to somebody from somewhere else part of the country. It's my point. We can always collaborate on security, join task forces and stuff. But you look at people who have to police themselves. It has to be the locals because they understand the culture of the place. That has to be a factor as well that has to be considered. So I'm not against the national thing, but you must first begin with the community and people that were born and raised there.
Absolutely.
They have to
know
be part of the
the
security
terrain more than
force.
anybody else.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but either way, local security is one, and you also need external security, and you need internal intelligence services. So our entire international security posture has to seriously change to an independent security posture. And when I look at what Iran has achieved, I really am astounded. Those guys are, I don't know how they did it, because they said after this is Saddam who invaded them, they changed the strategy whereby they said they don't want to get invaded anymore. So
Sorry,
they created.
I apologize. Please, can you? I know you are anti-security for guys. Can you please quickly just discuss this the EFCC chairman's revelation that the some sectors of some religious sects in Nigeria are the one laundering money for those terrorist groups, and he mentioned the 7 billion where he had to go to court, but the court stopped him from arresting the head of the. I'm assuming some Muslim stop up north. So how does religion factor into what you're talking about? Because I really want to. Yeah.
Religion plays a very strong role in some of all these insecurity that we are seeing, because some of the funding of these fundamentalist groups comes from like Qatar and Middle Eastern countries sponsoring them to, because there's an Islamic agenda. Let's not make any mistake.
I've been seeing them in Nigeria a lot. All those imams, all those, they come and do their so-called preaching, but I'm like, something else is going on here. It's a lot of them coming
they
into.
literally believe in jihad. I have spoken to somebody where you ask them why they are having children and all this stuff. They say it's jihad. And you ask yourself, what jihad are they practicing for? This, I've heard them say it openly, like all those Amajiri children, and even somebody that used to ride Okada in Abuja. When we asked the question, they said why they are having so many children and getting married at a young age so that they can have more people to go to war. And then they say, what jihad? So the jihad, they are.
No. To the question, like, how can, just think about it. Your EFCC is talking about people openly laundering money for terrorist groups, and nothing can be done about it because your court system is even stopping them from arresting them.
But we don't see. We have to be careful about stating things that are that technical, because we don't know why the court is stopping them necessarily. We don't know whether they made the threshold for being able to be, so I get them arrested and stuff like that, because that's how they wanted to arrest immediately last year. So we don't necessarily know that. But I definitely support, if somebody is taking money and funding into terrorist group, definitely that's like, without like, you should be hanged. People would get killed because of these people.
The man said 7 billion. He said 7 billion naira. He said 7 billion.
You can't be responsible for loss of human life and you walk free. Period.
What has caused many problem in Nigeria is that our elite fail to self-correct themselves. That's the major problem we are facing. Because if they want the country to function properly, they should be able to self-correct themselves. You understand me? You can't just allow everyone to do whatever they want. It will lead to chaos. That's why we are in this current position.
But they're not self-correcting. They are carrying on with the same behavior. I'm not even sure our leaders. You see, when Fela sang colonial mentality, he's not wrong. Our behavior hasn't changed one bit, even from when Fela was there. He hasn't changed one inch.
Great colonial mentality.
USC, what is self-correct? What do you mean, actually?
See, even, okay, let me use, there are movies whereby sometimes when one of their own commit any crime. You see, some of other top members, they will just meet him. Okay, you have to do this. There's nothing we can do. You have to you have to pay for this crime. You understand? There's a way, okay, they might not give you maybe 10 years. At least you might go there to serve maybe 2 years. Okay, for instance, in Malaysia, the past prime minister was involved in corruption and was arrested. They gave him, I think, 10 years. But the Supreme Court recently decided to reduce it to about 3 years. You see what I mean? But at least but it will go. It's just an example so that other people that is called me, they won't say, okay, I can do whatever I want, nothing will happen. You have to. The system have to.
There's at least
to find a way to correct themselves.
There's at least a sense of judgment. Maybe he should have gotten 30 years, but at least he got 10. But our own, was it the Controller General or whatever? They said the man stole, is it 80 billion or 109 billion?
The Accountant General of the Federation. Accountant General of the Federation.
And you don't go and put him in, go and build a chain fence in the middle of
you're giving you now. You're going to down now. That should be by death now.
Look at the pastor that was sentenced for rape recently. If you went on Twitter, you see people defending the man that the life imprisonment was too much and all that. You see, Nigerians
don't understand.
They're not ready to deal with crime.
You hear them sometimes saying, "Oh, local government should give people the cars that they seize from them," and it's like we don't understand that there is a reason why you have order. If you don't have deterrence, there's not going to be order. And the idea for me, I really feel strongly about these corrupt practices by government officials. I'm sure maybe Kando has had my opinion on this. For me, I believe that there should be capital punishment for people that steal public funds, and especially if the public fund.
I agree.
Especially if the public fund it results in loss of life. Let's say the fund was meant for hospitals and you took it, and any objective evaluation says that because of that money was not there, people lost their life. Automatically, you hang for it. You can't keep causing because it's a serious position you hold.
Let me. No, hold on. So let's say the person that the first hang is from the north.
Why do you care where the person first hang?
No. I'm giving you the. No, this is reality now. This is reality.
I don't care if you are my cousin.
I know. I'm with you. I'm just giving you the. No. I'm giving you the Nigerian mindset, the average Nigerian, the way they reason. If the first person you hang is from their area, they will ask you to go find somebody in your area to equate.
Oh yeah,
to balance
that's
the
not the problem. You will have definitely when you have that law, you will have a lot of people to catch because they are still stealing, isn't it? So when you catch two, you make sure one is from the south.
Also,
you see the problem right here. You see the problem.
You execute them simultaneously. Let's see what they are going to complain. That's the point because people have to feel that it's fair, isn't it? That's fine.
When I was growing up, my father would tell us, Toba lo jale, aboshe nkan ti o da, èmi gan ni máa mú ẹ lọ sórí ẹ̀wọ̀n.
Another thing that is destroying the country is that information war that is going on in the country. See, when something happens in Nigeria, one thing I observe, Nigerians don't wait for investigation at all. People will just take position. Educated people, it's bothered me when educated people just take position on issue they have no knowledge about or any information. They just take position. It is crazy. When there's a crime, okay, first hold on, keep your opinion to yourself. Allow the security agency, even if you don't trust them, but allow them to do their work.
True.
All of us want to be right. It's bad. Or want to be first to spread the information.
I have to often try to discipline myself not to jump to conclusion on anything. I think there was a case just now where somebody said something that said we don't know why the judge didn't arrest.
Yes, sorry, but
so you have to be careful about.
But the leaders, the people you're talking about, they should be able to offer their opinions, right? They don't have to wait for the final investigation to to know if somebody was guilty or not. They should be able
But
to offer their
yeah, people
opinion.
can offer opinion, but at least when you are offering that opinion, you can also add that okay, we don't have the fact, the whole fact, and you make it because some people they
Well,
don't
yeah,
know
I
that
agree.
people
I agree on that part. Yeah. Okay.
some people don't know that people are giving their opinion. They just think what the person is saying is the truth.
But you can walk and chew gum at the same time. You can say this is what we know so far. Other
True.
investigations are being conducted,
You
and
know, you
let's
know,
see what
kind
to
of.
develop.
I can see that logic. We saw him with two human heads, but we didn't know if he did anything. Let's wait to the investigation. It's on tape,
Oh
but
no,
we don't know
that's
yet.
a different one. Oh. That one is there are sometimes the evidence is quite overwhelming. But you don't know whether the human head was put inside his bag or anything. So you have to be careful about jumping to conclusions.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can say this is what we know so
I
far.
was
Other
having
investigations are being
hold
conducted.
on, because let me give an example for this. Yesterday, I was on this platform with someone, and he just said it was Fulani that killed people in Ekiti State. I said, have the police released any of this information? He said no, but they are. I said, really?
That
There's
is
no
so annoying
conclusive
for me.
this thing, but it's just assumption. You are just assuming it is Fulani.
Yeah.
No, I think I heard your
Doesn't make sense.
conversation. I think I heard your conversation with that person, and the assertion they were trying to make is that this thing has happened by Fulani people so many times that logically is it only makes conclusive logic to think it's the same people. Personally, that's not the way I do things, because I want I'm not Jesus. I'm not trying to be Jesus or anything, but my principle personally is I want to judge a situation or somebody the way I would want somebody to judge me. So yeah, we can say this incident has occurred so many times, and it's been Fulani people. So let's ensure that it's Fulani people this time as well.
Exactly. You have to
Not
confirm.
just
You
draw,
can't just
not just draw a
make
conclusion.
assertions like that.
I mean, it makes sense to think that because it's been happening before, but we can't say because of that we're just going to say it's the same people again.
Yes, I think there's a term for it in criminal, the way criminal this is investigators be. I think they have because of precedents, you can say, okay, yeah, there's a chance that modus operandi or however they describe it, that it leans towards this direction, but it's not confirmation.
It's not conclusive.
You can't be 100% conclusive. That's the term. You can't just conclude. That's dangerous because the life is very complicated.
To Niger is so dangerous. I remember there was one time I was in going, coming from school. I was at a Butemeta, and they were doing, we were waiting for buses and all whatnot. And there was, somebody, they just started shouting, ole, 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 ole. And to the best of my ability, the guy they ended up catching was not the guy they started with.
Imagine.
And human beings, people that call themselves human beings, beat this guy to a pulp and took tire, took petrol, opened his mouth. I said, how can human beings do this?
Yeah.
Burn somebody alive. You have somebody stealing 100 and something billion. You don't go and burn him. Some guy stole a wallet.
Victimhood. Now that's the one they want to take their anger out on. That's jungle justice now that Nigerians practice. I've always thought that thing was senseless behavior, really. But people just, I don't know how people think sometimes. I think people get frustrated. They are looking for an outlet. So the moment they get on somebody to attack like that, they take their anger out on that person. And it shouldn't be surprising. Nigerians are being starved of resources to an extent. The country is poor, and even the security officials are not paid very well. You can, I mean, sometimes you can argue that I'm even surprised we are not even worse off. We are not even doing worse things. Because I know there's human organ market going on in Nigeria. You have all kinds of these things, massacres happening because of some people want to mine the local minerals, but people think it's because of religious or ethnic reasons these things are happening. There's a lot of problems going on, but I would have thought it would be worse because given how much we are starving.
This is the way I think about it. What if that was me? What if that was me? I remember a few years ago, people were they sent a video of a 15-year-old boy in Nigeria that was burnt alive for
Hi.
stealing Gary. I was beyond livid. I wrote back to whoever sent that thing to me. I said, you all should be ashamed of yourself. You killed
Yeah.
a 15-year-old boy for stealing Gary among you people, and you call yourself human beings.
We don't value
Till a
life.
15-year-old boy should be, till a 15-year-old boy even be stealing Gary. If not for you, you're useless human beings.
Mm-hmm. That brings us to a full circle.
You
That
kill
we
a
simply don't
15-year-old boy
value
for
life.
stealing food, and you
Yep.
think you're a human being.
Yeah, to Nigeria, I agree with you. We don't value life at all. We don't value. See, most Nigerians that also leave the country and travel out, sometimes I get why they do that. Some of them, it's not about the money. See, our societies, some states and some places are not livable for human beings. You understand me? If we want our people to stay back home, we need to make our environment livable. Our state,
Yeah.
our local government, livable for people to stay behind.
You know what the standard I recommend with adopt? If you cannot walk outside in Nigeria in the middle of the night anywhere and feel safe, the security job is not done.
Yeah, it's
And
not.
if we have to adopt that kind of standard. That it has to be that extreme. And if we can push in that direction to for the ideal,
But to Nigeria,
we'll see
there
Nigeria
are
flourish.
there are probably very few countries in the world where that you're going to ever get that. It's not about perfection. We just want
Japan is
it.
quite safe. Saudi Arabia is quite
Yeah,
safe.
but again,
Let's
I
not
mean,
mention those places. Ghana.
Exactly.
Nigeria,
Ghana,
all
you
I'm
can
saying,
go. I'm not sure about everywhere in Ghana, but definitely Accra, you
but
can go out in the middle of the night
to
and feel safe.
Nigeria, the point I'm making is we're not even talking about all of that. We're talking about provide electricity. The average Nigerian person will find their way. Provide electricity. We're not saying give it to people for free, but create an enabling environment. Even those things will reduce.
But the enabling environment can be created by providing the security we are talking about. That's what creates the enabling environment.
We're not disagreeing. We're not disagreeing.
And I see. Recently, I discovered the reason why we are not been able to have 24 hours electricity. I didn't know Nigeria was subsidizing electricity for the masses. See, are we serious?
You didn't know.
I didn't know that.
When I went to Nigeria, I saw the amount they pay. I pay for, even I am paying for electricity bill. I was
Can
like,
we
this
be
is
serious in
this
that
is
country?
ridiculous. Even I complain about my own bill, that this is too little. That this kind of stuff is killing us, because this is why you don't see foreign companies come to Nigeria and want to provide electricity, because we can't pay for it.
I heard what's his name? One of these guys in Nigeria talking about where his family stay in whatever eastern part of the country, that they get constant electricity and they pay 17,000 naira a month. I said 17,000. What do you got? You think that on the electric bill? 17,000.
And you know how that can reveal the truth to you is that the equipment that they use to manufacture that electricity, they buy it internationally because we don't manufacture it locally. So how do you expect that to happen? The reason why that is happening is because your country is subsidizing it. There is no other way.
It's the same argument you were making earlier about China. You see, now we're not talking about then. The argument was about then. So now the product they're going to send to America or send to England is probably not going to be the same quality because you can't pay the same amount that those people can pay.
Exactly.
Because I mean,
That's how it
how much
works.
is 17,000 for dollar or for euro?
In pounds, is about £10 or so, if I'm not mistaken.
Even if you're paying, I don't know. I think my house, I don't know, maybe it's 200 and something dollars a month or $200 a month for electric.
In the
How many
UK,
people,
in
how
the
many
UK,
people can
3-bedroom
afford to pay
house
that?
now is around £300 for just
Yeah,
electricity
you
alone
see?
each month. £300 in Nigeria is well over 500,000 naira.
You
And
see, how many people can afford to pay that?
so,
And and you want the same thing that they have. How does that work?
Exactly. And then the only way you can do that is to build. Like I said, if you are losing $50 billion of due to insecurity, let's say you got that $50 billion back. That is extra $15 billion every year. If you compound the gain within 10 years, you're looking at about $1 trillion that you recovered because of just improving security. Not to mention the increased this in business activity that will carry on, and expertise returning back into the country, which they will also bring capital in. Foreign direct investment will increase. You can see the Nigerian economy get to 2
Yeah, that's
trillion
good.
easily.
But what percentage of the electricity does the government subsidize? Do you guys know?
The entire thing. The
Huh?
entire thing. The entire thing. Nobody pays the normal the international price for electricity in Nigeria. Nobody does. The entire thing. They're subsidizing it.
There's
Because
hold on. There's an international price for electricity.
yes, to an extent, because if you look at the cost it takes to manufacture electricity
I don't believe so too,
versus
Niger. I don't
it,
believe there's an international cost. I think is a cost that is that whatever regulatory organization in each country
I
stipulates.
think the way it is priced is that I think it's based no how do I put it?
I think
You know how
energy
yes, it's
is
attached to
international
energy.
commodity.
Exactly, it's attached to energy, like the price of petrol. If petrol price goes up, energy cost goes up because it affects gas and everything else. So if those things are going up, just know it's tied to electricity. The cost of electricity in America is very close to that of the UK, and the UK that of France. So from that point of view, you can surmise that cost of electricity has a certain price to it
Well,
internationally.
yeah, but the cost of generation, the labor, and other variables are not constant, nor are they priced the same. We don't have. See, it would be false equivalence to
Yes,
to look at you know, 50, what is it, 15,000 naira electricity and say so they're cheap, and
right.
they're converting to dollars or euro. No, no, no. That's quite simplistic.
I think
Um,
there's a link about this. They do have average costing of these things. UK one, I think they have UK one, but you can search world
Yeah, I think
average.
you're right. I think you're right, PDD. Um,
Mm.
but you see, true fathers, like I've heard you say many times, you see, these people are so dumb that I don't understand that if they can make the people, if they can empower the people and create industry and give people jobs, they will even have more money to steal.
no, no, we live in an oppressive society. See, see, we don't think like that, like the white people think. We don't. See, a white man will see, you know, people, or see the people in the country and see opportunity, or see. My point is that we live in an oppressive country, society. W-
Well,
See,
Prince Daddy, you need to live in an oppressive society to know that okay, oh, if I create more, if there's in this area, oh, there's 10 billion naira being generated. If I create more opportunities and a more enabling environment, it will bring 30 billion. Now I have more money to steal from. Do you? I mean,
no,
I don't know if it makes sense.
I hear your point, but a typical Nigerian of that capacity would like, well, then me and you go start to eat for the same restaurant. So you level up. You level up.
Prince Daddy, I will never be able to understand that. How
I
do
know.
you oppress
Me neither.
me? How do you oppress me because of what you have? Did they stop manufacturing it that I can go get it if I'm able to, or what? I hear people say, "Oh, they oppress." Nobody can you can't oppress me. I don't care if you have 50 Lamborghini. That's your own palaver.
Yeah, that's you personally, but see, yeah, I agree with you, and I feel the same way. It doesn't move me. More like your self-esteem and other things. But an oppressive society, it's just the way it's configured, the way the leaders and the people in charge think about things. See, they don't really believe in human capital development. They don't really. And Nigeria is a place that when a government official does something for its constituents,
He
thinks
wants them to
that is
thank him.
doing you a favor.
Yeah, he wants them to thank him for doing his job.
Exactly. Exactly. Then here that you pick up the phone and call somebody and say, "Where's the mayor? Things are messing up here," and put fire under the mayor's
Yeah,
what. But
yeah,
there it's like is the such a person will be the boss that it looks down on everybody else, and everybody else below looks up to him. It's just an oppressive society. That's just
Prince
where we
Daddy,
are.
if you've seen some of this video, we say, Anikaraki our governor and you I'm like, are you serious? Are you
Why?
serious for doing his job that you pay him for?
Yeah. Yeah.
Most of our people are not serious about their people, and even on, like, I was watching Arise TV the other day, they were talking about how people are spraying money knowing full well that it's illegal. And the one of the ladies was like, "Oh, why don't people just stop spraying money and just send the money to the people and all the rest?" The other one was like, "Ah, that is our culture. That how would anybody know you gave money?" Because, like, how?
but
Why do they have
it's
to
true
know you
now.
gave
It's true.
money? Why do they have to know? What is wrong with our
Why does
people?
anybody need to know that you gave money?
Oh my
Why does
God,
anybody
man!
have
I
to
mean,
know that you gave money?
It's
see,
like, how do we show?
listen.
How do we show them
No,
that we
tonight, yeah,
like stop
transfer is not
it?
transfer. Somebody transfer 1 million to spray you. Somebody transfer 1,000 naira to spray you. The person will say, I made a transfer also. It's not the same.
No,
I
It may
agree.
not be the
Daddy,
same, but
Prince
it's
Daddy,
for the best.
some of these musicians now they do that. They get money transferred to them live on stage. I've
Yeah,
seen what's doing that. I've
when
seen
they
it. People,
transfer,
you'll
when
be
they
looking at
transfer,
this.
And what happens? And they announce it?
Oh yeah, the guy is right in front of him transferring the money.
exactly. Like when you transfer money to one man went to Mo, it is highlighted here. Nobody is
Yeah, you'll be
asking
No,
like,
people to
but
pay
that is
100,000,
different.
currency.
Oh,
100,000
okay.
Walio. You know, whatever. People are funny, People are.
Which we are using science and technology. We do
Yeah.
great.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We have this thing that we do to belittle our own this thing. I even saw a program the other day where they were celebrating this lady. I think this young girl, I think she's quite popular now. She's making this video like a kind of Japanese robot or something like that, and people are finding her very, very funny. But one of the skits that they did was, in a way, bad mouthing Nigerian currency. Let me see where she was doing it. It was very funny because she was just bad mouthing the Nigerian naira, the kind of. Let me just see that. So,
I don't. I don't. I don't believe that.
hold on. Let me see. Can you hear? If you can hear, let me know. Let me just so you hear what this represents.
Okay, just listen to this.
This is the only
Hello?
land that give you dollar. Now you plenty here.
Huh? What is this?
Naira, na papa.
This isn't dollars. No. I want dollars.
No shit. Why you come and
More dollars.
why you go? Calm down. I don't joke. Why you go come my money like that now?
Give me dollars. Dollars, not
Like
naira.
I will change that. I will. Yeah. Why you take my money like that? Yeah. What I do?
Guys.
So you see, the reason why the reason why I shared that was because of the idea of the dollars being what every Nigerian wants. She's picking up on it and acting it as a kind of skit. But in reality, there are serious underlying truths to what she's saying. That we have a culture of that is not helping us in any way. We do things that is damaging our economy and damaging our society, and sometimes we laugh about it as if it's normal. And
Yeah.
I believe that the elite class have a
Yeah.
lot of questions to answer about
I
these things.
think of some of the people that I've heard talk about this, I think Prince Daddy's assertion is the one that I can really believe in. which is, yeah, as bad as the situation is, if we have our heads in the right places, right, this is an opportunity to be able to export given the low valuation of our currency. But that will require production in agriculture, in the textile environment, and other areas. But are we going to take advantage? This is what they call a golden opportunity for those who have heads and can sit down and think that how do we take advantage of this? Because if you do those things, the value of your currency will appreciate over time. But do you have the right people? Like the guy that somebody played a video of that was speaking in Yoruba, talking to Tinubu. I think it was on Dr. Damages or something. That look, all these Lagos boys that you brought to Abuja, these are not the right people. These are not the right people. We need to. We are at a critical junction right now. If we miss this window, God help us.
Yeah, this window. That's the almost. I think that was about the second live stream I did on my channel, about the window that is opening. That whether we can take advantage of it. You see, this movement of federal capitals to Lagos is another aspect of strategic thinking that I worry sometimes this government it doesn't have. Because there's also another aspect of this, which is regional politics that people are concerned about, that he too is not picking up on, that it could be a dangerous trend he's setting. Because if you start moving stuff to Lagos, you're acting as if you want to make it more efficient. But by that standard, you're going to say the petroleum ministry should go to the Niger Delta area and other areas that are specialized in agriculture. You should have their headquarters in those regions. And then for me, in terms of security, I don't think it's a good idea to move things to a coastal region at this day and age. This day and age of nuclear tsunami that they keep talking about. And you are moving things to the coastal region when you should move it inland. So I don't think it's a good idea to be moving things too close to the coast.
To Niger, as important as those things might be, we have more important things to deal with right now. Seriously. I'm telling you. We have debts that are coming up that needs to be paid. I mean, you can walk and chew gum, deal with those issues while you're doing other things. But I don't think some people really understand how bad our situation is. And if we don't course correct now, the army boys will have no choice than to come in before the end of the year.
I don't even know whether if they come in is going to solve the problem, except they actually want to do the right thing. Because if you look at Burkina Faso, Niger, and the other countries, these people actually try to do the right thing by their people. They even form a security pact very quickly. It shows you when your people mean business, they do the right things. Our leaders have been in Nekomo for ages. They never decided to make it a security pact. Never once. If they had done that, there would not be coups. Because when you remove a government, you have attacked the other government. That's how it is in Europe. If you attack one government, you attack all of them. So they will all have to respond. And because you have a security pact now you are not talking about only Nigeria now. You're talking about a West African region of about 500 million people. Any country that wants to take us on will have to consider taking on 500 million people. So you can see the power that we could have leveraged. We didn't do that until now. 3 countries are broken out of ECOWAS, reducing the ECOWAS landmass by 50% in 1 year. Tinubu hasn't even been in office in 1 year. I can't understand how he's making, at the stand right now, I don't know what is going to happen in the next 4 years, but it's making Buhari look like a genius right now. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah.
And every move he seems to be making seems to be done in a way to favor other people, not Nigerians, not Nigeria's interests at all. And I don't understand it. Maybe there's a madness, but I can't see it yet.
Let me tell you what is going on. See, Nigeria have taken loan on future production of crude. So what we are dealing with right now is that we have borrowed during Buhari administration. They borrow a lot. They borrow too much. You understand me? So we are just facing the result of this of the consequence of Buhari's.
The borrowing
This
has
thing.
never been the issue. We don't even owe as much
You know,
money
it
as
is the
the other
borrowing.
countries.
No,
It is borrowing.
Actually,
I
the
think, okay,
borrowing
okay,
is not
okay.
the reason
Hold on.
why. Is it the borrowing that made him flow the currency?
You have to do it because you cannot. Okay, where do you get the money to defend the naira?
You don't need
you
to
can
defend the
defend. No,
naira.
no,
What
no,
is
no.
this
That's
nonsense defend?
that is
You don't need to
fool's
defend the
gold.
naira.
No, listen. That is fool's gold. You cannot defend naira with dollar. That's just
Thank you.
wasted money in the
What is
forex
this idea
market.
of defending the
The
naira?
forex market
That's what
will
we have
eat
been
up
doing
every
too,
penny.
Nigeria.
Yeah, but that's its wrong policy.
No,
That's the
that's not
wrong,
what he's been
wrong,
doing.
wrong,
He's
wrong,
been
wrong
tapping the
No,
policy.
that's
Nigeria
what
exchange rate. That's what he's been
to
doing.
Nigeria. That's what Nigeria has been doing for the
I
past 40
understand.
years
I
now.
understand. But what
I
I'm
don't know
trying to
where you got the
explain to
idea that
you,
they are defending the
you
naira for the
you
last
cannot
many years.
you defend your currency by your production and your export and being able to receive foreign currency back into your country. If you go and defend the last time they did it, I wrote on Dr. Damages that the forex market will eat up. They would have been better off writing every Nigerian a check.
So hold
That's
on,
fool's
I
gold.
don't understand the logic
Do
of
you guys
of
know that?
defending.
Hello, sorry to interject. I've been listening to you guys. It's interesting, but do you know that we Nigerians today we are passing what we call transition? Transition. We are transiting in a place that we can be enjoying ourselves. Let me break it for you. Do you know that for you guys to enjoy things, you think that, as I said earlier, those according to what this guy said in one Dr. Damages and platform, like they call them the principalities. Do you think they will let you guys come and take the power from them, the country from their hands? You guys are joking.
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. They would die. They
You
would
guys,
die on
they
their
rather
Why
die.
will let you come and take power from them? You take the power from them. You don't have to take permission from them.
No,
No,
things
they're
don't
not.
happen
They're
those
not.
way.
They will fight you
Eh?
Of course, they will
Like,
fight you. Nobody ever gets power without
Nigeria is
fighting.
passing
That
what
is
we
the whole
call
point.
adversity. Even in life, you yourself, to Nigeria, you pass that adversity. Just continue. We are
To
still
Nigeria.
continuing.
Okay.
We are
To
still
Nigeria.
continuing. So you have to understand.
To Nigeria. Let me give you the reason why we are currently facing the problem right now. I think 2022 oil export share of export was 92%. Non-oil share was 7.7%. So the population of Nigeria, if you remove oil and gas, we are as useless as any other thing. We are not doing anything there.
Exactly.
We are not producing and exporting. So what do you want? We sometimes
That is true.
yes, I know our leaders are useless, but we want them to
I think you are
perform
making a
miracles.
false argument again. And
No,
I keep
I'm giving
asking
you the
myself
data.
why.
I give you
Hold on.
this
I
is
agree with the
data.
data that you just said, but the argument is not about whether we are exporting enough. We all know we are not exporting enough. That's even the premise of my original argument, why this man is bragging about sending people overseas. The real issue is he got into office, given the status quo, almost everything he has done has made things worse. He floated in Naira when he wasn't prepared. The country wasn't doing a lot of exports. How can you have this thing, 1 Naira worth of something to sell, and you want to expose that 1 Naira worth of something to sell to 1,000 Naira worth of other things to buy? You can't do that. What you can do is discourage your people from even bothering to buy stuff from overseas. You can't do that. You know that. You don't have to spend dollars. It's not by force. You can say, okay, enough. We're not going to buy stuff from overseas. Yes, our economy may not have all the best tools anymore, but we can start manufacturing. So we can cut the import of dollars, use of dollars by 20%. That would have balanced things out. Or we can cut the use of dollars by 30%. That would have balanced things out. But did our government do one of it? No, none at all. If anything, they just opened the floodgates and let international hedge funds and currency speculators completely eat our currency for lunch. And in the end, what still happened? You still have the dual exchange rate because people still speculate anyway. So what is the point again? What is the genius move there? Buhari had 2 dual exchange rates. Now there is dual exchange rate. The only difference is that the currency, the value of the currency has devalued more than 100%. That is mad economics. I would rather he didn't do anything at all than did what he did now. Don't you see it that way? You know, you have to do stuff that benefits the people. You can't just do stuff that doesn't benefit people, and people just say, "Oh, there's a sophisticated argument behind it." There's no sophisticated argument behind it. This guy did it to favor international people.
To Nigeria, you're 1,000% correct. And unfortunately for all of us, I don't care if you're in Europe, I don't care if you're wherever you are, you're still sending money home to help your people. It affects each and every one of us in one way or the other. And is a different thing. It is just one misstep. There's been too many missteps along the way. Nobody's trying to blame Tinubu or not against APC. At least I'm not. I don't really care who is APC or PDP.
Why should we not blame him? The guy wanted to invade Benin Republic,
I'm
Niger Republic, and look at now they pulled out of ECOWAS.
I'm saying I'm not coming from any partisan aspect, is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But these people, they made horrible steps, one after the other.
I don't care about politics, true. I agree with you. I don't care about politics. It's about what you do. If he does the right thing, I will support him. If he doesn't do the right thing, I won't support him. It's period. And everything he's done is scary how damaging he has been. Because if Mali, Burkina Faso, and this thing, Niger continue as they are and they leave ECOWAS, now ECOWAS landmass has halved within how many years? Our security have become even more imperiled by his actions alone within a year.
To Nigeria, I don't know how you think.
Unbelievable.
Wait, is Nigeria the owner of ECOWAS? Are we the one controlling the full ECOWAS? You mean
then maybe we shouldn't have made the rules about trying to invade
you mean
ECOWAS,
Ivory Coast and the rest? They don't have this thing. It was the whole leader from ECOWAS agree on what to do. It's not yes, we can see on local issue we can blame the president for what's going on.
No, but they follow
chairman of ECOWAS.
But he doesn't make decision for the whole region.
No, but they follow Nigeria's lead. It's just that the United Nations follow Americans' lead. ECOWAS follows the lead of Nigeria.
By population, Nigeria is majority in ECOWAS. Actually, by population, Nigeria is majority.
United Nations doesn't follow American lead at all. There's
actually,
China,
they do.
There's China and there's Russia there.
By and large, they follow America's lead.
By and large, they follow the leader.
It's about scale now. Come on, Nigerian first. You should know that it's about scale. Nobody's saying that they are following every single thing America says. But if you look at the country that has the biggest influence in that organization, clearly it's the West that they follow their.
Yeah, in ECOWAS, I know Nigeria have massive influence, but other leaders, they were in the meeting in that this thing, so they came out with a resolution.
Your thing is you are not looking at it from the point of view that this government just got into office a few months ago, and all the things that has happened under his government has barely made one thing better.
But
and
okay, to Nigeria, let me ask you.
And the people it favors are foreigners.
To Nigeria, as you know, see, it is easy for us to say whatever we want in our comfort zone. What should be the right step the president would have taken when that thing happened? To just allow like coup to take over and just keep quiet?
No,
that should have been the response.
No, he shouldn't have done that. The first thing he should have done was to go and meet them and discuss with them on the path forward, and not threaten military action. That's number one. Not threaten military action first.
Delegate was the president wanted to solve it, but it didn't work before they start releasing those.
Actually, that was one of the first statements.
Delegate was sent to there, and they were not.
No, they didn't send delegates first. That was the first statement he released, that they have to step down within how many days, otherwise there will be military action.
Mr. Niger first, I don't want us to be, to be drowned in the ocean here. The point that we're making is, it doesn't matter whether it's Tinubu or B or whoever else. These people have come in, they've taken as wrong a step as you can. It's like just about every step they've taken has turned out worse for the average Nigerian.
But
That's what we're saying.
if we look at what's going on in Niger, see, it is not about saving the people from France. It was just a power grab. Let's be honest there.
Okay,
Yeah.
power grab or no power
a
grab.
power grab.
Listen, power grab or no
Nigeria
power grab.
first,
The people have decided the future they want to go. That is their problem.
They kick the
You
French
guys go
out
and
and you're
decide
worried about power grab.
You go and
do you
decide
know
the
that-
future that you want to have. They've
I
made
wish we
their
had that kind of
decision.
power grab.
it
No,
was
let me
the people that elect the president before it was taken out of power.
That is it. And Tunaja, let me ask you one question. Let me just give you throw this one for you. You understand now what I'm saying? You know that I said earlier that when Tinubu thought it would be easy for him before he took power, he's now in it. He's seeing what is greater than him. So now he's using his senses. If you want to win a battle, you cannot go into somebody's land to win. You can never win. You bring that person to your land. You understand? If you watch what he did a few days ago, I know people are looking at me and listening to me now. No, I don't need to say this. Is now indirectly he brought some structures in CBN to Lagos. Everything will live there. As for now, he's playing a game. He's seen what is more than him. Do you think that all those guys will let him take anything to give another? He's seeing them every morning. Every morning they gave him a lowdown, but he has people that are advising him how to make sure that he can restore things. I told you people earlier that everything is in process. It's in process. Everything like
I
if you want to.
Mr. Triumph,
let me just say this. I hear where you say everything is in process.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, real quickly. Forefathers. Prince Daddy, are you still on?
What?
Prince Daddy, are you still on?
I think he's still on. He's listening. He's listening.
Okay.
I know he's listening.
I just wanted to ask Prince Daddy and Mr. Triumph. I don't know. Check your email. I sent you an email this morning.
Okay.
That's it. All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. So, in terms of transitioning and processes, we all understand processes. I don't think anybody don't understand that sometimes you have to go through difficulties to get to the right place. But the difficulties we are going through right now, the only one I can even say is needed to be done was the subsidy removal, which wasn't even him that did it. But the ones that he has consciously done have left things worse, and it doesn't inspire any sense of confidence. There is no logic behind it, even because you are not exporting and you are floating your currency for speculation. There is no sense, and in terms of security approach too, he's not doing anything. Even if he promised that he was going to recruit heavily into. Can I finish my statement now? You finish talking.
That's our fault.
Can I? Yeah, I agree. We have a part to play in terms of holding them accountable. This is a man that said he was going to recruit this heavily into the military and the security forces, but he hasn't done anything. He keeps talking about synergy and this is technology and training and all that nonsense. And they are even going as far as bringing Americans now to come and train our police officers. This is the same kind of thing. When I saw them, it gives me the creeps because this is the same kind of things you saw in Haiti, where you have American police officers. I think he even talk about the DEA, which is even reminiscent of the assassination of Jovenel Moïse, the head of state of this in Haiti, in his own home without the police officers having one scratch at all. Because one of the reasons why those people were able to come in, because they said they were from the DEA, from America. And these same people are in Nigeria now, basically training our officers, telling them, and they think that is going to make anything good for Nigeria. They are going to just compromise our people to serve their own interests, so that when anybody wants to step out of line, those people, they are going to use them to take those people out of the way. Our people don't seem to be governing for themselves. My issue with what Tinubu has done in terms of ECOWAS was because he could have approached that very differently. He could have even gone to the French and Americans and said, you know what? you know, this thing, people don't like the way you are controlling things around here. If you want us to do right by you so that we can be working together, remove these controls you have in place. You have to see us as strategic partners, and then I will bring those people closer, those coup plotters that you don't want to be doing what they are doing now. I will tell them because they have a reason for what they are doing. At least they claim they have this reason. And you tell them these reasons are going to be met. This French that you don't want to be taking all your resources, they are not going to be doing it. And all these other things that you also want, we are going to work towards it. But the Americans, the British, and the French, they need to remove some of the things that they are doing, like the military bases that they put in all those countries, the treaties that they make the Francophone countries sign. This is why ECOWAS has not become a military pact. Because of those treaties the French countries signed with France. Remove all those things, and you probably see that you are going to have a more communication, an open line with this government.
Mr. 2Nanja, don't say that, please. I know that you want to come against me now with this one, because when they were one thing is that I was thinking like you earlier, formally, years back. Those bases you see is strategically to counter some for war.
Some
to
what?
Get
Some
what? To go for war in any area close.
Whose war?
Whose war? Not African war. Not African war.
So why are they using our territory?
They need it. They pay now. The land that like now you buy a land and you rent the land.
Oh, so they
are renting those lands,
and you literally believe them that they are just renting the land. That is not what they are putting it there for.
It
and
is
that is not the reason they gave
it. I will tell you with experience. Now I worked for them.
No. Your experience is you are trying to malign their actual reasoning. This thing, because there's an echo, I have to mute you. Their own reasoning is that this military pact is part of the agreement that they had with the colonized nations. They said you have to have a military base here, and you can't trade with other people without coming through us. And these military bases, they are used to remove governments that they don't like, and they've done it before. So it's not only about using it to attack other people. That is part of the infrastructure that they are that's what these bases are functioning as, which is correct. That you are correct on that. But their main purpose is to control these African countries in case they want to step out of line. That is why, if you look at Niger Republic and all these other countries, that's why they are removing them. If it was only to use it to fight other people, they don't have any reason to remove them. That's none of their business, isn't it? But it's because these bases are used to also suppress them. Hence why they felt that that base needs to go. Otherwise, they will not be able to have their own say. Even these bases are affecting Nigeria too. If you have a military base in Benin Republic, you have one in Chad, you have one in Niger Republic, they are surrounding Nigeria. Nigerian government can barely do anything without American base in this. They will be thinking about the American military base in Niger Republic waiting for them, or the ones in Benin Republic. All these things affect the way we govern ourselves, and we have to start recognizing it and saying it for what they are. It's a threat. This is why to kick the French out of Niger was very difficult. In America, America is in Syria right now. They refuse to leave. It's not their territory. They are occupying it. In Iraq, the same thing. The Iraq parliament has asked them to leave. They refuse to leave, and they will say, "Oh, the Iraq parliament in secret come and tell them to stay." No, they are refusing to leave. They are occupying you. That is what is going on, and you have to understand when people use their military power to intimidate the locals, and our countries, our West African neighbors, I believe Tinubu could have used these coups as an opportunity. And it's actually a real opportunity because these countries are not playing around. They've broken out of ECOWAS now because of it. And I don't think the French would have rather that happened. So if they wanted to still be allies to the remaining African countries, and including those ones that broke out, I think Tinubu could have struck a better deal and still influence those people to stay.
Did you see the video of Ghana president reporting the Burkina Faso to Anthony Blinken?
Yeah. Oh my God. Don't. That's
See,
embarrassing, isn't it?
that man is a traitor.
That is all our African
He
leaders.
always he
That is
always
all of
claim
them.
he always claim Pan Africanism. He just all talk, no action.
Did you
Doesn't
see
back
this
with action.
NSA head? This NSA head that Tinubu appointed begging Oyibo people. This is what we do. Instead of us to be speaking for our people, we go begging. Why? Because we're afraid of death. Why are you afraid of death? Is it that it's not going to come? What is the purpose of your life if you leave it begging people? Nobody is going to give you anything that is good for you, or at least good for you that is not better for them. They are going to give you the one that is better for them and the one that is good for you. So in other words, you are dying slowly. I don't get the logic. If you want to be a leader, you have to start thinking at such levels. You can't keep thinking small constantly. If you die one day. That is better than dying slowly, hoping that your enemy fall and die. Your enemy will never fall and die. They've known how to survive. So you better, all the people that have managed to go on to strike out on their own, they looked the enemy in the face and told him, you know what, you can't do this. I won't accept it. You know, even if you threaten to nuke me, you threaten to do everything, I won't accept it. And when you are able to do that, in a way, it's a kind of ordination, really, or an anointing to actually existing on a higher level in this world. And our people haven't confronted that level. I've not looked death in the face. I've not looked destruction in the face and said, you know what? Better that destruction than this existence that we are living in. We've never done that. If we had done that, maybe we would have progressed by now. All the other people that have survived and going to be thriving right now, they've all faced existential threat and overcome it. Why should we? What is the difference between them and us? Ours is even worse. We have so much to live for. We have so much wealth to inspire us to do these things, but we are not doing it. Look at the Israelis are dying for desert land. Palestinians are fighting to die for desert land. What kind of motivation do we need? Look at what other people are doing for a tiny plot of land that they are fighting for.
But yet, Nigeria, we are praying to their own God, but they are defending their own land. So you are praying to the God of Israel, but Israel is defending. Oh God, go ahead. Don't let me. Don't even
This
let
is
me
why
do
sometimes I
much.
say our mumu is not just mumu. Our mumu wear trouser and tighten the belt, never to let it go. We refuse. Sometimes it's a strength of ours, you know, that thing that people admire about Nigerians, where we don't feel like anybody's better than us. It's a strength sometimes because you don't allow people's this is to just override you. But once they succeed in overriding you, we find it hard to let go. And that is a problem for us. And this is why Nigeria is one of the few countries that was colonized and still hasn't gone on to have their own indigenous official language as part of the national language at all. It's really a shameful thing that we've not done that.
Would you be okay if we adopt
Sorry,
Yoruba as our language?
See, they should adopt Yoruba, Hausa, Ijo, Fulani. Oh, there's no reason you can have 15 official languages. There's no reason why you can't do that.
Tunaja, you can continue what you're saying. Can you bring us we all to the background in a few minutes from now? Just we'll go to the background, you understand? Because
Yeah,
of
yeah.
if you want
Actually, yeah,
the
that's true.
privacy,
That's true. Actually, yeah, that's true. I
you
think one
understand?
man said we should have ended it a while ago.
When you guys you put us to the background, that would be better because of somebody wrote. I don't want to say the person's name. He wrote in the private chat that
Yeah.
you understand.
We should be rounding up. Yeah, I know. He didn't expect it to go this long. You are asleep now. What are you here doing? Go and sleep. He's the one that went to sleep. We are just having a conversation, but that's true. Actually, we should be rounding up because I might actually be on another show today again. Who knows? Now that I have a bit of free time, I've been resting quite a bit. People think I don't rest. I do rest. To Sir Alexander Gomez, he was asking whether I do sleep. I do. It's just that people, I don't know why people think I don't sleep. Maybe because I show up in different panels, it makes it look like I'm present everywhere and I'm not sleeping. But I do sleep quite a lot, soundly too. Thank you for the donations, Sir Alexander Gomez. And yeah, you see that? He said without bias, he's also acknowledging that this government has not done the right things up to this point. And I'm one of those people that said Tinubu has it in his administration and timing to be the greatest president Nigeria has ever had from the beginning. He has it in his
That's true,
gift.
but you have inflation everywhere in the world, though, Mr. Tunaja. Don't
See,
forget
the
that.
inflation is
It
not
is
the
everywhere,
problem.
the inflation. No?
See, if this guy came in, let me give you a scenario where he could easily have been the greatest president in Nigeria. First, he came in with one of the policies he advocated himself in his campaign. He recruited into the security forces. Dangote refinery comes online. He puts a lot of effort to bring the Nigerian refinery online. And then he goes on to encourage manufacturing. He doesn't even need to do that much. Just do these things: security, Dangote refineries, and make sure all the other refineries come online. Our train lines are being built. He would have ended up being the best president Nigeria has ever had. He didn't even need to do much. And obviously, he has to remove the
But
subsidies.
another thing we need to also put into consideration is that his own budget just kicked in this past January, so we need to give him time. He has been running on Buhari's administration budget. Let's allow this new budget, this administration budget, to kick in. Let's see
The
what's going
budget
on.
has no. See, if
Excuse
the
me.
budget would have made a difference, I would have agreed with you.
Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. You said budget. That budget was underwhelming.
That's
That was
why I said.
underwhelming.
Even they make that as a positive, like
Are you kidding
that
me?
budget goes nowhere.
Now we go back
That
to
was
the basket.
underwhelming.
Yeah.
Let's
Let's end it. Okay, let me just end it.
In
Hold
10
on, let me
minutes
just
time, you
end
end
it
it.
there. Let
10
me
minutes
just
time,
end
you
it.
take us to the background.
Let
And
me,
then
I
we
will
don't
use
know
this
to
time. Let me use this time to thank the people on the chat first. It's only fair. Fort. I don't know what you are fought for. Thank you for coming in, and you do make some nice suggestions. That guy looks like a clever guy, actually. That Fort guy. He's talking about nihilism. He seems to know about philosophy too. Usman Agoro. Thank you for coming in. Alexander Gomez, I appreciate you. Thank you for the donations and all. Samuel Dada, I see you there. Thank you for the donations. Kando, as always, on the panel and in the chat. Thank you for everything and your contributions and the support too. Maddy Peace. Maddy Peace is a hater. It's all good. Maddy Peace, thank you for coming. Maddy Peace spent all evening abusing me. Yeah, I don't know where he gets the energy. UFC super fan. And it's Nigerian first. Thank you for coming in. Of Efosa Isaac Uhueze. Thank you for coming in, Uhueze and Efosa. Oga, I see you there. Thank you for coming in, Oga. And Oga likes to insult me too. That's another one that likes to insult a lot.
And by the way, just to address Chief Gomez's comment about we picking up on Lagos boys. Sir, Otumba, you guys have been a disappointment with all the praising and all the you guys have been supporting. So far, the Lagos boys are not doing well at all.
The Lagos boys are getting the heat now. They
I'm
will soon
telling
turn to
you,
the new Fulanis now. Let them wait now. Timajek, thank you for the donation and thank you for coming in, Timajek. I see you there. This in Oscar Blackstone.
Sorry to cut you short. Before you go, send a link to Progressive. The Progressive. He said you should send him a link.
Okay, let me just send that in the back. This thing then. All right, let's do that. Thank you for that. And Mr. Triumph, I see you here too. Thank you for the being on the chat and on the panel at the same time.
No, Naija, before you go, let's just make that clear distinction. Lagos boys, not Southwest. Though. It's the Lagos. don't rope us in their mess.
Don't worry now. Like I said, they are still going to be the Fulanis. Let them wait now. Today, Akinola, thank you for coming in there and being on the chat there. And he was the one asking for a link for quite a bit, actually. All right, so I will round it up with just thanking he would have donated. I think one man has already done that too. Chioma, Kolata, Chioma, Oscar Blackstone, Timajek, Alexander Gomez. Thank you all for coming in. Till next time, goodbye.